Wen Shi, a mere decorative figure in the entertainment world, who relies on her own finances to pursue a career in acting with minimal talent, finds herself entangled in a web of scandalous rumors and the moment she knocks on the door of the renowned actor Jiang, a revelation dawns upon her. She is merely a supporting character destined for a tragic fate in a novel. She embodies the fervent fan of the male lead, who, while confessing her affection on a live broadcast, has become nothing more than a foil to the female protagonist, subjected to disdain from the online community. Ultimately, she is cast aside by her unscrupulous father and exiled abroad, leading a life of quiet despair. In her previous life, Wen Shi, having once won the award for Best Supporting Actress, declares, "Let me be the one to reject a melodramatic life. Why pursue romance when earning money or acting brings such joy, when this once superficial beauty focuses on honing her craft?" The internet erupts in excitement. She has changed. Now she not only desires my affection, but also my wealth. Wen Shi diligently dedicates herself to acting and participates steadily in variety shows. Yet, she gradually realizes that Jiang, the esteemed actor, is behaving increasingly oddly wherever he goes. He seems to follow her and subtly cooks to win her favor. Even in front of the live cameras, he corners her, his hands on her waist. Though nothing has transpired, her ears flush with warmth. Wen Shi muses, "Hey, Jiang is actually a knave little puppy. Do not call me a puppy." Wen Shi replies, "But I like puppies." "Then, I am a puppy." Wen Shi is astounded. "Jiang, has he lost his mind? If I am mad, it is your doing," with a bite mark on her collarbone. Wen Shi laments, "No one informed me he possessed the ability to read minds." Jiang Qi once believed that mind reading was a punishment born from his prejudices, only to later discover it was a blessing and his salvation. Chapter 1. The Awakening of the Supporting Character. Knock knock. Wen Shi's hand hesitated mid-knock. The sudden influx of memories threatened to send her fleeing, yet her feet felt as though they were encased in ice, rendering her immobile. With her arms stiffened, she knocked twice more before finally regaining control of her body. However, as she attempted to turn away, it was already too late. The door swung open with a decisive click. "Is it you? What brings you here at such a late hour?" The man within stood tall and imposing, seemingly fresh from exertion. His shirt clung to him, drenched in sweat, subtly revealing the contours of his chest. The muscles in his arms glistened under the light, exuding a warm hue. His gaze, both indifferent and wary, fell upon her as his brow furrowed slightly. Wen Shi caught a glimpse of a crew approaching, cameras and microphones in tow. The production team for the live variety show had arrived. She understood that both her knock and the man's words had already been captured and broadcasted live. The barrage of comments had erupted even before she could react. "What the heck? Is that Wen Shi? Is she knocking on Jiang's door? I've heard rumors of her climbing the social ladder. It appears to be true. Isn't she part of this show? Didn't she know the crew was coming? How bold. Get away, you shameless woman. Stay away from our Qi." As the production team drew nearer, Wen Shi steeled herself. "Mr. Jiang, are you aware that the soundproofing in this hotel is abysmal? Your activities above create a ruckus akin to thunder in my room. Please, have a shred of public decency." Her words brimmed with irritation and disdain, nearly spilling over the screen. The previously flirtatious atmosphere instantaneously transformed into an excruciating awkwardness, causing the crew to halt in their tracks. The live chat erupted in a chorus of confusion. Jiang Qi, taken aback, momentarily wore a blank expression. Wiping the sweat from his forehead with a towel around his neck, he regained his composure. "I apologize, I'm unaccustomed to this. Perhaps it's because no one has resided downstairs for quite some time. I shall be more mindful in the future." Observing his demeanor, Wen Shi discerned that he mistakenly believed she had come to seduce him, eliciting a derisive chuckle within her. He was no different from the others. "This awkwardness is making me dig my toes into the floor. I thought we were in for a juicy scandal, but this is a letdown. Surely this isn't staged?" If Wen Shi had such acting prowess, would she still be derided as a mere pretty face? To be fair, exercising in the middle of the night can indeed be quite disruptive. It's merely a misunderstanding. Besides, Ego has already apologized. Wen Shi is quite bold. I wouldn't have the courage to approach him. Me neither. Wen Shi, disinterested in further conversation, merely nodded in acknowledgement before turning her attention to the production team. Her face displayed an appropriately feigned surprise as she faced the camera with unwavering confidence. "Production team? Wasn't it supposed to start at 9? Why are you here so early?" Upon hearing her voice, Jiang Qi leaned forward, directing his gaze towards the crew. The director, under their scrutinizing stares, grew increasingly uncomfortable. "Yes, indeed. We intended to surprise our esteemed guests, hee hee." Iga's stunning visage strikes again. Don't cower, director. You were just so assertive a moment ago. Ha ha ha, a fright would be more accurate. You won't end up silenced by ego, will you?
Ha ha ha.
Wen Shi suddenly recalled her recent harsh critique of the esteemed actor, her expression shifting awkwardly as she quickly glanced at Jiang Qi and remarked, "My filming crew should be arriving shortly, as well I shan't interrupt your shoot." Teacher Jiang, the next instant. She shielded her face with one hand and hastily exited the live broadcast frame. Her swift departure elicited a flurry of laughter in the chat. Ha ha, afraid of being scolded by Jiang's fans, are we? You speak without thought. Ego has already apologized. Pay them no mind, hurry, and fawn over Ego's divine looks. Post-exercise, Ego exudes such charm, I long to taste the sweat on his biceps. Once out of sight, Wen Shi pressed her hand against her chest, taking deep breaths as relief washed over her. That had been a close call. Only moments ago, she had suddenly awakened to the memories of her previous life, realizing she was merely a supporting character in a novel, and her past life. She had been a diligent young actress who barely secured a nomination for Best Supporting Actress, only to meet her tragic end in an accident while pregnant. In this life, she possessed a formidable background, funding her own projects, and could choose any role she desired. Alas, her acting skills were woefully inadequate, relegating her to the status of a well-known pretty face in the entertainment industry, with an abysmal reputation. Despite being granted ample opportunities, rumors circulated online that she had slept her way through various productions for resources. According to the narrative, she was to knock on Jiang Qi's door in the middle of the night, passionately declaring her feelings for her idol on live camera, thereby solidifying the baseless rumors. After the internet erupted, she participated in the live variety show to clarify that she was merely a fan of the esteemed actor Jiang. However, she found herself overshadowed by the female lead, who effortlessly dominated the scene, rendering her a mere caricature. Jiang Qi, the male protagonist endowed with both talent and beauty, as well as wealth and a prestigious lineage, was naturally captivated by the pure and lovely female lead. Their on-screen chemistry blossomed into a sweet romance, swiftly culminating in a public announcement of their relationship. In stark contrast, Wen Shi faced disdain from all quarters, ultimately being hastily packed off by her father and sent abroad, leaving her to languish in melancholy for the rest of her days. Ugh, what a melodramatic life. This cannon fodder role is one she has no desire to inhabit. To hell with the absurd plot. As Wen Shi exited the elevator, she indeed encountered her entourage of followers. The moment her figure graced the screen, the comments began to flood in. Here comes the pretty vase. Is this her bare face? Even a vase looks this good without makeup? Miss Wen, where have you just been? The director, intent on digging into her affairs, posed an unwelcome question. Wen Shi found herself at a loss for words, finally redirecting the conversation. That's not important, let's head to my room first. The comments erupted with laughter. Most of the viewers were her fans, who had been waiting in the live stream, completely oblivious to the happenings in Jiang Qi's broadcast. Upon seeing the ha-ha-ha comments, some were perplexed and quickly directed others to her Weibo. Once back in her room with the director, she adhered to the format by introducing the show and expressing her hope for fan support. Following that, she dutifully addressed the questions from the comments. The revelry in the comments continued, and she even noticed someone inquiring about the aesthetics of Jiang Qi's pectoral muscles. Wen Shi's mind involuntarily conjured the shape concealed beneath the fabric, and she nearly smacked her forehead in realization. Maintaining her smile, she selectively answered a few inconsequential questions. Thank you for your hard work, Teacher Wen. Please rest early, we shall meet again at 8 tomorrow. Alright, take care. After bidding farewell and shutting the door, Wen Shi finally relaxed as she lay on her bed. She pulled out her phone and opened Weibo, discovering that Wen Shi knocks on Jiang Qi's door was trending. Clicking on it revealed a plethora of screenshots from the live stream, filled mostly with teasing comments, alongside some haters seizing the opportunity to accuse her of making a mountain out of a molehill. Of course, some expressed disbelief, suggesting she had ulterior motives or was involved with Jiang Qi, but these assertions were swiftly countered by Jiang Qi's fans, who seemed eager to distance him from her. With Jiang Qi's fans dominating the discourse, these remarks were soon drowned out, leaving Wen Shi in a favorable position, her comment section now pristine. Finally, she felt a wave of relief as this troublesome chapter had come to a close. Boss, the director has informed me that makeup starts at 6 tomorrow. I'll come to wake you. It was only then that she remembered she had to film the next day. And her fervor to support her idol. She had implored the producer for ages and invested a staggering $10 million into a minor role within the production. However, when complications arose, the producer had insisted she withdraw her investment. But now, She would rather endure anything than leave. According to the script, this film was destined for monumental success. Having invested, she would be a fool to pull out. When Shichi rose and retrieved the script, she not only aimed to reap substantial profits, but also to deliver an outstanding performance, seizing this opportunity to elevate her career. A mere ornamental figure in the entertainment industry, she would show them the true strength of a vase. Chapter 2. Put on some pants, everyone. Director Zhou Cheng's film Apocalypse is a science fiction masterpiece, its script meticulously honed over 3 years. In recent years, the genre has surged in popularity, with many exploiting its allure to deceive investors, leaving them wary of getting duped. Even with the esteemed names of director Zhou and Jiang Qi attached, funding remains limited, allowing Wen Shi to seize this opportunity. The production team regards Wen Shi, the modest investor, with considerable respect, even providing her with a private dressing room. With her eyes closed, Wen Shi submitted to the ministrations of the makeup artist and stylist, contemplating whether to inject more capital into the project. Today, the crew of Dear Life will be broadcasting live from the set, inevitably revealing some of the film's scenery and plot. Director Zhou's consent indicates a desire to leverage the variety show for promotional investment. The unfolding narrative will indeed attract major investors, rendering her modest contribution insignificant in the eyes of the producer. She must act decisively. "Boss, it's a call from Sister Lu," her assistant Xiao Meng whispered. Wen Shi opened her eyes and took the phone from his hand. As soon as it was pressed to her ear, she was met with a barrage of expletives. "Wen Shi, are you planning to stir up trouble just because I can't watch you for a moment? Do you know?" Feeling a twinge of guilt, Wen Shi replied, "You know, right? I'm a bit on edge. It's his ruckus that's truly unsettling." "Good." The woman on the other end laughed maniacally. In the entire entertainment industry, who else can get on the trending list alongside the name of the great actor Jiang? "You're doing splendidly. Once I finish my current tasks, I'll head over to keep a close watch on you. We must capitalize on this wave of attention." Before Wen Shi could finish a response, the call ended abruptly. Containing her urge to pinch the bridge of her nose, she turned to Xiao Meng with a look of despair. "Sister Lu is coming." Xiao Meng was momentarily taken aback, then puffed out his chest, eager to please. "Don't worry, boss. I'll immediately inform Assistant Zhao. If Zhao Yan finds out, she'll cling to Sister Lu like a leech, ensuring she can't come." Zhao Yan, another artist under Sister Lu's management, often regarded Wen Shi as a rival, wishing for Sister Lu's undivided attention. "Smart move. I'll consider a pay raise for you. Now go." Wen Shi nodded at him. Sister Lu, whose full name is Lu Meifei, is Wen Shi's manager, a renowned figure in the industry and a close friend of her mother. Wen Shi genuinely appreciates this little ant figure, but Sister Lu's vigilance is stifling. Once, Wen Shi feared her enthusiasm for celebrity worship would be discovered. Now, she dreads the prospect of being tethered to Jiang Qi, contemplating that it might be easier to eliminate her altogether. In this film, Wen Shi portrays an artificial intelligence robot participating in a total of 9 scenes. Though her role is minor, it carries significant weight. The robot is saved by the male lead, and later, sacrifices itself to protect him during an assassination attempt. Despite being an inconspicuous character, it is through this robot that the male lead first encounters humanity, transforming his perspective and evolving him from a radical opponent of artificial intelligence into a shared leader of humans and the awakened. Today, they're set to film the scene where the robot is rescued by the protagonist. In a red light district, 2 individuals encounter each other, with Wen Shi embodying the role of a sex service robot. Though a significant portion of her physique has been transformed with human skin, certain mechanical components remain exposed. A labor-intensive endeavor to achieve. When the production team of the program Dear arrived, only a third of Wen Shi's transformation was complete, as the makeup artist diligently affixed a mold prosthetic to her waist. Xiao Meng had arrived early to give a heads-up, and upon seeing the crew, Wen Shi greeted the camera, apologizing for her inability to interact extensively as she was undergoing styling. Before her appearance, the barrage of comments flowed incessantly. Yet at the moment she revealed herself, the chat fell silent. Moments later, the screen filled with exclamations of astonishment. I was already dazzled by the initial photos. Who could have anticipated that seeing her in person would leave me speechless? Are you all just captivated by her face? Look at that waist and those legs. Who can withstand this? I'm about to explode. Could someone please put on some pants? Covering my face here. The crew had been busy preparing for this scene since early morning, eagerly awaiting Wen Shi to complete her makeup and commence filming. She paid no heed to the live broadcast, solely focusing on cooperating with the mold application. Many viewers were witnessing the intricate process of an actress's transformation for the first time, captivated by the complexity and occasionally astonished by the makeup artist's artistry. Don't you find a vase that works diligently to be incredibly charming? She seems quite dedicated. Didn't I hear she often throws her weight around, making things difficult for the crew? Oh, please, there must be a script. Exactly, it's quite audacious to boast about this. Look at Bai Li, who personally performs in action scenes. Now that's true dedication. Then, why don't you go watch that instead? What are you doing here? Are you a fan of Bai Li? Have some dignity, stop being obnoxious. Wen Shi has few fans, most of whom are merely captivated by her looks. These individuals often refer to her as a vase, leading bystanders to mistakenly believe that she has no supporters, only detractors. Unfortunately, her professional skills are lacking, and while some initially dared to dream of her rising career, repeated disappointments led to a sense of resignation. Some detractors even expressed more emotional investment than her genuine fans. The barrage of comments did not last long, as Wen Shi soon completed her transformation, donning her costume and striking a pose, prompting another wave of adulation in the chat. With her capacity to portray a robot, Wen Shi's features are undoubtedly exceptional, and her physique is strikingly proportionate. Clad in a modified, form-fitting white qipao, her long legs and slender waist create an alluring silhouette. The areas around her waist and collarbone feature cutouts, subtly revealing glimpses of mechanical structures beneath, occasionally illuminated by a soft blue glow, adding an otherworldly allure. Help me, I don't know where to look. It feels offensive to gaze anywhere, and I can't help but salivate. With this, I am definitely watching the film. Hurry up and shoot it. It seems that the esteemed actor Jiang has also completed his makeup. Are they about to meet? Haha, I am eager to witness their encounter. Just thinking about it makes my toes curl. I missed it yesterday. Will I finally see EG's expression of astonishment today? Haha, you are so mischievous. I want to see it too. Wen Shi casually glanced at the tablet held by Xiaomeng, just in time to catch a glimpse of those comments, and suddenly remembered she was about to perform a scene opposite Jiang Qi. She suddenly felt that withdrawing might not be such a bad idea after all. Chapter 3 Jiang Qi, as expected of you. The moment Wen Shi stepped out of the makeup room, she immediately captured everyone's attention, including Jiang Qi, who was standing beside the monitor with his manager, Lu Ming. Lu Ming raised an eyebrow and lightly nudged Jiang Qi's arm, remarking that it was rare to find someone of such caliber in the entertainment industry. No wonder he could outshine our studio members. She knocked on your door, right? You're not too young anymore. You might as well settle down. Although they were still live streaming, being on set meant some discretion was necessary. Jiang Qi wasn't wearing a mic, which allowed Lu Ming to speak so freely. Jiang Qi's dark eyes were inscrutable, showing no emotion. Don't be ridiculous. She shouldn't have such intentions. Lu Ming found it amusing, saying, You've been in the industry long enough. Do you really believe she came knocking because you disturbed the peace? This might be a ploy. Look, you've already let your guard down. Jiang Qi kept his gaze lowered on the script, ignoring him. Don't dismiss it lightly. Lu Ming observed him closely. I have seen her at social gatherings laughing and chatting with investors and producers. Once could be a coincidence, but I've encountered her twice. And she clearly frequents those circles. This girl is not simple. You should be cautious. I don't possess such sordid thoughts, Jiang Qi replied, uninterested in the topic. Yes. You are a saint. How could you compare to us mere mortals? Lu Ming shrugged. Meanwhile, Wen Shi approached to confirm her makeup with the director. Others might be unaware, but director Zhou knew that this young woman had brought funding into the production. He had originally selected other actors, only to have her snatch the role away, which displeased him greatly. He intended to make things difficult for her, to teach her that his set was not so easy to navigate. Yet, upon seeing the results, despite his numerous critiques, he could only dryly remark, the effect is acceptable. Come here, I need to discuss the scene with you. He then called out to Jiang Qi. Xiao Jiang, you come over too. The comments in the live stream began to buzz with excitement. They're about to meet. They're about to meet. So thrilling. Even in Jiang Qi's live stream, the comments were in a frenzy, and no amount of fan moderation could suppress them. Wen Shi looked up at Jiang Qi. Today's scene involved him infiltrating the black market to negotiate a deal with a significant figure. He was dressed in formal attire, but since it was hastily borrowed, it appeared somewhat ill-fitting. A floral shirt paired with a white suit, the trousers strained at the thighs, while his slim waist and the soft fabric clung to his muscular chest. Wen Shi's gaze traveled up to his neck, unable to suppress her internal critique. Whose floral shirt is buttoned at the very first button? Exposing the Adam's apple and collarbone is a mark of respect for the audience, isn't it? You somehow managed to wear the guise of a frivolous young master with an air of restraint, Jiang Qi, as expected of you. As Jiang Qi became aware of her gaze, Wen Shi had already averted her eyes, yet she could not escape the watchful eyes of the audience in the live stream. Wen Shi's expression seems to convey disdain, doesn't it? Ha ha ha, it's so apparent. She genuinely finds Jiang Qi unappealing. Wen Shi, who told him to engage in nocturnal activities. You upstairs are rather off. I, too, find myself oddly intrigued. Honestly, I feel the same. Falling for anything will only lead to your downfall. The first scene to be filmed featured Wen Shi standing in a display window as Jiang Qi passed by, their eyes meeting amidst the bustling crowd. Wen Shi, you are akin to a programmed automaton. In making eye contact, you must remain devoid of emotion. Your smile should be one of appeasement, yet your gaze must be hollow. Director Zhou tousled his disheveled hair, anxious that she might not comprehend. If you feel uncertain, you needn't smile. Maintaining a vacant stare will suffice. I understand, Director Zhou. Wen Shi replied with a smile. Zhou intended to say more but, upon observing her, ultimately refrained, merely stating, let us see how it turns out. He then turned to Jiang Qi. You should grasp the emotional tone here, correct? I understand. Jiang Qi nodded slightly. Very well, let us commence. Director Zhou closed the script, calling out, all departments prepare. Wen Shi gritted her teeth, thinking, is it necessary for it to be so blatant, making her seem utterly hopeless? Admittedly, her past performances had indeed resembled that of a failure, yet she had been confined by the narrative. Her grievances went unnoticed as all departments swiftly readied themselves. Wen Shi took her place in the display window, cooperating with the adjustments of lights and camera. Don't you think this scene is incredibly well constructed? Cyber fans couldn't agree more. It's simply stunning. Director Zhou truly produces nothing but masterpieces. The cinematic effect will surely be even more astounding. I wish to see it now. With everything in place, the director, seated behind the monitor, suddenly grabbed the megaphone and shouted to Wen Shi, don't be nervous if you can't keep up with Jiang's performance. Just maintain a neutral expression. His booming voice resonated perfectly through the live stream, causing both audiences to erupt. Has Director Zhou forgotten he live? The vase's expression is about to shatter, haha. This episode could be titled The Life of a Disdained Vase. I'm dying of laughter. Seeing the vase being so scorned makes me feel oddly sympathetic towards her. In stark contrast to the merriment in Wen Shi's live stream, the atmosphere in Jiang Qi's was much more subdued. Wen Shi's acting is so poor. She will surely drag Yaij down. It's infuriating. Why did Director Zhou choose an actress like Wen Shi? She must have climbed into some producer's bed again. It's utterly disgusting. I wonder how much screen time she has. If it's substantial, I certainly want to watch. In no time, the chat was inundated with vitriol directed at Wen Shi, the comments swirling in a toxic haze. Many casual viewers, exasperated, shifted their attention to Wen Shi's live stream, causing her previously lukewarm viewership to surge into the top 3. Oblivious to all, Wen Shi was deeply engrossed in cultivating her emotions, her eyes cast downward. She disagreed with Director Zhou's earlier remarks. She did not perceive her character, Ai Shui, as having vacant eyes upon first encountering the male lead. Yet, she struggled to articulate what it should be, silently seeking the sensation within herself. At the sound of the director's cue, Wen Shi lifted her gaze. No longer herself, but rather a commodity awaiting selection in a display window, an intelligent robot programmed to perform. The camera slowly traversed through the crowd, ultimately focusing on Wen Shi. Director Zhou, seated before the monitor, had been poised to call cut, but upon witnessing the expression in Wen Shi's eyes, he leaned forward, his demeanor tinged with seriousness. The robot Ai Shui, like all erotic automatons, swayed her form, adorned with a professional yet beguiling smile. Her gaze flitted over the diverse passers-by, the dazzling neon lights obscuring their expressions, leaving her uncertain whether they truly saw her. Thus, she smiled even more fervently, mimicking human behavior. What a captivating figure. Someone leaned against the display, gazing at her with a mix of desire and greed. A companion gave him a sharp rap on the head, gesturing toward the price tag nearby, urging him to come to his senses. At that price, he could never afford her. Rumor had it that new arrivals had come in at Yang Po's place. Shall we take a look? Let us go. The robot seemed utterly oblivious to it all, her gaze never lingering on them. A man clad in a white suit brushed past them. Chapter 4. A touch of subtle acting astonishment. The man in the white suit was strikingly handsome, appearing somewhat distracted as he glanced at the array of robots in the display, his irritation evident. Until his attention was captured by an erotic robot gracefully swaying within the window, his gaze locking onto her. Such a simple scene required little skill for Jiang Qi to perform well, let alone immerse himself in the role. His nonchalance was partly genuine, until he met Wen Shi's eyes. Those orbs, though dim, radiated an intense yearning, not a desire to be chosen or purchased, but a profound longing to be seen. As a seasoned actor, Jiang Qi swiftly grasped this emotion, responding as the character would. You wish to be noticed? Then I shall look at you. And Ai Shui, at last, spotted a pair of inky eyes among the throng, deep and piercing. Their gaze seemed to penetrate her, not merely observing her but looking beyond, towards her peers, marveling at these extraordinary creations. Show him. A robot, entirely governed by programming, suddenly felt a fervent desire. She wished to unveil herself completely before those eyes, to reveal whether she possessed a soul, to demonstrate how she differed from humans. Yet, she was merely a robot. Her expressions were limited. Her smile remained feigned. Her gaze still hollow. All she could do was slowly extend a finger and press it against the display before her. The owner of those eyes hesitated for a fleeting moment, but soon diverted his gaze and vanished into the crowd. The robot's gaze did not follow his retreating figure. It merely withdrew its finger slowly and continued to smile at the pedestrians outside the display window. Cut. Upon hearing the command, Wen Shi was momentarily taken aback, instinctively glancing towards Jiang Qi, who was drinking water not far away. Before her awakening, she had once harbored a fervent admiration for this man, well aware of the accolades he had garnered and the extraordinary prowess of his acting. Yet, this knowledge paled in comparison to the visceral experience of sharing the stage with him. At this moment, she harbored a singular thought. This man is truly phenomenal. What is he waiting for? He should come over and witness the performance he inspired. Director Zhou pounded on the monitor, and the comments in the live stream began to bubble with excitement. This acting is atrocious. Director Zhou must be losing his mind. The camera was positioned at a distance, allowing viewers to see the actors' movements but obscuring their facial expressions, leaving them unaware of the quality of the performance. Director Zhou is notoriously temperamental. Let's light a candle for the vase. Wen Shi obediently approached the monitor. Upon seeing her, Director Zhou broke into a wide grin, grabbed a small stool nearby, and enthusiastically urged, Sit, quickly. Little Wen, you are quite the hidden gem. Let us see how well you performed. Thanking the director for his praise, Wen Shi, sensing the outcome from earlier, confidently accepted the compliment. Director Zhou, unfazed, rewound the footage, allowing Wen Shi to watch from the very first frame. Jiang Qi approached silently, standing behind them. When he saw Wen Shi intently focused on him in the footage, he squeezed the water bottle in his hand. Unaware of his unusual demeanor, Wen Shi's gaze remained steadfast on the monitor, fixated on Jiang Qi's face. She thought to herself, sharing the stage with such an actor is an absolute delight. After experiencing Jiang Qi, she could hardly envision being impressed by any other co-star. Goodness, is her career destined to plummet just as it begins to soar? What were you thinking to extend your finger like that? Director Zhou, still exhilarated, inquired of Wen Shi while pointing at the monitor. After a brief pause, she turned to glance at Jiang Qi and replied, It was Teacher Jiang. His gaze drew me into the scene. At that moment, it felt as though he were searching for my soul. But how could a robot possess a soul? If the human soul is a gift from the Creator, perhaps this man before me is my Creator, and I await him to bestow upon me a soul and grant me rebirth. Jiang Qi was also observing her, their eyes meeting, but before Wen Shi could react, he averted his gaze first. How curious. The illustrious Jiang is reluctant to meet another's eyes. Stealing another glance at him, Wen Shi felt a twinge of pride. Could her acting truly have left him momentarily stunned? You understood exceptionally well, truly exceptional. Director Zhou turned his attention back to Jiang Qi. Your emotions were also splendid, utterly perfect. But tell me, why did you hesitate at the end? Jiang Qi glanced at Wen Shi before responding. The protagonist's mindset is stubbornly rooted in opposition to all artificial intelligence. Even if he were to feel something, his biases would lead him to dismiss those feelings. He would never willingly approach an artificial intelligence. As for Wen Shi herself, she seemed to harbor her own biases. Indeed. Director Zhou nodded repeatedly, commending their performances and understanding, urging them to engage more with the screenwriter. He believed that upon hearing their interpretations, She would undoubtedly refine the script to a superior level. The group remained motionless in front of the monitor, while the audience in the live stream grew increasingly anxious, unable to discern their conversation. What on earth are they discussing? If you lack a microphone, I can send you one. Have they passed? Why hasn't the reshoot begun? Director Zhou must be discussing the scene. Does Jiang Qi even need the director to explain the scene for so long? Look, something's happening. Director Zhou rose, clapping his hands. All right, this scene has passed. Let's move on to the next location. What? They actually passed. The barrage of comments expressed collective bewilderment. This can't be true. Isn't the vase notoriously lacking in acting skills? How did she pass in one take? It's not a big deal. Didn't Director Zhou just tell her to keep a blank expression? Surely she can manage that. That is true. Jiang Qi had more scenes to film, while Wen Shi had only this one scene today, with nothing else to occupy her. She removed her makeup and took the live stream audience for a stroll around the film set, planning to indulge in some local delicacies and host a food broadcast. She intended to wander back to the set later in the afternoon, determined to make the most of the day. Upon returning to her room, she laid out the snacks she had purchased on the table, inviting the staff to join her. I bought enough for all of you. Come enjoy it together. The vase is quite nice to the crew, someone commented. Don't say that. Soon, some haters will claim she's just acting. No sooner had that comment flashed by than several others echoed sentiments of her being hypocritical in the chat. Eating junk food and pretending to be nice? Fans, don't get carried away. I actually find it relatable. I eat this stuff every day. A lively debate erupted in the comments. Wen Shi cast a glance at the barrage, but paid it no mind. Having navigated the entertainment industry for 2 lifetimes, she understood that if someone sought to criticize you, no matter how well you performed, there would always be nitpickers. If she were to take offense at every remark, it would be utterly exhausting. Ultimately, it boiled down to her professional capabilities. Retaliating against haters was not her skill, silencing them was. After a morning spent getting ready, having not eaten a thing to fit into her form-fitting qipao, she could hardly resist the array of delicacies spread before her. She indulged in a small wonton and then reached for a pan-fried bun, its juices bursting forth with her first bite, prompting her to squint her eyes in satisfaction. Just as she was about to grab another, she was intercepted by Xiao Meng. Boss, just taste the pan-fried buns. Director Zhou wants you to lose a bit more weight. In the live stream, a hand snatched the bun from in front of Wen Shi, replacing it with a serving of vegetable salad. Boss, I specifically bought this for you. Please eat more of it. Wen Shi did not pay any attention to the plate of green leaves, her gaze fixed longingly on the Shengjian bao in his hand. Her tone softened. Don't worry, boss. I will finish every last bite. I absolutely won't waste any. Just one more. I shall have another. Observing her pitiable expression that seemed on the verge of tears from hunger, the barrage of comments erupted into laughter. This blacklisted flower in the entertainment industry, begging for food? What is the reason behind it? That look in her eyes, clearly saying, I could devour 100 of them. Oh dear. My heart as a fan is melting. Someone, please soothe her little face. Amidst the playful comments, an alarming message suddenly appeared. Something has happened. Followed by a series of exclamation marks. Jiang Qi is in trouble. He was struck by a falling light fixture. It seems he has fainted. The live stream over there has descended into chaos. Wen Shi, who was resentfully gnawing on her spoon, was momentarily frozen upon reading these messages. Chapter 5. Of course. It is a blessing. As soon as the incident unfolded, the phrases Jiang Qi in trouble and Jiang Qi struck quickly ascended to trending topics, each accompanied by an explosive exclamation. Upon hearing the news, netizens flocked to his live stream in droves. The comments were nearly uniform. Is Jiang Qi alright? What is Jiang Qi's current condition? The situation had developed too suddenly for the production team to react in time to shut down the live stream. Now, with so many viewers flooding in, they felt compelled to keep it running under the pressure of the audience, thus following the unfolding events. However, Jiang Qi was surrounded by a crowd, and their footage was unclear. Stop filming. Why are you still filming? Quickly turn off the equipment. Director Zhou, following behind, saw the production team's camera and erupted in anger. The director of the follow-up filming hastily signaled to turn off the microphone, explaining, the audience wants to know about Teacher Zhang's condition, so do we. Cut the nonsense. I'm calling the chief director right now. Director, Zhou continued to seethe. My actor is in trouble and you still want to chase views. Do you have no shame? The follow-up director quickly replied, Director Zhou, you misunderstand. We genuinely care about Teacher Jiang. Shut it. Jiang Qi was eventually helped into a vehicle, and Lu Ming, looking disheveled, rushed over to the production team, insisting, "You need someone to follow. It must be live-streamed the entire way." Lu Ming, director Zhou, disapproved. The crew's doctor mentioned it was merely a temporary fainting spell, and he still needed to be taken to the hospital for a thorough examination. If they cut the live stream, who knows what rumors would spread later. Rather than debunking them afterward, it would be better for the audience to witness it firsthand. Lu Ming quickly grabbed the cameraman. "There's no time for discussion. Let us move." The cameraman was shoved into the vehicle, and before the director could board, Lu Ming slammed the door shut, and the vehicle sped off towards the hospital. Once inside, Lu Ming did not allow the cameraman to capture Jiang Qi's unconscious state, instructing him to point the camera out the window instead. "Why won't you let me film? Cameraman, give me a frontal shot. Why is the door still closed? If something serious happens, don't hide it." After the chaos, some individuals began to realize that since the live stream had not ended, it was evident that Jiang Qi had not suffered any serious harm, particularly in the eyes of his fans, whose comments suddenly became glaringly apparent. "Are you here to express concern, or merely to revel in the spectacle? You are hoping for something disastrous to befall our Yaij, aren't you? The photographer is not following, so kindly close your mouths and observe properly." The barrage of comments grew increasingly tumultuous. Before reaching the hospital, Jiang Qi, lying on the sofa, regained consciousness. Instinctively, he touched the wound on his forehead, eliciting a sharp gasp of pain. "You're awake," Lu Ming exclaimed with delight, hurriedly assisting him to sit up. Jiang Qi recalled being struck by a light on set. Pressing against his temple to stave off dizziness, he inquired, "What is the current situation?" "It must be utter chaos outside." Lu Ming replied, "The crew's photographer has followed us. We are nearing the hospital. We will discuss this further once you feel better." Jiang Qi, feeling quite faint, merely nodded slightly, leaning back against the sofa and closing his eyes. Observing his awakening, the photographer let out a sigh of relief. Had anything serious occurred, their show would undoubtedly be finished. Without Lu Ming's nod, he dared not shoot recklessly, diligently capturing the scenery outside instead. The vehicle soon arrived at the hospital, with Lu Ming assisting Jiang Qi out before signaling for the photographer to follow. Consequently, the livestream quickly displayed the silhouette of Lu Ming supporting Jiang Qi as they entered the hospital. A multitude of fans and film enthusiasts in the comments finally breathed a sigh of relief. That was truly terrifying. "Thank goodness he's all right. Thank goodness." Meanwhile, things were no better for Wen Shi. The crew members were in a state of panic, and nearly all viewers had flocked to Jiang Qi's livestream. Wen Shi, unable to shake her anxiety, lost all appetite, barely finishing a bowl of wontons. Upon receiving news that Jiang Qi had walked into the hospital, she felt an immense wave of relief wash over her. She racked her brain, unable to recall such an incident in the script. After all, fiction is fiction. And reality is reality. Perhaps it was merely an unfortunate accident. Fortunately, nothing serious had occurred. Having just witnessed Jiang Qi's acting prowess, she yearned to share more scenes with him. Moreover, as an investor in the film, any harm to the lead actor would create significant complications for the project, resulting in substantial losses. Following the incident, the crew was thrown into disarray, and Wen Shi lost the motivation to visit the set, opting instead to remain in her room, studying the script. After all, her own live stream was sparsely attended at the moment. While she maintained her calm, other live streams were abuzz with activity. Shortly after Jiang Qi's mishap trended, Bai Li's distress propelled her into the spotlight, and upon the confirmation of Jiang Qi's safety, her emotional outburst followed suit, alongside a trending topic for her decade-long fanbase. After spending the afternoon poring over the script and bidding farewell to the crew, Wen Shi finally turned on her phone, initially intending to check on Jiang Qi's latest condition, only to be met with a flood of trending topics surrounding the female lead. What could she do? Naturally, she would offer her blessings. Chapter 6, Mind Reading. Wen Shi perused the comments related to the trending topics concerning Jiang Qi and Bai Li. Most of the comments are from fans of Bai Li, praising her for being kind-hearted and beautiful, mirroring the benevolence of her idol. Jiang Qi's fans also express goodwill towards Bai Li, showering her with gratitude. Passers-by exhibit a favorable impression, with a trending search entry reflecting the star's admiration for another. The female protagonist, however, feels that if the tables were turned, she would likely face criticisms of being opportunistic and shameless. With a lack of enthusiasm, she closes Weibo, intending to order a meal from the hotel when Xiaomeng rushes in with a suitcase. "What are you doing?" Xiaomeng exclaims, wide-eyed. "Boss, you forgot." Tomorrow is your grandmother's birthday. We bought tickets to fly back to Beijing tonight. The leave has already been arranged with Director Zhou. Wen Shi truly had forgotten. What kind of life was she living? After dealing with Jiang Qi, she now had to return home to face the bigger family matters. Feeling a bit irritable, she runs her fingers through her hair, wondering about the flight time. It departs at 9 o'clock, leaving only 3 hours. Xiaomeng, carefree, suggests, "Let us grab something to eat first." "All right," Wen Shi nods. "I'll pack my things." As she begins to tidy up, a knock sounds at the door. Xiaomeng opens it to reveal Director Zhou, who quickly steps inside. "Xiao Wen, I knew you hadn't left yet," he remarks, peering at Wen Shi. "We wish to visit Xiaojiang. Would you like to join us? Is it necessary for me to go?" Wen Shi hesitates, her hands pausing mid-fold. She was not particularly close to teacher Jiang and felt it would be inappropriate to visit unannounced. "What's the issue? It's not as if you're going alone." Director Zhou waves his hand dismissively. "You are, after all, an investor. You should show some concern for the actors." With that, Wen Shi finds it difficult to decline. Biting her lip, she replies, "All right, Director Zhou, please wait a moment while I gather my things. We can head to the airport afterward. Make it quick." Wen Shi hastily finishes packing and rides with Xiaomeng in Director Zhou's car to the hospital. Upon arrival, she suddenly realizes that she has come empty-handed, prompting her to send Xiaomeng to the nearby supermarket for a fruit basket. In the hospital room, Jiang Qi is propped up against the head of the bed, conversing with those present, a bandage on his temple. He appears to be in good spirits. Alongside Jiang Qi's manager, there are 3 other prominent figures from the entertainment industry. Upon seeing Director Zhou, they rise to greet him warmly. Wen Shi, feeling like an inconspicuous presence, quietly approaches the bedside and hands the fruit basket to Lu Ming. "Miss Wen," Lu Ming smiles as he accepts the basket, casting a meaningful glance at Jiang Qi. Unaware of the underlying significance, Wen Shi turns her attention to Jiang Qi. "Teacher Jiang, are you feeling better?" "All is well. Thank you, Miss Wen," Jiang Qi replies courteously. "You're too kind, Teacher Jiang," Wen Shi responds, her gaze inadvertently drifting towards the door. Has she completed her task? Is it time for her to leave? As she retracts her gaze, she finds Jiang Qi looking at her with an odd expression. "Is something the matter, Teacher Jiang?" Wen Shi immediately adopts a gentle smile, her mind racing with thoughts of whether he has been rendered foolish by the accident. Jiang Qi studies her, convinced she has not spoken. Yet he wonders why he perceives her doubt about his mental faculties. Just as he is about to speak, Director Zhou approaches to inquire about his condition. Jiang Qi turned to Director Zhou, dismissing the notion that he had just experienced auditory hallucinations. As Wen Shi noticed the two engaged in conversation, she discreetly stepped back, intending to slip away. However, the producer suddenly called out to her, "Miss Wen." Upon seeing the producer's face, Wen Shi recalled the earlier scene where she had thrown a fit to secure a role, feeling a wave of embarrassment wash over her. "Mr. Li." She managed a strained smile, the corners of her mouth barely lifting. Li Qingming chuckled lightly, teasing her. "Why the formality today? Just the other day, you were calling me brotherly incessantly." Wen Shi squeezed out the words, "brotherly," through gritted teeth, offering him a forced smile. "Let us not bring that up." Another individual approached. "Miss Wen, do you know Mr. Qingming?" Wen Shi racked her brain to recall the person's identity, her smile stiffening as she recognized him. "Mr. Liu, you've come to see Teacher Jiang as well?" Liu, the owner of Hike Investment Company, had been an investor in her previous film. And as she was also one of the investors, they had shared a meal together. The entertainment industry could indeed feel quite small at times. "Indeed. It has been a while, Miss Wen." Liu then glanced at Li Qingming. "Could it be that Miss Wen's collaboration partner this time is you?" "Certainly. Miss Wen has always had an excellent eye for projects. Are you interested in this one, Mr. Liu?" Listening to their banter, Wen Shi felt a bit exasperated. Why must these two magnates involve her in their project discussions? She felt bored and hungry, realizing that there would be no time to find a restaurant. She hoped there might be a chance to grab a bite at the airport, as she truly did not wish to settle for airplane food. Wen Shi perceived this as mere small talk. The two distinguished gentlemen seemed to regard her as a mere pawn in their project discussions, and she didn't feel particularly familiar with them. However, to the onlookers, she appeared to be deeply engaged with a renowned producer and a major investment firm owner. And their gazes toward her shifted significantly. Especially Lu Ming, who held a bias against her, was left speechless, casting a glance at Jiang Qi. To his surprise, Jiang Qi did not seem upset, but rather wore a contemplative expression as he observed Wen Shi. After all, during their time in the hospital, They had not exchanged pleasantries for long, departing under the pretext that the patient needed rest. Wen Shi finally felt liberated, her spirits soaring. I must catch my flight. So I want to linger with you gentlemen. She quickly bid farewell to Director Zhou and hastily departed with Xiaomeng. Once Lu Ming had seen everyone off and returned to the hospital room, he couldn't help but tease. I didn't expect Miss Wen would come to see you. Surely she isn't still harboring feelings for you? Jiang Qi was still reeling from the shock. He had been able to hear her thoughts when she was close. But once she stepped 2 meters away, he could no longer perceive them. Now, he truly began to doubt the state of his own mind. Lu Ming noticed the peculiar expression on his face and urgently inquired, "Are you feeling unwell?" Jiang Qi looked up at him. "Have you confirmed with the doctor that my mind is intact?" "It's all fine, just a mild concussion. Do you feel any discomfort?" Lu Ming was confused. Jiang Qi pinched the bridge of his nose and murmured, "Should I perhaps consult a psychologist?" "What did you say?" "Nothing. As long as you're all right." Lu Ming turned to see the fruit basket on the table, grimacing slightly. It was clearly bought from a small supermarket downstairs, showing at least a modicum of sincerity. Jiang Qi cast a glance at him. Perhaps she was merely pressed for time, and her decision to not arrive empty-handed was a matter of courtesy. He seemed to hear her mention needing to catch a flight. "Why are you speaking on her behalf?" Lu Ming inquired, astonished. "Since when did our esteemed Jiang Da's film emperor start to show concern for others?" This time, Jiang Qi regarded him with a much more serious expression. "Minge, the incident from last time was genuinely a misunderstanding. You ought not to jest about it incessantly. After so many years in this industry, you should be aware of the profound harm rumors can inflict on a person." Lu Ming was taken aback by her sudden gravity and awkwardly replied, "All right. I was just being inquisitive. I won't bring it up again." Jiang Qi, perceiving his insincerity, let out a resigned sigh. "I understand you are displeased that she has displaced an artist from the studio, but you have seen the final product. Her acting skills are undoubtedly commendable. Then I find it even more puzzling. If she possesses such talent, why not audition openly instead of resorting to underhanded tactics? Our Xiaoxue has prepared for this role for so long, only to be ousted just like that." Lu Ming's indignation escalated. "You certainly experienced this yourself in the past. Reflecting on those frustrating days makes me truly..." "Minge, that is all in the past." "Yes, what am I even saying?" Lu Ming chuckled, shaking his head. "Let us just assume I misunderstood her. In any case, I won't have any further interactions with her. I can surely avoid her from now on." Before Jiang Qi could respond, he waved his hand dismissively, grabbed his coat, and headed for the door. "All right, I'll go fetch you something to eat. You should rest." Watching him leave, Jiang Qi couldn't help but sigh once more. Regardless of what was troubling him, it seemed she had unwittingly found herself entangled in a significant dilemma. Chapter 7. A Good Mother and a Good Brother. At 10 o'clock in the evening, Wen Shi finally landed in the city. As she emerged from the airport, bundled up against the chill, she immediately spotted her family driver. Lowering her mask, she inquired curiously, "Uncle Li, why are you here?" Upon seeing her, Uncle Li promptly greeted her, "Miss," and took her luggage from her. "Madam sent me to pick you up. Please get in the car." Little Meng nodded at Uncle Li and turned to her. "The variety show goes live in 3 days. Should I come to the Wen family home to get you?" Wen Shi hesitated momentarily. "No, come to my apartment instead. Head back safely." "All right." Once inside the car, Wen Shi removed her scarf and sunglasses, asking the driver, "Is Mom still awake?" "It's rare for the young lady to return. Madam will certainly be awake," Uncle Li replied with a smile in the rearview mirror. "She's prepared soup for you." Warmth filled Wen Shi's heart, and a smile graced her face. Seeing her joy, Uncle Li felt elated as well. The young lady had not returned home for over 6 months, and Madam had mentioned her countless times. Indeed, the bond between mother and daughter had not truly frayed. The car drove steadily toward the outskirts of the city, gradually approaching a vast garden villa. Upon disembarking, Wen Shi was enveloped in her mother's embrace, who rushed out from inside. "My dear, Xiaoshi, you've finally returned." "Mom," Wen Shi called softly, feeling a pang of emotion. In her previous life, she had been an orphan, but in this life, fortune had smiled upon her, bestowing a loving mother. With a spark of excitement, Xiaoming responded and gently caressed her small face, expressing concern. "Why are you so thin? Has your aunt not taken good care of you?" Wen Shi grasped her hand and replied, "No, I'm a big star now. I must maintain my figure." As she spoke, she wrapped an arm around Song Ying's shoulders and led her inside. "Uncle Song mentioned that Mom made soup for me. It's been ages since I had your delicious broth." Let us not linger in the cold. Let us hurry in and enjoy the soup. All right, all right. Song Ing replied joyfully, chattering on, I made your favorite pig stomach chicken soup. I skimmed off all the fat. It won't make you gain weight. You must eat plenty. By the time they reached the living room, they found a young man at the dining table, sipping soup. Upon hearing their voices, he looked up. Big brother, Wen Shi called out. This was her elder brother from her uncle's side. Their uncle and aunt had tragically perished in an accident when she was young, prompting her elder brother, Wen Jingyun, to move in with them. Subsequently, Wen's mother never conceived again, and Wen's father sought the elder's guidance, adopting Wen Jingyun as his son. This brother of hers was exceptionally talented, just 3 years her senior, and had taken over much of the Wen family's business, exhibiting both capability and ambition. Thriving as a rising magnate, Wen's father regarded him highly, treating him as his own son, while Wen Shi had always lived in his shadow, often being compared to him, which led to her harboring a less than cordial demeanor towards him, frequently making remarks to embarrass him. Yet, Wen Jingyun had always been tolerant of her, even securing her shares in the company. Before her awakening, she had merely been a pawn of the plot, but now, she was no fool. Having such an excellent brother, why would she seek to offend him? Have you been working overtime again? She inquired casually. Wen Jingyun appeared momentarily taken aback, clearly surprised that his sister would express concern for him. Song Ing smiled. You still don't know your brother? He's a complete workaholic. Even though we live together, I haven't seen him for 3 days. With that, she headed into the kitchen to serve the soup, leaving only Wen Shi and Wen Jingyun in the expansive dining room, creating an awkward atmosphere. Just when Wen Shi thought Wen Jingyun would disregard her, he suddenly spoke. I have been quite busy lately. After a brief hesitation, he inquired, What about you? How long do you plan to stay this time? 2 days? Wen Shi replied uncertainly, as she had worked in 3 days. Wen Jingyun nodded, his demeanor still cool, as if merely engaging in polite conversation. Upon seeing Song Ing return, he finished the soup in his bowl in one gulp, stating, I'm done. I'll head back to my room now. All right, rest early, Song Ing advised. Join me and Xiao Shi for breakfast tomorrow before you leave. As Wen Jingyun ascended the stairs, he took a few steps before responding, understood. Song Ing was pleased with his reply and turned to place the bowl in front of Wen Shi. Quickly, drink while it's hot. Wen Shi obediently lifted the bowl and took a sip, the rich and fragrant broth warming her stomach, instantly soothing her weary body after a long day. This is so delicious, Mom, she exclaimed sincerely. In the rare moment of a harmonious atmosphere at home, Song Ying's face radiated with joyful delight. She gently stroked her hair and said, Why don't you stay at home for a few more days? I'll prepare meals for you every day. Wen Shi paused and replied, Mom, I still have work to attend to, but I can set aside a day the day after tomorrow to spend time with you. How does that sound? Upon hearing this, Song Ing visibly felt a twinge of disappointment, yet she nodded in agreement, saying, As long as you can spend time with your mother, I will be content. How about you come with me to the city for a few days? Consider it a visit to observe my work. You have yet to see me in action on set, right? Wen Shi suggested, taking her hand. Really? Song Ing exclaimed in surprise, having never before shown interest in her daughter's life. This was the first time she had taken the initiative to invite her to visit her on set. Seeing her so elated, Wen Shi felt a pang of bittersweetness. How had she failed to cherish such a wonderful mother before? Thankfully, it was not too late. She embraced Song Ying's shoulders and said, In 3 days, I have work. But once it's completed, I will come to take you to the city. Yes, yes. Song Ing exclaimed excitedly. Then I must prepare thoroughly. The conditions there will likely be lacking, so I'll gather plenty of food and supplies for you. I'll even prepare ingredients to make you soup every day. Wen Shi listened attentively as she rambled on, nodding in agreement to everything she said. Once they finished a bowl of soup, the hour grew late, and Song Ing ceased her chatter, urging her daughter to rest. That day, Wen Shi felt utterly exhausted and did not linger to converse further. She retreated to her room. Song Ing also returned to her bedroom. The sound of her opening the door stirred the man sleeping in bed, who grumbled, Wen Shi is back? Must you return so late and disturb my peace? Upon hearing his tone, Song Ing immediately felt anger rise within her. Who is disturbing anyone? Weren't you just peacefully sleeping? The more she spoke, the angrier she became. Was it not he who had called for her to rush back today, only to now blame her for being late? After a day of filming, an afternoon of live streaming, and a night spent hastily returning home, did he ever consider whether she was weary or struggling? Why should I ask her? The man shot up angrily. Why doesn't she come and ask me, her father, how hard I work? Everyone has to earn a living. ISN Jiang working overtime every day. She, on the other hand, only knows how to squander my money and tarnish my reputation. What hardship does she endure? Squander? Song Ying's voice grew sharp. Has she ever considered joining the family business? What child can compare to her? Graduating with a Master's degree in business at just 21. ISNT at your mother, who discouraged her? What does my mother have to do with this? Mr. Wen's voice escalated. Do not drag my mother into everything. No one stopped her from joining the company. She chose to pursue a career in acting. At that moment, Song Ying could no longer contain her emotions and shouted, Wen Shi, you wretched man. She is your daughter. How can you speak of her like that? Their argument grew increasingly heated, their voices rising to levels that even Wen Shi could hear from her room. She felt a sense of helplessness. This was precisely why she dreaded returning home. Throughout her life, it seemed her parents always quarreled over her. In the past, she had thought it was due to her own inadequacies, believing that if she were more like her older brother, her parents would not argue. Yet she had strived to be her best, and still, her parents fought. Upon awakening, Wen Shi came to the poignant realization that her lack of excellence was not the issue. Rather, it was the absence of her father's affection. In the eyes of one who loves you not, true satisfaction is an elusive dream. Her mother, conversely, adored her to an overwhelming degree, often advocating on her behalf and expressing indignation, which naturally led to conflicts with her father. Chapter 8. This is unpalatable. At the break of dawn the next day, Wen Shi stirred with reluctance, preparing to wash up. Her elder brother had promised their mother to join them for breakfast, and she felt compelled to be considerate, refraining from delaying him unnecessarily. After a brief morning routine, she descended the stairs, yawning, only to find Wen Jingyun already seated at the dining table. He looked somewhat surprised upon her arrival. Not wishing to appear overly eager, she simply greeted him with a smile and a casual brother before heading into the kitchen. As expected, Song Ying was bustling about at the stove, her demeanor seemingly unchanged. Had it not been for the slight redness around her eyes, one would hardly suspect she had quarreled with their father the previous night. Wen Shi approached her, wrapping her arms around her waist. Mom, what are we having today? You're up so early, Song Ying replied, patting the back of her hand. I made pan-fried buns. You should go wait outside. Wen Shi grinned. Did you catch my live stream yesterday? You have no idea how closely Xiaoming was watching. Today, I'm going to indulge. She was reluctant to leave, lingering to chat with Song Ying, assisting her in serving breakfast. Upon exiting, she was met with the cold visage of her father. Father. Wen Shi nodded curtly, his gaze fixated on her with habitual scrutiny. Choose an appropriate outfit. Do not provoke your grandmother's ire again. Understood, Wen Shi replied dismissively, rolling her eyes internally. Rest assured, she would select the most fitting attire. Song Ying merely cast a glance at Wen Shi without uttering a word, then placed a plate of pan-fried buns in front of Wen Shi, urging her to try them. You should eat too, Mom. The breakfast proceeded with a semblance of tranquility. Wen Jingyun stole several glances at Wen Shi, utterly perplexed by her newfound compliance. However, as evening descended and he attended their grandmother's birthday banquet, he was taken aback by the sight of his sister clad in a form-fitting, backless red gown, draped in a fox fur shawl, exuding an almost otherworldly allure. He felt an overwhelming urge to chastise himself for his earlier thoughts. Their grandmother, already incensed, trembled with indignation, her cane shaking uncontrollably as she pointed at Wen Shi. When Qiming's expression darkened considerably, yet surrounded by numerous guests, he refrained from expressing his anger overtly, instead casting daggers at Wen Shi with his eyes. Unperturbed, Wen Shi maintained her poise, radiating confidence as she held out a box. Grandmother, this is a birthday gift I personally selected for you. I found it in the jewelry cabinet of the dressing room. I immediately thought it would suit you perfectly. Please, open it and take a look. Her words flowed effortlessly. A tapestry of embellishment. The elderly matriarch could not afford to lose her composure, glaring fiercely at Wen Shi but refraining from accepting the gift herself. Instead gesturing for a nearby servant to take it. Wen Shi anticipated this outcome. Even if she had genuinely chosen the gift with care, it would likely be cast aside among the clutter, and she could hardly muster the effort to invest herself in it. Go on. You young ones don't seem to enjoy lingering around an old woman like me, grandmother Wen remarked coldly, her eyes fixated on her, nearly commanding her to leave. Wen Shi, uninterested in currying favor, nodded obediently and turned to depart. Upon turning around, she caught sight of Wen Jingyun, whose expression was difficult to articulate. His gaze was calm, Yet Wen Shi felt as though she had been caught in a playful prank. Embarrassed, she touched her nose and said, "Elder brother, you're here." Wen Jingyun nodded, about to speak, when Grandma Wen called out, "Jingyun has arrived. Come here, dear. Grandma has missed you dearly." Striving to maintain her composure, Wen Shi refrained from rolling her eyes in front of Wen Jingyun. "Elder brother, Grandma is calling for you." "I shall not intrude," she remarked before hastily making her exit. As the elder, she relished lively gatherings, and this time, Grandma Wen's birthday celebration had invited nearly all of the Wen family's business partners. To her surprise, she even spotted Lu Ming among the guests. Then it struck her. In the future plot, the Wen group would establish an entertainment company, with Jiang Qi being one of the major shareholders. Had they already begun their collaboration? Jiang Qi should still be in the hospital, she mused, when suddenly, Jiang Qi emerged from around the corner. Clad in a meticulously tailored black suit, with broad shoulders and a narrow waist, he stood tall and imposing, his countenance as strikingly handsome and austere as ever, exuding an aura that discouraged approach. Wen Shi nearly spat out the cake in her mouth. He had been discharged? How tenacious. He joined Lu Ming and approached Wen Jingyun, engaging in a handshake and conversation that suggested a certain familiarity. Elder brother even introduced him to Grandma Wen, and whatever he said made her beam, like a blooming chrysanthemum. Resting her chin on her hand, Wen Shi found herself puzzled. Given that Jiang Qi was already so closely associated with the Wen family at this juncture, why had he not uttered a single word in her defense when she was vilified online later? Casting a cold glance at her relatives, she understood why. Her biological father did not even acknowledge her as the eldest daughter of the Wen family. What obligation did the others have to assist her? Jiang Qi had always harbored disdain for her. When she claimed to be a member of the Wen family, he likely regarded it as a falsehood. The banquet soon commenced, with the second and third branches of the Wen family, along with their spouses and grandchildren, gathered around Grandma Wen, exchanging laughter and pleasantries in a harmonious atmosphere. Aside from Song Ying, who twisted her head in search of Wen Shi for quite some time, no one seemed to notice her absence. Indifferent to mingling in the cold company of strangers, she sat comfortably among them, indulging in food and drink. As Jiang Qi graciously declined toasts from others, he suddenly heard a languid and discerning female voice exclaim, "This pork knuckle is far too salty." Wen Shi? He glanced around and indeed found her seated at the corner of a table behind him, disdainfully poking at the pork knuckle on her plate with her chopsticks. "Jiang Yingdi, you must drink this cup." "Apologies, my injury hasn't fully healed. Perhaps next time," Jiang Qi replied, dismissing the person. He then heard Wen Shi's voice again. "This soup is delightful, smooth and delicate, leaving a fragrant aftertaste." He glanced down at the soup before him, sampling a spoonful and privately savoring it. Nodding to himself, he acknowledged its quality. "Ah, I long to eat shrimp. Xiao Meng, where are you? Come and peel shrimp for your boss." Her inner thoughts, distinct from her usual tone, were soft and drawn out as she playfully staged a performance in her mind. While everyone else engaged in toasting and conversation, she seemed wholly consumed by thoughts of food, humming with delight when tasting something delicious and immediately spitting out anything unpalatable. Lu Ming observed his reluctance to use chopsticks and placed a piece of spring roll on his plate. "Are you feeling unwell? I had advised you against coming, yet you insisted on ignoring me. Matters of collaboration must be discussed in person." Jiang Qi intercepted his chopsticks, declaring, "This is unpalatable." Lu Ming shot him a glance before finally consuming the spring roll himself. "You haven't tasted it. How can you judge? Indeed, it is rather dreadful." Jiang Qi couldn't help but smirk, increasingly attuned to the movements of Wen Shi behind him. "Excuse me, miss, are you alone?" A greasy voice made both Wen Shi and Jiang Qi raise their brows in disapproval. Chapter 9, My Fan? Not a chance. Wen Shi was relishing her meal when the unexpected interruption dampened her spirits. She lifted her gaze slightly, her eyes glinting with a hint of frost, rendering her demeanor even more imposing. "I am allergic to alcohol, disinclined to converse, my phone is absent, and I prefer to keep my name confidential. Is there something else you need?" The man, taken aback by her rebuff, flushed crimson, his bravado faltering as he retorted, "I know who you are, Wen Shi, the infamous seductress of the entertainment industry. Don't pretend to be virtuous." Wen Shi had no intention of causing a scene at the birthday banquet, yet she found it intolerable to be approached in such a manner. If she were to endure this, she might as well transform into a ninja turtle. Lifting her glass, she splashed the contents onto the man's face. "And who do you think you are, with that rodent-like visage and a belly full of gluttony?" Even if I were less discerning, I cannot abide swine's entrails. Utterly revolting. As the man raised his hand, seemingly intent on retaliation, Wen Shi seized the water glass of the patron beside her and doused him as well. Open your eyes and recognize the occasion. If you remain oblivious, I would be more than willing to grant you another splash of water. The pig-headed man wiped his face, momentarily sobered by the cold water. He realized this was the 70th birthday celebration of the matriarch of the Wen family, not an opportunity for his lewd pursuits. If the situation escalated, the Wen family would undoubtedly not spare him. Just you wait. He spat as he hastily retreated into the crowd, hoping to avoid further attention. Wen Shi scoffed, thinking to herself, you should pray that we do not cross paths again. Had it not been for the matriarch's sake, I would have made you utterly incapable of self-sufficiency today. Jiang, who was about to intervene on her behalf, found amusement in her retort and resumed his seat. Am I mistaken? Is that truly Wen Shi? Lu Ming gasped, nearly dropping his jaw. What is she doing at the Wen family banquet? Jiang regarded her with a stoic expression and remarked, is it truly so peculiar for someone with the surname Wen to appear at a Wen family gathering? Are you implying she is a member of the Wen family? Lu Ming whispered, his tone betraying his astonishment. That's impossible. She isn't even seated at the main table. Jiang said nothing, stirring the soup in his bowl. He was uncertain. Yet the tone in which Wen Shi spoke about honoring the matriarch was unmistakably that of a family member, particularly a direct descendant of the Wen family. Could she possibly be a collateral relative? Lu Ming began to conjecture, pondering why a member of the Wen family would lack access to resources, rendering the rumors about her false. If she possesses such a background, why does she never respond? Who would dare slander her otherwise? Jiang raised an eyebrow. You are so inquisitive. Perhaps you should consider a career as a paparazzo or a talent agent. I am merely curious. Silence and eat. On the other side, under the watchful gaze of the entire table, Wen Shi completely lost her appetite and rose to head to the lounge, only returning once the banquet had concluded. The hall was once again ablaze with light, and most of the guests had departed. Her parents were escorting her elder brother out. She still did not approach, leaning languidly against a pillar while idly swaying her arm adorned with a fox fur. Where have you been? When Jingyun inquired as he approached, Wen Shi immediately straightened up, forcing a smile. I was in the lounge. I didn't want to be a nuisance. For some reason, she felt a twinge of apprehension towards her elder brother. Could it be the fabled pressure of bloodline? Jiang, who had just walked past her, caught her murmuring thoughts and couldn't help but chuckle. Mr. Wen, he called out to Wen Jingyun. Upon hearing his voice, Wen Shi's body stiffened. Wen Jingyun turned to Jiang with a smile. Mr. Jiang, are you planning to leave? Yes, Jiang replied, casting a glance at Wen Shi. Teacher Wen is also here. Teacher Wen? Who dares to call me teacher in front of him? Is he mocking me? Wen Shi silently complained, maintaining a courteous smile. Hello, Mr. Jiang. A flicker of amusement danced in Jiang eyes. Teacher Wen, you're too kind. Perhaps it was merely Wen Shi's imagination, but the way he emphasized those words felt deliberate. I've heard that you two have a collaboration, so I needn't introduce you, Wen Jingyun remarked with a smile. Then, sure. Please see Mr. Jiang out. Wen Shi was taken aback. Could she refuse? It was evident she could not. She could only muster another smile and say to Jiang, please, Mr. Jiang. Before they even reached the door, she heard him say, Teacher Wen, please hold on. Wen Shi paused, wondering if he was concerned about paparazzi outside, fearing they might be photographed together. Did he think she had ulterior motives? She felt exasperated and replied coolly, then Mr. Jiang, please take care. For heaven's sake. The idol filter had long since shattered. The Wen Shi who was infatuated and chased after him was no more. Jiang frowned, misinterpreting her attire. He merely wished to prevent her from catching a chill, yet she concocted such elaborate notions. And what was this idol filter? Had she once been his fan? He perceived none of that. All he noticed was her disdain towards him. Was this a case of unfollowing and retaliating? Jiang, however, could not absolve himself. Initially, he harbored many prejudices against her. It was his fault, and no wonder she held animosity towards him. The esteemed Jiang, a celebrated film star, found himself unexpectedly disheartened by the loss of a fan. Suppressing his inexplicable emotions, Jiang said, until next time, before pushing the door open and stepping outside. Wen Shi pouted and turned back to the hall. Once all the guests had been sent off, the family finally settled into their car for the return journey. Song Ying, exhausted from the evening's events, gradually relaxed her body upon entering the vehicle, letting out a small sigh of relief. Wen Shi felt a pang of concern and gently placed her hand on her lower back, offering a soothing rub. However, when Qiming, displeased with her, remarked, "What's wrong with you today? Wasn't I clear about dressing appropriately? What on earth are you wearing? It's utterly embarrassing. You must have learned bad habits outside. Hurry up and come home." Before Wen Shi could respond, Song Ying exploded. "What are you coming home for? To continue being that useless assistant for the third branch?" That was Wen Shi's cousin. Do not refer to him as a worthless being. When Qiming glared at Wen Shi, stating, "This is not a negotiation. If you dislike being an assistant, you may go to the branch office. Regardless, you are not permitted to continue idling away your time like this." Song Ying scoffed. "Isn't the group planning to establish an entertainment company? If Xiao Shi were signed to her own company, it would still count as being part of the branch, wouldn't it?" Wen Shi struggled to suppress a laugh upon hearing this. When Qiming's frustration only deepened as he observed her demeanor. "I cannot fathom why your presence brings such unrest. Unrest. Unrest." Song Ying suddenly lost control of her emotions, shouting, "Is it not you and your mother who bring about this unrest? What wrong has Xiao Shi done that you wish for her disappearance? Is it because she is a girl? Or is it due to the blood of the Song family flowing through her veins? Enough. Not enough. I demand clarity on this matter today. I must understand why." Song Ying bellowed. "Song Ying." When Qiming retorted in kind. Fearing that Wen Shi might continue to listen, when Qiming commanded the driver to stop and forcibly ejected her from the vehicle. "Your brother is behind. Wait for his car." Without allowing Wen Shi to respond, he slammed the car door, leaving her stranded on the roadside in the dead of night. Fortunately, Wen Jingyun happened to be nearby and immediately halted upon seeing her, allowing her to enter the warmth of his car. As soon as she settled in, Wen Shi shivered and instinctively rubbed her arms. Wen Jingyun increased the heat before inquiring, "What happened?" "Father and mother had a quarrel and kicked me out," she replied. Wen Jingyun frowned, acknowledging that his father's behavior this time was indeed excessive. However, feeling the awkwardness of his position, he pursed his lips and stated, "Father and mother have their own issues. It does not concern you." "I understand." Wen Shi smiled at him reassuringly. "Eldest brother, do not worry. I have matured." Wen Jingyun regarded her for a moment before nodding, choosing not to elaborate further. Leaning back in her seat, Wen Shi reflected on her mother's earlier words, sensing that there were past matters she was unaware of. Given her parents' fade of harmony over the years, it seemed unnatural if there were no underlying issues. The Song family? Did it perhaps relate to her deceased grandparents? Wen Shi felt no urgency to delve into this now. She would eventually uncover the truth in due time. Chapter 10. Someone always seeks to harm me. Upon returning home, the atmosphere was eerily tranquil. Not a single sound of argument was heard even as Wen Shi completed her evening routine and settled in for a restful night's sleep. The following day, she kept her promise to accompany her mother for shopping and a facial. Song Ying was in high spirits, indulging in purchases with abandon. Had it not been for Wen Shi's interjection, she would have nearly emptied half the mall. Shopping proved to be a balm for a woman's heart, and upon returning home, Song Ying remained elated, humming a tune as she prepared an array of dishes that Wen Shi adored. That night, the mother and daughter shared many intimate conversations before retiring to their respective rooms. The next day, Wen Shi spent the morning with Song Ying before requesting the driver to take her back to her apartment. The apartment spanned 2 levels with a lofty ceiling. The lower floor housed a generously sized living room and kitchen, while the upper level contained only 1 bedroom. A housekeeper came regularly, ensuring the space remained immaculate and tidy. Wen Shi cast aside her luggage, surveyed her surroundings, and then languidly collapsed onto the sofa, feeling a touch of ennui as she opened Weibo to peruse the latest gossip. To her astonishment, she stumbled upon news that directly implicated her. A paparazzo had released a series of photographs with a sensational headline, "Shocking. Entertainment circle's flower vase spotted late at night in a lavish car with a tycoon." The subsequent images depicted her entering her elder brother's car from that evening's banquet. Though the pictures were not particularly clear, it was unmistakably her. Wen Shi quickly deduced that this was not a stalker capturing her every move. Had that been the case, they would have certainly documented the moment she was expelled from the vehicle, thus rendering the headline even more sensational. It was evident that the paparazzo had been tailing her brother, as they dared not mention his name and shifted the focus entirely onto her. How utterly absurd. Did these paparazzi not realize she shared the same surname? Their ignorance was astounding. Without hesitation, Wen Shi retweeted the paparazzo's post, claiming it, "If you're going to spread rumors, You might as well include both our names and see just how ridiculous you truly are. Once her tweet was live, her fans erupted in disbelief. Are you out of your mind, flower vase? Nothing could be more ludicrous than you claiming to be involved in a scandal with a tycoon. If it's false, then refute it. The onlookers were baffled, yet the marketing accounts finally grasped the situation. Within 3 minutes, the post was deleted, and in another minute, the account was gone. This turn of events left the audience utterly bewildered. So, who exactly is the tycoon? Just how absurd are these marketing accounts? Wen Shi paid no heed to their confusion and promptly deleted her own tweet. She then called Lu Meifei. Auntie, are you really going to leave me to fend for myself? With the online uproar, you're not even going to help me mitigate the situation? What? Lu Meifei was taken aback by her words, her fingers tapping rapidly on the screen, clearly unaware of the chaos prior. After reviewing the situation, she appeared exasperated. These people are simply bored. I will have someone remove those images from the internet immediately. Has your brother said anything? Do you really expect him to clarify matters? Wen Shi thought Lu Meifei was the most ridiculous one in this scenario. She could handle this trivial matter herself. Why would her elder brother need to intervene? Even if she couldn't resolve it, what was the purpose of her agent? Only then did Wen Shi realize something was amiss. In the book, when she faced public backlash, where was Lu Meifei? The funds in her studio account, which were also Lu Meifei's, amounted to at least 30 million. Why had she not engaged a public relations team or hired online commenters? No, what are you thinking? Lu Meifei's voice was somewhat awkward as she continued. In truth, revealing your identity isn't necessarily a bad thing. Once people know you are from a wealthy family, the online rumors about you would dissipate. Wen Shi internally scoffed. Had she not been aware of the plot, she might have been swayed. Her father would never acknowledge her as a member of the Wen family. Did Lu Meifei, being aware of her circumstances, not understand this? Was she merely waiting for Wen Shi to be dragged back home and have the money in her account seized? If that were the case, there was no need to rush. Any haste might alert her and cause her to abscond with the funds. Wen Shi's tone remained steady as she said, "We'll discuss this later. For now, please erase all the news about this incident from the internet. I cannot let my father find out, otherwise I would be in serious trouble." Before hanging up, she added, "Understood. I will be cautious." Wen Shi glanced at the screen of her phone, a smirk escaping her lips. "You'd better be careful. Don't let me catch you off guard." The following day, bright and early, Xiaoming arrived at Wen Shi's apartment with the styling team. "I sincerely apologize, boss. The moment I had a break, I let myself go and took my family out for a trip, so I missed the news online," Xiaoming said, his expression one of guilt. As she was getting her makeup done, Wen Shi shot him a sidelong glance. 2 months bonus deducted. Xiaoming's face fell even further, yet he dutifully replied, "Yes. Your wisdom is unmatched, boss." Wen Shi couldn't help but chuckle at his dismal expression. "Your Lu Jie is quite busy. I have decided to delegate some of the business negotiations and script matters to you." "Really?" Xiaoming's eyes sparkled with surprise as he hurriedly fetched a glass of water for her. "Boss, please have some water." Receiving the cup, Wen Shi continued, "Since your workload has increased, I've decided to triple your salary." With a playful smile, she added, "All right, now you may scream." Boss, you are my deity." Wen Shi, still in the midst of her makeup, struggled to contain her laughter and maintain a composed expression. "I have something for you to do. Please, give your orders, boss," Xiaoming said, his face lighting up with curiosity. He leaned in, his demeanor becoming mysteriously conspiratorial. Wen Shi, slightly exasperated by his antics, clarified, "I simply want you to call the producer of Apocalypse and inform him that I intend to invest an additional 20 million. This was all the money she had on hand. The funds will be drawn from my own account, so there's no need to inform your Lu Jie. All right, I shall make the call right away." Xiaoming quickly grabbed his phone and headed to the balcony. Wen Shi cast a glance his way before closing her eyes, surrendering to the makeup artist's ministrations. At 8 o'clock, once she was all set, she took her suitcase and left with Xiaoming, heading to the suburban villa for the live broadcast of Dear Life. Chapter 11, How Peculiar. Let me take another look. An hour later, Wen Shi arrived punctually. As soon as the car came to a halt, the live broadcast commenced. "The vase has finally arrived. Can you explain what happened yesterday? I'm dying to know who the big shot is." "You're not alone." As Wen Shi stepped out of the car, she spotted the filming director and asked, "I'm not the last one to arrive, am I?" The live broadcast director shook his head but withheld further information. Wen Shi pouted, retrieved her suitcase from the trunk, and began to walk ahead. She only brought a small suitcase. Her luggage is quite minimal. I suspect you are subtly mocking Su Juanja. Ha ha ha. Who would bring 4 oversized suitcases? When Shiyu continued walking but still couldn't locate the villa, she turned to the filming director. You've chosen such a long path to the villa. It must not have been easy. What a pity that I brought so little luggage. I can't provide you with much in terms of entertainment. Should I put on a performance? The filming director was at a loss for words. While the comments section erupted in laughter, she understands the essence of entertainment. Director's team, you may perform, but you needn't announce it. The live stream had been running for a while, and gradually more viewers flooded in, resulting in an increase of disparaging comments in the chat, labeling her as inept and making insinuations about her alleged rendezvous with prominent figures. However, Wen Shi remained blissfully unaware of this, as her attention was captivated by the surrounding scenery. This was a resort area, adorned with distant villas and a campsite for recreational vehicles, and farther still, a shimmering lake could be glimpsed, the environment exceptionally pleasant. After a considerable walk, she finally arrived at the villa at the end of the path. Pretending to wipe sweat from her brow, she announced her arrival, providing ample amusement for the viewers once more. Director's team, no need for that. Nevertheless, Wen Shi felt she had fulfilled her task, leisurely pushing her luggage into the villa, traversing the garden, and stepping inside. Inside, 2 individuals were already seated on the sofa, the rising star Su Juanja and the female lead, Bai Li. They were engaged in an enjoyable conversation, but upon her entrance, they promptly halted their discussion and stood to greet her. Hello, Teacher Wen. She nodded in acknowledgement, responding, there's no need for such formality. You can call me Xiao Wen or Shi. Subtly observing both of them, she noted that Su Juanja truly embodied the charm of a burgeoning star, with striking features and a vibrant smile reminiscent of a Samoyed. Bai Li, too, was a sight to behold, her beauty exquisite and demeanor gentle, her smile radiating warmth that endeared her to others at first glance. Wen Shi's opinion of Bai Li was not particularly negative. After all, the plot of the book primarily revolved around her own misadventures, with little connection to the female lead. However, as a mere supporting character, she harbored no particular fondness for Bai Li. Why did you bring so little luggage? Surely I can't be the only one who got tricked by the production team. Bai Li stifled a laugh, explaining to Wen Shi, when he arrived. He brought 4 large suitcases. I still can't fathom how he managed to drag them here. Wen Shi cast a glance at the 4 suitcases in the corner, unable to hide her amusement. Don't worry, you'll have the chance to witness how he manages to haul those 4 pieces back. Ha ha ha, pure comedy. Laughing to tears. Su Juanja, I will genuinely thank you. Please, director's team, be sure to stream this. I want to see it. Bai Li was taken aback by Wen Shi's comment, her laughter transforming into a playful expression of schadenfreude. Just end it for me. Su Juanja lamented. What's going on? A voice suddenly emerged from behind them. Are you watching a horror movie? As the speaker approached, they revealed themselves to be Jiang University, a rising star in the world of crosstalk, not particularly tall or striking, yet immensely popular at the moment. Well, the most mischievous one has arrived. Jiang University exclaimed. Why is everyone standing? Surely you aren't here to welcome me? Wen Shi replied casually, if we stand here talking, we might as well welcome everyone behind us. Ha ha ha. I never realized the vase could be so amusing. This crosstalk performer can certainly keep up. What a talent. Her words elicited laughter from the group, and they welcomed Jiang University in, settling onto the sofa in the living room. Wen Shi finally lifted her gaze to survey her surroundings. The 3-story villa was exquisitely decorated. The first floor featured a spacious living and dining area along with a kitchen, seemingly devoid of any bedrooms. The individuals present were relatively unfamiliar, and the silence was palpable, compelling her to engage in small talk. Fortunately, Jiang Yuanqing was particularly loquacious, alleviating the awkwardness of the atmosphere. Before long, the others arrived, including a female idol, Hu Xiaoyu. With her sweet appearance and charming voice, she possessed an amiable disposition, effortlessly mingling with the group in no time. The last to arrive was, of course, Jiang Qi, leaving one to ponder whether the production team had intentionally staged his grand entrance. Ego, you've finally arrived. Ego is truly handsome. I adore him. The moment I've been anticipating is finally upon us. Sister, I understand you. Their expectations were palpably focused on the encounter between Wen Shi and Jiang Qi. Strangely enough, the two seemed to emanate an aura of awkwardness upon meeting, leaving the onlookers both tense and exhilarated. Good day, Teacher Jiang. As Jiang Qi made his appearance, the others again grew reserved. Even Jiang University and Hu Xiuyu were not immune to the effect of his commanding presence, which rendered them reluctant to even breathe freely. Jiang Qi, however, remained blissfully unaware of this effect, his demeanor calm as he nodded toward the crowd, finally allowing his gaze to rest upon Wen Shi's face. Teacher Wen. The moment he addressed her as teacher, an inexplicable wave of embarrassment washed over Wen Shi. She bit her lip in secret, yet managed to maintain a smile. Teacher Jiang. How courteous of you. This familiar awkwardness is precisely the scene I yearn to witness. Ego actually called Wen Shi teacher. What a surprise. So peculiar. I must glance again. With her name called, Wen Shi reluctantly took the initiative. I suppose I need not introduce myself. Perhaps you all could do so. Following her lead, the group proceeded with their introductions. When it came to Bai Li, the comments on the screen erupted with excitement, quickly followed by congratulatory messages celebrating her successful pursuit of stardom. Standing before Jiang Qi, Bai Li's face flushed crimson. Jiang, teacher, I am Bai Li, your fan. Jiang Qi appeared somewhat taken aback and couldn't help but glance at Wen Shi. It seemed he had garnered quite a few fans recently. Thank you, he responded, offering her a gentle smile. This only deepened Bai Li's embarrassment as she stammered, as long as Teacher Jiang doesn't find me too forward. Not at all. It is my honor, Jiang Qi replied, casting another glance at Wen Shi. With others, I do not share this privilege. Bai Li is confessing her admiration. Why are you looking at Wen Shi? This could lead to misunderstandings. I ship everything. It ensures my emotional well-being. Fans of the vase should seek treatment for their peculiarities. Barking in someone else's live stream? Clearly, you're the one with issues. Doesn't your main star have her own stream? It must be Bai Li's fans. I truly cannot comprehend why they are so quarrelsome. What is there to argue about? Is it the beauty's looks or the shipping that's unsatisfactory? Chapter 12. Room Assignments. After exchanging pleasantries, the group settled onto the sofa in the living room. Due to the earlier incident, they all conspicuously wished for Jiang Qi and Bai Li to sit together. However, Jiang Qi appeared completely oblivious, opting instead for a solitary armchair positioned at a distance. Wen Shi cast a sidelong glance at him, secretly thinking, what a tactless man.
Jiang Qi,
upon being labeled as such, ground his teeth and shot her a glare. Unfazed, Wen Shi casually settled onto the sofa, positioning herself squarely between Bai Li and Su Junjia. This seating arrangement irked the fans of both Bai Li and Su Junjia. They either complained about her proximity to their stars or accused her of being overly opportunistic. It's merely a seating arrangement. Fans, don't be so unreasonable. Seriously? This was clearly a casual seating choice. You're all ridiculous. How can you bicker over this? Once everyone had gathered, the director finally made his appearance. The next 2 days and nights would be spent here, and the most significant aspect was, of course, selecting a room of one's preference. He declared, as the staff distributed several cards to the participants. These cards indicated the rooms we have prepared for each of you. Wen Shi glanced down, noting the 6 rooms, varying in size and orientation, with differences in window dimensions as well. The superior rooms boasted floor-to-ceiling windows and spacious balconies, while the inferior ones might lack even a window, showcasing considerable disparity. I trust you have all spotted your desired rooms. Now, we shall engage in a little game to win the rooms you wish for. Upon hearing this, Jiang University immediately interjected. Director, could you perhaps introduce some novelty? Indeed. The discontent among the others was palpable. Here comes the familiar formula again. The disparity between the rooms this time is quite pronounced. Some are virtually akin to basements, while others remained silent. Their expressions betrayed their disdain, clearly unsatisfied with the director's arrangements. This was intended for fairness, and a game could also foster camaraderie among you. The director chuckled awkwardly before continuing. The game we will play is called Who is the Undercover. Each of you will receive a card. 5 will share identical content, while 1 will possess a different one. Through discussion, you must identify the undercover among you and eliminate them. The game will determine your drawing order. Those eliminated first will draw last, meaning they can only select from the remaining rooms. If, in the end, 2 individuals remain without identifying the undercover wins. After explaining the game rules, they received their respective cards. Wen Shi opened hers, glanced at it, and placed it face down on the table. All right, let us begin the first round of discussion. Starting with Bai Li. Bai Li pondered for a moment before stating, fruits I dislike. Next was Wen Shi. Having gleaned ample information from Bai Li, she conservatively replied, relatively large in size. Su Junja quickly responded. The evaluations vary greatly. Beside him, Jiang University was swift to answer. Tropical fruits. Hu Xiaoyu, with a cautious demeanor, added, fruits with distinct flavors. Finally, it was Jiang Qi's turn. He hesitated before he could articulate his response. Wen Shi glanced at him, unable to suppress her thoughts. Could he possibly be the undercover? Is the fruit similar to durian jackfruit? With a knowing smile, Jiang Qi hinted at an answer. It's a fruit I adore. Thus began a lively discussion. It certainly isn't Teacher Jiang. I know what fruits he loves and my answer aligns with his. Bai Li asserted first. We all know. It's durian, came the enthusiastic replies. The barrage of comments erupted in laughter. The live discussion continued, and with Bai Li's endorsement, the others no longer doubted him. Wen Shi was well aware of Jiang Qi's preferences, but recognized that the earlier comments were overtly clear. If Jiang were indeed an undercover, he should have been able to deduce it. However, observing the crowd's reactions, he realized forcing him out was futile and decided to listen to the ongoing debate. I suspect Jin Go is questionable, Su Junja remarked. The answer of tropical fruit is far too broad. That makes sense. I too find it problematic, echoed Hu Xiaoyu. Jiang Yuanqing, feeling indignant, countered, but I think any fruit with flavor is questionable. All fruits have taste. Yet, his argument failed to earn him any votes. And he was ultimately eliminated. After his ousting, he caught a glimpse of the correct answer from the director and exclaimed in protest, "This is unjust." He looked at the others with a forlorn expression. Have you all lost your minds? This elicited laughter from the audience, flooding the comments with haha. The remaining players continued to speak. Bai Li stated, the flavor is quite evocative. Wen Shi had already anticipated what the incorrect answer might be and deliberately steered the conversation. The core is substantial. Su Junja pondered before suggesting, the flesh is quite tender. Hu Xiaoyu added, it's highly nutritious. When it was Jiang Qi's turn, he leisurely replied, I love it frozen. Wen Shi nearly rolled his eyes, thinking, who cares what you love? Jiang, the great actor? Since when have you become so self-absorbed? Perceiving his thoughts, Jiang Qi pressed his fingers together, contemplating, has this woman truly turned so heartless, showing no interest in my preferences after unfollowing me? As the discussion resumed, all eyes turned to Hu Xiaoyu due to the general consensus on the nutritional richness of fruits. Consequently, Hu Xiaoyu was eliminated. The remaining few grew increasingly cautious. And after another round of statements, Su Junja, at a loss for words, was the last to be eliminated after a long hesitation, finally managing to utter. The trees are quite tall. Jiang Qi countered. For ease of picking and to prevent falling or splitting, they now cultivate shorter varieties. This rebuttal was irrefutable, leading to Su Junja's downfall. In the end, only Bai Li, Wen Shi, and Jiang Qi remained. What a chaotic battlefield. I love watching this, exclaimed one observer. If Jiang Qi and Bai Li can corroborate each other's claims, the one to be eliminated next must surely be the vase. Another pointed out. But her arguments have been flawless. She couldn't have guessed it was durian early on, could she? A suggestion arose. What if the undercover is among Bai Li and Jiang Qi? No way, another responded. As the conversation resumed, Bai Li boldly declared, some find it quite odorous. At this juncture, Wen Shi, aiming to gain Bai Li's trust, spoke candidly. The shell is tough and spiky. Jiang Qi, however, persisted in his evasive tactics. I also love it freeze-dried. Wen Shi, utterly speechless, could no longer conceal his disdain for Jiang Qi's antics. She directly asserted, the undercover is Teacher Jiang. Bai Li hesitated, expressing her belief that both she and Teacher Jiang could vouch for each other, insisting that it could not be Teacher Jiang. The director interjected at an opportune moment, suggesting, Bai Li, you must choose one to eliminate between Teacher Jiang and Teacher Wen. Chapter 13. A group of false fans. What else there to choose? She will undoubtedly select the vase. I trust the vase. The undercover must be Jiang Qi. Indeed, he has never directly answered anything, merely stating whether he likes durian or not. He is exceedingly cunning, always pulling Bai Li into his camp. You all are being absurd. How can you see the undercover as anything but the vase? Exactly, you are being incredibly foolish to believe Wen Shi. As the barrage of comments fervently debated, Bai Li found herself in a quandary, unsure of whom to choose between the two. Observing her turmoil, Wen Shi felt exasperated. She truly did not wish to confront the female lead. Yet, allowing the sly Jiang Qi to emerge victorious was equally unsatisfactory. What female lead? Jiang Qi cast a glance her way, a hint of curiosity in his eyes, though they grew increasingly profound. Noticing Bai Li's continued hesitation, Wen Shi could no longer restrain herself, exclaiming, "Do not be deceived by him. He adores fresh durian but has no liking for frozen or freeze-dried varieties. He is quite extravagant, only indulging in freshly air-freighted ones." Upon her revelation, all eyes turned to her, including those of the audience in the live stream, each sharing the same question. "How did you know?" Ultimately, it was Jiang Qi who posed the inquiry. "How does teacher Wen know that I only prefer fresh durian?" Wen Shi shot him a glance, her disdain unmasked, recalling an occasion when she had seen teacher Jiang in Thailand, where he boasted about 3 segments of durian, proclaiming his love for fresh durian and asserting that local varieties were indeed fresher than air-freighted ones, even mentioning his desire to settle in Thailand. Is that even true? I've been a fan of Ego for 10 years, and I had no idea. Wow, I found the original video online. It was when Ego filmed his first movie. I've never seen that footage. It's actually real.
I am terrified.
I can't believe I'm a false fan myself. I'm falling apart. How does the vase remember that so vividly? All I know is, I'm going to die from this. Not only the fans in the live stream, but everyone present appeared astonished, especially Bai Li, her face flushed with embarrassment. Wen Shi, noticing her discomfort, remarked with a hint of resignation. This video was posted online quite some time ago, and I happened to stumble upon it while abroad. It's quite normal for domestic fans to be unaware. She then directed her gaze at the camera, smirking. I doubt many in the live stream know either. If I weren't here, you would have all been deceived by him. Framing her statement as mere coincidence eased the shock among the crowd. Bai Li recognized that Wen Shi was also aiding her and expressed her gratitude, saying, "I owe you one, Xiao Shi." She then turned to Jiang Qi. Unable to suppress her complaint, teacher Jiang is truly too cunning. Wen Shi smiled at her, then crossed her arms, casting a glance at Jiang Qi. Today, it seems, fate has not favored teacher Jiang. Jiang Qi, of course, did not refute her, his smile deepening as he resignedly declared, "All right, I admit it. I am the undercover agent." As he spoke, he revealed his card, which boldly displayed the word jackfruit. Laughter erupted as they exclaimed, "Indeed, it is Brother E. Brother E is truly mischievous. I adore him. Why does Wen Shi feel so different from my expectations?" She even helped Bai Li and the fans redeem their dignity. She is undoubtedly adorable, and her personality is splendid. She is not at all pretentious. No wonder I see such affection in Jiang Qi's eyes. Such a delightful person. I love you too. Enough. I am already smitten. With Jiang Qi's capture, Bai Li and Wen Shi secured the final victory of the game. The game merely determined the order of the draw. Whether one would select their desired room depended solely on luck. The director announced, instructing someone to bring forth a box. "The longest journey I have traversed is the director's cunning schemes." Hu Xiaoyu remarked resentfully. "You go first, Xiao Shi." Bai Li nudged Wen Shi. "Without you, we would not have triumphed." Wen Shi cast a glance at the director. "My luck is notoriously poor. It feels as though winning makes no difference." The director's team erupted in laughter. "Give it a try. One must have dreams." Wen Shi scoffed but did not decline, stepping forward to draw. Upon seeing the number, she immediately turned to the director. "Can I stay in a tent outside?" Her words elicited another round of hearty laughter. "Quick, show everyone the number." Wen Shi reluctantly shoved the slip of paper towards the camera, revealing the glaring number 6. At this revelation, the comments section erupted in mirth. "As expected of you. It would have been better to wait for others to draw." Wen Shi lamented, tossing the paper into the trash. Bai Li approached with a smile. "Consider this as my draw. Xiao Shi, you should take another." Li Bao is truly kind." The comments were almost instantly filled with praises for her benevolence. Wen Shi waved her hand dismissively. "No need. If it's like this, what is the point of playing? You go ahead and draw." "Very well then." However, Bai Li's fans were less than pleased with Wen Shi. "Li Bao has good intentions. Her attitude is rather poor." "Exactly. Even without her, our Li Bao would have drawn second." A dog biting El Dongbin, unable to recognize a good person as heart. Bai Li quickly drew her slip, revealing her number. It was a centrally located room on the second floor, complete with a bay window, adequate and well-appointed. Su Juanjia secured a room on the 3rd floor. Next was Hu Xiaoyu, who, upon seeing her number, jumped for joy. "This is the princess room on the 3rd floor that I wanted." Jin Yuanqing rolled up his sleeves, laughing. "No one has drawn the largest room. It seems I have struck lucky. My fortune has always been good. Watch me pull the best room. He stepped forward to draw. But the result was not room number 1. Clearly, room number 1 was the only option left for Jiang Qi. Ha ha ha, Brother E has effortlessly won. Your luck is abysmal. Even after losing the game, Brother E still ended up with room number 1. The others, especially Wen Shi, must be infuriated.
Indeed.
Wen Shi was utterly exasperated. Is this a joke? Is this truly the luck of the male lead? The incompetent author has failed to clarify this segment of the plot. Otherwise, she surely would not have been the first to draw. This remark was keenly captured by Jiang Qi, who pondered the significance of the male and female leads. As well as the author, was she merely staging a performance in her mind? No matter how astute he was, he would never conceive of the audacious notion that they were characters in a book. Once the rooms were adequately assigned, the director instructed them to return to their quarters to settle in. The guests on the 3rd floor gazed forlornly at the lengthy staircase, emitting a collective wail. Wen Shi's room was located on the 2nd floor. She cast a glance at a few individuals and let out a slight huff. Just as she was about to retrieve her luggage, a hand reached out to grasp the handle of her suitcase. Let me assist you. Startled, Wen Shi instinctively released her grip and took a step back, only to collide with a sturdy chest. This truly alarmed her, and she whipped around, meeting Jiang Qi's dark, penetrating gaze. Chapter 14. A room drawn by merit. What have I just witnessed? Is this the blessing of fandom? Why is this woman, Wen Shi, so repugnant? Could she not maintain a greater distance from Yi Ge? Are your eyes deceiving you? It was clearly Jiang Qi who approached her. Indeed. The vase was evidently taken aback. It's all an act. Wen Shi is entirely deliberate in her actions. Can Jiang Qi's fans refrain from their madness? Regaining her composure, Wen Shi hurriedly extricated herself from Jiang Qi's embrace. Mr. Jiang, scaring someone can indeed be fatal. Apologizing, Jiang Qi's expression bore no trace of contrition. He simply took hold of Wen Shi's suitcase and proceeded onward. She quickly pursued him. It's no trouble, Mr. Jiang. My luggage is minimal, and I can manage it alone. Noticing Bai Li struggling with her heavy suitcase, she added, Mr. Jiang, it seems Bai Li's luggage is quite burdensome. You should assist her instead. Internally, she was lamenting. Why are you helping the female lead instead of her? Are you intending for me to become the expendable character? Jiang Qi shot her an irritable glance, thinking her imaginative narrative was excessively far-fetched. What connection did he have with Bai Li? Why did she insist on categorizing him as the male lead in her script? And to consider herself as the expendable character? Was she not of sound mind? Hearing their exchange, Bai Li quickly waved her hands, insisting, No, I can manage. Mr. Jiang, please help Xiaoshi with her luggage. I will take her upstairs first. You wait here. Jiang Qi regarded her for a moment before seizing Wen Shi's suitcase and ascending the staircase. Wen Shi had no choice but to follow suit. It seemed inconsequential to her. If he wished to exert himself, so be it. She welcomed the relief. Her room was situated right at the staircase's entrance. Upon opening the door, she found it enveloped in darkness. Once the light was switched on, the room was fully revealed. It contained only a bed and a coat rack, lacking both a table and a nightstand. To Wen Shi's further dismay, there was no bathroom. It was evident that this room had previously served as a storage space. It appeared that bathing and using the restroom would require a trip to the communal facilities on the 2nd floor. Jiang Qi frowned at the conditions and looked down at her, asking, Would you like to swap rooms with me? Wen Shi scrutinized him briefly and replied, Mr. Jiang, there is no space here for you to exercise. Is this matter going to be left unresolved? How vengeful of you, Vase. I am genuinely curious about the volume of Jiang Qi's movements. Jiang Qi found her words amusing, yet chose not to respond directly. Instead, he inquired, Are you really not going to switch rooms with me? No way. Wen Shi exclaimed, seizing her suitcase and striding inside. I earned this room by merit. Why should I exchange it with you? Her declaration prompted laughter in the comments. Haha, Vase, heed some advice. Such merit is best left unclaimed. How come I never noticed how adorable Vase is before? Jiang Qi, you're so proud. Have you all noticed how indulgent Jiang Qi is? They are totally shipping it. Jiang Qi, momentarily taken aback by her retort, observed her busily unpacking without acknowledging him. With a resigned shake of his head, he turned to leave. It was only after he departed that Wen Shi let out a soft scoff. She was not so delicate. There was nothing wrong with this room, after all. She had lived in a basement in her previous life. Wen Shi opened her suitcase, extracting a set of bedding to replace what was on the bed, followed by her toiletries, sleepwear, and slippers. Did she not bring any clothes for change? The viewers in the live stream were puzzled by the sparse contents of her suitcase, especially since the other participants were pulling out multiple outfits. Hu Xiaoyu had even changed into a comfier loungewear set. Once she had organized her belongings, Wen Shi sat on the bed, leaning back on her hands and idly swinging her legs. The production team had confiscated their phones, leaving her with nothing to occupy her time, which felt quite unfamiliar. However, it wasn't long before the director called for them, rising from the bed and stretching her back. Wen Shi made her way outside. Upon exiting, she encountered Bai Li, who also resided on the second floor. Bai Li smiled upon seeing her and handed her a paper bag. I prepared a gift for you. I hope you like it. Wen Shi recalled that in the storyline, the female lead had made handmade mugs for everyone on the previous day. Each was unique, crafted with care, earning her the admiration of the guests and rave reviews online. In contrast, Wen Shi had brought nothing and had even broken the mug given to her by the female lead, resulting in a flurry of negative feedback. As she opened the paper bag, she glimpsed a beautifully crafted mug encased in a clear plastic box. Wow, this is lovely. Did you make it yourself? She asked, suddenly feeling a bit uneasy. Just yesterday, while shopping with her mother, she had passed by a trendy brand store, and this mug bore a striking resemblance to those displayed there, albeit lacking the exact design. I hope you won't mind if it's not perfect. I tried to emulate their style, Bai Li said with a smile. Wen Shi chuckled, reassured that she wouldn't blatantly claim a purchased item as her own creation, and thought it fortuitous that she had no mug with her, so she could use this one downstairs. As they conversed, they had already reached the ground floor, where the others had gathered. Bai Li naturally distributed the remaining paper bags to the rest of the group. Upon hearing that she had crafted them herself, the crowd was naturally filled with delight. However, Wen Shi regarded the collection of mugs with a sense of incredulity. They were strikingly similar to the ones displayed in a shop window. Even if they were merely replicas, the resemblance was uncanny. Did she not fear repercussions from the brand owners? Given the jubilant atmosphere, she refrained from exposing the truth, uncertain if the online audience would discern the imitation. Toys of this nature tended to cater to a niche market, and since the live stream camera was not focused closely, the viewers remained oblivious, showering Bai Li with compliments and diffusive praise. Seated diagonally across from Wen Shi, Jiang Qi sensed her unspoken thoughts and quietly placed the box he held onto the table. Bai Li, noticing this gesture, felt a pang of disappointment and softly inquired, "Do you not like this gift, Teacher Jiang?" He glanced at her and, thankfully, his expression bore no sign of discontent. The online commentary reflected a mix of sentiments. Jiang Qi seems rather indifferent towards Bai Li. It's truly unfair for Bai Li, considering the effort she put into preparing this gift. Qi has always been like this. Does he expect the world to revolve around Bai Li? Observing his nonchalant demeanor, Bai Li's smile waned slightly. However, Su Junja quickly intervened, declaring, "Senior sister, I absolutely adore it." "Senior sister?" Hu Xiaoyu exclaimed. "You two knew each other beforehand?" "No, we merely graduated from the same institution. Senior sister Bai Li is 2 years my senior. By the time I enrolled, she had already gained fame and was the pride of our department," Su Junja clarified. Jin Yuanqing added, "You seem to share quite a bond." "I was surprised to hear Junja mention it today," Bai Li said, her smile warm. "It has been over a year since I graduated. I haven't visited in quite a while." After saying this, she turned to Wen Shi, her curiosity piqued. "Did you graduate from that film academy?" Wen Shi, engrossed in her fruit, responded, "I did not major in film, nor did I attend university in China." Chapter 15. The Gift. As soon as Wen Shi mentioned studying abroad, the barrage of comments turned to ridicule. What foreign university? It sounds more like a desperate attempt to save face. Indeed, I checked Baidu Encyclopedia, and there is no record of her alma mater. Who even knows what her qualifications are? Perhaps she didn't even finish high school. This is the entertainment industry nowadays, filled with illiterates. While the comments erupted in disdain, Jiang Qi abruptly interjected, "I am not a formal graduate either." His statement silenced the comments for a brief 3 seconds. Why the sudden hush? What is there to be proud of among superficial fans? Even if Jiang Qi isn't formally trained, he graduated from a prestigious university. What about your idol? Let us see her diploma. In an instant, the comments ignited once more. Bai Li, who had initiated this topic, felt a tinge of awkwardness and swiftly redirected the conversation. "I've also heard about your experiences abroad. Did you spend many years there?" Wen Shi popped a grape into her mouth and mumbled indistinctly, "About 3 years. I returned right after finishing my studies." She bit into the fruit, savoring its sweetness and exclaiming internally, "Deliciously sweet." Jiang cast a glance at her and silently plucked a grape to pop it into his mouth. As he bit down, the sweet juice instantly filled his palate. He had previously noticed that her favorite food seemed particularly to his liking as well. Wen Shi, preferring not to elaborate, fell silent, while Bai Li, concerned about appearing too eager, refrained from probing further and turned to converse with others. The others began to unveil their gifts, distributing them among the group, making the two of them, who were munching on grapes, appear somewhat peculiar. Are these grapes truly that delectable? Jiang University was drawn over, leaning closer to Wen Shi to inquire. You should try some. Wen Shi offered him a small bunch. Jiang interjected, these must be local grapes. I've heard there's a vineyard nearby. It's grape season, so we should have no shortage of grapes to enjoy. Wen Shi exclaimed with delight, that's wonderful. I'll pick some for my family. There must be a picking garden. Jiang replied affirmatively, yet internally mused that it was the first time she had taken the initiative to engage him in conversation. Truly a foodie at heart. I want some too. Can we rent a little yellow bike? Don't be absurd. This isn't a live streaming sale session. Nevertheless, I still wish to indulge. It's all the vase's fault for eating so enticingly. Has she forgotten her diet? Warning, warning. Little Meng will arrive on the battlefield in 3 minutes. As if just recalling something, Jiang remarked, I've also prepared some gifts. I'll have the staff deliver them directly to your room shortly. This made Wen Shi, who had not prepared any gifts, stand out conspicuously. She can't possibly have come empty-handed, can she? She never stated that gifts were mandatory. The vase's emotional intelligence is concerning. Just as the comments were amplifying her embarrassment, the doorbell rang unexpectedly. A delivery has arrived for someone, a staff member announced from outside. The few inside the room were momentarily bewildered, uncertain who would send a package to a variety show venue. Wen Shi wiped her hands and stood up. That should be mine. Indeed, it was her delivery. The others stared in astonishment as she entered with 2 boxes. What did you purchase? Hu Xiaoyu inquired curiously, moving closer. Wen Shi placed the boxes on the kitchen island, explaining, I didn't buy much, just some clothes and gifts for all of you. Ah? You had a delivery sent here? Su Junja asked, puzzled. Wen Shi looked at him, is that so strange? With so many items, I certainly couldn't carry 2 suitcases here. Su Junja, who had brought 4 suitcases, felt suddenly self-conscious, huffing in annoyance as he retreated to the sofa to sulk. The comments section erupted in laughter, declaring Su Junja a complete fool. Hu Xiaoyu, more intrigued by the gifts, stood beside her and asked, what did you prepare for us? Wen Shi had initially planned to have the items delivered directly to their rooms, but since someone had inquired, she decided to open the boxes. I went shopping with my mother yesterday, and she helped me pick these out. I hope you all like them. With a smile, she revealed the contents, an array of items, including men's ties and cufflinks, and for the ladies, various perfumes and silk scarves. Without exception, they were all prestigious brands. An astonishing array that left one speechless. Were they all luxury goods? Was Wen Shi's family quite affluent? This notion rendered the vase rather enigmatic. No one seemed to know her alma mater or her lineage. One couldn't help but wonder if she was merely putting on a fade, eliciting a chuckle. Was it not her mother who had selected these gifts? When Mama, do you need another daughter? Following the notes meticulously penned by Song Ying, Wen Shi distributed the gifts to each individual. In Jiang's hands rested a pair of cufflinks, their silver metal adorned with deep blue shells, exuding elegance. He graciously accepted them, expressing gratitude to his aunt. I understand you like them. My mother will be delighted. It was the first time Wen Shi offered him an earnest smile. Hu Xiaoyu approached, wrapping her arms around Wen Shi's elbow, and addressed the camera. Thank you, Wen Mama. I adore the gifts you chose. So do I. Thank you, Wen Mama. Su Junja raised the tie clip in his hand behind Wen Shi. Others naturally echoed their thanks to Song Ying. However, Bai Li's smile bore a hint of superficiality. She had not anticipated that her painstakingly crafted cup would be overshadowed by a collection of luxury items. Her fans were even more indignant. In the live stream, numerous onlookers were present. Unable to voice their frustrations directly, they resorted to venting in their fan group. I'm so furious. I'm about to break down. It's so frustrating. When did the vase garner such popularity? A mere comment prompts a barrage of responses. I thought she would falter and be roundly criticized. My heart aches for Li Bao. Such a heartfelt gift, yet overshadowed by luxury. Wen Shi is truly bothersome. Claiming it was her mother's gift is merely a ploy for attention. It's hard to speak in the live stream. Let us take this to Weibo. After some time, the group inevitably faced the question of lunch. Wen Shi was the first to raise her hand, stating, "If you're not afraid I'll blow up the kitchen, I can give it a try." Bai Li quietly lifted her hand, admitting, "I can only manage a little." Laughter erupted as others chimed in, sharing their culinary skills. Jiang Qi glanced around at the group and declared, "I'll take care of it." "Jiang Laosher can cook?" Bai Li exclaimed in surprise, as Jiang Qi's fans were equally bewildered. "Am I truly a fake fan? He must have kept it under wraps." Jiang Qi opened the refrigerator, surveying its contents while reminiscing, "When I lived alone during school. Tired of the cafeteria food, I started experimenting on my own." Wen Shi, seated at the bar, turned her gaze towards him upon hearing this. His parents resided abroad, and it seemed he had been living independently from a young age. What was Jiang Qi like during his school days? Was he as aloof and taciturn then as he was now? Just then, as he turned with something in hand, they found themselves within 2 meters of each other, and her thoughts seamlessly penetrated his mind. He couldn't help but reflect on his childhood. It was a stark contrast to the present. He had been rebellious and wild, perpetually bearing scars, akin to a ragged soul. If she had encountered that version of himself, he feared she would have found him even more detestable. He silently shook his head and inquired, "Do you have any dietary restrictions?" "No restrictions at all, Teacher Jiang. Feel free to prepare anything you like." Jin Yuanqing exclaimed loudly. The others nodded in agreement, affirming they had no preferences. Naturally, who would dare to be finicky when a renowned film emperor was personally cooking for them? Chapter 16. What is his signature dish? It was impossible for everyone to let Jiang Qi toil away alone in the kitchen, so they gathered around, intending to lend a hand. Wen Shi watched as he retrieved ingredients, her mind wandering through the plot of the book. What was his signature dish again? It seemed to be Spanish seafood paella. Oh, how she craved it, particularly the spicy variety. Would it be too abrupt to mention it? Perhaps ordering takeout would be even more awkward. Yet, she longed for it, unable to indulge her cravings. Wen Shi felt a twinge of sorrow and gradually slumped against the bar, her spirit dwindling. Jiang Qi had been observing her from the corner of his eye, already amused by her dejected demeanor. Finally, after savoring her despondence long enough, he cleared his throat and proposed, "How about we have Spanish seafood paella?" Upon hearing his words, Wen Shi shot upright from the bar. What had she just heard? Did she hear seafood paella? Jiang Qi, unable to suppress a chuckle, found himself laughing softly. His laughter left everyone momentarily bewildered. He feigned a cough, recalling a humorous anecdote. No one dared to pry into his thoughts, merely chuckling along before agreeing, "All right, let's have Spanish seafood paella then." Hearing that Jiang Qi would prepare her favorite dish made Wen Shi view him with newfound admiration. She instinctively approached him, offering, "I'll help you peel the onions, you'll need those, right?" "Yes, thank you," he replied. Wen Shi smiled at him, then began to peel the onions. As she diligently worked, Jiang Qi couldn't help but muse over how fond she seemed of him, even having gone so far as to investigate his background. She not only knew about his parents, but also his culinary prowess. At that moment, Bai Li approached and whispered, "With so many of us, one paella won't be enough. What else will you prepare, Iga?" Jiang Qi did not respond directly, but instead raised his voice to ask, "What else would you like to eat?"
Wow.
"We can order more?" Hu Xiaoyu exclaimed in surprise. Su Junjia raised his hand high, declaring, "I want sweet and sour pork." Jin Yuanqing added, "I'd like scrambled eggs with tomatoes." "I can make that." "I'll do it," Bai Li smiled at him. Jiang Qi, noticing Wen Shi's silence and unable to hear her thoughts, turned to her and asked, "What about you?" Wen Shi glanced up at him and replied, "I don't have anything in mind. The Spanish seafood paella is more than enough." Jiang Qi couldn't help but smile again.
All right.
This scene sent the comments section into a frenzy. Why do I feel like he just wants to know what the vase will eat? So sweet. I'm going to die from this. Jiang Qi is really too indulgent. Who can withstand this? Can you fans be a bit more rational? Is there any shipper who isn't crazy? Wen Shi finished peeling the onions and cheerfully said to Jiang Qi, "Do we still need bell peppers and cherry tomatoes? I can check the fridge for you." "How come you seem to know how to make seafood paella?" Bai Li asked with a laugh. Wen Shi opened the refrigerator in search of ingredients, casually remarking, "Indeed, I know how to do it, but knowing and being able to execute are two entirely different matters." His words elicited laughter from everyone in the kitchen. This sentiment resonated with Su Junjia, who shared a similar experience. "I feel the same way when I glance at a recipe. My mind registers the instructions, yet my hands betray me." Hu Xiaoyu, unrelenting in her teasing, chimed in, cooking requires a certain talent. If you struggle to select vegetables, you might as well bid farewell to the kitchen. Compared to you all, I still possess some talent. At least I can lend a hand, Jiang University interjected while washing tomatoes. The jovial banter among them seemed to draw them closer together. Wen Shi continued rummaging through the fridge, inquiring of Jiang Qi, what seafood do you wish to include? I see shrimp, mussels, squid, and scallops. Let us skip the shrimp. Bai Li interjected, peering in. Teacher Jiang is allergic to shrimp. The group expressed surprise. Bai Li, you truly know Teacher Jiang well, Jiang Yuanqing teased. Bai Li's cheeks flushed as she replied, please don't laugh at me, Teacher Jiang. Then we shall omit the shrimp, Su Juanja added, approaching. I believe I spotted some snail meat. We could use a bit of that. Just as Jiang Qi was about to clarify, Wen Shi's voice, laden with grievance, interrupted. Indeed, Jiang Qi is allergic to shrimp, but only to river shrimp. He is not allergic to sea shrimp, especially not these large black tiger prawns. Wen Shi thought to herself, having already exposed the female lead once, she was certain that revealing this again would offend her. I mustn't say anything. I absolutely mustn't tea. With that resolve, she returned the box of shrimp to the fridge. Jiang Qi shot her an annoyed glance. What did it mean to not offend the female lead? Was it permissible to offend the male lead all day? Ugh. He had been led astray by Wen Shi's peculiar logic. He didn't care if she didn't want to eat. That was irrelevant to him. Feeling displeased and intending to teach Wen Shi a lesson, Jiang Qi opted against offering an explanation. As Wen Shi laid out the ingredients, she looked up to find Jiang Qi glaring at her. Confused, she wondered why he suddenly seemed upset. Was he reconsidering making seafood risotto? Jiang Qi, incensed, thought, is this how little she thinks of me, as someone so petty? What infuriated him further was the fact that, despite feeling ready to explode, he couldn't express his anger towards her. That infernal mind-reading ability of his was truly a nuisance. Just bring it over, he said curtly. Wen Shi was indifferent to his mood. All she desired was for him to prepare the seafood risotto. She piled the ingredients in front of him, her face alight with a smile. Her eyes sparkling like a playful kitten. Isn't this vase just too adorable? So soft, I want her. I've grown weary of the word cute. Jiang Qi, adept at discerning her innermost thoughts, was not swayed by her exterior, as her mind incessantly echoed, hurry up, hurry up, hurry up. No one could urge him quite like she did. Yet, since he had already made a promise, it was too late to backtrack. Resigned, he gathered the ingredients and began to prepare them one by one. Although none of them were particularly skilled in cooking, they all made attempts to whip up a dish or two. Even Su Juanja managed to prepare a stir-fried vegetable dish. Wen Shi gazed at the scene, feeling a deep resentment towards their relentless ambition. Yet, to preserve her own dignity, she had no choice but to rise to the occasion, determined to utilize her lifelong knowledge to concoct a delightful beverage for them. After much contemplation, she recalled the rose soda that Songing often made for her. The roses outside the courtyard were in full bloom, and she took a small basin, hastening to the garden to pick some roses. Are these roses permissible to pluck? It was only when she reached the garden that she remembered to inquire. The director of photography gestured reassuringly towards her. With newfound confidence, she began to gather the roses, most of which were ornamental varieties. After searching for a while, she finally discovered a grand Damascus rose. Chapter 17. How peculiar, such endearing creatures. Today, Wen Shi donned a crisp white dress, her lightly made-up face sparkling in the sunlight, exuding an ethereal charm. Her languid curls cascaded down her back, swaying gently with each step she took. The sight of her meandering through the garden was broadcasted live, igniting a fervor among viewers. Where did this little fairy come from? The Rose Fairy has arrived. How can such a beautiful vase exist? It's utterly unjust that someone could dislike such a beauty. I truly adore her. As a devotee of aesthetics, my heart is fulfilled. Wen Shi, the Rose Fairy, swiftly trended on social media, her beauty transcending boundaries, leaving netizens in awe as they flocked to her livestream, causing her viewer count to skyrocket to second place, only trailing behind Jiang Qi. Although she was cautious while picking the roses, a few thorns pricked her fingers, causing beads of blood to surface. Nonchalantly, she wiped her hand and deemed it sufficient before carrying the basin back to the kitchen. What are you doing with those roses? Jiang Yuanqing inquired as she entered. Wen Shi replied, I'm preparing some drinks for you. Bai Li seized the opportunity to showcase her skills, exclaiming, I can also make rose pastries. But there's no time now. I'll prepare them for you later. Sounds great. Wen Shi approached the sink, rinsed the roses, and then dried them with paper towels. She simmered some sugar to create a syrup, poured it over the petals in a glass jar, and placed it in the refrigerator to chill. Is that all there is to it? The onlookers marveled at her technique. Wen Shi absent-mindedly bit her lip, pondering. Suddenly, Jiang Qi's cold voice interrupted. You're hurt. Only then did Wen Shi glance down at her fingers, noticing several small wounds, some still oozing blood, presenting a rather grim sight. Oh dear, such lovely hands ruined. I'll fetch you a band-aid, Hu Xiu exclaimed, dashing to the living room. Make sure to disinfect it first. Seeing their concern, Wen Shi felt somewhat exasperated. They were making a fuss over minor injuries. What part of the online rumors is true, anyway? The vase is not delicate at all. Who knows? Nowadays, spreading rumors is as easy as speaking. Some of these might be false, but surely the gossip about her secretly meeting with a big shot is true. Celebrities have their private lives too. Perhaps it was just a normal date. Who believes that? This isn't the first time she has been photographed. It's with different people every time. Fans, stop trying to defend her. Seeing her indifference, Jiang Qi said nothing and directly pulled her to sit on a chair. Taking the medical kit from Hu Xiu. I can handle it myself, Wen Shi hastily insisted. However, Jiang Qi evaded her hand, firmly grasped her arm, and proceeded to disinfect her fingers with a cotton swab dipped in iodine. What was happening? Wen Shi felt bewildered. She was not alone in her confusion. The barrage of comments was equally perplexed. Is Jiang Qi a bit strange? Indeed, it's quite endearing. He clearly appears to be both concerned and angry. If they aren't involved, I will eat my words. There must be some hidden affair. Jiang Qi's fans began to go into a frenzy. Why does Ego care so much about this vase? She is notoriously known in the entertainment industry. It must be Wen Shi seducing him. Look at how she has been circling around Ego today. Ego, wake up. Such a person only seeks to ride on your coattails. Those fans must be hired by Wen Shi. This kind of publicity is utterly disgusting. Wen Shi, just leave. Regardless of their shouts, the few people outside the camera remained oblivious. Jiang Qi skillfully and swiftly tended to the wounds on her index and thumb fingers, securing them with adhesive bandages. As he worked, he coldly remarked, I remember there are close-up shots of your hands in the scenes ahead. You'll have to explain it to director Zhou yourself. Upon hearing this, Wen Shi froze. Oh no, she had completely forgotten. Director Zhou had particularly high expectations for the camera work. If she failed to produce a perfect shot, she would surely be scolded to tears. She examined her fingers, contemplating that there were still 2 days until they returned to the set. Surely the wounds would heal by then. If they came into contact with water, however, the healing would be prolonged. Already feeling overwhelmed, the prospect of having to wash her hands and face in the next couple of days made her face scrunch up in despair. How could she possibly avoid water? Unable to suppress her grievances, she complained, Why didn't you remind me sooner? You only criticize me for meddling. Jiang Qi stood up and cast a glance at her, his eyes downcast. Wen Shi felt a pang of realization, knowing he spoke the truth, and could only bow her head, sulking to herself. What a couple's quarrel. How utterly exasperating. Even watching a variety show, we are bombarded with dog food. Life is not worth it. Jiang Laoshi is just trying to scare you.
Bailey.
Noticing her anger, comfort her. The wounds are quite minor. They won't be noticeable in a day or two. Hu Xiu approached, taking Wen Shi's hand. Sister Bai is right. It will heal soon. Then she gently squeezed her palm, remarking, When you were little, how did you take care of your hands? They are so soft and tender. She squeezed again for emphasis. Really? Wen Shi turned to touch Hu Xiu's hand. Your hands are also very smooth and soft, but not as beautiful as yours. Report. We have a color critique here. I love watching beautiful girls stick together. The slight irritation Wen Shi had felt quickly dissipated as she savored the Spanish seafood rice prepared by Jiang Qi. It was truly delicious. Jiang Qi observed her, resembling a little dog as she munched away, and the irritation within him dissipated. Grasping a spoon, he began to introspect. When did he become so attentive to her? He stuffed a mouthful of rice into his mouth, chewing vigorously while pondering. No, it was unreasonable to suddenly hear another's thoughts without caring. Listening to the delightful sounds she made while eating, he nearly wanted to cover his face. How could such a strikingly beautiful woman emit such adorable noises? Jiang Qi suspected he might be experiencing a mental break. He resolved to consult a psychologist upon his return. Wen Shi, blissfully enjoying her meal, remained oblivious to the peculiar thoughts occupying her mind and the psychological shadows they cast on others. After finishing her meal, Bai Li stood up first, declaring, "Let me wash the dishes." In terms of popularity and reputation, aside from Jiang Qiyu, no one here posed a challenge to her, especially with her status as one of Jiang Qiyu's admirers, which should have garnered her considerable attention. However, now it seemed that Wen Shi had seized the spotlight entirely, particularly after she had taken a cooking class to enhance her culinary skills prior to arriving. This kitchen should have been her domain, yet Jiang Qiyu had overshadowed her. Bai Li felt that if this continued, she might choke on her indignation. She had to reclaim the spotlight. Otherwise, what was the purpose of her participation in this show? Unable to get her hands wet, Wen Shi did not lean forward but instead discreetly signaled to Xiaomeng off camera. Xiaomeng understood immediately, and the two stealthily met in the corner of the frame. Rest assured, the live broadcast is exceptionally successful. Several trending topics have already emerged. Xiaomeng gave her a thumbs up. Wen Shi waved his hand away, saying, "That's not what I wanted to ask. Order a dishwasher for me, and also get 3 vacuum cleaners."
Huh?
Xiaomeng appeared bewildered. Wen Shi shook her hand. "Given that your boss's hands are like this, do you still expect me to wash dishes and clean? I don't cook. It would be quite embarrassing to just eat without contributing." "You are indeed thoughtful, boss. I'll place the order right away." Wen Shi nodded and added, "And have some ingredients sent over. I suspect the production team will try something mischievous tonight." "Don't worry. I'll keep it under wraps." Teacher 1. The director's team was already calling from the other side. "Don't stay out of frame for too long." Wen Shi cast a glance at the filming director, waved for Xiaomeng to leave, and stepped back into the live broadcast. What was she just doing? Surely, she wasn't checking the comments? What did I miss? I missed the chance to meet my wife. Don't go crazy. She's my wife. Chapter 18. The director's team takes notes. After lunch, they each rested for a while before being summoned outdoors by the director. Having savored a delicious meal, everyone was now full of energy, and it was time to consider gathering ingredients for dinner. Indeed, as Wen Shi had anticipated, she triumphantly chimed, "Director, I predicted your prediction." Jiang Qiyu, seated one person away from her, coughed lightly at her proclamation. "Quickly state your intentions. Spare us the lengthy preambles that only serve to embellish your role." Jin Yuanqing quipped, fervently critiquing the director. Su Juanjia chimed in, "Indeed, director, you ought to come up with something novel." Laughter erupted among the group, prompting the director to continue. "Next, we shall embark on a journey to the nearby grape-picking orchard, assisting the local farmers in harvesting grapes. With your diligent efforts, we shall procure the ingredients for tonight's dinner from the farmers." Upon hearing this, Bai Li immediately exclaimed, "Has the production team resorted to copying assignments?" "Absolutely." Jin Yuanqing interjected, "Today, Teacher Jiang mentioned the vineyard, and now you want us to pick grapes in the afternoon? If that isn't plagiarism, then what is? It's utterly shameless." The director, brandishing a megaphone, shouted, "Any resemblance to actual events is purely coincidental. You have no shame." Hu Xiaoyu yelled. With no retort left, the director could only sulk and say, "Are you going or not? If not, be prepared to go hungry." This declaration incited another round of laughter. The barrage of comments also erupted with humor, noting the director's unwavering audacity. After a brief commotion, they reluctantly accepted their fate and went to change into casual athletic attire. Just as they were about to head out, the director called out to them again. "The journey to the vineyard is somewhat distant, so we have prepared unique modes of transportation for everyone. Whoever arrives first gets to choose, but first, we need to play a little game." "You must be joking, director."
Su Junhe lamented.
Wen Shi could not suppress a scoff. "Please don't tell me we're drawing lots. If that is the case, I forfeit the game and choose to walk." Ha ha ha. Why is the Beauty's live stream breaking down? One must have dreams. What do you know? This is the confidence of a non-lucky person. The group burst into laughter once more. The director, stifling a grin, continued, "No drawing lots this time. The first and last modes of transportation are already predetermined. In that case, I might as well participate reluctantly." Wen Shi rejoined the group, provoking more laughter. The game was named Three-Legged Race. The director announced through the megaphone now. "You may form your own teams. Pair up and start from the door. The first team to dash out of the villa gate will be the winners." The modes of transportation awaited outside, and the moment they stepped out, they would discover their respective vehicles. A collective groan arose, signaling that it wouldn't be as simple as it sounded. They began to form teams. "Jin, go, let us team up," Su Juanjia said, wrapping an arm around Jin Yuanqing's neck. "Sure." Hu Xiaoyu immediately objected. "It's unfair for two boys to team up. A boy-girl pairing is better." Exactly. Wen Shi agreed, eager to avoid teaming with Jiang Qi, and proclaimed, Jin go, I'll team with you. Su Juanjia quickly added, then I'll pair with Xiu Yu. Bai Li and Jiang Qi, who had been silent, naturally formed a duo. Bai Li's face flushed. You haven't even asked for our opinions. Does that really matter? It's insignificant. Wen Shi shrugged nonchalantly. Hu Xiu Yu, clutching her arms, made a face at Bai Li. Right, it's insignificant. Bai Li, exasperated, attempted to pinch her cheek, and the three descended into playful chaos. Jiang Qi maintained his silence throughout, his expression inscrutable, leaving others uncertain if he was pleased or displeased. Feeling somewhat timid, Bai Li approached him and said, Then I'll be on the same team as Teacher Jiang. Indeed, you two are a team now, I approve. Leave. Our Yaij is unrivaled, no one should interfere. The fans of Jiang Qi had been embroiled in a fierce argument with the fans of Wen Shi and Jiang Qi. And now they began to clash with Bai Li and Jiang Qi's supporters as well, exhibiting extraordinary fighting spirit that left the opposing fans too intimidated to show their faces. During the live broadcast, Jiang Qi cast a glance at her, slightly nodding, before his gaze fell upon Wen Shi. A peculiar suspicion arose within him. Could this fellow be a fan of both him and Bai Li, always championing the male and female leads? The moment this thought crossed his mind, he felt an overwhelming urge to strangle something, either Wen Shi's neck or his own. Unbeknownst to Wen Shi, Jiang Qi was grappling with his emotions while he conferred with Jin Yuanqing on their strategy. Let us shout our slogans together. When I say 1, we'll move the bound foot, and when I say 2, we'll shift the unbound one. Wen Shi gestured. Is that all right? Absolutely. Jin Yuanqing was eager to participate. Soon enough, the three groups had their feet bound and stood at the villa's entrance. Ready, the director announced with a loudspeaker. Begin. Upon hearing the cue, Wen Shi and Jin Yuanqing shouted in unison 1. Their departure was smooth, and as they synchronized their movements, they swiftly advanced. Behind them were Hu Xiaoyu and Su Juanjia's team, though they spoke not a word. An unexpected camaraderie blossomed as they began to chase after Wen Shi's group with remarkable speed. Su Juanjia, however, couldn't resist being mischievous and yelled randomly 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Go up the mountain to fight the tiger. Wen Shi and Jin Yuanqing, who had been maintaining a perfect rhythm, found their pace disrupted by his antics, causing them to falter and slow down. Su Juanjia's team quickly overtook them, turning back to make faces at their rivals. Jin Yuanqing, incensed, reached out to grab Su Juanjia's arm. Director, he's breaking the rules. Su Juanjia shouted. Jin Yuanqing retorted, You are the one causing chaos first. You go to the back. Are you going to manage this, director? The two of them were in an uproar, leaving Wen Shi and Hu Xiaoyu unable to proceed, resulting in a chaotic scene involving all four of them. Meanwhile, Bai Li and Jiang Qi, who had been leisurely trailing behind, began to catch up. Seeing them draw near, Hu Xiaoyu urgently called out, Su Juanjia, stop messing around. Teacher Jiang and Sister Bai are catching up. Her shout managed to calm the two men. Seizing the opportunity, Wen Shi grabbed Jin Yuanqing and pulled him in front of Hu Xiaoyu's group. However, Jin Yuanqing, still off balance from Su Juanjia's earlier pull, stumbled and fell to the ground. In turn, Wen Shi was affected and collapsed as well, kneeling on the soft, thick grass of the courtyard, which cushioned their fall. The sight of their tumble sent the crowd into a fit of laughter, and the barrage of comments on the screen was filled with malicious glee and laughter. Jin Yuanqing attempted to rise, but their feet were still bound together. As he struggled to get up, he was pulled down again, landing back on the ground. The laughter intensified. Su Juanjia, clutching his stomach from laughter, called out with a strained voice, Come on, Jin go, get up. His encouragement sent Jin Yuanqing into further fits of laughter, collapsing onto the ground, shaking with mirth, and rendering him unable to rise. Chapter 19. Are there any normal people? Wen Shi was not faring much better himself, laughing to the point of weakness, unable to stand. At the rear, Jiang Qi and Bai Li caught up with the others. Yet none anticipated that Jiang Qi would pause as they passed Wen Shi. Teacher Jiang? Bai Li, unable to move her legs, gazed up at him in astonishment. Jiang Qi did not return her look. His attention was fixed on Wen Shi as he instructed, first, untie the straps, then stand up and rebind them. Upon hearing this, Wen Shi finally reacted, hastily unfastening the straps around her calves before rising to her feet. Once she stood, Jiang Qi gestured to Bai Li, and the two continued onward. Qi possesses compassion, albeit in limited measure. Isn't Jiang Qi merely concerned for the naive vase? Are we certain it's concern? It appears more like disdain, haha. Mutual disdain seems to make for a better ship. I simply observe your madness. Wen Shi helped Jiang University to his feet, and they swiftly resecured their straps, shouting their rallying cries as they fervently chased after the others. Regrettably, they had already fallen behind, being the last to exit the villa's gates. Upon their emergence, they were met with the sight of two earlier groups, whose expressions were far from joyful, their faces bearing an indescribable countenance. Wen Shi's gaze fell upon the mode of transportation before them, her expression instantly freezing. Before her lay a dilapidated bicycle, two pairs of inline skates, and lastly, a child's tricycle with a rope attached. Director Group, do you not find this utterly absurd? Who Xiu couldn't contain herself. Wen Shi, equally incredulous, approached the tricycle, exclaiming, "You call this a mode of transportation?" Laughter erupted throughout the scene, the barrage of comments once again spiraling into hilarity. Director Group, yet another day of mischief. There's no absurdity, only greater absurdity. The other guests, equally at a loss for words, resigned themselves to their respective modes of transportation. Bailey stared at the inline skates with trepidation. What if I can't skate? You can trade with another group, the director group reminded. Hu Xiaoyu shook her head. I can't skate either. Su Juanja shrugged, indicating his inability to assist. Spare me. I can barely walk without falling. Skating is entirely unsuitable for me. Jiang University quickly shook his head. Before Wen Shi could speak, Bailey turned to Jiang Qi. Teacher Jiang, shall we simply walk instead? She presumed a rational person would agree with her suggestion. However, it was evident that Jiang Qi was not a conventional individual. He seemed oblivious to Bailey's hint and declared, I can skate. I do not wish to walk. The comments erupted with laughter. What a typical straight male statement. No wonder Jiang Qi has had no rumors over the years. What a gossip-resistant figure. He is practically a woman repellent. Bailey, taken aback by his response, stared at him in disbelief. Wen Shi shook her head inwardly, thinking that dealing with such a dog of a man must be quite the challenge for the female lead. A dog of a man? Jiang Qi's expression momentarily contorted. How could he be labeled as such? Did she wish for him to frolic with other female celebrities on the show? Indeed, she seemed to wish for it. Jiang University called out to Wen Shi, Xiao Shi. Come sit. I'll pull you along. Thank you, brother Jiang. Wen Shi unceremoniously took a seat on the small tricycle. Jiang University pulled her along, and they became the first group to set off. Su Juanja and Hu Xiaoyu resigned themselves to reality, mounting their dilapidated bicycles to follow closely behind. Finally, only Jiang Qi and Bailey remained. Observing her hesitation, Jiang Qi compromised, saying, You can put on your roller skates, and I will support you. It will be faster than walking. Bailey's fans had already been incensed, flooding the comments with grievances about Jiang Qi's supposed lack of chivalry towards Bailey. However, upon hearing his words, the tide of commentary swiftly reversed. Suddenly, they praised his gentlemanly demeanor, the shift in sentiment astonishing. After all, Jiang Qi was a veritable goldmine in the entertainment industry. Merely being associated with him could bestow a touch of brilliance. Fans may vocally reject such connections, yet they secretly yearned for their beloved idol to be closely linked with him. Especially since Bailey harbored similar inclinations, her fans naturally wished for their bond to deepen. Bailey's smile became markedly more genuine as she quickly donned her skates and eagerly linked her arm with Jiang Qi's. However, the tender scene she had envisioned, where Jiang Qi would carefully steady her and patiently guide her as she glided, was far from reality. Jiang Qi merely glanced at her to ensure she had a firm grip, then extended his long legs and glided forward in an instant, covering a significant distance. Bailey's mind momentarily went blank, and upon regaining her senses, she let out a shrill scream. The audience was stunned for 3 seconds before erupting into laughter. The comments momentarily fell silent, only to be filled with amusement thereafter. I underestimated the situation. How profound! Ha ha ha, I cannot stop laughing. What a quintessentially blunt man. Bailey's face turned pale. My heart aches for her. Bailey, I might actually perish. Meanwhile, Bailey's fans collectively lost their composure. Jiang Qi is absolutely outrageous. This is perilous. He clearly lacks the ability to cherish delicate feelings. Such a person is unworthy of Bailey's affection. Isn't it just a bit faster? He is still protecting her quite well. How is that dangerous? Exactly. Quit being overly sensitive. Must everything cater to your whims? Bailey herself expressed her fondness for Jiang Qi, who is begging whom? Why are Bailey's fans so troublesome, just like their idol, so dramatic? In this moment, Fans from both sides clashed fiercely. Startled by Bai Li's scream, Jiang Qi reduced his speed, reassuring her, "Fear not, I will hold on to you. You can also try lowering your center of gravity and glide a bit on your own." Bai Li, wishing she could kick him, nevertheless prioritized her safety and complied, gradually lowering her center of gravity to attempt gliding independently. Jiang Qi was confident in his guidance, thinking it was going splendidly. If it weren't for Bai Li's impeccable expression management, she would likely have rolled her eyes by now. She was indeed doing well, which spoke to her own perseverance. Why was he so pleased with himself? The pair moved swiftly, soon catching up to the four ahead. Upon sighting them, Bai Li felt tears welling up and grasped Hu Xiuyu's arm as if it were a lifeline. "Please help me." "Of course." Hu Xiuyu steadied her hands and turned to Su Juanjia, saying, "Please don't ride too fast." "I know," Su Juanjia replied. Bai Li felt a surge of gratitude. She had finally encountered someone normal. As she was taken away, Jiang Qi felt a sense of relief, gliding leisurely as he enjoyed the easygoing atmosphere. Chapter 20. Defeated by the gluttonous mind. After all, they were near a resort, where the roads were well maintained. A dilapidated bicycle hardly outpaced walking, and eventually the group converged, engaging in casual conversation, creating a pleasant ambience. Wen Shi found it difficult to let Jin Yuanqing pull her along. "Teacher Jin, let us switch," she exclaimed. "No need. With your petite frame, it's effortless for me to pull you," Jin Yuanqing waved dismissively. Wen Shi, with a long stride, planted her foot on the ground, bringing the little cart to a halt. "I can't, Teacher Jin. Just look at my long legs. Sitting is quite constraining." Her statement elicited laughter from the others. Wen Shi stood up, inviting Jin Yuanqing to take a seat. However, as a gentleman, he felt reluctant to let a young girl bear the burden, and after some insistence, they both ended up walking instead. Su Juanjia, having grown weary from riding, found that Hu Xiuyu was also disinclined to continue. Ultimately, apart from Jiang Qi and Bai Li, everyone began to walk. Bai Li took turns gliding with Hu Xiuyu and Wen Shi, gradually discovering the joy of roller skating. Meanwhile, Jiang Qi ambled ahead at a leisurely pace, never allowing any distance to grow between them. In the live stream, they appeared relaxed and content, while the comments and discussions on Weibo were rife with turmoil. The catalyst for this uproar was Jiang Qi's recent interaction with Bai Li. Although it was not a significant incident and the parties involved were unfazed, some individuals, particularly those who had long harbored disdain for Jiang Qi, seized the opportunity to criticize him fiercely, even questioning his character. Jiang Qi has always been self-indulgent. He's been arrogant due to his celebrity status for far too long. His fans have elevated him too highly. He's merely an actor. What's there to be pretentious about? I've grown weary of him. Despite the constant praise for his acting skills, he has yet to win any international awards. Bai Li's fans only grumbled a bit, never anticipating the situation would escalate to this extent, particularly as many of them were also fans of Jiang Qi. Some even deleted their comments in a moment of hesitation. However, the situation did not subside, it only intensified. Meanwhile, in the live stream, the group had arrived at the vineyard. The vineyard owner eagerly guided them into the orchard, enthusiastically introducing them to various grape varieties and the technique of pruning grapes. Wen Shi gazed at the clusters of grapes hanging from the trellis, her eyes sparkling with desire, akin to a little fox coveting its prey. Yet, feeling shy, she refrained from asking for any, merely watching wistfully from behind. Jiang Qi walked ahead, his mind consumed with thoughts of how delectable the grapes appeared and longing to taste them. He felt utterly defeated by her gluttonous mindset. Finally, he mustered the courage to inquire, "May we sample some?" "Of course." The vineyard owner responded warmly, eager to offer them fresh grapes. Jiang Qi promptly intervened, gesturing toward some damaged grapes nearby. "Let us just taste a few of these. That will suffice." The fruit farmer appeared somewhat embarrassed, but Wen Shi, undeterred, picked up a small basket, gathered a few bunches, and proceeded to wash them by the water pipe. As she rinsed, she remarked, "Uncle, there's no need to feel shy. You see, the director of this program has a mischievous side. If we indulge in your grapes, who knows how much they'll deduct from our dinner. Look, look." Wen Shi suddenly pointed toward the camera behind her. The cameraman followed her gesture, observing the director holding a white sign that read, "Do not speak ill of the director." Realizing he had been caught on camera, the director hastily concealed his face. Laughter erupted. "Director, I am the scapegoat here." Wen Shi, "Director, your retribution is me." Once she had washed the grapes, Wen Shi presented the first one to Jiang Qi. "Do try it," she urged, knowing that her ability to enjoy the grape stemmed from his presence. Jiang smiled slightly, plucked a grape, and mused. It's only because she has something delicious that she behaves so sweetly. After seeing him take a bite, Wen Shi then selected a grape for herself, exclaiming, "Delicious." She waved to the others, "Come. You must try this." As they gathered around and sampled the grapes, their astonishment was palpable. "These are truly delectable, so sweet. I haven't tasted such exquisite grapes in ages. Don't just talk about it. If you're capable, share the link. I'm dying of curiosity. Can someone tell me where to buy them? I'll go right now. Production team, hurry and set up a link. If you don't buy for me soon, I'll report you." Flattered by such praise, the fruit farmer beamed with pride and displayed even greater warmth towards the guests. Meanwhile, the overwhelmed director conferred with the fruit farmer and ultimately announced, "Since our audience wishes to sample the grapes from this place, we shall temporarily provide a link for purchasing the grapes picked by the guests shortly. Let it be known that we are merely offering a platform. All proceeds will go to the fruit farmer, and we will disclose detailed orders and earnings afterward. The grapes are perishable and available only within the city." Eager to support the farmer, everyone rolled up their sleeves, ready to contribute. The audience, particularly the fans of various celebrities, eagerly prepared to seize the chance to acquire grapes handpicked by their idols. Wen Shi donned gloves and followed an elderly woman, who demonstrated the proper technique before she commenced her own grape picking. Others mirrored her diligence, each person careful and focused. As the live stream progressed, the atmosphere shifted. The usual banter and comedic exchanges diminished, replaced by a serene scene of grape harvesting. This tranquil image captivated numerous viewers, even increasing the audience numbers in various streams. Initially, everyone was enthusiastic, but as time passed, fatigue began to set in. "I need a break." Hu Xiaoyu was the first to raise her hand. Having reached for grapes positioned high above, she had to stand on a platform while constantly tilting her head back, and her neck was beginning to ache intolerably. "Then let us take a short break," the director called out. Wen Shi stretched her arms, choosing not to mingle with the crowd but instead approached the fruit farmer, quietly inquiring, "Are your grapes selling well?" The farmer responded with a smile, "Indeed, they are. The road here is accessible, and as soon as the grapes ripen, numerous wholesalers arrive to purchase them, so there's no worry about sales." Wen Shi nodded, initially contemplating asking her elder brother to supply some grapes to the hotels under the Wen family if sales were poor. However, upon realizing there was no such concern, she dismissed the thought. After a bit more casual conversation with the farmer, she climbed onto a nearby trellis and began to pick grapes. She intended to let Xiaomeng have some to bring home for their mother to taste. The more she picked, the greater the chance her mother would enjoy the fruits of her labor. Jiang stood at a distance, listening to her murmured thoughts, and the lines on his face softened considerably. Time passed swiftly during their labor, and in the blink of an eye, the distant sky was adorned with the hues of sunset. Chapter 21. A Peculiar Understanding. Thank you for your hard work, esteemed guests. Let us now invite the fruit farmer to assess our harvest and see what ingredients we can exchange for. As the live link was about to commence, the farmer meticulously selected the grapes, discarding any damaged or spoiled ones. However, they had been quite careful in their picking, resulting in a bountiful yield, ultimately earning them the finest ingredients. All were locally grown vegetables, and the meats and poultry were also primarily sourced from their own farms. Receiving the ingredients earned through their labor, the guests felt a surge of excitement, prompting them to energetically promote the nearby fruit farmers, vegetable growers, and agritourism. The environment here is delightful, and the food is exceptional. Everyone should come if they have the chance. Indeed, the grape-picking orchard is also open to visitors. So, if anyone is tempted, they are welcome to come and pick for themselves. With their enthusiastic promotion, the live stream featured links to the grapes, and within minutes, hundreds of pounds of grapes were snatched up. Those who succeeded rejoiced, while those who did not felt a collective dismay. What beasts you are! Were you sitting on the router to grab them? There were really too few. Can't they come back tomorrow to pick more? Are you a devil? Anyway, I managed to grab some. I'll record the unboxing for you all later.
How smug. Get lost.
Wen Shi glanced at Xiaomeng, who signaled a thumbs up, allowing her to breathe a sigh of relief, her heart leaping with joy. Her happiness was infectious, reaching Jiang, who unconsciously broke into a smile. With their bounty of ingredients, the group returned to the villa. After changing into fresh clothes and washing up briefly, they gathered in the kitchen to begin preparing dinner. Before they could decide on a menu, they heard a staff member call out, "Miss Wen, you have another delivery. Another package? Do you still have luggage?" Hu Xiaoyu exclaimed in surprise. Wen Shi smiled at her. "I had my assistant purchase a few items." The The delivery person brought in boxes of various sizes, filling the floor. You call this a few items? Hu Xiaoyu remarked in disbelief. Bai Li approached, curious. What did you buy? Wen Shi discovered a large box and opened it, revealing a dishwasher. I cannot wash dishes with my hands, but I cannot simply stand idly by, can I? If I cannot lend a hand, I shall contribute financially instead. Hu Xiaoyu chuckled upon hearing this and glanced at the camera. Director, this must not have been the path you envisioned. The others emerged from the kitchen at the sound, and upon learning that Wen Shi had purchased a dishwasher, laughter ensued. Only Bai Li's smile seemed somewhat forced. She felt her personal space being further encroached upon. What about this? Jiang University squatted down and patted a smaller box. Wen Shi was engrossed in reading the dishwasher's manual when she heard, a robotic vacuum cleaner. We'll have one on each floor, so we won't have to exert ourselves when cleaning anymore. Wow, that's fantastic, Hu Xiaoyu exclaimed. As they continued to unpack the boxes, an outside staff member called out, another delivery has arrived. They instinctively looked towards Wen Shi. She, slightly bewildered, raised her hands. It's not me. Her reaction elicited laughter. We're not holding a gun to your head. Your response is quite exaggerated. Jiang stepped forward from behind them, saying, It's me. Teacher Jiang? What did you buy? Bai Li asked, astonished. Jiang did not respond directly, but instead turned to Wen Shi.
Why are you looking at me?
Wen Shi inquired, puzzled. Jiang finally spoke slowly, uttering 3 words, dishwasher. Upon realizing what he had purchased, laughter erupted once more. What a peculiar tacit understanding you all share. You truly go to great lengths to avoid washing dishes. Jiang University mocked unabashedly. Su Juanja added, but in the end, it's us who benefit. They remained oblivious, but the netizens identified a glaring oversight. Jiang, being the best cook, doesn't he need to wash dishes at all? Why would he buy a dishwasher? Exactly, could it possibly be for a vase? It must be. Oh my, I'm dying. Previously, when she was injured, Jiang was quite anxious and even tended to her wounds personally. It's definitely true. I'm going crazy. Subsequently, their kitchen was equipped with 2 dishwashers, and the robotic vacuum cleaner commenced its duties. Wen Shi tidied up the scattered boxes and carried the last one into the kitchen. What else did you buy? Bai Li felt utterly drained. Why must she encounter these two while simply trying to participate in a variety show? Would it kill them to adhere to the usual script? I bought some ingredients, Wen Shi replied, glancing at the camera. I knew the production team wouldn't provide us with dinner ingredients, so I bought some as a backup. If we don't use them tonight, we can save them for lunch tomorrow. Laughter ensued among the group. I cannot discern if it is your strategy that runs deep or if it is the production team's, Wen Shi shrugged nonchalantly, beginning to unpack the ingredients. What do you all wish to eat tonight? Let us see if there's anything useful. She looked at the others. Jiang, however, gazed at her. What do you all want? Anything is fine. I'm so hungry right now I feel like I could devour an entire cow. Hu Xiaoyu remarked, patting her stomach. Bai Li seized the opportunity and suggested, then I shall prepare some home-cooked dishes. They are quicker to make, and we can eat sooner.
But yeah.
What would I do without you? Shi Oi embraced her, playfully pouting. Everyone was polite, refraining from expressing their cravings, instead opting to say that anything would suffice. WNSH, too, remained silent. Jiang Chy listened, her mind blank. It seemed she had no particular desires for food. Strangely, he appeared to have lost much of his enthusiasm for cooking. In the end, Jiang Chy prepared only a few simple dishes. Meanwhile, WNSH retrieved the glass jar she had placed in the refrigerator at noon. Ideally, rose petals should be soaked in syrup for a day and a night. However, if they waited that long, they would have nothing to drink. WNSH strained the rose petals, reboiled the filtered syrup, and poured it into a clean glass jar, completing the rose syrup. Yet, due to the insufficient soaking time, its color was not as deep or visually appealing. What is this? Jiang Chy inquired, standing beside her at the stove. WNSH returned the glass jar to the refrigerator, explaining, rose syrup. I've only seen my mother make it once. I'm not sure if it's successful. It looks good, Jiang Chy remarked, surprising WNSH with his unexpected compliment. How could the illustrious Jiang Dynggd praise someone? Jiang Chy, sensing her thoughts, was left speechless. What impression had he left on her? I'll go pick some more roses, WNSH said, retreating under his gaze to grab the kitchen scissors. I know you still have to film. The scene elicited laughter from viewers online. Chapter 22, Reality Dashes Illusions. The vase clearly despises Jiang Chy, but appears quite timid in his presence. Timid, yet undeniably adorable. Let us team up to steal the vase. Count me in. I 1 and 2. W and SH successfully gathered the roses, washed them thoroughly, found clean cups, placed a few petals in each, added rose syrup and ice cubes, then poured in sparkling water, finally garnishing with 2 slices of lime. A delightful glass of rose soda was ready. The drink, with its enchanting color and pleasing flavor, garnered unanimous praise from all. Shi Oi playfully urged her to repeat the recipe, signaling to the production team to ensure a small list was included in the edited version. Meanwhile, Bil felt utterly drained, regretting her lack of preparation. Next episode, I will be the one to shine. Having accomplished what she could, W and SH's spirits lifted as she happily ate, entirely oblivious to the fact that the dishes she favored most were those prepared by Jiang Chy. Naturally, he noticed, and any fleeting sense of disappointment vanished, even leading him to contemplate what delicious treat he might prepare for breakfast. At long last, having finished their meal, the director finally released them, ceasing any late-night games, allowing them to engage in leisure activities. After a long afternoon of work, everyone felt somewhat fatigued. They sat together for a brief chat before retiring to their respective rooms. Just as W and SH was about to head to her room, she was intercepted by Jiang Chy. First, apply the medicine, he instructed, gesturing toward her hand. W and SH frowned. It's just a minor injury. It's unnecessary. She reminisced about her past when she had to fend for herself, enduring countless hardships. This minor injury would have been deemed insignificant back then. Jiang Qi assumed she was referring to her time abroad and remarked on how her carefree and reckless attitude towards her own well-being must have stemmed from being coddled by the Wen family. If it's not serious, how will you explain it to Director Zhou? Indeed, with that decisive remark, he had the upper hand over Wen Shi. The workaholic Wen Shi feared nothing in the world, save for anything that might hinder her job. Reluctantly, she settled back down, warning Jiang Qi, I can handle it myself. Suit yourself, he replied, unfazed by her lack of gratitude, and simply bypassed her to return upstairs. Why are they so sweet? I've been inundated with dog food all day. Even my breaths taste of it. Clearly, Qi is only worried about her delaying the film's progress. You all are being absurd. If this thought brings you comfort, then by all means hold on to it. You fans are truly insufferable. Your blind adoration is ridiculous. Once everyone retreated to their rooms, the screens in the various live streams shifted to solo shots, leaving mostly fans in attendance. The guests could not see the barrage of comments, occasionally speaking to the camera, providing fans with an immersive experience of idol worship. The fans were thoroughly engrossed, sharing various live stream screenshots and going wild on Weibo. By 9 o'clock in the evening, the live stream concluded, granting everyone their long-awaited solitude. Bailey retrieved a spare phone from the hidden compartment of her suitcase and swiftly browsed online for news regarding the variety show. Dear Life had trended multiple times throughout the day, predominantly featuring Wen Shi and Jiang Qi, with Wen Shi dominating nearly half of the trending topics due to her unexpected behavior. Even Hu Xiaoyu, the least popular among them, had made the trending list twice due to her provocative antics, while Wen Shi only garnered attention in relation to Jiang Qi. However, it was her fans' incessant bickering that propelled her onto the trending list twice, albeit for negative reasons, which did nothing to enhance her popularity. Bailey even stumbled upon numerous disparaging comments about her, calling her dramatic or suggesting she was purposely trying to ingratiate herself with Jiang Qi. She began to second-guess whether participating in this show was a mistake. Perhaps merely riding on Jiang Qi's coattails would have sufficed. The reality of it all was disheartening. He was anything but a typical man, causing her to question her own allure. Little did Wen Shi know, within just a single day, the male lead was on the verge of alienating the female lead, while she enjoyed a peaceful night's rest. The next morning, rising early, she found the villa still enveloped in silence, and decided to take a stroll in the garden. Upon her return, she noticed someone had already occupied the kitchen. Peering in, she spotted Jiang Qi and Bai Li, prompting her to retract her foot, turning away silently. Long before she hummed a tune while approaching the kitchen, Jiang Qi had already sensed her presence. He did not miss the sight of her peeking in and then quietly retreating. A surge of unnameable frustration welled within him. What was she doing, creating a private space for him and Bai Li? He forcefully mashed the avocado in his bowl, contemplating, you shall miss out on a delectable breakfast. As Wen Shi descended again, the kitchen was more crowded, with everyone eagerly watching Bai Li and Jiang Qi prepare the morning meal. At 8 o'clock, The live stream commenced as scheduled. All the viewers who joined in were greeted by this scene. They resemble a gaggle of hungry children, waiting for their parents to feed them. Haha, quite an apt description. Why does this feel so soothing? The atmosphere among them is delightful. Indeed, it feels so ordinary. This scene is truly heartwarming. The breakfast was rather simple, and even though Jiang had resolved to harden his heart, the sounds of Wen Shi, the foodie, munching and humming, softened it once more. He even asked, "What do you all wish to have for lunch?" The program was set to record until 3 in the afternoon. Thus they would need another meal. Before anyone could respond, the director interjected, "We have plans for this morning. We won't be having lunch at the villa." "Another arrangement?" "Director, could you please spare us from so many plans?" Wen Shi peered at the director, imploring. The director smiled and resolutely replied, "No way. Heartless." Wen Shi shouted. Su Juanja raised his hand. "Could we get a sneak peek at the plans, director?" "Certainly," the director replied. "We will be having a picnic by the lake today." Upon hearing this, the crowd was taken aback. "Director, have you been possessed? How could you arrange such an activity for us?" Jiang University dashed forward, playfully rubbing the director's face. His antics elicited laughter from everyone present. Hu Xiaoyu was no longer the simple Hu Xiaoyu from yesterday. She stroked her chin, sensing a hint of conspiracy. Su Juanja beside her mimicked her gesture, nodding me too. Wen Shi glanced at them. "What do you think? There must be a scheme at play." She poked the grilled sausage on her plate. "They can't possibly expect us to fish by the lake, right?" As she finished speaking, laughter erupted from the director's team. "No way. Could the vase have guessed correctly?" Realizing they had been seen through, the director admitted, "Indeed. Today we shall spend a leisurely day fishing and picnicking." "Leisurely, my foot!" Hu Xiaoyu exclaimed. Bai Li raised her hand to inquire, "You will provide us with fishing gear?" "Right? Of course. We are the most conscientious production team in the entertainment industry." "Just like that, huh?" Jiang Yuanqing pretended to go and rubbed the director's face again. The director raised his hands in surrender. All right, hurry up and eat. We must set off soon." Seizing the moment while they were still in disarray, Wen Shi discreetly slipped into the kitchen, grabbed a bag, and stuffed it with all the leftover ingredients from the refrigerator. Chapter 23. What a non-lucky physique. "Wen Shi, what are you doing?" A staff member spotted her and immediately shouted, "Stop her." Wen Shi deftly evaded the outstretched hands of the staff and ran to the guests. "You never said we couldn't bring our own ingredients." "Exactly." Everyone gave her a thumbs up, standing in front of her to confront the production team. "The items are already in Wen Shi's possession. The production team cannot truly go and snatch them away, so they have no choice but to begrudgingly accept the situation. However, it is imperative that they manage to catch some fish." "Dear best," Wen Shi waved dismissively. The barrage of comments had already erupted into laughter when Wen Shi sneakily entered the kitchen to gather ingredients, and now the amusement was even more pronounced. With Wen Shi, the production team is truly blessed. Production team, hear me out, I thank you. Haha, I found myself singing along unconsciously. Once the kitchen was tidied up, they began their walk towards the lakeside, where the production team had already prepared the campers. "The items you will need for today's camping trip are all in the vehicle. So, let us unload them," Wen Shi announced to the camera. "Dear viewers, our show is being renamed today to the unescapable tricks of the production team." Laughter erupted from the audience. The director shouted, "Wen Shi, do not spread rumors." To which Wen Shi playfully retorted, "I'll spread rumors. What will you do about it?" Mimicking the director's tone perfectly. The director, exasperated, stomped his feet, while the others laughed until their stomachs hurt. After they had their fill of laughter, the group entered the vehicle, unloading various boxes and organizing their supplies. They first set up the canopy. Jiang pulled out a bag and addressed the group. Su Juanja approached, asking, "How do we set this up?" Jiang appeared quite familiar with the task, prompting Bai Li to ask, "Do you often go camping?" Surprisingly, Jiang did not ignore her this time and replied, "Occasionally, but I usually have work." "I've always wanted to, but I've never had the time," Hu Xiaoyu chimed in. They were all popular artists recently, with a heavy workload that left little time for leisure travel. The director seized the opportunity to promote his show, stating, "Our program, Dear Life, is dedicated to helping guests relax and enjoy their time through travel and entertainment." If I weren't participating, I might actually believe that Jiang Yuanqing scoffed, showing her enthusiasm for teasing the director. Observing their chaotic efforts, Wen Shi decided to take a step back. Instead, she picked up some fishing gear and strolled towards the lakeside. This area was a well-developed resort, complete with established fishing spots. Wen Shi found a suitable location to stand and began assembling her fishing rod. Have you fished before? The director, who was filming her, inquired. Wen Shi nodded, recalling the times she fished with her grandfather during her childhood. Some memories do not surface consciously, but with just a trigger, they become vividly clear. She could hardly remember her grandfather's face, yet the moment her hands touched the fishing rod, the scenes of him teaching her to fish flooded back. Having assembled the rod and bait, she cast her line into the water, placing the rod on its stand before moving to another spot to repeat the process. Often, one must monitor several fishing points alone. Meanwhile, the live chat was rife with tension. How does she manage to do everything? Here we go again. What has she done? Most of the time, she just eats. Exactly, you fans are simply delusional. Why are there suddenly so many trolls today? Our vase has gone viral. We trended so much yesterday. As I merely stand as a bystander, I cannot help but be perturbed by your excessive flattery. Classic. I am but a passerby. Heisey, kindly withdraw. By the time the others arrived after organizing their belongings, she had already set up 8 fishing rods.
Xiao.
You are truly remarkable. Hu Xiaoyu exclaimed as she leaned against her. Wen Shi playfully tapped her forehead, admonishing her to lower her voice lest she scare the fish away. With a puffed cheek, Hu Xiaoyu replied, I understand. Why don't you each select your own fishing spot? Wen Shi suggested, prompting nods from the group as they dispersed to find their places. Jiang chose a spot closest to Wen Shi, settling down. His ability to read minds was limited to a distance of 2 meters, and he had grown accustomed to maintaining that proximity with her. It seemed that without hearing the incessant chatter of her thoughts, he felt somewhat unsettled. Wen Shi, engrossed in her own reflections, sat at her fishing spot, her mind wandering aimlessly to memories of her grandfather. The more she gazed at the lake, the more familiar it appeared. Suddenly, it struck her. Could this be the very lake where her grandfather had taken her ice fishing? The sound of her palm meeting her forehead echoed sharply in Jiang Qi's ears. Why did she always startle so easily? Did she not feel any pain? Standing up, she surveyed her surroundings, growing increasingly convinced that she had indeed visited this place in her childhood. A sudden wave of belonging washed over her, as if, with the passage of time, she was slowly reclaiming herself. Was it due to her previous entrapment within a storyline? Jiang Qi, perplexed by her musings, found himself amused by the peculiar thoughts that filled her mind. Wen Shi, having come to a realization, cast aside her wandering thoughts and focused intently on the surface of the lake. She recalled that this lake was home to a variety of fish, nurtured from fry to maturity, yielding exceptionally fine meat. What kind of fish would she catch today? Would Jiang Qi assist her in preparing roasted fish if she were to catch some? Her imagination soared, yet reality swiftly delivered a jarring blow. As the others started to reel in their catches, Jiang Qi even landed a fish, while she had yet to receive a single nibble. The surface of the water remained undisturbed, devoid of any splashes. The barrage of comments erupted, confirmed, the vase is indeed a non-fisher. I am utterly amused. The vase looks so pitiful. Even the fish are beginning to disdain her. Their laughter contrasted sharply with Wen Shi's mounting frustration. After rebaiting her hook, half an hour passed with still no sign of life, while Jiang Qi caught yet another fish, albeit a small one, which he promptly returned to the lake. Despite its diminutive size, this only intensified Wen Shi's irritation. She shot Jiang Qi an annoyed glance, convinced that he was stealing all the fish, and promptly relocated to another fishing spot. As she stepped beyond the 2-meter boundary, a sudden tranquility enveloped Jiang Qi's ears, leaving him momentarily disoriented. In her new position, Wen Shi carefully set her bait and sat in silence, awaiting a bite. Yet, as time ticked by, her bobber remained motionless, devoid of any activity. The sole source of solace for her was the fact that after her departure, Jiang Qi remained utterly silent. He appeared to be growing somewhat impatient, even shifting to the spot she had just vacated. Wen Shi let out a soft scoff, thinking that if she couldn't catch any fish, he surely wouldn't either. Chapter 24. The director's team urged us to unite. The fish in the lake seemed to conspire against Wen Shi, and she kept muttering that Jiang Qi would undoubtedly fail to catch anything. To her astonishment, his float suddenly sank dramatically. Jiang Qi seemed to have a fish on the line. Laughter erupted as someone remarked how pitiful for the vase. She didn't catch a single fish while she was here. Wen Shi was too exasperated to feel anger, her gaze fixed on her float, filled only with resentment. The protagonist's halo, how effective it was, even with fish. Jiang Qi scooped the fish out with a net, feeling somewhat speechless himself. He couldn't fathom how Wen Shi could be so unlucky. Was she truly afflicted with the legendary misfortune? Yet, what could he do? He couldn't swim underwater to attach a fish to her hook. "Ah, I've got one. I've got one," Bai Li exclaimed joyfully from the other side. "Sister Bai, you're amazing." Hu Xiaoyu rushed over to assist her with a fishing rod. Su Juanja also approached, curious to see what kind of fish she had caught, and the group chattered excitedly, oblivious to the commotion they were causing. Well, it seemed the female lead was also having her moment. Wen Shi thought dejectedly, experiencing for the first time the profound truth that human joys and sorrows are not truly shared. Jiang Qi, listening nearby, felt even more at a loss as he cast his bait back into the water. He called out to Wen Shi, "Teacher Wen, could you come over and help me? I'll handle these fish for lunch. Are you making grilled fish?" Upon hearing the words, Wen Shi's earlier disappointment vanished in an instant, her eyes sparkling at Jiang Qi. Unable to suppress a chuckle, Jiang Qi said, "Yes, I plan to make grilled fish. So, will Teacher Wen come over to help?" "Of course," Wen Shi replied eagerly, scampering over as if she hadn't just been consumed by competitiveness. Jiang Qi found her utterly adorable, suppressing his laughter with a fist against his lips. "Quickly go." "Teacher Jiang," Wen Shi said as she settled onto a small stool, waving him off. "Thank you for your hard work, Teacher Wen," Jiang Qi replied, nodding appreciatively before taking the bucket and departing. "What is going on with these two? It's so sweet, my teeth might fall out." Another chimed in. "I don't know, but whenever they stand together, my screen turns pink." Someone else added, "I'm already shipping them fiercely. No one can stop me. Ahem, everyone. I've created a super topic. Let us meet there." Perhaps influenced by Jiang Qi's good fortune, Wen Shi sat for less than 10 minutes when suddenly, her float began to move.
Fish. Fish.
Finally, it was her turn to shout. Jiang Qi, who was busy handling fish in the nearby pool, heard her call and almost instantly dropped what he was doing to rush over. Seeing Wen Shi hurriedly attempting to pull the rod, he quickly stepped in to take it, rhythmically reeling in and letting out the line. If you pull the rod too hastily, the line can easily snap. You must be patient. As he reeled in the line, he spoke to Wen Shi. If the fish managed to escape, this fellow would undoubtedly be quite disheartened. Wen Shi nodded absent-mindedly, his gaze fixed upon the surface of the lake. Meanwhile, others gathered around, making Jiang Qi feel less conspicuous. "So is it a big fish?" Jin Yuanqing inquired curiously as he leaned closer. Jiang Qi nodded, suggesting it was quite sizable. "With the catches from Teacher Jiang and Sister Bai, we've truly been blessed today." Hu Xiaoyu clapped her hands, her eyes sparkling with joy. Their exuberance was infectious, spreading to the viewers in the live stream, although the guests were wholly focused on fishing. With little conversation or showmanship, the picturesque setting, coupled with leisurely fishing and tea, brought a sense of relaxation and healing to the audience. One viewer commented, "I could watch them fish all day long." This sentiment resonated with many. The production team recognized that this slow-paced live broadcast exceeded their expectations. In an era where life moves at a brisk pace, people still yearn for a more tranquil lifestyle, prompting them to increase the frequency of such serene broadcasts. In the live stream, Jiang Qiyu continued to reel in the line, and when the fish emerged from the water, everyone was astonished. What a magnificent catch. It must weigh around 6 or 7 pounds. Jin Yuanqing gave Wen Shi a thumbs up, exclaiming that while one might not fish often when they did, it was a true champion of the day. Wen Shi herself was pleasantly surprised, but that did not diminish her pride. A mere trifle. Jiang Qiyu, eyes glimmering with mirth, looked down at her, urging, "Hurry, grab the landing net."
Oh.
Wen Shi quickly picked up the net nearby, assisting him in bringing the fish to shore. The fish, still lively and heavy, proved challenging to lift. It was only with Jin Yuanqing's help that they managed to place it in the adjacent water tank.
"Now,
Have we completed our task?" Su Juanja looked proudly at the production crew. The director, taking up the microphone, retorted, "You didn't catch it, so why are you so proud?" Su Juanja, hands on his hips, declared, "Why shouldn't I be proud? We are a team. Their catch is my catch." He then turned to Wen Shi, "Right, Teacher Wen?" She nodded, addressing the production team. "Our unity speaks volumes, and the crew deserves much credit." Everyone laughed in agreement, acknowledging the director's role in fostering their camaraderie. The director, amused, conceded, all right, consider your task completed." Hooray! They all erupted in cheers, clapping hands before retreating beside the RV to rest and prepare the ingredients for lunch. Jiang Qiyu was tasked with setting up the grill, igniting the charcoal, and handling the fish, while the remaining team members attended to the other culinary preparations. Bai Li finally felt at home, efficiently marinating the meats, cutting them into pieces, and preparing them for skewering. Her mood transformed from anxious and low to radiantly gentle and patient, revealing her unique charm. The group sat together, chatting and laughing, the atmosphere markedly improved from before. They are all such wonderful people. After this program, they will surely become good friends. Indeed, the production team has excelled in selecting guests, and the performance of the vase was entirely beyond expectations. Every individual is simply delightful. Haha, Xiao Yu is incredibly sweet and adorable. Everyone who has invested in her is certainly not at a loss. Our Junja, so endearing, also hopes for everyone's support. Teacher Jean, with his profound knowledge and eloquence, invites everyone to enjoy the crosstalk. The camaraderie among the guests has fostered a much more harmonious atmosphere in the comments section, where fervent endorsements of idols abound. Even though some detractors unleash their vitriol, they are swiftly drowned out by the positive commentary, making nary a ripple. The moments filled with laughter and conversation passed swiftly. After savoring the delectable grilled fish, this episode reached its conclusion. Chapter 25. A temporary farewell at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. All the guests of Dear Life returned to the villa. After settling on the sofa and bidding farewell to the audience in the live stream, the director announced, "In 5 days, our guests will return for our second live broadcast. As we commence the second episode, we will introduce surprise guests. What sparks will fly between our guests and these newcomers? Let us eagerly anticipate. If you find yourself wanting more, our edited version will be released soon, so please stay tuned." With the director's final words, the staff prepared to conclude the broadcast, and amidst the cheers of the crowd, the machines powered down. The abrupt ending left a lingering sense of reluctance. Hu Xiaoyu embraced Wen Shi's arm, suggesting, "Let's add each other on WeChat. I'm heading to the city for a shoot soon, and we should plan to have a meal together." "Sounds good." Wen Shi retrieved her phone from the production team and added Xiaoyu on WeChat. The others, observing, gathered around, and everyone exchanged contacts. Bai Li, excited to have obtained Jiang Qiyi's information, proposed, "Shall I create a group chat? We can meet up when we have time." "Yes, please do it quickly." After a brief chat, they dispersed to gather their belongings. Su Junja carried 4 suitcases downstairs, eliciting much laughter from the group. Someone recorded a video and shared it on Weibo, prompting a wave of mockery from netizens. With everyone rushing to catch their flights or high-speed trains, they exchanged farewells and soon went their separate ways. Ultimately, only Jiang Qiyi and Wen Shi remained at the villa's entrance, waiting for their assistant to arrive with the car. "Are you not heading directly to the city?" Jiang Qiyi inquired. Wen Shi shook her head. "I have a flight tomorrow morning, and I don't have any scenes to shoot in the morning." She glanced at Jiang Qiyi. "Are you returning home tonight? Is your injury fully healed? Shouldn't you rest?" Finally recalling his injury, she realized she had not asked about it before. Others had, but she had not, and he must have thought she had forgotten. "It's nothing," Jiang Qiyi replied tersely. Wen Shi did not expect him to engage in lengthy conversation. Internally, she mused, with so few words, how will he manage in a relationship? Must everything be left for others to infer? I truly pity his future girlfriend. Jiang Qiyi cast a glance at her. "If you have any grievances towards me, feel free to express them." At first glance, Wen Shi was startled, feeling a twinge of guilt at being called out, yet soon regained his composure, reasoning that the other party could not fathom her true thoughts. What grievance could I possibly hold against Teacher Jiang? To allay any doubts, Wen Shi added, "Teacher Jiang has a genial disposition and possesses remarkable professional skills. Collaborating with him is exceptionally pleasant. If we were never to work together again, I would feel even more at ease." Jiang Qiyi gave a cold laugh, silently wishing that her sentiments mirrored her words. "Of course," Wen Shi replied with a smile, thinking to herself, "Even if I don't feel this way, what can you do about it?" Jiang Qiyi pinched his fingers, exerting considerable effort to suppress the urge to give her a playful knock on the head. Before long, Xiaomeng had driven the car over, and Wen Shi waved to Jiang Qiyi, saying, "See you tomorrow, Teacher Jiang." Jiang Qiyi nodded, advising her to exercise caution on the road. Upon returning to the Wen family home, it was already 6 o'clock. To Wen Shi's surprise, her elder brother was also home. "You're back from work quite early today," she greeted him, when Jingyan set down his tablet and offered her a gentle smile. "Not every day involves overtime, since you're leaving tomorrow. Mother asked me to come home for dinner." Wen Shi nodded, glancing upstairs. "What about Dad? He has social engagements tonight." After speaking, Wen Jingyan observed her expression. Wen Shi, well aware that their mother had summoned their father home, understood that his absence indicated he didn't hold her in high regard. "It's nothing," she smiled at her brother, feeling little disappointment, as she had never harbored expectations. When Jingyun, relieved to see her demeanor, felt a weight lift from his heart. Soon, the table was laden with dishes, and after the three of them finished dining, they settled into the living room. "Let us find a movie to watch for an hour," Song Ning suggested. Wen Shi wished to intervene, but it was too late. Song Ning had already selected a drama and began to play it. The opening scene featured Wen Shi portraying a spoiled and capricious princess, her performance a chaotic display, her character's appearance disheveled, moving about like a jester. Embarrassment washed over Wen Shi as she shrank into the sofa, feeling as if she could combust from shame. What a travesty of a performance, she thought, wishing she could vanish into a crevice. Meanwhile, Song Ning watched with delight, exclaiming, "What a splendid performance. I truly don't understand why netizens label you as a mere vase. Even if we are beautiful, we are still formidable vases." Had she viewed her performance through her current lens, Wen Shi might have accepted such praise. But seeing her own lackluster display on screen filled her with disbelief at her mother's thick filter. Sitting beside her, Wen Jingyun felt equally uncomfortable. He turned to Wen Shi and suggested, albeit hesitantly, "What if you join me at the company?" Wen Shi did not respond and buried her face in a cushion. After enduring the scrutiny of her acting, she was finally allowed to retire for the night. The next morning, Wen Shi, accompanied by Song Ning, loaded the car with an assortment of bags and set off for the airport. Xiaoming was already waiting there, visibly excited to see Wen Shi with her mother in tow. A year has passed since Wen Shi made his debut, and he has consistently stayed by Wen Shi's side. Yet, he has never interacted with the Wen family. "Aunt Song, I am the boss's assistant. You can call me Xiaoming." He stepped forward eagerly to take the items from Song Ying's hands. Song Ying smiled. "I know you. You took care of me when I was young."
No.
It was all thanks to the boss's care. Xiaoming incessantly praised Wen Shi, which delighted Song Ying. The two engaged in a delightful exchange, showering compliments upon one another. Wen Shi found himself the subject of relentless flattery, his demeanor slightly inflated by the praise. Upon arriving at the hotel, Song Ying inevitably felt fatigued, prompting Wen Shi to suggest she rest while he accompanied Xiaoming to the filming location. They coincidentally arrived just as Jiang Qi was filming, suspended from a wire, flying and discussing action sequences with his stunt coordinator. Wen Shi first greeted director Zhou, who, upon seeing her, chuckled, "So you do remember to come back. I thought I had granted you a 7-day leave." Wen Shi promptly presented a selection of snacks she had prepared, responding, "I am back now. And I assure you I won't leave the set until the filming is completed." Director Zhou examined the contents of the bag and, noticing his favorite treats, his expression softened. "Well, it seems you still have some conscience. Sit beside me. We are about to shoot Xiaozhong scenes. You can observe and find your rhythm."
All right.
Wen Shi replied cheerfully, taking a seat on a nearby chair. Chapter 26. Every little help counts. From the moment Wen Shi entered, Jiang Qi's gaze fell upon her. Yet despite his lingering glances, she did not spare him a single look. Engrossed in conversation with Director Zhou, they indulged in snacks and tea, utterly carefree. Jiang Qi's expression soured, and the stunt coordinator, wary of keeping him suspended too long, allowed him to descend after few attempts at the action. "Those movements are nearly sufficient. You should rest for now." Jiang Qi nodded, expressing his gratitude, before making his way toward Wen Shi and Director Zhou. Before he could draw near, he overheard Wen Shi's internal musings. "These snacks aren't particularly appetizing. They pale in comparison to what my mother makes. Director Zhou must be getting old. His taste buds have surely dulled. How can he still be considered a connoisseur of the entertainment industry? I should bring him some of my mother's dishes in the coming days to broaden his culinary horizons." Though she harbored these thoughts, her words were courteous. "Thank you, Director Zhou. I am fortunate to enjoy such delicious snacks." Director Zhou beamed in response. "Indeed, there are not many things I find palatable. But if I declare something is delicious, it must be a true delicacy." Jiang Qi then caught the sound of Wen Shi's inner laughter, which amused him greatly. He approached and picked up a piece of snack, addressing Director Zhou. "Director, you must be tired of these treats by now. Teacher Wen has a profound understanding of culinary delights. Perhaps she could recommend something for you?" It was only then that Wen Shi glanced at him, pondering, "How does he know I have a penchant for food?" "Yet," she replied, "I certainly don't know as much as Director Zhou. But if you truly seek a change in flavor, I have a delightful snack shop to recommend." "What shop?" Director Zhou inquired, intrigued. Wen Shi elaborated. It's an old snack establishment, steeped in tradition, with authentic flavors. I will have someone deliver some tomorrow. You are guaranteed to find it delicious. I shall look forward to it, he replied eagerly. Jiang felt a sense of despair towards the two gluttons and, weary of exposing Wen Shi any further, directly inquired, Director, can we commence filming now? Only then did Director Zhou brush off the crumbs from his hands, signaling that preparations could begin. Where is the leading lady? Is her makeup not yet complete? He dispatched someone to fetch her, while the female lead, accompanied by a throng of staff, made her entrance. Wen Shi took a bite of the snack in her hand. Here she comes, the venomous female antagonist. This remark prompted Jiang to cast a glance in her direction. What a chaotic scene. Both the protagonists and the supporting characters were all present. Wen Shi, engrossed in observing the approaching actress, remained oblivious to Jiang's gaze. Jiang couldn't help but smirk. Perhaps it was time for a change in the male lead, as this one hardly garnered the attention of the so-called wicked female antagonist. The actress who arrived was named Su Yining. While her accomplishments did not rival those of Jiang, she was nonetheless a formidable actress with both skill and accolades to her name. However, her reputation was not significantly better than Wen Shi's. One could easily discern her demeanor. She always had 4 or 5 assistants trailing behind her, her presence commanding enough to be spotted from afar. Furthermore, she was notoriously ill-tempered, frequently captured by paparazzi berating her assistants, with her entourage often changing every few days. As Su Yining approached, she first greeted the director before turning her gaze to Jiang, her smile deepening. I apologize for keeping you waiting, Teacher Jiang. Throughout this interaction, she did not spare a glance at Wen Shi, clearly dismissing her entirely. Wen Shi scoffed internally. After all, they were both supporting characters. Why should the wicked one trouble the mere cannon fodder? With everyone present, it was time to commence filming. Director Zhou harbored his own disdain for Su Yining's demeanor, yet he acknowledged her talent and capability. In this era of delicate female stars, finding someone like Su Yining, who could hold her own, was exceedingly rare. He preferred to work with a less reputable actress than to cast those whose punches resembled dance moves. Despite her poor temperament, Su Yining was undeniably dedicated and hardworking. Wen Shi watched as she performed on the wires, exchanging blows with Jiang, her eyes sparkling with admiration. What a stunning sister! As Jiang descended from the wires, she nearly stumbled. So, she had been so absorbed in watching Su Yining all this time. She turned her head to scrutinize Su Yining, thinking, what's so special about her? She's merely adequate. Meanwhile, Wen Shi had eagerly approached Su Yining, her eyes gleaming with excitement. Sister Su, you are incredible. I've never seen such a striking actress performing wire work. I'm going on the wires this afternoon. May I seek your guidance? Flattered by the compliment, Su Yining finally glanced at her. I'm busy right now. Perhaps another time.
All right.
Jiang shot her a disdainful look. What do you mean all right? Su Yining is clearly brushing her off, and here you are grinning like a fool. Was she really that impressive? Why not consult someone more capable instead of seeking out an indifferent soul? They were about to commence filming once again. And Wen Shi found herself back at the director's side. Su Yining, although merely a supporting character, was the only one among them who harbored no interest in the male lead, embodying the essence of a career-driven woman. Her connection to the protagonist stemmed from the fact that Bai Li, the female lead, was currently involved in a production that included action sequences. Following a recent live broadcast and the preliminary promotional activities for the film, she had undeniably been sculpted into a determined figure, poised to take on the role of an action heroine. This image resonated deeply with Su Yining's persona, inevitably leading to a clash between the two. As they began filming together, Su Yining's notoriously difficult temperament manifested itself as she relentlessly made things difficult for Bai Li on set. Ultimately, her actions culminated in an incident where she pushed Bai Li into the water, resulting in a backlash from the online community. At that time, Bai Li was already in a relationship with Jiang, who, upon witnessing the mistreatment of his girlfriend, could not remain passive and took decisive action to have her blacklisted. The malicious supporting character exited the scene in disgrace, while the romance between the leads flourished. Wen Shi held a certain admiration for such career-oriented women. Although there were murmurs about Su Yining's temperament, Wen Shi observed that she did not exhibit any excessive behavior towards the crew, leading her to suspect that much of the gossip was mere fabrication. Furthermore, her encounters with Bai Li revealed a persona that was still that of a delicate flower. Seemingly far from the path of an action star, the notion of her being an action heroine appeared to be nothing more than a promotional gimmick for the film. with the hope that she might save one, Wen Shi wished that Su Yining would refrain from competing with the female lead. This marked the first collaboration between Jiang Qi and Su Yining, and their synergy was far from smooth. What is going on with you two? Although you are not yet lovers, there should be sparks when you meet. The audience must sense the tremors in your eyes. What are you portraying? You both appear as lifeless as logs. Director Zhou's voice echoed sharply through the monitoring system. Stop relying on the wires. Focus on your lines and find the right rhythm. Upon hearing this, both Jiang Qi and Su Yining frowned, clearly not adept at conveying romantic emotions. With time slipping away, Wen Shi contemplated returning to the hotel to dine with her mother. However, just as she rose to leave, Director Zhou called out to her. Haven't you acted in numerous idol dramas? Why don't you offer them some guidance? For a moment, Wen Shi thought she had misheard. Director, please don't jest. Zhou maintained a serious demeanor. Do you believe I am joking? Unlike Wen Shi, who felt a headache coming on, Zhou persisted. You know my acting skills. How could I possibly guide these two esteemed actors? While she might have the audacity to offer direction, it was clear that they would not heed her suggestions. With tempers as fierce as theirs, any collaboration was likely to end in her being torn apart. Zhou waved his hand dismissively. Stop being so modest. Your ability to convey emotion through your gaze is commendable. I've tried explaining for ages with no effect. Just give it a shot. Consider it a desperate measure. Chapter 27. This is merely audacious admiration. With Zhou's words ringing in her ears, Wen Shi had no choice but to muster her courage. She approached the two, extending her hand. Could you please share the script with me? I would like to take a look. Su Yining crossed her arms, remaining immobile, casting a cold glare at her, clearly displeased with the arrangement. Jiang Qi, however, displayed little emotion as he handed her the script he was holding. The scene unfolds with a simplicity that belies its significance. The male protagonist, while stealthily infiltrating the government office of the Alliance to pilfer vital documents, unexpectedly encounters the female lead. Their ensuing skirmish is marked by a tumult of words and glances, setting the stage for their future encounters and blossoming romance. The choreography of their fight is undoubtedly proficient. However, the challenge lies in the subtlety of their gazes. As Wen Shi observes, an inner monologue critiques. Is it true that those engrossed in their careers are devoid of love? Even if one has not personally witnessed a pig running, surely they have seen it in action. To fail at conveying a mere flirtatious glance is utterly absurd. Under such scrutiny, Jiang Qi grinds his teeth, retorting, what do you suggest I should do? Wen Shi closes the script with a bright smile, addressing both actors. I just witnessed your performance, and I must say, it was remarkable. From the intricate details to the dramatic tension, you both excelled. Yet, you are aware that Director Zhou is rather meticulous. I'm still present. Wen Shi interjects. As Director Zhou taps his script, she turns back, winking at him, prompting Zhou to roll his eyes in response, choosing to remain silent thereafter. She resumes her encouragement, declaring that all of their movements and lines were impeccable, yet the only critique that could arise from Director Zhou pertains to the atmosphere they created. Wen Shi, wishing to avoid excessive verbosity, recognizes that particularly with Su Yining's notoriously irritable disposition, failure to cater to her temperament would render any amount of feedback futile. Eventually, flattered by her praises, Su Yining concedes, what precisely is the desired atmosphere? Wen Shi guides them to the monitor, meticulously analyzing each frame. Upon reaching the close-up of Su Yining's eyes, she explains, here, this moment captures the female lead's first encounter with the male lead, a man descending from the heavens. Her initial reaction should indeed be one of astonishment, yet this is a man she has long admired. Thus, alongside surprise, there should also be an element of awe. A man awe-inspiring? Su Yining scoffs. Unperturbed by her derision, Wen Shi continues, later, when she locks eyes with the male lead, the expression should not betray admiration. Rather, it should reflect a suppressed affection, demanding a colder, more detached gaze. At this, Su Yining ponders in silence, offering no rebuttal. Next, Wen Shi turns her attention to Jiang Qi, scrutinizing him from head to toe before she can no longer resist, and steps forward to unfasten the first button of his shirt. She notes the incongruity of him fastening his buttons so tightly. Paired with his aristocratic, striking visage, it exudes an aura of chastity, devoid of any suggestiveness. Jiang Qi, startled by her gesture, manages to contain his reaction. The coolness of her fingertips grazing his neck sends an involuntary shiver through him, the fleeting touch imprinting itself upon his skin, causing him to awkwardly shift his neck, his Adam's apple bobbing in response. This adjustment proves beneficial. His long neck and prominent Adam's apple create a delicate, fragile allure that tantalizingly peeks from beneath his collar, a breathtaking sight to behold. Wen Shi internally marvels, recognizing that the allure of a seemingly austere figure is most potent when a hint of vulnerability is revealed. Her palms grow clammy with excitement, contemplating the irresistible temptation before her. Why the clammy palms if you are not intrigued? Jiang muses inwardly, a silent chuckle escaping him. He cast a fleeting glance at her, pressing his throat, unwilling to reveal more of what she deemed the exquisite scenery. Wen Shi silently scoffed, what a miser. Yet she had indulged herself sufficiently, redirecting her gaze to the monitor. Unlike the female lead who had long since investigated him and harbored a mild affection. This was their first encounter, and it was far too soon to be smitten. At most, it was merely a sense of intrigue. Thus, his expression should lean towards playful banter. Moreover, aside from emotions, their gazes need not be so earnest. After all, they were young and of the opposite sex, free to appreciate each other as virtues.
Ha!
Jiang, you speak so convincingly. Why not demonstrate? Wen Shi did not anticipate such a request, instinctively glancing at Director Zhou. Zhou nodded, affirming, you do present a compelling argument. Let us have you demonstrate. He then raised his hand. Cameraman, prepare the lights. Let us capture a close-up of their gazes. With the director's nod, Wen Shi found no further objections and declared, let us do a scene of eye contact. Jiang Laoshi, please join me. This was originally Jiang Qi's suggestion, and he nodded accordingly, following Wen Shi to the camera. Su Yining stood with her arms crossed behind the monitor, looking on with disdain, evidently unimpressed by what she perceived as mere antics of the young actress, merely accompanying director Zhou's whims. Before the shoot commenced, Wen Shi habitually bowed her head to cultivate her emotions, and upon the director's cue to start, she lifted her gaze to meet Jiang Qi's. Unlike their previous scene, this time her eyes bore no overt emotion, yet Jiang Qi felt an undeniable pull, subtle yet persistent, lingering on his face and causing his heart to race uncontrollably. He could distinctly sense her gaze traversing his neck, the implications unspoken, prompting him to swallow involuntarily. The director did not call for a cut, but Wen Shi closed her eyes, reining in her emotions before glancing towards the camera. How was that? Director Zhou clapped his hands, excellent. No wonder you've worked in idol dramas. He turned to Su Yining, this is precisely the gaze and atmosphere I sought. Having observed the entire process, Su Yining's opinion of Wen Shi shifted, though she remained somewhat hesitant, her expression difficult to decipher. Yet, her gaze was undeniably intense. How could a woman stare so intently at a man? Jiang Qi shared this sentiment. Truly, this woman was something else. He pressed his fingers to his brow, his heart still racing, struggling to regain composure. Wen Shi retorted loudly, this is merely bold admiration. How is that lewd? She continued, when you see a man you are fond of, don't your eyes naturally linger on him, observing his brows, his lips, finding him appealing, and wanting to uncover his merits? That's not being a rogue, is it? Wen Shi was taken aback by Su Yining's innocence, her laughter erupting. How can one pursue romance without a hint of mischief? Wen Shi, with her wealth of experience, smirked. Jiang Qi scrutinized her, his gaze growing colder. Wen Shi replied nonchalantly, I suppose so. After all, I've indeed acted in many romantic scenes. Jiang Qi let out a soft huff and raised his hand to fasten the last button of his shirt. This miserly man. Wen Shi inwardly scoffed. He just enticing people to undress him? Upon hearing the final remark, Jiang Qi nearly choked on his own saliva. Chapter 28. Pressed into service. Seizing the moment as the actors found their rhythm, Director Zhou promptly instructed the lighting crew to reset and film the scene once more. This time, it was merely a retake of some subtle glances, and with Wen Shi's guidance, the progress was swift. Director Zhou, observing the monitor, could not conceal his satisfaction and turned to Wen Shi, saying, Wen, I sense a spark in your acting. I hadn't expected your talent for coaching actors to be equally remarkable. Why don't you stay with me for the next few days and serve as my assistant director? This hardly seemed appropriate. Wen Shi's eyelid twitched. How had she been conscripted into this role? Director Zhou decisively affirmed the arrangement and added, I've heard you've made an additional investment and have high hopes for our project. Contributing a bit more is only fitting. What could Wen Shi do but nod? Yet, as for the assistant director position, what salary? What salary? You're an investor, and you still expect me to ask for payment? After making his point, Director Zhou stood up and called to the two actors on set. Excellent performance. That's precisely how it should be done. Wen Shi huffed softly. not fooled by Director Zhou's deliberate attempt to change the subject. Time had slipped away, and it was already late. When Song Ing realized Wen Shi hadn't returned to the hotel, she decided to come to the set herself, bringing lunch for the entire crew. Mrs. Wen is exceedingly gracious, Director Zhou thought, seeing the investment still not fully secured. A meal for the entire crew could be quite costly. And he regarded Song Ing with the reverence one might reserve for a benevolent deity. Somewhat bashful, Song Ing replied, "Oh, Director, you're too kind. I ought to thank you all for the care you've shown Xiao Shi during her childhood. It's merely our duty," Wen Shi interjected, sensing that the two were caught in a cycle of mutual flattery that could go on indefinitely. "Let us eat, or the food will grow cold. Yes, yes. Let us converse while we dine." At that moment, Jiang Qi had finished his makeup and approached to greet Song Ing. "Hello,
Aunt Wen."
Song Ing's eyes lit up upon seeing him. "Mr. Jiang, please join us for lunch. Ever since our last meeting, I've wanted to thank you for your kindness towards our Xiao Shi." Wen Shi, sitting nearby and chewing on her chopsticks, wondered, what kindness had he shown me? "You are too gracious, Sanwen." Jiang Qi initially hesitated but, perceiving Wen Shi's thoughts, decisively took a seat beside her. Director Zhou, picking up on the exchange, inquired, "So, Xiao Jiang knows Mrs. Wen?" Song Ing, recalling that the company had yet to be formally established, thought Jiang Qi would prefer to keep a low profile, and explained, "Mr. Jiang has collaborated with Xiao Shi's older brother on some projects." Director Zhou nodded. He had some personal acquaintance with Jiang Qi and was aware of his numerous investments. Her explanation did not surprise him. He now had a clearer understanding of Wen Shi's situation. After all, a project that could attract Jiang Qi's attention was certainly not trivial. And the Wen family must possess some wealth. It was no wonder, without a solid foundation, one could not nurture someone like Wen Shi, who seemed to lavishly spend to fund her own films. Song Ing served a bowl of soup to Wen Shi and another to Jiang Qi, saying, "If Mr. Jiang doesn't mind, please sample the soup I made." "How could I possibly mind? Aunt Wen, you may simply call me Xiao Jiang," he replied. Jiang Qi took a sip, and the rich, savory flavor enveloped his palate. In that instant, he comprehended why Wen Shi was so discerning. It was likely due to being spoiled by Madame Wen. As Wen Shi savored the broth prepared by her mother, her heart brimmed with satisfaction. She generously poured a bowl for Director Zhou and beckoned Xiaomeng to join them for soup. Not far away, Su Yining and her manager were also dining. Observing the jovial group across the way, the manager remarked, "What do you think of Wen Shi? Is Director Zhou being too indulgent? Moreover, did you know today's lunch is from Juhua Building? The catering truck has arrived, and the extravagance of this meal must be worth my annual salary." "Then you should hurry and eat more," Su Yining shot back. "I have no idea what Wen Shi is about. But as long as Director Zhou holds her in high regard, it won't interfere with my work." The manager, somewhat exasperated, replied, "You can't be solely focused on work. You must use your head as well. We lack connections and resources, so befriending a few people would be advantageous." "What a nuisance. I'm not here to socialize." Su Yining scoffed. "If you truly have nothing to do, train those assistants of ours properly. They're always gossiping instead of focusing on their tasks. If I catch them spreading rumors, they will all be dismissed." The manager sighed. "It's human nature to gossip. Don't set your expectations too high. If you fire them all, I truly won't find anyone willing to assist you." "I don't care. I see other assistants don't gossip at all. Especially Wen Shi's assistant, who is always dutifully attending to her. Why can't you find me someone like that?" Su Yining glanced at Xiaomeng, who was dutifully serving tea to Wen Shi. The manager was at a loss for words. How many could be like him? With a huff, Su Yining dismissed the conversation, stating, "Just handle it as you see fit." After lunch, they took a brief respite before resuming filming. Wen Shi had scenes scheduled for the afternoon, and Song Ing chose not to leave immediately, but sat nearby to watch the actors perform. Noticing her mother's enthusiasm, Wen Shi refrained from interrupting and headed to the makeup room to prepare. This time, her look was less intricate than the last. She donned a high-slit white gown that required only a simple leg mold. Since the mold was already prepared, it only needed to be affixed. When Wen Shi emerged, Song Ing immediately approached, exclaiming, "Xiao Shi, you look absolutely stunning." "Mom, please stop praising me. I feel like my tail is about to soar to the heavens," Wen Shi replied, wrapping her arm around her mother affectionately. Song Ing gently stroked her hair, saying, "Who could resist praising you when you are so exceptional?" "Xiao Wen, come here," Song Ing quickly urged. "You should go ahead. I'll wait right here. We can go home together once you're done. Alright, if you get tired, Feel free to rest in my makeup room, Wen Shi instructed Xiao Meng to look after her mother before joining director Zhou. This scene was an ensemble performance. The male protagonist has assumed a false identity and infiltrated an intimate gathering hosted by the powerful elite with the intent to assassinate a high-ranking official. It is within this gathering that he rescues Ace Hu, who has been purchased and brought to the event for the amusement of others. Following this, the assassination is successfully executed, triggering alarms, and the female lead is assigned to pursue him, marking their second encounter. Aside from the main characters, numerous supporting roles are present, and director Zhou is currently guiding the cast through their scenes. Jiang Qi has changed into a new costume, donning a meticulously tailored gray-blue suit that exudes sophistication. His hair is slicked back, revealing his strikingly handsome features, and his accessories are lavish and exquisite, presenting him as a figure of aristocratic wealth. This time, his attire is not as tightly fitted. One button at his collar is undone, yet he still emanates an intense air of restraint. Perhaps it is his visage that contributes to this effect, his chiseled lines and indifferent gaze, complemented by his long legs and broad shoulders, coupled with a trim waist, make his impressive musculature impossible to conceal. He possesses a distinctive aura that seems more akin to an elder brother hailing from a prestigious family, exuding the influence of exceptional upbringing, education, and insight. It is a presence that others cannot hope to replicate, which explains why he is frequently dubbed the unequivocal man of the entertainment industry. When Shi observes him with intrigue, her thoughts continuously buzzing, completely unaware that Jiang Qi's ears are gradually turning crimson under her gaze. Chapter 29, A Group Scene. Word has spread that a major production is underway here, prompting actors from other sets, currently without roles, to flock over. They claim to seek guidance from Jiang Qi, but in truth, many are drawn by the allure of Wen Shi. Having been absent for several days, she is unaware that director Zhou has praised her multiple times on set, even chastising several actors for not measuring up to her standard. In an industry where everyone knows Wen Shi as a well-known pretty face, such remarks naturally sparked resentment. Now that she has returned to filming, they are eager to witness her performance, primarily hoping to see her falter. Wen Shi's first scene involves pouring wine for the guests at the dining table, where she is subjected to unwanted advances and verbal insults. Although this scene serves merely as a transition, it necessitates the coordination of numerous actors, making a smooth execution paramount. Director Zhou pulls her aside, instructing her on the scene. Remember, you are akin to a robot. Even when humiliated, you must remain devoid of feelings, mechanically fulfilling the tasks assigned by your master. Understood. Wen Shi responds with a confident gesture. Seeing her self-assuredness, director Zhou feels a twinge of unease. This situation differs from the last, as her scene partner is not the same individual. I truly comprehend, she reassures him, attempting to soothe his concerns. Director Zhou, focus on your filming. I promise not to delay things. Finally, he relents, allowing her to take her place on set and signaling the cameraman to prepare. Once all the actors are in position, he raises his hand and calls out. In a spacious and opulent banquet hall, a long table is adorned with a sumptuous spread of food, fine wine, and flowers. Elegantly dressed guests occupy both sides of the table, while beautiful domestic robots navigate through the crowd. Wen Shi stands beside the head of the table, holding a slender wine vessel, ready to serve her new master, Count Duke. The silk gown gracefully accentuates her alluring body curves. When she bends sideways, the hem flares out, revealing her fair, slender legs. The side slit of the dress extends almost to the thigh, exposing a segment of mechanical structure, indicating that she is not a human being, but merely a robot. Those who had been observing her in the shadows exchanged knowing glances, their eyes brimming with unspoken malice. Earl Duke scanned the gathering of guests and tapped on Wen Shi's arm, instructing her to serve wine to his esteemed guests. Yes, master, responded Wen Shi, her voice clear and melodious, yet devoid of inflection. She approached the personal space of the Earl with a gentle bow, pouring wine for him. The guest's gaze followed the movement of her arm to her bosom, then shifted to her legs and hips. Almost every guest wore a similar expression, as if she were a lamb unwittingly wandering into a pack of wolves, blissfully unaware of her predicament. It was clear to all present that the Earl was not truly offering this robotic entity for their debauchery, but rather asserting his dominance and power. Though their eyes were brazen, none dared to make a move. They were merely biding their time, waiting for the Earl to tire of his exquisite lamb, at which point she would be theirs. Wen Shi possessed a dual presence, both substantial and insubstantial. As the voices of the powerful and the aristocrats continued to fill the air, They spoke of persuading the new government to increase the fiscal budget, of ramping up robot production to replace more jobs, and of their ire directed at the rebels for the losses they had incurred. As director Zhou called out, "Cut. That S.A. wrap. Maintain your positions." The first act concluded. The actors remained still, preserving their emotions, refraining from conversation. After a brief adjustment of lighting and camera angles, the director promptly signaled to begin anew. Wen Shi silently and steadily moved along the table until she reached a guest, the only Asian face in attendance, distinctly noticeable. Upon recognizing his features, her inorganic gaze flickered with a hint of recognition. Yet, he evidently did not recall her, merely casting a fleeting glance her way. His gaze restrained and chilling, unlike the others. Jiang Qi had assumed her heartbeat would affect him, yet since the director's call to action, not a sound escaped her. As if she had truly transformed into a robot, devoid of thought. According to the script, today's male lead, Qi Nian, had come with the intent to assassinate. To diminish suspicion in the aftermath, he aimed to portray himself as a mindless, wealthy merchant, fostering chaos to deepen this impression. The opportunity now lay before him. Qi Nian no longer hesitated, swiftly wrapping his arm around Wen Shi's waist and drawing her into his embrace, seating her upon his lap. In that instant, Jiang Qi perceived a soft gasp from her heart, quickly followed by silence. His audacious behavior darkened the Earl's expression. Though he could not express his ire in front of others, instead, he coldly admonished, "Ace Hugh, do not be disrespectful to our esteemed guest. Come here at once." The robot was powerless to defy her master's command, yet she could not escape the man's strong grasp, instead becoming disheveled, revealing a glimpse of her vulnerable fragility. Qi Nian did not harbor any intentions of humiliation. Upon witnessing the scene, he felt a pang of compassion and loosened his grip, allowing her to rise. She was merely a plaything, and why should the Count be so petty? He remarked, while his hand wandered over the robot's waist, inquiring about the price, urging the Count to make an offer. His crass demeanor elicited frowns from the onlookers. Duke Count's expression grew increasingly grim, unable to unleash his ire upon the guests. He directed his fury at Ace Hugh, exclaiming, "Why don't you hurry and leave?" Ace Hugh hurriedly retreated, but before departing, she cast a fleeting glance at Qi Nian's profile. A quick and discreet moment that momentarily breathed life into her character, transforming her from a mere lifeless automaton. As Wen Shi exited the scene, director Zhou called for a cut. "It's a wrap." His announcement left everyone in a state of disbelief. In the first act, Wen Shi merely poured a drink. A task easily accomplished with the right positioning. Yet, in the second act, she had to perform alongside Jiang Qi and managed to nail it in one take. This was simply hard to fathom. Could it be that director Zhou went easy on her? Someone whispered. But this was immediately countered. "What are you thinking? Director Zhou is notoriously stern. He wouldn't grant even Jiang Qi any leniency, let alone a minor actress. So, is Wen Shi truly that impressive? We should go see for ourselves." A group of people gathered around the monitor. Wen Shi's role for the day had concluded, and she stepped aside to view the playback of her earlier performance. Director Zhou beckoned her over, saying, "Come, take a look at your scene." His tone was notably gentler than when addressing others. Wen Shi adeptly seated herself on a nearby stool. Director Zhou rewound the footage. The scene, enhanced by lighting, appeared even more opulent and extravagant than the actual banquet hall. Dressed in a flowing white gown, Wen Shi stood amidst this setting, exuding a striking dissonance, simultaneously seductive and pure. Even when she bent to pour the wine, her body's curves unmistakably evident, she still emanated an aura of sanctity, rendering the expressions of those present all the more grotesque. Chapter 30. A Monster of Acting. The monitor displayed a stark contrast between purity and extravagance, sanctity and desire. Each frame clashing to the utmost degree, yet achieving unparalleled beauty. Those gathered before the monitor collectively gasped, visibly awestruck by her remarkable screen presence. Someone blurted out, "How is this possible?" Before Wen Shi could respond, Director Zhou, in a jovial mood, explained, "Look closely at her neck, spine, and even her waist and legs. They are subtly exerting effort. Every posture and movement is flawlessly sculptural." The audience took a closer look and indeed found this to be true. Director Zhou continued, "When you embody perfection akin to a statue, that unassailable sanctity naturally emerges. Coupled with Wen Shi's exquisite control of expression, the scene inevitably achieves this striking conflict and beauty." After praising Wen Shi, he seized the opportunity to chide the others, adding, "Acting requires not just skill but also a bit of intellect. Listening to director Zhou heap praise upon her while simultaneously stirring envy among the others, Wen Shi nearly leaped up to cover his mouth. Zhou Dao exaggerated. I am not nearly that remarkable. She quickly laughed it off. Yet Zhou Dao remained oblivious to her modesty, insisting, What are you being humble about? He adjusted the screen to the final scene, exclaiming, Look at that gaze. It's simply extraordinary. I am convinced that anyone who sees the shot will believe that this robot has truly acquired a soul. In the frame, Wen Shi lowered her head, but the close-up captured the fleeting moment when she glanced up at Jiang Qi. That single look was imbued with an abundance of emotions: joy, anticipation, yearning, and trust. However, as she withdrew her gaze, all those feelings returned to a state of calm and secrecy. This gaze, described as a shift in emotion, was evidently a transition between the human and the inhuman, leaving the onlookers with an unsettling sensation. Though each individual present harbored their own grievances, they could not deny that Wen Shi was far from the superficial figure they had initially assumed. She was, in fact, a prodigious talent with exceptional acting skills. It was perplexing to ponder how those wretched rumors had spread online. Wen Shi herself recognized the significant change within her. She had merely sought guidance from a few instructors, honing her craft and perhaps awakening her potential. She still had much to learn from her esteemed seniors. The onlookers, aware of her humility, felt a sense of relief, for their own experiences were undoubtedly richer. In contrast to the arrogant newcomers who flaunted their talents, Wen Shi's blend of humility and giftedness made her far more palatable. However, Zhou Dao was unyielding, scoffing. What could you possibly learn from them? To put it kindly, they possess a wealth of technique. To put it bluntly, they are merely seasoned performers. If you were to imitate them, you would eventually lose your innate spirit. No, I still have many shortcomings, Wen Shi insisted, her hands flailing as if attempting to take flight. Zhou Dao chuckled. Indeed, there are areas for improvement, but if you follow my lead and assist me as a second director, I assure you will gain far more. It seemed his flattery was merely a ruse to enlist her as labor. Wen Shi felt a mix of exasperation and amusement. As for the gathered actors, their expressions turned awkward. They had initially anticipated Wen Shi's embarrassment, but were instead confronted by Zhou Dao's revelations, leaving them embarrassed and eager to disperse, returning to their respective tasks in no time. The set had required immense effort, and the rental fees for a day were staggering. All scenes within this setting needed to be filmed in concentrated sessions. Once everything was adjusted, the assistant director signaled to Zhou Dao that they could proceed. Zhou Dao nodded and called out, Cut. The ensuing narrative depicted Jiang Qi at the banquet interacting with these individuals, particularly Zhou Xian. From the moment he had teased Wen Shi, he harbored great discontent towards the Duke of Duke's refusal to part with his plaything. Although he had refrained from expressing his displeasure initially, he began to indulge in copious amounts of alcohol, progressively losing his composure. As the atmosphere reached a fever pitch, he publicly succumbed to drunken antics. Wen Shi observed him through the screen, clutching a bottle, his body swaying unsteadily, crashing into various dishes and vases, as he unleashed a barrage of crude jests and laughter upon the gathering. Though his appearance may be undeniably crude, his portrayal exudes a certain wild abandon and audacity that is far from repulsive. If spectators were to harbor any disdain, it would be directed solely towards those who attempt to hinder him, those who regard him with contempt. They perceive themselves as the audience to a mere jester, oblivious to the fact that it is they who are being deftly manipulated. For this madman, amidst his frenzy, occasionally reveals a gaze imbued with chilling rationality, a power that possesses the potential to obliterate far more than his own madness. From the onset of his descent into madness to the moment he is escorted away, a continuous 3-minute-long take unfolds, each frame of which showcases Jiang Qi's impeccable performance. Few can tear their gaze away from him, and none can resist his magnetic allure beneath the lens. He is a king, and all must bow before him. Wen Shi, engrossed in the unfolding frames, remains blissfully unaware that Jiang Qi has drawn near, his mind still churning with thoughts. Just moments ago, Director Zhou remarked on her formidable control over her body, asserting that Jiang Qi was even more extraordinary. With every movement he made meticulously choreographed, the dramatic tension is nothing short of explosive, were it not for her familiarity with his entire career. She might very well suspect he hailed from a musical theater background. Jiang Qi pauses, mildly surprised by the self-praise she had just uttered. He takes a few steps forward. Wen Shi, oblivious to his presence behind her, continues to muse. How could he be the youngest best actor? His talent is simply astounding. This is a lengthy shot. demanding sustained emotional intensity and fluidity of movement. After viewing it countless times, she finds it impossible to identify even the slightest imperfection in his performance. If it were her, she could not guarantee such flawless execution. Even she feels a twinge of inadequacy. One can only imagine how others would feel after witnessing him. Perhaps contemplating a leap into the river in despair, for one can hardly compete with such brilliance. Hearing herself praise, Jiang Qi cannot help but feel a surge of pleasure. Yet he is slightly embarrassed by her unabashed flattery. But wait, there is more? Jiang Qi instinctively holds his breath. If only he would reveal a hint of collarbone. It would be utterly perfect. Almost choking on his breath, he involuntarily coughs. The sudden sound of coughing from behind startles Wen Shi, snapping her back to reality. And she turns to find Jiang Qi standing right behind her. "Mr. Jiang, do you not realize that frightening someone can be deadly?" she exclaims indignantly. Jiang Qi, suppressing the itch in his throat, responds through gritted teeth. "Teacher, one has nothing to feel guilty about, so what is there to fear?" Feeling inexplicably guilty, Wen Shi refuses to show any weakness, retorting, "Had you not spoken out of the blue, I would not have been frightened." Jiang Qi gazes at her with heavy eyes, and Wen Shi is acutely aware of the truth within her own heart. Chapter 31. The Script Meeting. Their bickering inevitably attracts the attention of others. While Wen Shi's private life is often subject to unfavorable gossip, their interactions over the past few days have shown little evidence of her forming close bonds with anyone. Especially not with Jiang Qi, who seems to thrive on conversation. Whenever they cross paths, they are almost always at odds, seldom engaging in calm dialogue. Jiang Qi's emotions were not overtly expressed, making them difficult to discern. However, Wen Shi never concealed her disdain for him. Her attitude even less amiable than that towards the crew. It was puzzling how the two could exhibit such remarkable chemistry when performing. Could it be that the minds of geniuses were connected? Director Zhou glanced back at the pair, unable to refrain from exclaiming, "How old are you two? You behave like elementary school children, bickering incessantly." Wen Shi shot a glare at Jiang Qi, attributing the blame to him for scaring her and engaging in banter. Jiang Qi merely snorted, yielding to Teacher Wen's whims, conceding that whatever she said was to be accepted. "Oh, you." Director Zhou immediately interjected. "If you truly have nothing better to do, join us for the meeting." Upon hearing the word meeting, Wen Shi contemplated making an escape, thinking, "I'm merely a minor character. I needn't attend the script meeting. You're coming, so stop the nonsense." Ultimately, Wen Shi could not resist Director Zhou's authoritative presence and joined Jiang Qi along with several lead actors in the meeting room on set. Since the commencement of The Awakening, Director Zhou and the screenwriter had never ceased refining the script. Whenever new ideas emerged, they would gather the entire crew, including cinematography and lighting staff, for script meetings or readings. Given that Wen Shi's character had scarcely any lines, she had opted out of the pre-shoot script reading, feeling it unnecessary to participate. Just as she was about to pull out her phone to inquire whether her mother had returned to the hotel, she heard the screenwriter, Teacher Zhang, mention her name. "Teacher Wen's brilliant performance has inspired me greatly, leading me to believe that the character AI Shui possesses even greater potential for development. In simple terms, I feel she should not merely serve as a catalyst for the protagonist's awakening. She may in fact be far more significant." Teacher Zhang continued, "I would like to first hear Teacher Wen's interpretation of this character." Her words captured Wen Shi's attention. Recognizing the significance, she did not hesitate to respond. "From the moment I received the script and delved into AI Shui's character, I have felt that the title The Awakening was undeniably bestowed upon AI Shui." Her declaration elicited a variety of expressions from those present, for who was unaware that the name The Awakening corresponded to the male lead Qi Nian, symbolizing the protagonist's initiation of a new era for humanity. Doubts arose as to whether she was attempting to secure more screen time for herself. Unfazed by the scrutinizing gazes, Wen Shi continued, "The script merely indicates that AI Shui is an awakened being. Upon attaining self-awareness, she refuses to witness the man who saved her being killed. Thus, she intervenes to save him. I believe the awakening process represents the birth of a new species, and this process is the true awakening. As the pioneer of awakening, AI Shui ought to embody a spiritual symbol. I trust that Teacher Zhang, even before the creative process of the script was fully crystallized, had already endowed her with divinity. She is born of desire, existing within an environment of indulgence, yet has never harbored love or hate for humanity. Ultimately, her sacrifice to save the protagonist is devoid of affection or animosity. Perhaps she merely seeks to demonstrate to the apathetic and cruel humanity that they possess souls. As a new species, Wen Shi spoke with a calm demeanor, her words plunging the room into silence. They may not truly comprehend Wen Shi's words. Many are merely astonished that she genuinely engages in character study and can articulate her unique insights. However, teacher Zhang wholeheartedly affirms her perspective, acknowledging that perhaps he himself had not fully grasped the purpose behind the character's design. Yet, Wen Shi has already brought depth to the role through her own understanding and interpretation, prompting much contemplation on his part. Over the next few days, I will expedite the script revisions, for I am confident that with such a character involved, the overall quality of the script will ascend to a higher echelon. Upon hearing this, the actors displayed a range of expressions, although the script undergoes daily alterations. This marks the first instance of a character's script being modified for a specific individual. They cast glances at Wen Shi, wondering if she truly intends to expand her role. Given the film's limited duration, any increase in her scenes would inevitably necessitate a reduction in others' parts, causing some to feel uneasy. Yet, Wen Shi harbors no such concerns. She simply fulfills her duties as an actress by understanding her character and posing questions and insights. The remainder falls to the writer and the director. Regardless of whether her scenes are augmented or diminished, as long as the character shines brightly, what need is there for concern? Jiang, seated beside her, found himself captivated by her musings. The more he learned about her, the more he perceived his previous self as superficial. She is undoubtedly a person of pure thought. He believes her entry into the profession stemmed from a genuine love for acting and character creation. It had been ages since he encountered anyone with such unadulterated passion for performance as she possesses. Even he himself was on the brink of losing that fervor. Aside from the character of Ai Shui, the male lead's characterization had long been established, while other roles still require refinement through collaboration with the actors, prompting a new round of script readings. Thus, Wen Shi's involvement diminished. She took the opportunity to message her mother. Song Ying had already returned to the hotel and inquired what she wished to eat for dinner. A flurry of dish names flashed through Wen Shi's mind, and she ultimately replied, "I crave barbecue. Tonight, I'll take Mom out to eat, since we've finally ventured out for fun. Let us not dwell on cooking for me." Jiang, nearby, felt a pang of hunger as he listened to her list of dishes. His gaze inadvertently falling upon the message she was composing for her mother. What a disingenuous little trickster she is. By the time the script concluded, evening was approaching. Upon returning to the hotel, Wen Shi took Song Ying and Xiaomeng directly to the barbecue restaurant. The establishment was not overly crowded, and they found a relatively secluded spot to sit. Xiaomeng, with a forlorn expression, remarked, "Boss, it's one thing that you've neglected your diet these past few days. But isn't it a bit excessive to indulge in barbecue? Why do you have so much to say?" Wen Shi retorted, clearly displeased with his gloomy demeanor. "Have you heard what Director Zhou said? You're the one who is always rambling on." Beside them, Song Ying playfully tapped her hand, "Speak to Xiaomeng properly. There's no need to be so confrontational." "Mom, are you siding with him?" Wen Shi pouted, wrapping her arms around her mother. Song Ying poked her forehead gently and said to Xiaomeng, "Your boss is just like that. Don't take it to heart." "Not at all." Xiaomeng quickly shook his head. "The boss doesn't often scold me. It's just that when it comes to food, she gets easily upset." Wen Shi glared at him. "Are you implying that I cannot control my words?" "I never said that." Xiaomeng shook his head, though a hint of mockery danced upon his features. Song Ying observed their bickering, her eyes sparkling with mirth. "Xiao Wen, Mrs. Wen, are you both here for barbecue?" Upon hearing the voice, Wen Shi looked up to see Director Zhou and the crew, and to her surprise, Jiang Qi and Su Yining were also present. Chapter 32. Surrounded at dinner. Since they had crossed paths, both parties decided to occupy a spacious private room together. Wen Shi found herself seated beside Su Yining on one side and Song Ying on the other, with Jiang Qi right next to her. She couldn't shake the feeling that she had been encountering him far too frequently of late. When the director inquired about their food preferences, without a moment's hesitation, he suggested, "Let us have barbecue." The instant the words escaped his lips, he regretted them, yet the director readily agreed, resulting in the current scenario. Wen Shi dismissed it as mere coincidence, not giving it further thought. However, she soon felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. This rare opportunity to indulge in barbecue was now complicated by the presence of Director Zhou, making her reluctant to feast in front of him. She resolved to seize the moment when the director was distracted to indulge herself with a few more skewers. Jiang Qi, holding a cup of water, suppressed a smile at the thought. While others were preoccupied with how to please the director, she was solely focused on devouring more barbecue. Before long, their orders arrived.
Mom,
Do you find these dishes to your liking? Wen Shi inquired softly, glancing at the not-so-clean-looking skewers. Song Ying chuckled. What is not to like? Your mother was once young, too. We relish street food during our school days. Mom is still young, Wen Shi remarked, expertly transferring the beef from the skewer to the plate with her chopsticks. Song Ying playfully tapped her forehead. You just know how to make your mother happy. The rest of the table looked on, puzzled. Despite her attire and demeanor exuding the elegance of a noblewoman, Song Ying seemed out of place in the shabby barbecue joint. Yet, she bore no airs, offering a gentle smile to everyone, leaving them guessing about her true background. The most enigmatic figure was Wen Shi. Despite the presence of director Zhou, the producer, and the screenwriter at the table, this fledgling actress, who had only debuted a year ago, neither raised a toast nor initiated conversation, making it impossible for anyone to associate her with the rumors of her having entangled with the entire crew. Had Wen Shi been privy to their thoughts, she would have smirked and proclaimed that this was the confidence that came with being an investor. As she indulged in barbecue, Su Yining's expression darkened. Don't you have a shoot tomorrow? Aren't you worried about your face swelling from all this food? I don't have a tendency to retain water, Wen Shi replied with a smile. Su Yining, who was prone to water retention, scoffed. Then eat more. You might as well become plump, so I can outshine you when the film premieres. Observing her reluctance to eat, Wen Shi surmised that Su Yining's fate was indeed unfortunate, forever distanced from the pleasures of food. Just as she was reveling in her private amusement, Director Zhou suddenly called out, Xiao Wen, I remember you have a scene to shoot tomorrow, right? It is advisable to consume less for a more appealing appearance on camera. I neither experience swelling nor have I gained weight. I strive for self-improvement. Director Zhou, uninterested in her justifications, directly stated, weigh yourself tomorrow morning. If you meet the standard I set, you may indulge in your meals tonight. Instantly, Wen Shi fell silent. She had indeed been eating more lately. And though she claimed not to have gained weight, uncertainty lingered in her mind. If she truly had gained weight, little Meng would surely make her subsist on leaves henceforth. Observing her downcast expression, Su Yining felt a surge of satisfaction and lightly taunted her. Song Ying shook her head in amusement, remarking, This is certainly unhealthy. It would be wise to eat less. Tomorrow, I shall prepare healthy and delectable dishes that will not contribute to your weight. She understood that her daughter was engaged in such a profession, and the best way to support her was to avoid being a hindrance. Yet, the pang of concern was inevitable. She could only strive to care for her daughter diligently. Wen Shi's spirits lifted once more. Her favorite meals were undoubtedly those prepared by her mother, though she wished to spare her from excessive toil. Su Yining felt a twinge of envy, believing Wen Shi to be exceedingly fortunate to have an assistant who constantly inquired about her well-being, not to mention a mother who personally attended to her. Truly, one could compare people and find disparities that were stark. Jiang Qi silently listened throughout, his mood buoyed by Wen Shi's cheerful demeanor, a smile gracing his lips that refused to fade. Perhaps it was her love for food that made her easily content and joyful, filling her heart with an everlasting sense of happiness, drawing him ever closer to her. After their meal, they began to exit the private room, only to find a group of individuals covertly capturing images with their phones. Being part of the industry, they were somewhat sensitive to such behavior and quickly shielded their faces. Wen Shi pulled up her hoodie. Little Meng had also followed, standing protectively by her side. However, the attention was not directed at her, but rather at Jiang Qi beside her. Donning a mask, Jiang Qi moved swiftly and silently forward. Yet the commotion soon attracted more attention. Wen Shi had initially intended to blend in with the crowd, but suddenly someone shouted, A vase. Is that the vase? Indeed. It was Wen Shi. She quickened her pace, pondering how she had gained such notoriety to be recognized so swiftly. Upon hearing that a star was present, many passers-by, perhaps oblivious to her name, rushed over, raising their phones to capture the moment. Before she and little Meng could react, the throng had already encroached upon them. Wen Shi had never encountered such a scene in her life. A wave of panic washed over her, and she could only protect Song Ying as she pressed forward. However, the short distance to the car felt interminably long, the chaos around her escalating, and her heart raced uncontrollably. In her moment of uncertainty, a large hand suddenly reached out and grasped her arm. Wen Shi looked up to see Jiang Qi. Why had he returned? Without uttering a word, he held her arm with one hand while using the other to clear a path through the crowd, effectively forging a way for her. They swiftly navigated through the throng and somehow found themselves in a vehicle. Once the door shut, a collective sigh of relief resonated among them. The vase and Jiang Qi were spotted dining together. Did you see it? Yes, it's unbelievable that the vase could pull Jiang into such a publicity stunt. Don't be ridiculous. It was a group dinner with the cast, not just the two of them. Is there any proof, or are you just talking nonsense? Yes. There are photos and even videos. Immediately, someone released images and footage from various angles. The individuals present were quite low-key. Yet it was evident that many members of the Apocalypse crew were in attendance. What truly sent the crowd into a frenzy was the video of Jiang, wearing a brown mask, hurriedly pulling along Wen Shi, who was hooded and had her face obscured, as they approached the car. Chapter 33. Trending again, angering father. Did I see that correctly? Is Jiang really with Wen Shi? It's her. Didn't you notice her assistant following closely behind?
Wow.
Jiang's boyfriend energy is off the charts. One hand pulling her along, the other shielding her. It's simply stunning. The sexual tension is palpable, like a scene from a movie. There's definitely something going on between them. If not, I'll eat my hat. There's undoubtedly an issue. Who knows about their online fandom? I'm ready to join the cult.
Count me in.
This video quickly propelled to the trending topics, igniting a fervor among fans. Jiang's supporters erupted in anger, accusing Wen Shi of being shameless for using their idol for publicity, claiming to help but getting bitten by the dog instead. Wen Shi's fans, still unaware of the situation, were bombarded by Jiang fans. Even the most laid-back supporters, upon seeing their beloved vase being disparaged, lost their composure, snidely remarking on Jiang's supposed superiority, insisting he should avoid getting close to Wen Shi in the future. The two factions, already at odds, completely severed ties this time. When Lu Ming received the news, his first instinct was to suspect Wen Shi was causing trouble, but upon checking the trending topic, he realized the fans were at each other's throats, leaving him somewhat uncertain. He immediately called Jiang. At that moment, Jiang had just returned to the hotel. What's going on? Haven't you had enough of the trending topics? Now you've gone and stirred up another. Lu Ming questioned as soon as the call connected. It was aimed at me from the start. She was merely collateral damage. I couldn't just turn and walk away, he replied calmly. Lu Ming admonished. Don't be too headstrong. Consider your status and position. Getting entangled with her won't benefit you. You should also respect the opinions of your fans. Just look at the uproar online. Jiang frowned slightly. My way of respecting them is to produce more excellent work, not to live according to their whims. As for Wen Shi, I am well aware of the situation. Fine, I won't press you further. I just can't understand your thinking. Jiang was disinterested in discussing Wen Shi, so he quickly interjected, Brother Ming, I'm tired and wish to rest now. Then rest. I'll handle the trending issue and can suppress it soon. However, on the other side, Wen Shi's situation was far from tranquil. As soon as she returned to her room, she received a phone call, not from her manager, but from her father, Wen Shi. Wen Shi, what on earth are you doing? His tone was harsh. I let the last incident with your brother slide, but now you've dragged your mother into the trending news again. Aren't you ashamed of the disgrace you're bringing upon us? Wen Shi patiently attempted to explain. It was just an accident. I merely wanted to take Mom out for a meal, and I didn't expect to be followed. Don't bother explaining, he retorted. Let me tell you something, Wen Shi. If you enjoy being chased and photographed, that's your business. But the Wen family cannot be associated with such nonsense. If you wish to remain in the entertainment industry, sever your ties with the Wen family. Even if you claim to be one of us, I will never acknowledge you.
Taking a deep breath,
Wen Shi felt a pang of hurt from her father's words, but she steadied her voice and replied, You needn't worry. I have no intention of publicly identifying as a member of the Wen family. To me, the Wen family is nothing extraordinary. Is that your dad? Song Ying, hearing the commotion, emerged from the bathroom. Give me the phone, I will speak with him. Wen Shi was reluctant to hand over her phone, knowing it would only lead to further conflict, and her mother had enough on her plate. In the background, her father continued to shout, What do you mean? You eat and wear things that are from the Wen family. What right do you have to disparage us? Enough, Dad. I'm going to rest, Wen Shi said, tired of the conversation, and promptly hung up. Song Ying frowned. What did your father say? Did he scold you again? Not really, Wen Shi replied, pulling her mother to sit down. She joked, Mom, you were quite startled tonight, weren't you? I didn't realize I had become so popular. Seeing her daughter unwilling to discuss further, Song Ying refrained from pressing her, gently stroking her hair. There's nothing to fear. Just be a bit more cautious when you go out. With so many people around, what if you get shoved and hurt? I understand. I'll be careful from now on. Wen Shi spent some time talking with her mother before retreating to her room. She glanced at her phone. Xiaomeng had sent several messages. stating that the trending topic had been suppressed by Jiang side, assuring her not to worry. Hu Xiuyu likely saw the trending topic as well, reaching out to check on her, and Bai Li had also inquired about the situation in the group chat. Yet, her manager, Lu Meifei, had not sent a single message throughout the ordeal. Wen Shi pressed her fingers to her temples, realizing she needed to find time to visit the studio to sort things out. She and Xiaoming obviously lacked experience in dealing with such matters. Not only did she need to dismiss Lu Meifei, but she also required a reliable manager to handle the public relations issues. She wondered when her brother's entertainment company would be established, and if there would be a competent manager who could assist her in navigating this predicament. Otherwise, she might not be so fortunate next time, with someone to promptly retract the trending news. As for her father, Wen Shi lay back on her bed, unsure how to address that situation. She had already distanced herself from home, choosing to avoid the turmoil, yet her mother remained there, and she could not simply ignore her or completely sever ties. She secretly hoped her mother would leave as well, though such a notion was clearly unrealistic. Fortunately, her elder brother's stance appeared to be neutral. Should matters escalate, he would at least not align himself with their father. She turned over, letting out a gentle sigh, realizing that the family's affairs could only be navigated step by step. This incident had indeed served as a lesson for Wen Shi, allowing her to recognize that she was no longer the inconspicuous actress of her previous life who toiled in silence for a lifetime, only to eventually win the award for Best Supporting Actress. Instead, she was a striking figure, both infamous and famous, with 2 million followers online and countless detractors. There were people on the street who could recognize her at a glance, and some would even chase after her. Such an experience was undeniably novel. Yet, she relished it, determined to forge a bright path in her career, aspiring to one day lift the trophy once more to prove her worth. Wen Shi collapsed onto her bed and checked Weibo. Naturally, she came across the video of Jiang protecting her as they left, and truth be told, his commanding presence as he led her through the crowd was undeniably impressive. He had indeed changed. From initially avoiding her as if she were poison to now risking himself to come to her aid, at the very least, the person she had chosen to support previously had proven to be of impeccable character. This was one of the few comforting thoughts of the day. Chapter 34. Being a Mama's Boy. The following morning, Wen Shi finally received a belated phone call from Lu Meifei. Her tone was less than pleasant. Didn't you want to avoid being tied to Jiang for publicity? How many trending topics have we had during this time? While trending topics can be beneficial, too many can provoke a backlash from netizens. Do you recall how chaotic the fans were last night? Shouldn't you be managing these matters? Wen Shi was having breakfast with Song Ying, and she did not shy away from discussing the call in her presence. I told you last time to clean up the photos of me and my brother online.
Have you done that?
You're only calling me now that last night's trending topics have lost traction. You know it's not good to trend so much. Why didn't you help suppress last night's topics? Seeing that she was genuinely upset, Lu Meifei's tone softened. Xiao Shi, you know I have more than just you as an artist under my wing. I'm quite busy. Xiaoming should have called me about such a significant issue. Luckily, nothing major happened. Otherwise, I wouldn't let him off easily. Wen Shi listened with a cold smile and quipped half-jokingly, if you truly can't find the time for me, perhaps I should find someone else to manage me. Upon hearing this, Lu Meifei became anxious. I'm busy now, but it's only temporary. I haven't abandoned you. I will come to see you in a couple of days. You know we've known each other for so many years, and I'm still an old friend of your mother's. Who could care for you as sincerely as I do?
Please don't scare me like that.
Wen Shi understood that this was not the moment for confrontation, smiling as she replied, I was genuinely a bit frightened last night. Without you around, I couldn't help but feel a little resentful. As you said, you've watched me grow up. I can't believe you'd trust anyone else. Lu Meifei felt reassured on the other end. Last night was my oversight. I will keep a closer watch on your affairs from now on.
Great.
Then you must come visit soon. All right, I'll make it over in a couple of days. During the phone call, Song Ying remained silent, only inquiring after she hung up, does your aunt seldom pay attention to you? Initially, she was quite attentive, but it seems she has been rather busy lately and unable to attend to me. Wen Shi lowered her head and took a sip of porridge. Not mentioning her financial situation, Song Ying's expression darkened. No matter how busy she was, she could not neglect you. Setting aside my relationship with her, in just over a year, how many resources has she taken from me and your elder brother? Those under her management, which one is worth more than you? If she doesn't focus on you, who else would she watch over? Mom, please don't be angry. Perhaps it's because we provided her with ample resources that she has become too busy to attend to me, Wen Shi tried to placate Song Ying. Unbeknownst to her, Lu Meifei had been consistently requesting resources from both her mother and elder brother. It was common knowledge that the pharmaceutical and cosmetics companies her mother owned were leading brands, and endorsements were plentiful. Not to mention, her elder brother had long since begun investing in television dramas and films, and what he offered Lu Meifei may not even be minor roles. With such resources at her disposal, it was no wonder Lu Meifei's appetite had grown. She looked down upon Wen Shi, a moderately successful actress, and sought to support those with greater potential. It was hardly surprising that Lu Meifei had been trending frequently lately. If she were to become truly popular and her resources increased, how would she continue to request resources from her mother and elder brother? Song Ying was no fool. She quickly deduced the situation and looked at Wen Shi. Are you already dissatisfied with Lu Meifei? Regarding the incident when my elder brother and I were photographed, she not only failed to help me suppress the matter, but also wanted my brother to intervene, which struck me as peculiar. Seeing that Song Ying was calmer than she was, Wen Shi did not conceal the truth and recounted the previous incident. Your aunt is a top-notch agent in the industry. For her, suppressing a trending topic or having some photos deleted is a trivial task. Not only did she refuse to assist me, but the issue even reached her father's ears. I find her behavior quite strange. True to her reputation as a once formidable figure in the business world, Song Ying immediately grasped the crux of the matter. Is your money managed by her? Yes, Wen Shi nodded, but it's not a large sum, only 30 million. She felt a twinge of shame. Having invested in several productions, some had incurred losses, and others had yet to air, leaving her with limited funds. Song Ying grasped her hand and reassured her, you've just acquired shares in the company and Haven Tea yet received this year's dividends. Your financial endeavors, even with your pocket money, surpass those of the wastrels in the third household. She continued, do not rush regarding Lu Meifei. I will investigate. I am equally curious to see how this old friend of mine is looking after her daughter. Though she had devoted herself to being a devoted wife and mother over the years, it did not mean she had lost her acumen as a businesswoman. She was certain that Lu Meifei was indeed up to something. Wen Shi, at a loss, felt a surge of relief at her mother's words, embracing her waist. Mom, what would I do without you? I've been worried. I'm busy on my end, and Xiaomeng lacks experience. Just last night, we were completely at a loss. Song Ying playfully poked her forehead. You have always been like this. Whenever something arises, you keep it bottled up. It's just a minor issue. Why not seek help from me or your elder brother? Why bear the burden alone? Wen Shi nestled her head against her shoulder, declaring that from now on, she would become a mama's girl, relying on her mother to resolve all matters. Oh, you. Song Ying chuckled at her antics, wrapping her arms around her, though tears shimmered in her eyes. In truth, how could one blame Wen Shi? If blame were to be assigned, it would fall upon herself. As she had always been preoccupied with quarreling with Wen Shiming and taking issue with the Wen family, hoping fervently for her daughter to excel, yet never considering what lay within her heart or what she truly desired. With unreliable parents, was she not left to depend solely on herself? It was only after her daughter had left home that she realized the extent of her past errors, yearning for reconciliation, yet fearing it might be too late. Fortunately, it was not yet too late. The mother and daughter, in a tender haze, enjoyed breakfast together before heading to the filming set. As Song Ying observed, she soon recognized that something was amiss. Wen Shi was surrounded only by Xiaomeng, with no driver present. Even the usual vehicle that shuttled her to and from the studio was merely a small car from the production team, lacking the comfort of a designated nanny vehicle. Without hesitation, she called Wen Jingyun to inform him of Wen Shi's circumstances, insisting that he arrange for a nanny car for her, as spending an entire day on set without a quiet place to rest was unacceptable. Wen Jingyun readily agreed and inquired further about Wen Shi's situation on set. Gazing at Wen Shi, who was engrossed in discussions with director Zhou while reviewing footage, Song Ying's face radiated warmth. Rest assured, she truly enjoys her current work. The director is fond of her, and she herself is happy each day. That was what mattered most. Wen Jingyun recalled their father's earlier mention of sending Wen Shi abroad, initially believing it might bring her greater happiness. However, witnessing her enthusiasm for acting dispelled any thoughts of relocating her overseas. He would also persuade their father to abandon that notion. Mother, if you enjoy it, stay a few more days. I'll handle things with father. He reassured Song Ying, adding, once I'm less busy, I'll come to see you both. In Chapter 35, the revised script, Wen Shi remained oblivious to her elder brother's arrangement for a nanny car as she engaged in discussions with director Zhou regarding the recently filmed scenes. It seemed that Zhou genuinely wished for her to become an assistant director. Upon arriving today, he had pulled her aside to review the previously illustrated storyboards and to deliberate on visual effects. Initially, she felt a twinge of anxiety, but soon grasped the situation. To ensure the filming progressed smoothly, 3 teams were shooting simultaneously, leaving the other 2 assistant directors occupied elsewhere. Director Zhou, overwhelmed with responsibilities, needed a directing assistant. And since Wen Shi had limited scenes but some experience, she was seized upon to fill that role. With memories of a past life, Wen Shi indeed possessed considerable acting experience. However, she humbly acknowledged that her aesthetic sense and creativity could not compare to those of a true director. Thus, throughout the discussions, it was primarily director Zhou who spoke, while she served as a source of inspiration for him, listening intently as he articulated his thoughts, sparking sudden bursts of creativity. Wen Shi was thoroughly impressed by the old man's talent, growing increasingly convinced that this film would not only achieve great success, but also elevate the domestic science fiction genre to new heights. Just then, Jiang Yi returned from another studio. As the character with the most significant role, he traverses between several sets each day. Previously, a scene of dialogue was filmed, which the assistant director could manage without the presence of director Zhou. Jiang Yi merely exchanged glances with Wen Shi before proceeding to remove and reapply her makeup. Wen Shi, too, attended to her makeup in preparation for the upcoming scenes. During yesterday's script meeting, it was resolved to amend certain parts of A.I. Shue's scenes. Yet she had yet to receive the revised script. As she pondered this, the screenwriter, Mr. Liu, entered her dressing room. "I have just revised today's scenes. Take a look and let me know your thoughts." Wen Shi eagerly snatched the script, quickly perusing its contents. Unable to contain her excitement, she exclaimed, "Mr. Liu, your revisions are truly remarkable." Director Zhou also found them satisfactory. Mr. Liu sighed in relief, finally feeling he had done justice to her acting prowess. "Oh, Mr. Liu, you truly have a way of putting me under pressure." He waved his hand dismissively, stifling a yawn. "Go ahead and finalize your look. I haven't slept all night and need to catch up on rest." "Then do take a break," she replied, watching Mr. Liu depart. Wen Shi returned her gaze to the thin sheet of paper in her hands. Upon further reflection, the alterations made to today's scene were not overly drastic. The original script depicted A.I. Shue inciting a dispute that incensed Duke Count, who subsequently lashed out at her and handed her over to the whims of the esteemed guests, prompting the male lead to rescue her. In the revised version, as A.I. Shue was being whipped by Duke Count, the male lead stealthily infiltrated the room to assassinate him and simultaneously freed A.I. Shue from her bindings. In his haste to escape, he remained oblivious to the fact that Duke Count was not yet dead. It was only after his departure that A.I. Shue took matters into her own hands, ensuring Duke Count's demise. Reading it again, Wen Shi felt a shiver run down her spine. The script offered no explicit motivation, yet she believed that A.I. Shue's act of murder stemmed not from hatred but from her profound intelligence and extraordinary insight. Perhaps she had comprehended the male lead's actions and intentions without any prior communication, thus joining the ranks of rebellion. Truly an awakened pioneer. Once her makeup was complete, Wen Shi's excitement remained uncontainable, and she approached director Zhou, declaring, "Director, rest assured, I shall portray this character splendidly." Zhou, engaged in conversation with Jiang Yi, looked up at her exuberance, unable to suppress a smile. "I look forward to your performance," he replied. Jiang Yi, with a gentle gaze, added, "I will do my utmost not to hinder Teacher Wen." It was evident to him that Wen Shi regarded this scene with great seriousness, subtly adjusting her demeanor. His comment was not made in jest. Although Wen Shi had previously rehearsed with Jiang Yi, their time together had been brief, and this was a crucial scene. Acting alongside him was no trivial matter, yet it filled her with anticipation, compelling her to deliver her finest performance in this pivotal moment. The foreign actor portraying Duke Count, named Mike, approached them, speaking fluent Chinese with a furrowed brow. "Just a moment, please. You must allow me some space. Come here, and let me discuss the scene with you," Zhou called to him, leading him away. Upon hearing that today's scenes are particularly significant, numerous idle actors gathered to observe. Among them Su Yining. This scene was unlike any before, for Wen Shi was the protagonist. Her agent whispered in her ear, questioning whether she would deliver a commendable performance. Su Yining gazed at Wen Shi, who was engrossed in her script, hoping fervently that she would not falter and delay the production. As her own scenes were scheduled for the afternoon, The agent scoffed, remarking that Director Zhou treated her like a precious gem, and if she were to fail, it would surely reflect poorly on him. Su Yining shot her a sideways glance, irritated by her expression that seemed to revel in the prospect of failure. "It's quite tiresome to watch you wish for someone else's disgrace," she retorted. The agent, slightly embarrassed, muttered, "Why am I even discussing this with you?" "You are indeed quite superfluous," Su Yining huffed. "You know nothing about acting. Just tend to your own business." The agent, at a loss for words, retreated to gossip with others. Chapter 36, a performance that shook the audience. As the clapperboard snapped shut, the first scene commenced. In a lavish room adorned with opulent decorations intertwined with modern technology, the wall sconces cast a warm, dim glow, allowing the moonlight to spill into the room, illuminating the sumptuous carpet. Ai Shui was pushed inside, only to be met with a resounding slap from Duke Count, causing her to stumble and fall onto the carpet. "Master." "I did not," she stammered. The Duke leaned down, gripping her chin, admiring her perfect visage, which was indeed tantalizing. He violently cast Ai Shui aside and retrieved a jeweled whip from the wall, turning back to lash it upon her. Director Zhou shouted from a seat, "This take is good. Keep the emotions intact, props team. Let us move on to the next shot quickly." The props master rushed to Wen Shi's side. "Teacher Wen, this might be a bit intense." "What does it matter?" Wen Shi waved her hand dismissively. "Feel free to proceed." The props master then tore a large gash in her clothing, applying red paint to her exposed skin to simulate wounds. The automaton bore no flesh or blood, merely a resilient layer of synthetic skin that would not result in a gory spectacle. Once the props master exited, Director Zhou called again. "With a barbed whip. As it strikes, the fabric should rip, leaving a bloody mark on Ai Shui's skin. The intense pain should elicit a scream from her. Just a mere plaything. Yet you dare to humiliate me in front of my guests. Watch how I discipline you." Duke Count lashed out twice more, still unsatisfied, and pressed a button on the table. Two mechanical arms descended from the ceiling, reaching for Ai Shui on the floor. Wen Shi, already secured with wires around her waist, was gradually lifted into the air by the wire master in sync with the mechanical arms movements. Ai Shui was designed to appear more fragile than a typical human. Powerless against her bindings, she could only twist her body in despair while suspended. Her long skirt flowed over her bare feet, cascading to the ground. Under the silvery moonlight, her slender form appeared even more delicate, her waist seemingly fragile enough to snap, and her helpless struggle in the air resembled that of a sacrificial maiden, radiating a haunting beauty of fragility and torment. The entire set fell into a profound silence. Even without the lens of a camera, this scene is breathtakingly beautiful, rendering one speechless. Wen Shi's expressions and her physical struggles are profoundly authentic. Every nuance of her face, each movement, and every cry of anguish reveal an overwhelming sense of suffering and despair. Many onlookers, despite knowing this is merely a performance, averted their gazes, unable to bear the sight. It was only when Director Zhou suddenly called out that the audience stirred from their heart-wrenching emotions. Song Ying, standing at the periphery, was already in tears, yearning to step forward, but upon witnessing Wen Shi surrounded by the props team and makeup artists, she reluctantly retreated. Her action brought Jiang Qi, who stood beside her, back to reality. He exhaled softly, gently reassuring her, "And Song, it's just acting. Look, Wen Shi is smiling and chatting with Mike." Peering into the crowd, Song Ying indeed saw Wen Shi beaming, completely engrossed in conversation. She exhaled, realizing how remarkably the child performed. It felt as though she were genuinely injured. Wen Shi is incredibly talented. "I'm quite nervous about acting alongside her," Jiang Qi remarked with a smile. Hearing her daughter receive such praise, Song Ying's expression brightened, and she replied, "It's primarily because she enjoys it. She still has much to learn from you." Once the new makeup effects were in place, the crowd dispersed, and Wen Shi was once again hoisted into the air, returning to her previous state. What followed was a close-up scene, primarily mimicking the effect of a whip striking the body. Once this segment was completed, they would officially enter the scene. Count Duke gazed at the suspended Aisha, his expression gradually transforming, a wicked smile curling at the edges of his lips, while his subordinate intensified the force of the lashes. As the whip struck Aisha, her body convulsed violently, transitioning from fierce struggles to feeble cries, yet she never uttered a plea for mercy. Suddenly, she lifted her head slightly, gazing at the ceiling. Her expression fell into a serene stillness, devoid of pain or despair. Her eyes reflected an utter indifference, without the slightest flicker of emotion. The audience collectively gasped. This was a revised script, known only to the writer, director Zhou, and a few actors involved in the scene. The others remained oblivious. No one would have imagined that such a harrowing and desperate portrayal was merely an act. Yet, in truth, it was always a performance. Ultimately, no one anticipated the deception. And they had all been misled. It became evident how terrifyingly skilled Wen Shi's acting was, seamlessly oscillating between emotions, leaving even those who prided themselves as veterans unable to detect any flaw. All right, Xiao Wen. Director Zhou called out again. Hold that emotion for a moment longer. Xiao Jiang. Prepare quickly. Jiang Qi was lifted by the harness, suspended from the ceiling. He gazed at the equally suspended Wen Shi below, inhaling deeply and signaling to Director Zhou. Good.
Continue.
Count Duke, wholly consumed by desire, failed to notice Aisha's transformation. He cast aside the whip, roughly loosened his tie, unbuttoned his collar, and, breathing heavily, slowly approached Aisha, reaching to caress her calf, inching upward. Ayua's expression remained unperturbed, her gaze coldly fixed on the ventilation cover as it was opened. A figure slowly descended from the duct, silently landing on the soft carpet. As Qinian touched the ground, his eyes met Ayua's. Initially startled, he quickly realized that the robot had already seen him, remaining silent until now. He gestured for Ayua to be quiet, then retrieved a dagger from behind his waist, stealthily approaching Duke Count from behind. Ayua's gaze followed his movement, her indifference gradually shifting to intrigue. The Duke Count, absorbed in the beauty of Ayua's pristine legs, was utterly oblivious to the dagger poised beneath his throat. With a sudden motion, Qinian covered his mouth while the dagger viciously sliced across his neck. With his throat severed, the Duke Count could utter no sound, collapsing to the floor like discarded refuse, writhing in agony like a maggot. He slowly raised his head to behold Ayua, suspended in midair. In the moonlight, the robot was stunningly beautiful, even eliciting a moment of awe from him. Noticing the red marks on her body, with some areas of her synthetic skin torn, exposing the mechanical structure within, he couldn't help but kick the fallen Duke Count and curse, "Beast." After a brief search, Qinian found the button on the table. The mechanical arm released its grip, and Ayua plummeted from the air, landing safely in his arms. He swiftly draped a tablecloth over her, wrapped his arm around her shoulders, and gently placed her on the ground, whispering, "You should escape too." After uttering these words, he averted his gaze from Ayua and turned to leave through the ventilation duct, unaware of the flicker of humanity and the spark of a smile in her eyes. Suddenly, a groan echoed in the room. It was the Duke Count, miraculously alive. Ayua tilted her head slightly, pulling aside his collar to reveal a golden collar, the life support system. The Duke Count grasped Ayua's garment, his eyes filled with desperation. When he saw her hesitation, his expression turned violently aggressive once more. Ayua's previously emotionless face suddenly broke into a smile as her fingers traced the collar. And with a small gasp of discovery, she found it. With a decisive click, the life support system was deactivated. She coldly observed as the Duke Count clutched his throat, convulsing in agony, before ultimately succumbing to death. With his demise, a piercing alarm immediately blared throughout the ancient castle. Countless individuals rushed into the room, yet none noticed the robot, huddled by the table, coldly observing the chaos. Director Zhou clapped his hands, declaring, "That take was perfect. Adjust the lighting and capture all the close-ups while the actors are still in the moment." The actors, having witnessed the entire scene, exchanged glances, each reflecting shock. Such a pivotal scene was rarely captured in a single take. It was not uncommon for a single shot to require a week if the actors' emotions were not aligned. Yet, everything had flowed seamlessly today, leaving them nearly unrecognizable to Director Zhou. He was known in the industry as the King of Hell, notorious for demanding countless retakes, making today a success all the more astonishing. However, they truly found themselves at a loss for words, unable to critique even a few actors. Jiang Qi, without question, stood at the pinnacle of the industry, while Mike was among the select few expatriate actors known for their exceptional skills. What astonished them the most was Wen Shi's performance, her dramatic tension, the rhythm of the banquet scene, the dialogue, and the atmosphere she created were all of a caliber befitting a top-tier actor. At this moment, they were utterly convinced. Contrarily, the initially composed Su Yining's expression turned grave. She gazed at her manager and asked, "Should I also hastily find a coach to practice? I seem to have scenes where I act alongside her. What if I am utterly outshone? What are you saying? Her acting is remarkable, but so is yours." Her manager replied, though with a hint of uncertainty. Should I make a call right now? Go ahead. Chapter 37. The iceberg that only the protagonist can conquer. In this scene, even though Wen Shi and Jiang Qi were in perfect form, the actor portraying Duke Earl lacked a particularly high level of focus.
Additionally,
With the need to shoot various close-up angles, this scene consumed over 4 hours. For 2/3 of the time, Wen Shi was suspended in midair. Although most of the strain was alleviated by the harness at her waist, to convey the sensation of being lifted, her wrists bore 2 vivid red marks. After applying ice, the bruises remained stark against her fair skin, a disconcerting sight. Song Ying was deeply concerned. Should we go to the hospital? Perhaps see a doctor for some massage, otherwise, who knows when it will subside. It doesn't hurt, just looks alarming, Wen Shi replied, pulling down her sleeves and glancing around the spacious RV. Mom, when did you buy this vehicle? Not me, it was your elder brother. Following her gaze, Song Ying observed, I initially only asked him to purchase a van, but he unexpectedly brought a recreational vehicle instead. She poked Wen Shi's nose playfully, chuckling, your brother truly cares for you. I care for him as well. I will definitely sign with his company in the future and help him earn a vast fortune, Wen Shi declared, wrapping her arms around her mother. Song Ying laughed heartily. Your brother will surely be pleased. Just then a knock sounded on the door. Song Ying opened it to reveal Jiang Qi and promptly invited him inside. Xiao Jiang. Have you eaten? Don't leave. Join us for a meal. Jiang Qi glanced at Wen Shi, slightly shaking his head. I have matters to discuss with the director, so I'll just eat with him. He placed a paper bag on the table in front of Wen Shi. In the past, being suspended often led to bruising. This ointment was specially prepared by Ming Ge, an experienced traditional Chinese medicine practitioner. It works well, so give it a try. Thank you, Wen Shi said, taking the bag.
thinking, he still cares about me.
Jiang Qi felt his ears grow warm. Then, I won't disturb you any longer. After he left, Song Ying took out the ointment and began applying it to Wen Shi while saying, Xiao Jiang is truly a good kid, humble and kind-hearted. He is indeed, Wen Shi echoed. Song Ying looked at her and laughed. I remember you used to admire Xiao Jiang immensely. What happened now? That was ages ago, Wen Shi quickly interjected. Who hasn't he had their share of youthful infatuations? Even if he is exceptionally charming, he remains the heroine's man, with that aloof and icy demeanor. Only she possesses the ability to thaw his heart. Others likely lack such prowess. In her prime, she ought not to become entangled in matters concerning him and the heroine, but rather maintain a cordial, yet distant relationship as mere colleagues, ensuring peace between them. Observing her demeanor, Song Ying chose to remain silent, simply bowing her head to apply the ointment. After lunch, Wen Shi was summoned by Director Zhou once more. During the midday interlude, he and his team hastily edited the footage from the morning shoot and presented it for their viewing. His expression revealed his profound satisfaction. This is precisely the effect I envisioned. Director Zhou unabashedly expressed his approval of the 2 actors, declaring that casting them in this film was the wisest decision he had ever made. Wen Shi herself had not anticipated that the rough cut would turn out so splendidly. The set design and lighting were impeccable, and the cinematography was exquisite. The beauty she exuded while suspended in the air left her momentarily breathless. And gazing at her image on screen, she felt a pang of self-consciousness. The cinematographer truly captured my beauty, she could not help but exclaim. Laughter filled the room as several of them chuckled, with Director Zhou remarking, Wen Shi is naturally stunning. The cinematographer just told me we must preserve this image for the movie poster. It seems this is a mutual endeavor between me and the cinematographer, she said with a slight tilt of her head, eliciting further laughter from the group. Yet among them, only Jiang Qi remained solemn, fixated on the screen, his heart racing as his palms began to sweat profusely. He observed the stunning expressions he had unknowingly displayed. It was evident that no one would suspect such emotions were unfeigned. Watching Wen Shi up close in that moment, he found himself unable to control his own expressions. Wen Shi, too, was captivated by Jiang Qi's performance. Whether he emerged from the ventilation shaft or stealthily approached Duke Earl, every muscle in his body was taut, each instant imbued with palpable tension, showcasing his undeniable prowess. He conveyed the sense of urgency and thrill with remarkable finesse, compelling the audience to hold their breath in tandem with his movements, anxiously invested in his fate. When he effortlessly set Ai Shui down, his gaze and actions were steeped in compassion for her plight and respect for her mechanical existence. What moved Wen Shi most was when Ai Shui plummeted from above. Instinctively, he reached out to catch her, draping a tablecloth over her battered body. His demeanor while committing acts of violence was chillingly relentless. Yet he displayed a tenderness towards Ai Shui that was utterly enchanting. He embodied Qi Nian, a man shaped by trials and tribulations, yet whose heart remained warm. Jiang Qi brought him to life. The male lead on screen was vibrant and compelling, instilling in the audience a belief that Ai Shui would sacrifice herself for this man. At merely 28 years of age, his strength was formidable, and one could only wonder what achievements awaited him in the future. Sitting behind Wen Shi, Jiang Qi absorbed her unspoken admiration of him, unable to suppress the smile tugging at the corners of his lips. His heart raced faster, to the point of panic, compelling him to raise a hand to his chest. Uncertain of the reasons behind it, he found himself profoundly moved by countless praises he had received. Yet none had stirred his emotions quite like this moment. Perhaps it was due to her previous disdain for him, making every compliment from her lips feel exceptionally rare and invaluable. At that moment, Director Zhou interjected, stating that the preliminary promotion for the film would soon commence. The publicity team mentioned that they might utilize some clips from the completed film or existing behind-the-scenes footage to create short videos for online release. He reminded them to cooperate when the time came. Of course, both Wen Shi and Jiang Qi nodded in agreement, acknowledging their roles as actors and their obligation to participate in the promotional efforts. Director Zhou nodded, casting a glance at Wen Shi's wrist. "You'll have a couple of days off. The screenwriters need to make some adjustments. Take this time to recuperate from your injury. Once the new script is ready, I'll assign you your scenes." "Thank you for your consideration, Director," Wen Shi replied with a courteous gesture. However, Director Zhou chuckled. "You are still my assistant director. After all, you cannot completely abandon the set. As you know, we are currently short-staffed. Even if it's just to fill in, you must come and lend a hand." Wen Shi crossed her arms and huffed. "That's unacceptable, Director. You must pay me." "Payment? How many people wish to learn from me but have no opportunity?" "You have no idea how fortunate you are," Director Zhou retorted with a smirk. Wen Shi pouted, rendered speechless. Observing her stubbornness, Director Zhou pulled out his trump card. "If you dare to skip out, I will cut your scenes." Faced with such shamelessness from the old man, Wen Shi could only respond with indignation. "You certainly play hardball." Director Zhou smirked. "Tomorrow, accompany me to Group 3 and help me mentor a few young actors." "Understood," she replied, though inwardly she grumbled. "What does this old man see in me? I wanted to spend more time with my mother. How unreasonable," she thought to herself. "Just wait and see if I show up tomorrow." Jiang Qi cast a sidelong glance at her, shaking his head in exasperation. What a mischievous little rascal. She did not bother to conceal her conversation with Director Zhou. It was evident to all that he genuinely cherished her and sought to elevate her status. Setting aside her acting prowess, her future seemed bright, and with Director Zhou's endorsement, she was bound to establish her foothold in the film industry, securing coveted resources that many would envy. Not to mention, the producer and several editors were aware that Wen Shi was a minor investor, able to acquire ample resources simply by leveraging her financial input. They began to understand how the rumors circulating online had originated. Later that afternoon, Wen Shi accompanied Song Ying on a tour around the film studio, helping her familiarize herself with various aspects of filmmaking. Naturally, Song Ying was delighted to be so closely engaged in her daughter's life, enjoying the excursion with great enthusiasm. "I've been conscripted by Director Zhou, so I want to be leaving the set for the next few days. Mom, are you really okay with being here for a couple of days?" Wen Shi couldn't help but inquire upon returning to the hotel. She sensed that her father would prefer her mother not to stay for long. What issue could there be? "We have servants and chefs at home, and the company has dedicated personnel managing everything. I am not indispensable," Song Ying replied. "These past few days have brought me immense joy. Being with you is my utmost priority now." Wen Shi embraced her, expressing her concern for her father and elder brother, who missed her. "Your brother mentioned he would visit us in a couple of days." A fleeting shadow of melancholy crossed Song Ying's face. "If your father misses me, he can come too." Wen Shi noted the change in her mother's expression and thought to herself, indeed, the relationship between her parents was not as harmonious as she had previously imagined. "Then, let's spend more time together, shall we? These past few days with you have been quite comfortable." Wen Shi shifted the topic. Just as they were conversing, Song Ying's phone rang. Wen Shi glanced down and saw it was her father. Song Ying smiled at her but took the call to the balcony. Chapter 38. A mother's heartache. Wen Shi sat on the sofa in the room, unable to hear her mother conversing with her father on the phone. Yet she could observe her mother's gestures. Initially, Song Ying maintained her composure, but as the conversation progressed, her body grew tenser, and ultimately, she could no longer suppress her emotions, gesturing animatedly in the air. It was evident that they were embroiled in yet another argument. The reasons could vary. Perhaps it was due to her mother's prolonged absence from home, or the fact that he had purchased her a motorhome. Regardless, it certainly pertained to her. Wen Shi propped her chin on her hand, feeling exasperated. Her father, being so unloving, might as well sever ties with her altogether. His incessant nagging and arguments left her feeling drained. Since the moment she learned of her impending abandonment and the necessity to fend for herself abroad, she had relinquished all expectations of him. In her previous life, she had endured solitude, and in this life, with her mother's love, she felt content. As for others, she had no intention of expending any mental energy on them. If pushed to her limits, she would simply leave the Wen family with her mother, leaving them to their own devices. After more than 10 minutes, Song Ying finally ended the call and composed herself before returning to the room. "What was your father calling about?" Wen Shi pulled her onto the sofa, wrapping her arms around her. At the mention of the call, Song Ying's face darkened with anger. "I shared some photos from the set on social media, and it seems someone informed your father, prompting him to call and unleash his fury on me. He's upset that I made it difficult for him to explain." "Explain what?" Wen Shi queried. "He could simply say you are filming, as if revealing that you are an actress would somehow ruin him." Wen Shi comforted her, gently stroking her back. "Your father simply disapproves of my involvement in the entertainment industry. If he wishes to remain ignorant, that is his prerogative. I neither steal nor deceive, nor do I seek his approval." Leaning against Song Ying's shoulder, she whispered, "Mom, please don't argue with him on my behalf anymore. He doesn't understand or care for me, and I no longer feel sorrow over it. As long as I have your love, that is sufficient." Song Ying's eyes glistened with tears. She marveled at how her child had changed, realizing that it was not that Wen Shi had become more understanding, but rather that she had relinquished all hope for her father. Embracing Wen Shi, she choked back her emotions, saying, "It was my mistake to believe your father's heart could be salvaged. Now I see clearly. He may remain this way for the rest of his life." With a deep sigh, she resolved that she would no longer argue with him. After so many years, she was simply weary. Wen Shi felt a pang of heartache from the weariness in her mother's tone and embraced her tightly. "Yes, this way, Mom can accomplish more, accompany me on strolls, and indulge in her own passions," she replied. "You're absolutely right," Song Ying responded with a hint of a smile, gently shaking her. "Mom needs to spend more time with you." That evening, Wen Shi chose not to return to her own room, but instead slept alongside Song Ying. The two engaged in conversation until the wee hours, reminiscing about many of Wen Shi's childhood memories. In her mother's soft voice, it was as though Wen Shi relived a second childhood, reclaiming those hazy, elusive memories that felt almost foreign. Consequently, she slept until nearly noon the following day. After a leisurely lunch with her mother, Wen Shi made her way to the film set unhurriedly, only to be scolded by director Zhou, who made her toil for an entire afternoon moving bricks. The next morning, Wen Shi was summoned to the set by a call from director Zhou. As she yawned and arrived, she sensed an unusual atmosphere. Pausing, she approached the photographer and whispered, "What's going on?" The photographer, now an ardent fan, immediately divulged, "It's teacher Sue and Ego. They just can't seem to get into the right mood. This scene needed to be filmed in the morning light, and if it couldn't be done today, it would be postponed until tomorrow." Director Zhou, in a fit of anger, reprimanded teacher Sue, who is currently on strike. He quietly advised Wen Shi, "You should keep your distance. What if teacher Sue takes out her frustration on you?" "You're right. I'll slip away then." "Don't tell director Zhou I was here," she replied. "If director Zhou can't handle those two, why should I get involved? You should hurry." Unfortunately, no matter how swiftly she moved, she couldn't outpace director Zhou's keen gaze. Spotting her as she attempted to leave, he bellowed, "Wen Shi, why haven't you reported in? Where are you rushing off to?" Wen Shi turned to look at him, firmly rooted in place. "I have a bit of an urgent matter. I'll come back shortly." "Come here now." Director Zhou, amused by her demeanor, replied, "You can't escape this. You'll have to deal with it sooner or later." Taking a deep breath, Wen Shi forced a smile and turned back. "My matter's pale in comparison to yours, director. Just tell me what you need me to do." Director Zhou chuckled, pointing to Jiang Yi and Su Yining, who were seated apart. "It's those two. You need to help them." "Are you joking, director? If you can't handle them, what can I do?" Wen Shi protested. Director Zhou smiled at her. "Did you not manage just fine last time?" I believe in your capabilities. Wen Shi realized he was once again resorting to desperate measures, yet she was no miracle worker. However, there was no escaping this predicament. She had no choice but to face it head-on. As soon as Wen Shi entered, Jiang Qi noticed her, even without reading her thoughts. He could see the disdain etched across her face. Sure enough, as she approached, he could hear her inner monologue. They are all veterans in the industry. Yet they can't perform well in emotional scenes. It's downright laughable. Wen Shi reached Su Yining, and despite any grievances brewing within her, her face remained adorned with a cheerful smile. Su Yining watched her approach and felt even more vexed than before, regretting her decision to take on this role. Initially, she thought it would be a simple task, yet here she was, required to perform emotional scenes. Director Zhou's demands were peculiar, and he insisted on capturing a certain atmosphere. She contemplated pleading with the screenwriter to write her character out of the story. She tossed the script at Wen Shi, exclaiming, "I truly do not understand what Director Zhou envisions. He articulates his thoughts yet remains vague, insisting that I grasp it. If I possess the ability to act and interpret as he wishes, I would have already won the Best Actress award." Her words were clearly directed at Director Zhou. Upon hearing this, Director Zhou was understandably furious, seething with anger. "Are you so thick-headed that I must guide you through every nuance of acting?" he retorted. "Yet you have not guided me at all." Su Yining shot back defiantly. Witnessing her audacity in confronting Director Zhou, Wen Shi felt a newfound admiration for her fearless spirit. It was no wonder she dared to challenge the leading lady later, even if it led to her being unceremoniously pushed into the water during a moment of displeasure. "It would be a wonder if you could perform well while harboring such anger," Wen Shi remarked, placing a reassuring hand on her shoulder. Director Zhou and the others are seasoned artists. Their words may seem cryptic to us mere mortals, but communication among ordinary individuals should pose no issue. Director Zhou, recognizing her sarcastic tone, could only laugh in exasperation, thinking, "You will eventually drive yourselves to madness." In Chapter 39, Teacher Zhang's Face is My Type, the scene in question was quite straightforward. The male and female leads encountered each other in a bar, having met several times before and developed a mutual attraction. Their latest confrontation escalated from the interior of the bar to a dimly lit alleyway, where under the morning light, their dialogue was laden with significance. Yet their eyes and gestures were awash with burgeoning emotions, creating a palpable tension. The two still faced the same underlying issues. Su Yining seemed devoid of a romantic instinct, while Jiang Qi exuded an air of chastity and righteousness that rendered his attempts at portraying deep affection somewhat lacking, as he struggled to evoke a sense of flirtation without appearing overly libertine. Despite her experience, Wen Shi found it challenging to transform the mundane into the extraordinary. Instead, she focused on enhancing the external elements, instructing the props team to dress Jiang Qi in a black, sandy-textured shirt, a design that was both ethereal and vintage. This exquisite attire accentuated his noble features and mitigated his austere demeanor, presenting him as a dashing gentleman with an inherent sense of allure. She also advised the lighting technician to cast a warm glow upon Su Yining, softening her previously aloof gaze. Taking advantage of the remaining morning light, the scene began filming as the clapperboard snapped. Wen Shi and Director Zhou positioned themselves behind the monitor, intently observing the unfolding frame. A man and a woman emerged from the bar, embroiled in a heated dispute. "Don't be delusional. I will never trust anyone from the new government. If you wish to apprehend me, feel free to act. There is no need for lectures or discussions about human rights," the man scoffed. "If it weren't for their excessive reliance on robots, humanity wouldn't face such a crisis." The woman grasped his arm urgently, her voice rising. "But do you comprehend how perilous your actions are? If you disrupt the mainframe, the entire city will descend into chaos, and those connected to the mainframe will meet an untimely demise. Is your victory truly worth the countless innocent lives it claims?" The woman's sincerity momentarily stirred the man, who grasped her wrist with fervent intensity. His gaze was piercing as he remarked, "If those who are connected to the consciousness and the mind were akin to you, I would certainly feel compassion. But are they? There is no difference between you and me, nor between them and us." The woman met his gaze with calm determination. Suddenly, a smile crept across the man's lips, wickedly charming. "If you accompany me and encounter others like myself who still hold such thoughts, I shall believe you." "Very well. I shall follow you," the woman asserted with unwavering resolve. The man's expression deepened, his smile widening, exuding both mischief and allure. Director Zhou called out, "All right, we're good. Let us maintain this, and capture some close-ups." After his command, he turned to Wen Shi, saying, "I must admit, Your unconventional approach has yielded some results. He rewound the footage to review it again, astonished by how much Jiang Qi's change of attire transformed her aura. Wen Shi also watched the replay, remarking, "It's hardly difficult. Jiang Qi possesses a highly adaptable visage. It's merely her distinctive aura that often goes unnoticed." Director Zhou nodded in agreement and added, "I noticed last time that you truly understand Xiao Jiang, perhaps even better than I. As a director or his stylist, do you regarding what styles suit him?" Wen Shi, once an ardent fan of Jiang Qi, had watched each of his films over 10 times, purchased every magazine featuring him, and meticulously admired each of his red carpet appearances. When one adores someone to such an extent, they naturally come to comprehend what styles enhance their beloved's image, recognizing how subtle changes can alter their presence. Yet, she would never admit this, laughing it off with, "Perhaps it's just that Jiang Laoshir's face is to my taste. Is that so?" "I never would have guessed." Wen Shi jumped at the sudden voice behind her and turned to find Jiang Qi's knowing gaze. "Jiang Laoshir? Why do you enjoy startling people from behind?" Jiang Qi chuckled. "If Teacher Wen didn't constantly speak of me behind my back, there would be no cause for such fright." Wen Shi feigned enlightenment. "You mean my earlier remark?" "It stands correct. Jiang Laoshir is indeed handsome. It's just unfortunate that a mouth is affixed to such a fine face." Director Zhou struggled to contain his laughter, quickly stifling it with a fist against his lips. Jiang Qi found himself momentarily at a loss for words, ultimately conceding, "Then I shall apologize to Teacher Wen. That should suffice, right?" "I dare not accept," Wen Shi smiled, her eyes gleaming with uncontainable pride. "However, since Jiang Laoshir has sincerely apologized, I will begrudgingly accept." Jiang Qi laughed in exasperation. "If that is your attitude, then there's truly no need for it." "All right, enough of your banter," Director Zhou interjected, worried he might burst from laughter. He then directed Jiang Qi, "Come and review your scene. Though Xiao Wen may have a sharp tongue, her skills are ample. She can easily serve as my assistant director." "That is merely flattery," Wen Shi quickly chimed in. Jiang Qi realized that Wen Shi was one to be coddled. Not only did she require affirmation of her thoughts, but she also appreciated compliments, which made her obedient and willing to align with one's desires. Conversely, if one were to disregard her wishes, she could infuriate someone to the brink of despair, only to later retaliate with a few spiteful kicks to relieve her own frustration. This unfortunate fate now befalls him. He has yet to bask in the glory of her adoration, only to find himself discarded like an old shoe, subjected to her occasional contemptuous stomps. The sole factor that seems to elicit her mercy is, astonishingly, his visage. The illustrious Jiang, who has always shunned the notion of relying on his looks, finds himself in a day of unexpected vulnerability. Wen Shi's unconventional methods, combined with Director Zhou's aesthetic sensibilities, produced a flawless visual masterpiece that Jiang Qi was thoroughly pleased with. After viewing it, Su Yining cast several lingering glances at Wen Shi, her expression conflicted, before finally retrieving her phone and suggesting, "Let us add each other as friends." "Of course," replied Wen Shi, promptly pulling out her own device, inwardly chuckling at the delightful turn of events. There was no denying her allure. She had effortlessly gained another admirer. Once she introduces Bai Li to Su Yining, the two would surely find common ground, and, for her sake, they would not continue to clash so unpleasantly. Thus, the task of redeeming the malicious supporting character had been accomplished. Standing nearby, Jiang Qi listened to her musings with increasing bewilderment. What on earth was she pondering? How could she predict the discord between Bai Li and Su Yining? Her demeanor in daily interactions seemed perfectly normal. Surely, she wasn't losing her mind. Rubbing his forehead, Jiang Qi mused, if she truly were unhinged, they would make a fitting pair, as he had begun to question his own sanity. He could hear her thoughts incessantly, endure her disdain, yet still feel an irresistible pull towards her. What else could it be but madness? Chapter 40. My brother has come to visit me. Logically, Jiang Qi understood the situation, yet his actions were beyond his control. After Wen Shi concluded her conversation with Su Yining, he could not restrain himself from inquiring, "Have you applied the ointment? How does it feel?" Wen Shi lifted her sleeve, examining the area. The discoloration appeared lighter than before. The delicate, fair skin bore evident bruises, prompting Jiang Qi to frown. "You are far too stubborn. There was no need for a close-up of your wrist. You could have easily worn a brace while filming." "I didn't realize it would escalate to this severity," she replied, adjusting her sleeve and meeting his gaze. "Rest assured, once this variety show shoot concludes, I should be fine and it won't hinder the subsequent filming schedule." Jiang Qi recognized her misunderstanding, as he had previously used work as an excuse in the show. Now, he found it difficult to reverse that narrative. He opted to steer clear of the topic, saying, "Make sure you apply the ointment properly." "Understood," she replied, her tone dripping with nonchalance, yet he was resolute in his decision to bring the ointment during the filming and personally oversee her application. "Wen, enough chit-chat. Come over and take a look at the footage," Director Zhou suddenly called out from behind the monitor. Wen Shi flashed Jiang Qi a smile before returning to the viewing station. When she next lifted her gaze from the monitor, a look of surprise spread across her features. "Brother." Not far away, Wen Jingyan stood beside a collection of filming equipment, engaged in conversation with Jiang Qi. Dressed in a sharp suit, he possessed an imposing presence that complemented Jiang Qi splendidly. Upon hearing her voice, he turned to her, his usually indifferent gaze softened with a hint of a smile. Wen Shi promptly emerged from behind the monitor and approached Wen Jingyan, her excitement evident as she exclaimed, "Brother, what brings you here? Didn't you say you were swamped with work?" Seeing her delight at his presence, Wen Jingyun's eyes warmed considerably. "I happen to be on a business trip nearby, so I thought I would drop by to see you. Brother came to see me. How kind of you," she mused, her smile widening. "I still haven't thanked you for the RV you sent me. It's incredibly comfortable. Have you seen Mom?" Jiang Qi shot her a disapproving glance, finding her reaction excessive. It was merely a casual visit, yet she was overjoyed. He had cooked for her and provided her with ointment, yet she had not shown such appreciation for those gestures. When Jingyan shook his head slightly, "I was thinking of taking you to the hotel, and then having dinner with Mom." "Sounds great." Wen Shi glanced at the time on her phone, realizing it was getting late. "Let us hurry then. You must be busy. And I wouldn't want to waste your time." A smile flickered in Wen Jingyun's eyes. "I'm not that busy. There's no need to rush." Wen Shi scratched her head, conceding, "All right then. Please wait a moment while I inform the director." Director Zhou had already approached, his curiosity piqued by Wen Jingyun. It wasn't just him. Others on set were equally intrigued by this tall, handsome man exuding an air of authority. Initially, seeing him so familiar with Jiang Qi, they assumed he was her friend. However, observing his warm demeanor towards Wen Shi, they grew even more curious about his identity and his relationship with her. Although the rumors surrounding Wen Shi had been thoroughly debunked, her recent association with a prominent figure still lingered in the air. They speculated whether this man might indeed be the rumored benefactor. "Wen, care to introduce him?" Director Zhou inquired, prompting everyone to lean in closer. Wen Shi graciously introduced. "This is my brother. He is on a business trip and came to check in on me and Mom." "Your brother?" Director Zhou was taken aback, as were the others, all astonished to discover that what they presumed to be the leading man of the rumors was actually her relative. Suddenly, they recalled the deleted Weibo post Wen Shi had made, hinting at paparazzi linking their names together. Su Yining's manager, who had been closely monitoring the situation, nudged her arm, realizing that the enigmatic figure from that evening was indeed Wen Shi's brother. No wonder the paparazzi were so outrageous, leading to the immediate deletion of the post. However, observing Wen Shi's brother's demeanor and the luxury car captured by the paparazzi, Su Yining's manager speculated, Wen Shi's family must be quite impressive. Su Yining then dropped a bombshell, her tone calm yet impactful. "I overheard the crew discussing that Wen Shi is a capital investor in the production, one of the small investors that the producers value highly." The manager was almost taken aback, exclaiming, "What? Are you sure she wasn't just funded by a benefactor to join the project?" After speaking, she glanced once more at her elder brother, Wen Shi, and was struck with even greater astonishment. With such a brother, what need was there for financial backer? It suddenly dawned on her why Wen Shi had access to such remarkable resources. It was evident that he had invested his own funds into film production. Why had he chosen to remain so low-key? With such prowess, one would think he would be more vocal. Was he not inviting others to provoke him? Su Jining, intrigued, pondered whether his reputation had been tarnished by someone speaking ill of him. "No, how could I have been caught in such a predicament? I have never uttered a word against him." The agent shook his head vigorously, then inquired, "What is the relationship between Brother Wen and Jiang Qi? They seem quite familiar with one another." Su Yining, losing interest, retorted, "Why does it matter to you? Just go away. You're as bothersome as a fly." After exchanging a few words with Director Zhou, Wen Jingyun turned to Jiang Qi and asked, "Qi, will you join us for dinner later? My mother would like to extend an invitation to you as well." Wen Shi remained silent. The collaboration between the two had already been confirmed, and their personal rapport appeared to be quite amiable. Dining together seemed perfectly natural. Jiang Qi, having some matters he wished to discuss with Wen Jingyun, nodded in agreement. Then, I shall not impose. Subsequently, the three departed the filming location, picked up Song-ing at the hotel, and sought out a restaurant nearby that afforded a degree of privacy for their meal. With 2 children in attendance, Song-ing was undoubtedly the most delighted among them. I haven't even home these past 2 days. Have you been eating well? Song-ing scrutinized Wen Jingyun's face, noting, you seem to have lost weight. Wen Jingyun, feeling somewhat exasperated, replied, with Sister Zhao at home, it's not as though I lack food. How could I possibly lose weight? As long as I'm eating properly, that's what matters. She couldn't help but continue, when you were younger, I never had to worry about you at mealtime. But you, I see you every day. And you still manage to starve yourself into a stomach ailment. Wen Shi scoffed from the side. Indeed, in Mother's eyes, I'm just like a little pig. Easy to feed. Song-ing burst into laughter, declaring, that much is true.
Mom.
Wen Jingyun, unable to restrain herself, playfully patted Wen Shi's head, smiling broadly. Jiang Qi observed the lively interaction of the family, a smile gracing his lips, yet a hint of melancholy lingered in his eyes. It seemed he had not shared a meal with his own family in quite some time. Chapter 41. Yet another incident of being photographed. After lunch, the group returned to the hotel. Wen Jingyun soon departed, and as Wen Shi escorted him downstairs, she unexpectedly encountered Lu Ming in the elevator. Mr. Lu, I haven't seen you these past few days, Wen Shi greeted, pressing the button for her floor. Lu Ming cast a sidelong glance at her, remarking, Miss Wen appears to be quite carefree. Wen Shi regarded him quizzically, somewhat perplexed by his tone, yet it was clear that his irritation was directed at her. How had she offended him? She racked her brain and recalled that her acquisition of this role had seemingly displaced a newcomer from Jiang Qi's studio. No wonder Jiang Qi's demeanor towards her had been so unpleasant. She had only just come to this realization. Wen Shi touched her nose, acknowledging, I may have caused some inconvenience for Mr. Lu. Rest assured, I will provide you with an explanation regarding this matter. Just as Lu Ming was about to respond, the elevator reached Wen Shi's floor, and he could only snort dismissively. If Miss Wen requires assistance for every issue, perhaps you should simply sign with our studio. He is referring to the incident that trended last time? Wen Shi quickly grasped the situation, but before she could inquire further, the elevator doors had already closed. It was a matter of the past, and Lu Ming was unlikely to be so petty. Instinctively, she took out her phone and opened Weibo. The trending topics were surprisingly calm, and the video featuring her and Jiang Qi had barely been mentioned. What, then, could be the reason for his cryptic attitude towards her? Nevertheless, it was imperative to resolve the earlier issue first. Wen Shi called Xiaomeng. Do you recall the name of the newcomer from Jiang Qi's studio whom I pushed aside? It's Lin Xuan, right? Xiaomeng, puzzled, wondered why the boss was asking. Please keep an eye on her for me. Meanwhile, Lu Ming knocked on Jiang Qi's door and entered, immediately holding up his phone before him. You need to explain this to me. Jiang Qi looked at the screen with confusion. It displayed a photo of Wen Shi and him getting into a car earlier that afternoon. They had gone out for a meal together, and since Wen Shi's RV was inconvenient, he had let his driver take his van instead, never expecting it would be captured on camera. I just got off the plane and received these photos from a paparazzo, who immediately demanded 500,000. Lu Ming exclaimed in anger, You were never this careless before. No, you never entangled yourself with actresses like this. Jiang Qi pressed his fingers to his temples, explaining, I did not dine alone with her. Her mother and Wen Jingyun were also present.
What?
That paparazzo dares to swindle me? Lu Ming seethed. Yet, Jiang Qi replied coldly, pay him off by the photos, and ensure he does not sell them to anyone else. Are you out of your mind? Lu Ming protested, baffled. This isn't even a real issue. We can simply clarify it later. Why are you so eager to play the fool? Jiang Qi insisted. Even if we explain that we were dining with Wen Shi's family, netizens will interpret it as meeting the parents. The Wen family is unique. Remember how Wen Jingyun was photographed last time and never clarified anything? If the details of Wen Shi's background come to light, who knows what chaos would ensue online? It was indeed troublesome. But this matter could not be resolved solely by them. They must involve Wen Shi as well. If this continued, he might as well become her agent. Lu Ming scoffed. I just encountered Wen Shi in the elevator. She acted as if nothing was wrong. I can't tell if she's genuinely unaware or pretending not to know. Logically, the paparazzo wouldn't just pocket one payment. He must have informed her agent too. Jiang Qi pointed at the photo on the screen, noting he seemed to have never met Wen Shi's agent. Then I shall summon her. Asking her will reveal the truth. At that moment, Wen Shi was scrolling through her contacts, noting the phone numbers of several producers, intending to secure more opportunities for Lin Shuer. Having once been a small actress without resources or connections herself, she could empathize deeply with such struggles. While displacing her was not her intention, it was indeed a consequence of her former self's actions. Just as she pondered this, Jiang Qi's call came through. "Is there something you need?" She answered. Jiang Qi could tell she was still unaware of the photo situation. "Come to my room. I have something to discuss with you." "All right, I'll be there shortly." Wen Shi did not hang up the phone, walking outside while saying, "I just encountered Lu Ming and felt something was amiss. Has something truly happened?" "Do not panic. It is nothing of great significance," Jiang Qi replied, his voice deep and steady, suggesting that indeed, no grave incident had transpired. "I am entering the elevator now.
See you shortly."
When Wen Shi saw the photograph, her expression was one of disbelief. How could such a picture be used to extort money from you? Did your agent not receive it? Seeing Lu Ming's genuinely perplexed demeanor, she inquired further. Wen Shi's complexion darkened. She promptly retrieved her phone to call Lu Meifei. "What photograph?" Lu Meifei sounded more bewildered than she was. "I haven't received any paparazzi photos. What have you done to get photographed? Are you being threatened by the paparazzi?"
"No.
"I just feel that things have been too quiet lately, so I was merely inquiring." Wen Shi was uncertain whether Lu Meifei was being truthful and would not disclose the reality to her, if Lu really had not received anything, and discovered that she had been photographed dining with her elder brother, she might have to confront the paparazzi herself. After exchanging a few perfunctory words, Wen Shi ended the call. Lu Ming looked incredulous. "This is the first time I have encountered a paparazzo that only sends one side of the story." "What is the matter with your agent?" Jiang Qi asked directly. Wen Shi was at a loss for words. "It's nothing. Let us assume she truly hasn't received anything. Regardless, her mother's side was already investigating, and she believed it would not be long before they uncovered everything. If Lu dared to exploit this situation, she would only hasten her own demise. Has there truly been an issue?" Jiang Qi furrowed his brow and asked, "What will you do if your agent does not attend to you during this period?" Not surprised by his perceptiveness, as they were both astute individuals, Wen Shi replied, "Xiaomeng will handle things for now. I will simply be filming and participating in variety shows during this time." Jiang Qi, however, held a different opinion. In just a few days, she had already endured the previous trending topic and this recent invasion of privacy, all while appearing oblivious. With her notoriously tumultuous nature, it was likely that she would soon find herself embroiled in some bizarre trending topic again. Lu Ming cleared his throat softly, placing a hand to his lips. "Shall I keep an eye on things for you?" His inquiry left the two remaining individuals in the room momentarily stunned. Lu Ming, under their equally astonished gazes, felt somewhat uneasy.
"What?"
"I merely wish to manage this situation properly. The previous incident had already caused quite a stir, and if this one is not handled well, both of your reputations could be at stake." Wen Shi wore an expression of sheer incredulity. Jiang Qi, however, found merit in the suggestion and said to Wen Shi, "My elder brother's company is about to be established, and my studio will merge with it. Mingo will also serve as the company's agent. Once you sign with the company, you will be one of its artists. He can temporarily guide you, at least assisting with public relations, so that you are not left in the dark when such matters arise." Wen Shi's eyes brightened at this notion. Indeed, she had intended to cultivate Xiaomeng. Was not Lu Ming an ideal mentor? Chapter 42. Mutual Performance. "What? Do you believe I am unworthy?" Lu Ming remarked with a dissatisfied huff when Wen Shi fell silent. "Surely, you have heard of my reputation in the industry? Was my previous assistance in refining your manuscript not satisfactory? At such a critical juncture, I am willing to help you, and yet you hesitate?" Wen Shi scoffed louder than before. "Stop pretending. Do you think I am foolish? You are only helping me because you fear I might affect teacher Jiang. How outrageous!" Lu Ming retorted, feeling stifled. "I should not have let my sympathy run rampant. I should have allowed you to remain blissfully ignorant like a fool." "Oh, how wonderful of you." Wen Shi rolled her eyes at him. "You?" Lu Ming exclaimed in frustration, practically jumping in anger. Nearby, Jiang Qi sighed, pinching the bridge of his nose. "Can you two handle this like adults?" "Absolutely not." They chorused in unison. After shouting, Wen Shi felt a tinge of embarrassment, rubbing her nose before continuing. "I wanted to discuss this calmly, but he was the one who started with the sarcasm." "How was I sarcastic?" Lu Ming shot back, indignant. "Isn't it you who has done something deceitful?" "When did I?" Wen Shi suddenly realized he was referring to the incident where she had displaced his artist, Lin Shuer, and felt momentarily deflated. Clearing her throat, she finally admitted, "It was wrong of me to push Lynn Schwanner out of the way. I intended to call a producer I know to recommend her for some roles before I came here." She understood that when one commits a mistake, one must face the consequences with integrity, and she was aware of this principle. "Are you serious?" Lu Ming questioned, skepticism evident in his tone. "Why would I deceive you?" Wen Shi nearly rolled her eyes again, pulling out her phone. "I can send teacher Jiang the contact information of those producers right now." She proceeded to take a screenshot and sent it to Jiang Qi. Lu Ming found her insufferable, yet he could not deny that she had demonstrated a certain resolve, which earned her some respect in his eyes. After all, she was the sister of a future boss. Did she truly need to apologize? Even if she snatched a few more roles, he dared not retaliate against her. This miss when displayed no airs. Her character was far more agreeable than he had anticipated. Though he thought this, he still could not resist his sharp tongue. "Can you not engage in civil discourse? Your foul mouth might get you in trouble." Wen Shi shot back. "Perhaps you should worry about yourself." Noticing their impending quarrel, Jiang Qi interjected, "Can we focus on resolving the matter at hand?" The two exchanged disgruntled huffs before turning away in silence. In truth, Wen Shi found Lu Ming's suggestion quite appealing. Firstly, she was about to participate in a variety show and would be oblivious to the outside world during the live broadcast. Little Meng was still somewhat inexperienced, and she truly required someone to assist her in investigating Lu Meifei. Although Lu Ming was bothersome, his capabilities were unquestionable. Maintaining a professional distance could lead to greater efficiency. Most importantly, they would be partners within the same company, sharing mutual interests, thus alleviating her concerns about betrayal like she had experienced with Lu Meifei. Secondly, he could mentor Little Meng. Once Lu Meifei was dealt with, she could manage on her own and subsequently dismiss him. Jiang Qi, overhearing her thoughts, couldn't he help but chuckle, finding her tone reminiscent of a cat. However, her vision and perspective far exceeded his imagination. She approached her endeavors without being constrained by personal emotions, focusing solely on the gains and losses involved, her reasoning remarkably rational. It was no wonder she swiftly turned from admiration to disdain for him, revealing a certain ruthlessness. Lu Ming also had his own considerations. Given this young lady's propensity to spend her own money and her sudden flair for performance, it was certain she would soon rise to prominence. Just as Jiang Qi could sustain an entire studio on his own, could she not support several small artists under her company? At that time, with one hand grasping the illustrious Jiang the great actor and the other holding an exceptionally resourceful vase, he would undoubtedly ascend to greater heights. Clearing his throat, he continued, "The company has just been established, and you two are undoubtedly its most significant artists. If there are constant rumors and scandals, it will adversely affect the company's image. I am merely considering the interests of the company. After all, we are in the same boat." Wen Shi softened her tone, adding, "In truth, it would be wonderful if Brother Ming could assist me. I am just concerned that someone of your caliber as a top agent might become overwhelmed." "Not at all. I currently have only a few small artists, so I am not too busy," he replied. "Then I shall thank you, Brother Ming," she responded, her gratitude evident. "Too kind," he said, extending his hand. Wen Shi promptly grasped his hand and shook it, expressing her honor. Observing their interaction, Jiang Qi couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Sensing the atmosphere of two scheming politicians exchanging flattery, ultimately reaching a consensus, he found himself unable to tolerate their theatrics any longer and tapped his fingers on the table. "Now, shouldn't we discuss how to resolve this matter?" The smiles on their faces vanished, and their hands were instantly released as they resumed a more businesslike demeanor. "Yes. We must address this issue first," Lu Ming stated. Since they were already allies, he could not maintain a stern face towards Wen Shi and lowered his voice. "As Qi just mentioned, if the paparazzi get hold of this, even if your family clarifies the situation, rumors about you meeting the parents will circulate online. His thought is to suppress it. What do you think?" "My family would likely not clarify anything for me," Wen Shi replied, shaking her head. "Just being photographed caused my father such distress. If I asked my older brother and mother to clarify, he would probably send me abroad and take out his anger on them, disrupting everyone's peace." Jiang Qi glanced at her, his gaze deepening. "It's merely a clarification. How could that lead to you being sent abroad?" The complexities of the Wen family appeared to be more intricate than he had anticipated. Lu Ming, puzzled, inquired, "Why is that?" Wen Shi feigned nonchalance. "Brother Ming, I am in a position where if I fail, I must return home to inherit the family fortune. How could I possibly rely on my family's influence? Indeed, You are quite principled and impressive, Lu Ming said, his lips twitching. Well, we will forego negotiation on this matter. I will pay the paparazzi directly to suppress it. As soon as money was mentioned, Wen Shi perked up.
Pay?
How much? The paparazzi are asking for 500,000, Lu Ming stated. As a long-time client, I might be able to negotiate it down to about half. No amount less than that will suffice, Wen Shi declared firmly. Not a penny. Lu Ming observed her avaricious demeanor and attempted to persuade her. Some expenses are necessary. Being overly frugal can lead to problems. Chapter 43. My boss is the best. I fear that this money may slip through my fingers. Now that I find myself ensnared, there is little left for me to conceal. With a sigh, I feigned sadness and said, since you, Mingge, are willing to take over my responsibilities, I have nothing more to hide. As you can see, my agent has utterly neglected me. She not only disregards my welfare but seems intent on sabotaging me. When I left her to handle my previous scandals, she did nothing. And today, with the incident of being photographed, I cannot believe she truly did not receive any images from the paparazzi. She likely relishes the idea of my scandals becoming more notorious, ensuring my father retrieves me home, thus allowing her to pocket the funds from my account at the studio. Lu Ming grasped the implications. So, you mean to say we need to suppress these photographs? She might even release them? A sudden sensation of being on a treacherous path washed over him. Wen Shi nodded. That is precisely my concern. Therefore, could you perhaps persuade the paparazzi to hold off for a day? In less than 2 days, we will ascertain whether she will take any further action. That should pose no problem, Lu Ming replied with a nod. Jiang Qi, who had been frowning throughout, exchanged a glance with Lu Ming before speaking. Your agent, Lu Meifei, has a decent reputation in the industry and possesses considerable connections. If you wish to confront her, it may not be as straightforward as you think. Wen Shi scoffed lightly. I am not foolish enough to confront her directly, nor have I scrutinized the account in a manner that would alert her. My mother is discreetly investigating. Once we secure evidence against her, I shall not let her escape unscathed. After making her statement, she turned to Lu Ming with a pitiful gaze. Mingge, I truly require your assistance with this matter. Lu Ming's lips twitched. What is this if not a treacherous endeavor? What do you expect me to do? Help you reclaim funds? Wen Shi nodded. Essentially, yes. You are now my agent, and once I obtain the evidence, you must step in to manage my studio. It dawned on Lu Ming the magnitude of the predicament he had unwittingly stepped into. And he exclaimed, Wen Shi, were you plotting against me all along? No, she replied, her expression growing increasingly woeful. How could you think of me in such a manner? Look at how oblivious I am to everything, with no recourse left but to rely on you. Lu Ming was not easily swayed by her act, scoffing. Do not feign helplessness. I truly am helpless, being toyed with while aiding others and counting their riches. Wen Shi lamented. There is 20 million in cash in my account, not to mention several investments in productions that have yet to return, all of which are charged to the studio. Altogether, it amounts to at least 40 million. All of which is my hard-earned money. Lu Ming was taken aback. Is it really that much? Indeed, there is no doubt about it, Wen Shi replied, her brows knitting together. I had intended to reclaim the funds and entrust them to you, but if you are unwilling, then so be it. Lu Ming slammed his hand on the table. We cannot let this matter rest. I will certainly help you retrieve that money, so rest assured.
Mingye.
You are truly my savior. Though she said this, Wen Shi inwardly celebrated her small victory.
Yay!
It's settled, she exclaimed, seizing his arm, ready to put on a dramatic performance. However, Jiang Qi abruptly pulled her back, stating that they should communicate calmly while seated. Wen Shi returned to the couch, casting a glance at him, doubting whether her performance had been overly exaggerated and thus exposed. I shall first attend to the paparazzi, Lu Ming announced as he rose, eyeing the two seated together, unable to refrain from saying, you two should be mindful, refrain from congregating unnecessarily. That may be impossible, Jiang Qi replied, raising his gaze to him. Wen Shi added, Brother Ming, have you forgotten? We are to film a variety show the day after tomorrow, followed by a movie. We will still be artists under the same management, so it seems we will have plenty of opportunities to gather. Lu Ming sighed heavily. Stop right there. If you continue, I might just wish to vanish. He glared at the pair, insisting, in any case, you both need to tone it down. Wen Shi shrugged with an exaggerated expression of fear, her words dripping with sarcasm. Understood, understood. Jiang Qi looked at her and couldn't help but smile. The following day, as Wen Shi, Jiang Qi, and Lu Ming entered the filming site together, everyone paused in surprise. Notably, Lu Ming, who had never concealed his disdain for Wen Shi, was now seen walking alongside her, as if the sun had risen from the west. Wen Shi called over Xiao Meng, quietly informing him about her temporary delegation of managerial duties to Lu Ming, cautioning him, "Don't let Lu Jie know." From the moment she mentioned handing over business negotiations to him, Xiao Meng had sensed her distrust towards Lu Meifei. Thus, he was not at all surprised to hear of her change in managers. What astonished him was her ability to persuade Lu Ming to be her manager. After all, he was the manager of the illustrious Jiang, a dream for many aspiring artists. Surely, his boss was the most formidable. Rest assured, I would never divulge this to Lu Jie. Wen Shi winked at him, whispering, "I've brought you a teacher. How much you learn depends on your own abilities." Xiao Meng's eyes lit up as he stood straighter, promising, "Don't worry, I will learn diligently." Wen Shi patted his shoulder with pride. It wasn't that she didn't trust Lu Ming, they were still not particularly familiar. Naturally, she placed more faith in Xiao Meng. Even if Xiao Meng did not continue as her manager in the future, he could still venture out independently to manage artists. After all, he could not remain her assistant for a lifetime. Jiang Qi stood not far behind her, smiling as he observed her understanding of resourcefulness. He looked at Lu Ming with a hint of schadenfreude. If daily he had to endure her inner critiques, it could be seen as Lu Ming's punishment for underestimating her. Subsequently, Wen Shi introduced Xiao Meng to Lu Ming, requesting him to lend assistance. Lu Ming reciprocated by asking Xiao Meng to help look after Jiang Qi. Noting that Jiang preferred solitude, usually accompanied only by a driver, and that he himself was busy. "If it's convenient for you, please help keep an eye on him," Lu Ming suggested. Upon hearing he would also be assisting Jiang Qi, Xiao Meng felt as though he had struck gold, exclaiming, "Brother Ming, you are too kind. It is truly an honor." However, Wen Shi, not as Navi, quickly inquired of Lu Ming, "Then how shall we determine the salary?" Lu Ming cast a sidelong glance at her, truly having never encountered such a shrewd second-generation rich individual. "Calculating according to the standard assistant salary is acceptable, isn't it? Of course, that poses no issue." Xiao Meng gazed at Wen Shi with eyes sparkling with admiration. Her boss was indeed the most remarkable.
Now,
not only did they share the same manager, but they also had the same assistant. In the afternoon, they finished work together, bid farewell to Director Zhou, and set off for the airport to return to the city for the latest episode of the variety show. Chapter 44, This Ungrateful Little One. Accompanying Wen Shi were Song Ying and Xiao Meng, arriving at the airport nearly in sync with Jiang Qi and the others. Lu Ming had already made arrangements in advance, ensuring they entered the airport at staggered times. Although everyone knew they departed from the same location with a common destination, it was prudent to maintain discretion. After waiting in the car for a while, they finally entered the airport. Wen Shi's current studio was entirely unmonitored, and no information regarding her itinerary was released, so there were no fans lurking at the airport. With a silk scarf wrapped around her head and sunglasses shielding her eyes, she swiftly traversed the airport hall. As she approached the airport counter, she noticed a crowd gathered there. Jiang Qi stood out prominently amidst the throng. The esteemed actor, indeed, was distinguishable even when fully disguised. Wen Shi, relishing in her mischief, adjusted her scarf, linked arms with Song Ying, and hastened toward him. After checking in, she turned around only to find Jiang Qi standing right behind her, with several onlookers observing the scene. She chose not to greet him and quickly pulled Song Ying away. It wasn't until she boarded the plane that she finally removed her scarf, letting out a sigh of relief. Jiang Qi's seat was situated directly behind her, separated by an aisle. Shortly thereafter, he too settled into his seat and cast a glance at Wen Shi, remarking, "Teacher Wen, you certainly moved swiftly." The business class was not overly crowded. Hearing his comment, Wen Shi turned to look at him, saying, "I merely wish to avoid disrupting Teacher Zhang's interactions with his fans." "Don't get too comfortable," Lu Ming interjected, seated beside Jiang Qi, extending his hand to pass over the phone. Wen Shi leaned over to take a look. It was a message from Jiang Qi's fan group. They were engaged in a discussion about a photograph, specifically the one taken at the airport moments ago, in which she inadvertently appeared, albeit as a fleeting silhouette. "Don't you think the girl in the background is somewhat attractive?" One message read. "With that level of concealment, how can you discern any beauty?" Another retorted, "Just look at her proportions and demeanor. She radiates beauty, but why does she seem somewhat familiar? I too find her face recognizable." As Wen Shi pondered the improbability of anyone identifying her, she saw a message below. "That's a vase. Her fans have already recognized her. It's definitely her."
wow.
I knew she looked familiar. This one sure seems to be everywhere, doesn't she? I take back what I just said. She is not beautiful at all. Isn't that a bit outrageous? Wen Shi found herself at a loss for words, as if she were perpetually entangled with Jiang. Rather than speculating, why not ask them how one might skillfully avoid a certain individual in the bustling confines of an airport terminal? Jiang cast a sidelong glance at her and promptly covered his phone, dismissing their chatter as irrelevant. I paid no heed to it. Wen Shi smiled at him, though inwardly she was brimming with silent complaints. Did I say anything worthy of such fervent defense? This situation resembled a mutual pursuit between idol and fan. Jiang felt an urge to deliver a playful smack to her head, pondering who he was truly defending. Lu Ming, oblivious to his vexed expression, retrieved his phone and assured the two, I will keep a close watch on this matter. You need not concern yourselves. The reassurance of having a reliable manager. How nostalgic. Wen Shi silently applauded him, feeling a twinge of admiration. The irritable Jiang couldn't help but chuckle at her theatricality. Wen Shi turned back, pulled out her own phone, and Saw Ming leaned in, whispering, Is there trouble? No worries, Wen Shi replied with a smile. Now that Brother Ming is keeping an eye on things, nothing will go awry. There is still plenty of time. You should rest a bit. Saw Ming nodded, recognizing the undeniable competence of Zhang's manager. You should also take a break.
All right.
Wen Shi adjusted her blanket and straightened up, opening Weibo. The photo hadn't yet made it to trending, but the topic section was already a cacophony of chaos. It was none other than her fans clashing with Jiang, who had only recently engaged in a heated dispute. This time, however, it was a fierce encounter, where a single disagreement ignited a flurry of insults below.
Can't you see?
This is nothing but a coincidence. Why are you so obsessed with your master, as if the world revolves around him? Wen Shi nodded in agreement, thinking, This is truly my internet mouthpiece. If you wish to hurl insults, let them fly. It's a welcome release for me. Jiang, hearing her incite her fans against his own, felt an overwhelming sense of fatigue as he observed her delight. It was one thing to be the subject of disdain. Why couldn't his fans muster a bit more dignity and refrain from being trampled upon? Thankfully, after a while, she finally quieted down. Had she continued her raucous laughter, Jiang could hardly guarantee he wouldn't act out in an uncharacteristic manner. Upon reaching the city, the airport corridor allowed for a swift passage, and they encountered no further obstructions. After exchanging farewells, Wen Shi and Song Ying boarded their vehicle and returned to the Wen residence. Evening had settled in, yet the house remained eerily silent, save for Sister Zhao, who had prepared dinner and awaited their return. Mr. Wen and Jingyan aren't back yet? Sister Zhao nodded, informing Song Ying they both have social engagements. The young master called to say he wouldn't be home for dinner, advising you both not to wait for him. Song Ying acknowledged this and added, Please prepare some hangover soup. They likely indulged excessively.
Understood, Mum.
After a tiring day, both women found their appetites diminished. They forced down a meager meal before retiring for the night. Wen Shi took a shower and then settled down to sleep. The following day, she was roused from her slumber by a call from Xiao Meng.
So early?
Wen Shi rubbed her eyes and sat up in bed. Xiao Meng's voice was tinged with excitement. Indeed, it was her first time visiting the boss's home, and one could understand her exhilaration. Just a moment. I'll have Uncle Li open the door for you. After making a quick call to Uncle Li, she descended the stairs, the house still enveloped in silence. As it seemed, everyone had yet to awaken. Sister Zhao was busy in the kitchen, and Wen Shi stepped in, saying, Could you please prepare a bit more breakfast today? My assistant and makeup artist will be arriving shortly. Not a problem. It's just a couple more people, Zhao replied.
Thank you, Sister Zhao.
As Wen Shi emerged, she bumped into Xiao Meng and the makeup artist, both of whom were gazing in awe at the living room. Let us head to my room, she suggested. Once inside, Wen Shi proceeded to freshen up. Upon her return, she found the two examining her wardrobe. The makeup artist, Yuna, exclaimed, Do you truly require my assistance in selecting outfits? Anything from your wardrobe surpasses what I have from my designer labels. Having lived as a minor actress with little endorsement in her previous life, this time around, being a pampered lady of privilege, Wen Shi was not particularly well-versed in brands. Leaning against the doorframe, she smiled and replied, Choose as you see fit, as long as it suits me. Before the makeup commenced, Wen Shi made her way downstairs once more to instruct Sister Zhao to bring breakfast to her room. As she turned around after speaking, she was met by Wen Qiming, who was holding a cup of coffee. Father, she called out. Wen Qiming regarded her coldly and immediately questioned, Who have you brought into our home? My assistant and makeup artist. Is there a problem? Wen Shi's gaze turned icy. She realized she had perhaps overestimated her father's character, who lacked even the most basic respect. Wen Qiming retorted angrily, "Who allowed you to invite them into our home? Did I not make it clear that you could cause a stir outside? But you must keep our family separate from it? Why should there be a separation?" Wen Shi crossed her arms defiantly. "Have I committed murder, set fire to something? Or am I being pursued by authorities? You work from home. Why can't I? Or do you derive pleasure from the thought of me having no place to return?" Clearly taken aback by her rebuttal, Wen Qiming's fury intensified. "Who do you think you are speaking to in that manner?" "I speak to everyone in this manner." Wen Shi shot back, her gaze unwavering. "And I excel in articulating the truth, the unvarnished truth." "Wen Shi," Wen Qiming shouted in anger, "I find your audacity increasingly intolerable. Get those people out of my house at once, and do not dare venture out to shoot any films. Stay home and behave yourself. Only when you've learned your lesson will you be allowed out." Wen Shi let out a laugh. "Father, has your memory failed you? Just a year ago, I was still your obedient daughter, having completed a master's degree in 6 years of study in just 3. What did you say? That I would only bury myself in books, waiting to live off you. Now that I've begun to work and earn my own money, you find me disobedient? Pray tell, what must I do to satisfy you?" Wen Qiming slammed the coffee cup onto the table. "Stop your nonsensical arguments. You know I am your father. And yet you disregard my words. Do you wish to defy me? To speak words that one does not wish to hear is deemed as being unreasonable. However, should I express sentiments that you find agreeable, you may rest assured that even if I were to be carried to the company on a grand sedan chair, I would still refuse to go. I hope you can convey this message to grandmother, for there is no need to guard against me as if I were a thief." When Qiming slammed his hand on the table and bellowed, "I discerned it last time. You think you have grown wings now, don't you? You regard me, your father, and even your grandmother as insignificant, and you have no respect for the Wen family, do you? Think however you wish." Wen Shi realized that the one truly being unreasonable was he. His ears seemed to be clogged, rendering him oblivious to her words, perhaps not caring to hear them at all, as he continued to reprimand her with his own notions. She shouted towards the kitchen, "Sister Zhao, don't forget to bring breakfast to my room." Without waiting for his reaction, she ascended the stairs. "Wen Shi," Wen Qiming gasped with fury, "do not presume that your mother's protection means I will hesitate to act against you. If you look down upon the Wen family, I shall hold a press conference tomorrow to sever our ties." Wen Shi cast a brief glance at him, a cold smirk gracing her lips. "No need to wait for tomorrow. There is no day like today. If you cannot find reporters, I would be glad to assist you in contacting them." Wen Shi, paying no heed to Wen Qiming's wrath, she continued her ascent. He had wielded the threat of severing ties since her childhood, manipulating her with those very words. In the past, she was bound by the constraints of the plot, unable to resist. Did he now believe such threats could intimidate her? Dream on. Even if he were to truly sever their relationship, should she shed a single tear for such a father, or falter even for a moment? It would mean a life wasted. In her previous life, she had endured living in a basement. In this life, even if cast out from her home, how could it be any worse? As she ascended the stairs, she immediately spotted Wen Jingyun standing at the corner. The fearless demeanor she had just displayed diminished by 3 parts. "Elder brother, you're awake. Come down for breakfast." Wen Jingyun regarded her calmly for a moment before saying, "Do not take father's words to heart. This will always be your home. You will forever be my sister, the esteemed daughter of the Wen family." Having just quarreled with her father, Wen Shi felt a twinge of emotion upon hearing his words. She smiled at him. After so many years of being father and daughter, I am well aware of his character. Even for the sake of the company's stock price, he would never hold a press conference to disown me. The very premise of severing ties is that he must first acknowledge me publicly as his daughter, which he certainly will not do. When she interrupted him, "I understand. Truly, I am not heartbroken, nor do I refuse to acknowledge him as my father. I merely respect others more than he does. If he chooses not to recognize me, then so be it. If he does not require a daughter, I shall not force my presence upon him. Is that not acceptable?" When Jingyun, typically not one for excessive words, found his thoughts thwarted by her retorts. After a moment of silence, he finally said, "You should return to your room. I will speak with father." "Thank you, elder brother. Please persuade him sincerely, so he does not allow his temper to escalate." Wen Shi clasped her hands together and smiled sweetly at him. Seeing her like this, Wen Jingyun could not help but pat her head, exclaiming helplessly, "Understood." Wen Shi returned to her room, where two individuals were merrily selecting outfits for her, completely oblivious to the events that had transpired. With a smile, Wen Shi urged them, "No need to choose any further, let us hasten. Time is of the essence." Shortly thereafter, once her look was perfected and breakfast was consumed upstairs, she escorted the two of them downstairs. Wen Qiming and Wen Jingyun had already departed, leaving only Song Ying, who sat at the dining table enjoying her meal. Upon their arrival, she immediately inquired with a cheerful expression, "Are you all ready?" "Indeed, we are about to set off," replied Wen Shi as she walked over to embrace her. "Do not miss me too much, mother." Song Ying gently patted her back, teasing, "If I miss you, I shall watch your live stream. Let us not dawdle any longer." After bidding her farewell, Wen Shi boarded the vehicle heading to the variety show villa. This time, the guests were not required to walk into the villa themselves, yet as soon as she stepped out of the car, the live stream commenced.
Today,
Wen Shi donned a water green dress, featuring hollowed shoulders that revealed her calves. The green hue accentuated her fair complexion, causing her to shimmer under the sunlight. Flower vase. One day apart feels like 3 autumns. It has been several autumns since I last saw the flower vase. I might suffocate from longing. Do not be too outrageous. She has been trending for a month, and you see her daily. Why are there trolls lurking as soon as the broadcast begins? The flower vase has gained popularity, and it seems to have attracted some envy. Are we not allowed to speak the truth? The fans of the flower vase are indeed formidable. Who are you calling a flower vase? What do you think you are? You think you can label her as such? Amidst the clamor of the comments, Wen Shi had already alighted from the vehicle, dragging her suitcase into the villa. Upon entering, she spotted Jiang Qi and Bai Li seated at either end of the sofa. Oh, what a coincidence. Upon seeing her, Bai Li sprang up as if she were a lifeline, exclaiming, "Xiao Shi, you have arrived." Unfortunately, Wen Shi failed to perceive the urgency etched on her face. She merely smiled at them, saying, "You two continue your conversation. I shall first place my luggage down." Jiang Qi observed her with a cold gaze, knowing well that her mind was likely wandering into chaotic thoughts. It seemed his discontent towards Bai Li was still not sufficiently evident. Chapter 46, Report. There is double standards here. After placing her luggage down, Wen Shi returned downstairs, where Jin Yuanqing had already arrived. "Brother Jin," she greeted him with a wave. Jin Yuanqing also raised a hand in acknowledgement. "Long time no see. Come here, I brought some local delicacies from my recent trip. You must try them." Upon hearing this, Wen Shi eagerly trotted over. "What delightful treats do you have?" "Wow, beef jerky. It is my favorite," she exclaimed joyfully as she grabbed a piece and said to Jin Yuanqing, "Thank you, Brother Jin." Her candid reaction only deepened Jin Yuanqing's amusement. "Then do indulge." "Absolutely." Wen Shi naturally settled beside Jin Yuanqing, glancing at Jiang Qi, who remained silent. She offered him a piece of beef jerky. "Would you care to try?" Jiang Qi hesitated for a moment before accepting the jerky from her. "Thank you." Unbeknownst to Wen Shi, as she munched on the beef jerky, the atmosphere in the room momentarily froze, and the comments section had erupted. "Report, there is double standards here. What's the meaning of Jiang Qi?" Just now, Li Bao handed it to him, and he accepted it from Wen Shi. "Everyone already knows this. Repeating it only makes you seem like a hater." "I truly feel embarrassed for Bai Li. There's nothing to be done. He loves her too much. He would accept anything handed to him, even if it were poison. Could you not have some dignity? Are you really so pleased to see Li Bao being bullied? Can Bai Li's fans please stop being so sensitive? Such distasteful behavior." Not only were Bai Li's fans upset, but Bai Li herself was also distressed. She swore she had merely inquired politely, yet Jiang Qi had offered her no face at all. Was it possible for her to no longer wish to be a fan of this person? Fortunately, Hu Xiaoyu arrived shortly thereafter, chattering away, and the earlier incident was swiftly forgotten. "I'm sorry for breaking my promise, but I will definitely join the crew next week. Can I come to visit you all on set?" she said, clinging to Wen Shi's arm in a sweet tone. Who could resist such charm? In the next moment, Wen Shi nodded, saying, "Sure, I'll treat you to a meal." Suddenly, she remembered, "Oh right, what about Teacher Jiang?" Jiang Qi glanced at her and then nodded at Hu Xiaoyu, indicating they could all dine together.
Yay.
Hu Xiaoyu cheered softly. "Everyone, have you noticed how much closer the vase is to Jiang Qi? I noticed it long ago. They're filming together, and now dining together. It's only natural for feelings to develop. Could you all stop speculating? The vase is merely being polite." "Exactly. Let us not get carried away. Or else be wary of Jiang Qi's fans coming after you." After the previous spats, Many fans who were overly invested quickly regained their composure, and upon hearing Jiang Qi's name, couldn't he help but speak sarcastically. Their attitude was strikingly reminiscent of Wen Shi's. Su Juanja was the last to arrive, and this time he had learned his lesson. He didn't drag 4 large suitcases along, but instead brought a small one, greeting everyone with energy.
Did you all miss me?
Wen Shi smiled. Not at all. I use your emoji pack every day. I hardly think of you. What emoji pack? Su Juanja was momentarily bewildered. Hu Xiaoyu collapsed in laughter against Wen Shi, urging the production team, you should hurry and show him. Su Juanja immediately rushed to the director's side, took the phone, and discovered that the emoji pack featured his exaggerated expressions from the last variety show, where he had been carrying a suitcase and participating in a 3-legged race. After viewing it, he was utterly dismayed. Meanwhile, the comment section was in uproar. Ha ha ha. I just captured another one of his expressions. That one looks like I'm breaking apart. So funny. I got one too. Ha ha ha. Remember to share, sisters. After a flurry of laughter, the director announced that the guests were about to arrive. Wen Shi quickly recalled the plot for the segment. The 2 flying guests were a singer-songwriter, Gu Jiaqin, and a popular star, Qiao Ruoling. Though Gu Jiaqin's storyline eludes her memory, Qiao Ruoling remains vividly etched in her mind. Perhaps it is due to their similar debut timelines and the constant comparisons of their appearances, but Qiao Ruoling harbors a significant animosity towards her, persistently laying verbal traps and covertly undermining her, a quintessential green tea character. Wen Shi stifled a scoff, her curiosity piqued. She was eager to see just how formidable Qiao Ruoling truly was. Jiang Qi, taken aback by her sudden outburst, cast a furtive glance her way, puzzled by the thoughts swirling in her mind. Before long, the sound of the door being pushed open resonated through the air. The group rose in unison, directing their attention to the entrance. A young man entered, clad in a crisp white shirt, exuding an aura of cleanliness and possessing a strikingly handsome, yet slightly slender physique. He wheeled in a suitcase and bore a guitar on his back. Upon noticing them, he hurriedly bowed, exclaiming, "Greetings, esteemed teachers." His nervous demeanor elicited amused chuckles from the crowd, who urged him to relax and come inside. After setting down his belongings, he belatedly introduced himself. I am Gu Jiaqin. Greetings to all the teachers. Upon his repeated salutation, laughter erupted once more. Jin Yuanqing stepped forward, wrapping an arm around his neck, and said with a smile, So you're Jiaqin, huh? No need to be so formal. Aside from Teacher Jiang, there are no other teachers here. You can just call me Brother Jin. Brother Jin. Gu Jiaqin's face flushed slightly as he obediently addressed him. Gu Jiaqin. I never expected it to be him. His songs are truly enchanting. Gu Jiaqin has always been low-key. It's surprising the production team invited him. I didn't realize he was so shy in private. He's adorable. Indeed, our Jiaqin is exceptionally charming and gentle. How did I never notice before? He is exceptionally good-looking, radiating a certain romantic allure. The others proceeded with their self-introductions, and Wen Shi followed suit with a customary introduction, extending her hand towards him. Gu Jiaqin glanced up, his face reddening once more, and said, Hello, Teacher Wen, before quickly shaking her hand. Noticing his shyness, Wen Shi couldn't help but smile again. Brother Jin is right. There's no need for formalities. I'm probably older than you. Just call me Sister Xiao.
No.
Gu Jiaqin shot her a quick glance before promptly averting his gaze. I'm also 21, just 2 months older than Teacher Wen. Wen Shi blinked, sensing the weight of his words. Not only was he aware of her age, but he also knew her birthday. Then, like the others, you can just call me Sister Xiao, she replied lightly, choosing not to delve deeper into the topic. Gu Jiaqin nodded, a bashful smile gracing his features. However, Jiang Qi observed Gu Jiaqin with growing scrutiny, a nagging intuition suggesting that this individual appeared to have ulterior motives directed at Wen Shi. It wasn't just him. The astute viewers in the live stream also began to sense something amiss. How does Gu Jiaqin know the vase's birthday so well? Right? It's a bit strange. Could he be a fan of the vase? Don't scare me. It's quite possible. Who else would remember a birthday so clearly if not a fan? Do not speak carelessly. Perhaps Jiaqin merely gained prior insight into the circumstances of other guests. It is also possible. Let us observe how he speaks later. The second flying guest, Qiao Ruoling, soon made her entrance. Upon first seeing her, Wen Shi could not help but let out a cold chuckle. Qiao Ruoling's appearance was nearly indistinguishable from her own, sporting loose, languid curls and a stylish dress that complemented her figure. Even the makeup style on her face bore a striking resemblance. Was she merely imitating her look from the live broadcast? One might mistake her for a participant in a tribute show. Wen Shi pondered, only Yuna did not accompany her. Had she been present to witness the hours I spent perfecting this look, only to have it replicated, she would surely have caused a scene. Jiang Qi, upon catching sight of Qiao Ruoling, furrowed his brow slightly. As he perceived her thoughts, his expression gradually softened and amusement danced in his eyes. Qiao Ruoling, however, remained unfazed, enthusiastically greeting everyone. Whether it was Jin Yuanqing or Hu Xiaoyu, she effortlessly recited their representative works, exuding warmth and friendliness. Yet, what astonished Wen Shi even more was when Qiao Ruoling bypassed her, who stood closer and turned directly to Jiang Qi with exuberance, exclaiming, "Teacher Jiang, I absolutely adore your work. Great Tang fashion. I have lost count of how many times I have watched it." Before Jiang Qi could respond, she bashfully lowered her head, tucking her hair behind her ear, and continued, "I apologize. Seeing so many esteemed seniors at once has made me a tad too excited." The crowd responded with benevolent smiles. Yet, Wen Shi inwardly lamented, "Indeed, her acting is superb. Her skills far surpass those of Bai Li. It is no wonder I could not compete with her in the past, but alas, she now faces the formidable Wen Shi." Before Jiang Qi could react to her words, Wen Shi stepped forward, grasping Qiao Ruoling's hand. "Miss Qiao, I have long heard of you, yet have never had the pleasure of meeting you. It is such a delight to finally see you," Wen Shi exclaimed warmly. "Indeed, I also deeply admire your work. What was it called again?" She lamented, "Oh dear. Look at me. I'm so excited to see you that I've forgotten." Her animated demeanor appeared genuine to all, even leaving Qiao Ruoling somewhat bewildered. She had not realized that Wen Shi was also her fan. As a blank expression crossed Qiao Ruoling's face for a moment, Wen Shi internally chuckled, thinking, this is what one might call defeating magic with magic. Not only was Qiao Ruoling taken aback, but even her fans in the live stream were left in shock. After all, the two were direct rivals, frequently undermining each other, and they had prepared for an intense showdown against Wen Shi's fans. Yet, suddenly, Wen Shi had transformed into a fan of Qiao Ruoling? This was utterly preposterous. Wen Shi's followers were equally bewildered. This little impostor, with an identical look, had danced right into the face of their beloved star. Just as they were gearing up to express their outrage, she pulled this unexpected stunt, leaving them in stunned silence. Unbeknownst to Wen Shi, she had managed to unite her fans and those of her rival in a collective astonishment. She enthusiastically pulled Qiao Ruoling, exclaiming to the director's team, "Quick! Please help us take a group photo. Make sure it's a good one. I intend to post it on my social media." She was determined to stand alongside her, showcasing to the audience and fans that even with identical makeup and styling, she was not someone who could be easily imitated. After all, whoever appears unattractive is left in an awkward position. Naturally, Qiao Ruoling was drenched in cold sweat from her boldness. Even if she dared to adopt a similar look, she would never truly share the frame with Wen Shi. They may have the same styling, but they did not share the same features. Was she truly oblivious to the fact that she was provoking her? And the notion of a shared photo for social media, was she out of her mind? Who didn't he know that Wen Shi was merely a lightweight, lacking in both acting skills and emotional intelligence? Previously, she had subtly trampled on her countless times, knowing that any slight could generate buzz. This time, she aimed to crush her completely, solidifying her persona as a cold beauty, ensuring that in the future, whenever the term cold beauty was mentioned, it would only evoke thoughts of her. But little did she know, Wen Shi was far from sane.
Now,
Qiao Ruoling regretted her decision to emulate her look, as it had not yielded the desired outcome at all. She quickly pushed Wen Shi's arm away, stating, "Let us take a private photo later. I even brought you gifts. I'll just go fetch them." Observing her hasty retreat, Wen Shi crossed her arms and chuckled, giving a silent high five to the little devil in her heart. Wen Shi wins. Jiang Qi, listening to her inner monologue, struggled to maintain his composure. How could she possess such a dramatic inner world? It was utterly delightful. Just as he momentarily drifted into thought, Gu Jiaqin, standing beside him, suddenly took a small step forward, leaning toward Wen Shi and whispering, "You're more beautiful than her." Wen Shi, taken aback, turned her head, unexpectedly meeting his ink-like gaze. After a brief moment of surprise, she smiled at him, replying, "You have good taste." Gu Jiaqin's face flushed crimson, unable to meet her eyes, and he quietly retreated to his previous position, as if the compliment had not come from him at all. Wen Shi found his reaction amusing, deeming him somewhat adorable. The smile in Jiang Qi's eyes vanished in an instant as he glanced at the back of Wen Shi's head, then shot a look at Gu Jiaqin beside him. Unhappily, he thought, where did this person come from? At that moment, Qiao Ruoling finally retrieved the prepared gifts, no longer daring to ignore Wen Shi. She presented the gifts to her, saying little things, I hope Teacher Wen likes them. Thank you, Teacher Qiao, Wen Shi responded, flipping her dramatic switch once more. How thoughtful of you to prepare gifts for us. I feel rather guilty, as I brought nothing in return. Without allowing Qiao Ruoling a moment to react, she swiftly removed a hairpin from behind her ear and placed it into her hair. After doing so, she clapped her hands lightly, exclaiming, I just knew that you would suit this hairpin perfectly. It truly complements your hairstyle and dress. You must accept it. Qiao Ruoling was no fool. Even though she had been caught off guard earlier, she had now realized the situation. However, as she scrutinized the expression on Wen Shi's face, it was so sincere that it seemed flawless. Could Wen Shi possess such acting prowess? Doubt began to creep in. Yet, this hesitation made it difficult for her to refuse Wen Shi again. She could only raise her hand to touch her hairpin and smile, saying, Then I shall thank you. You're welcome, Wen Shi replied with a smile, but you must wear it at all times. With her hair pinned in that manner, it mirrored her previous look perfectly. Surely the audience would notice? Chapter 48. He wouldn't want to be my assistant, would he? The viewers in the live stream were not blind. How could they not see through it? Qiao Ruoling's look is clearly inspired by the vase. How utterly nauseating. Indeed, when her hairstyle was different, it wasn't so obvious. But now it's painfully evident. It's a blatant copy. The Qiao family has always portrayed a cold and alluring persona, but this makes it clear they're merely imitating the vase. It's akin to Dong Shi imitating the frown. What's the point of mimicking a style when you can't replicate the vase's visage? Ha ha ha. If the vase's face could be so easily imitated, she wouldn't need to exert so much effort. I once thought Qiao Ruoling was quite attractive, but this comparison is brutally harsh. As the onlookers voiced their opinions, Qiao Ruoling's fans were indignant and swiftly redirected the criticism towards Wen Shi. What nonsense is this Wen Shi spouting? Exactly, it all seems so insincere. What works of Ruoling does she even like? Let her name just one. It's all an act. I've never encountered such hypocrisy. Unfortunately, the audience in the live stream was not easily deceived, and the fans' comments were met with ridicule. Isn't it Qiao Ruoling who is the one being repulsive? Who can't see through her little schemes? This is walking the path of a green tea, leaving no escape for the green tea. Ha ha ha. In the live stream, after exchanging pleasantries, everyone settled into chat casually. The most fundamental question arose. Where would the flying guest stay tonight? Xiao Gu can sleep with me. My bed is quite spacious, Jin Yuanqing suggested first. Gu Jiaqin nodded in response. Then I shall sleep with brother Jin. Can I sleep with sister Bai? Qiao Ruoling, who was already sitting beside Bai Li, smiled while holding her arm. Bai Li glanced at her and, unable to refuse, nodded, sure. She then offered, do you need help bringing your luggage upstairs? Thank you.
Sister Bai.
The two of them left to move the luggage, and when they returned from upstairs, Qiao Ruoling was once again holding Bai Li's arm, appearing very warm and affectionate. With the sleeping arrangement settled, they began to discuss what to have for lunch. Qiao Ruoling eagerly proposed, I can prepare some home-cooked dishes. If you don't mind, please sample my culinary skills. Most of the others were not adept in the kitchen, so those willing to cook readily agreed. With an increase in the number of guests, more food would certainly need to be prepared, and even before noon, they ventured into the kitchen to begin their preparations. Qiao Ruoling, still holding Bai Li's arm, playfully said, Sister Bai, you must assist me. I haven't cooked in quite a while. What could Bai Li say but to agree and inquire what she wished to prepare? Wen Shi observed the commotion from afar and found Qiao Ruoling rather clever for refraining from initiating contact with the boys and for no longer creating trouble for her. Instead, she focused on enhancing her own presence and generating more topics of conversation. As long as Qiao Ruoling did not seek to disturb her peace, Wen Shi had little inclination to interfere. However, she felt a twinge of regret that Jiang Qi had not taken to the kitchen today.
Suddenly, Jiang Qi,
who had remained largely silent, stood up, unbuttoning the cuff of his shirt as he declared, I shall prepare soup. Cheers erupted from the crowd. Wen Shi looked up at him, genuinely thinking that the sight of this man unbuttoning his shirt was utterly handsome. At this remark, Jiang Qi cleared his throat with a light cough, glancing at Wen Shi. Aren't you going to lend a hand? Absolutely. Wen Shi sprang to her feet. Upon her rising, Gu Jiaqin, who had been seated in an armchair, also stood up, timidly stating, I will help as well. Then let us all join in. Wen Shi smiled at him and followed Jiang Qi into the kitchen. Haha, the vase's foodie attributes are erupting again. It seems Jiang Qi's culinary skills are indeed remarkable, leaving her constantly yearning for more. Only in moments like this does she refrain from giving Jiang Qi the cold shoulder. How could anyone resist this? Yes, practically feeding me sugar. Are you certain it's not dog food? Fortunately, the open kitchen was spacious, accommodating the crowd without feeling cramped. Wen Shi, sharing the same space as Qiao Ruoling, had cast aside all other thoughts, her mind solely focused on the soup.
What kind of soup do you plan to make?
Jiang Qi pretended to ponder before asking her, do you have any suggestions? I see there's a fresh whole chicken. Let us make chicken soup. Wen Shi proposed. From the other side, Hu Xiaoyu, who was engaged in a tabletop game with Su Junjia, overheard their conversation and exclaimed, perfect. This time, Jin Ge brought special products, including ginseng. We can make ginseng chicken soup. Great, great. The others nodded in agreement. As Jiang Qi prepared the chicken, Wen Shi searched the cabinets for a suitable clay pot, finally discovering one on the top shelf. Just as she reached for it, a pair of elegantly bony hands snatched it first. I'll take care of it. Wen Shi turned and was met once again with Gu Jiaqin's face. Feeling a bit awkward, she retracted her neck and said, thank you. This Gu Jiaqin has a rather peculiar demeanor. He appears as if he is participating in a romantic variety show, with the vase as his love interest.
Ha ha, it really does resemble that.
The cold beauty and the gentle scholar. I am here for it. Ship it. Everyone, ship it. Fiercely. Shipping everything will only ensure my nutritional balance. With conviction. Not only the audience in the live stream, but even the guests sensed something amiss. His gaze followed Wen Shi, and his body mirrored her movements. When Wen Shi needed to wash the pot, he handed her a cloth. When she washed the dishes, he turned on the faucet, promptly handing her a towel as soon as she turned it off. The display of affection was exceedingly evident. Yet, given that everyone was not well acquainted with Gu Jiaqin, they merely exchanged knowing glances, without voicing their observations aloud. His series of actions compelled Wen Shi to cast a few more glances in his direction. Had it not been for the stark contrast in appearances, she might have suspected this individual was Xiao Meng in disguise. Could it be that he intended to serve as her assistant? Jiang Qi, stirring the soup nearby, initially felt a tinge of displeasure, but upon hearing this remark, he could only muster sympathy for Gu Jiaqin. What exemplifies the phrase playing music to a cow, and what signifies the flowers have intentions, while the water flows indifferently? It was indeed a pitiable situation, truly tragic. While he secretly reveled in the misfortune, he maintained a stoic facade and addressed Wen Shi. Please set a timer for me. 1 hour. Certainly. Wen Shi located the timer and dutifully set it, placing it beside the stove. Bai Li, entangled by Qiao Ruoling, finally seized the opportunity to engage with them, stating, I'll keep an eye on the soup. You two should take a break. The kitchen doesn't require so many people. Thank you. Jiang Qi replied gratefully before stepping out of the kitchen. Wen Shi followed closely behind, while Gu Jiaqin did not immediately exit with her. Instead, he inquired if anyone required assistance. Naturally, there was none, and he left the kitchen, returning to his solitary armchair. His attempts at subtlety only fueled the fervor of the online commentary. What had begun in relative harmony suddenly erupted with numerous disparaging remarks directed at Wen Shi. How can Wen Shi be so adept at pleasing men, constantly revolving around Jiang Qi, while neglecting to assist others? You must be blind. Bai Li herself suggested they step outside. She came on the show solely to curry favor with Jiang Qi. He is the sole focus of her attention. Pleasing men must be her forte. Indeed, she doesn't even spare Gu Jiaqin. She must revel in being pursued by men. Chapter 49. Let the chaos ensue, the greater the better. The sudden influx of criticism against her was evidently orchestrated by an organized group of online trolls, who disregarded the rebuttals from fans and bystanders. They clung to past rumors about Wen Shi, fabricating malicious gossip. The severity of the situation prompted the show's production team to intervene, banning a multitude of accounts. Yet, like persistent flies, the trolls would re-emerge. For every batch banned, another would surface, all consisting of low-level, disposable accounts. While it was clear to many that these were mere trolls, some unsuspecting bystanders were led astray, turning to Weibo to consume the sensationalized narratives, inevitably inundated with a plethora of disparaging information about Wen Shi. The reputation she had partially salvaged began to plummet once more. as these trolls not only perpetuated rumors of her climbing the social ladder through questionable means, but also disseminated screenshots and clips of her earlier performances on a grand scale. Her acting skills were subjected to collective ridicule yet again. The cringeworthy nature of her performances served to reinforce the rumors surrounding her alleged impropriety. After all, how could she possibly secure such prestigious roles as in the revelation? The incident of her knocking on Jiang Qi's door was resurrected, instantly branding her with the label of a bus, a term synonymous with promiscuity. Within a mere hour, the situation had spiraled into a frenzy across the internet, with some even boldly proclaiming slogans demanding Wen Shi's exit from the entertainment industry. The audience in the live broadcast remained oblivious to the unfolding turmoil. Outside the lens, Xiaomeng and Lu Ming were in a state of agitation, gesticulating frantically off-camera towards Wen Shi. Upon noticing them, Wen Shi seized an opportune moment to slip into the camera's blind spot and rendezvous with them. "What is the matter?" Xiaomeng barely had time to intervene as Lu Ming had already thrust his phone into her hands. "Take a look for yourself. Can you guess who is orchestrating this behind the scenes?" "Boss, it's merely a bunch of paid trolls and detractors. Please do not take their words to heart." Xiaomeng's face was etched with concern. Wen Shi offered him a reassuring glance, her demeanor composed as she perused the comments, letting out a cold chuckle. Who else could it be but Lu Meifei? She raised her gaze to Lu Ming. "Just wait. She will likely unleash even more scandalous revelations." "What about the hidden recordings from that day?" Lu Ming furrowed his brow, questioning her. Wen Shi remained remarkably calm, replying with a scoff. "There is no need for any action. She aims to force my hand, to compel me to declare my connection to the Wen family. I refuse to grant her that satisfaction. Yet we cannot allow her to continue employing trolls against you." Wen Shi's eyes glinted with frost as she spoke softly. "Your only task is to assist my mother in clearing the accounts. Regardless of how much she spends on trolls, my funds are off limits.
Besides,
what she has is merely slander, baseless rumors that will ultimately unravel. Your current responsibility is to screenshot those marketing accounts and their statements, and submit them to the Wen family's legal team. I will ensure they witness what a professional team is capable of." Just as she turned to leave, a thought struck her. "Oh, inform Director Zhou that they were planning to release promotional materials, right? This is an excellent opportunity. What are they waiting for? Make sure they maximize the topic's visibility." Her past experiences had taught her not only the value of self-reliance, but also how to adeptly utilize resources. Though she faced widespread condemnation online, she intended to exploit the ensuing traffic to her advantage. When sure, the director's team called out to her as she lingered off camera. "All right, that's all. Hurry and take care of it," Wen Shi waved at them, adding, "Remember, don't concern yourselves. Let them make a scene. The larger, the better." Observing her composed demeanor and decisiveness, Lu Ming and Xiaomeng exchanged glances, feeling like the anxious eunuch in a scenario where the emperor remained unfazed. Once Wen Shi vanished from sight, the comments section erupted. Has she been called away by her manager? Given the gravity of the situation, surely she must withdraw from the show. If it were me, I would be too ashamed to continue the broadcast. What shame! You trolls are the ones lacking dignity, spreading baseless rumors while pretending to be righteous. Come on, if she weren't guilty, why would she suddenly disappear from the live stream? Exactly, she keeps talking about rumors. Yet we have never seen her clarify anything. What solid evidence do you have? What is the point of arguing with trolls? Production team, can't you take action and ban them all? However, to everyone's astonishment, Wen Shi soon re-emerged before the camera, her expression relaxed and carefree, casting doubt on whether she was even aware of the ongoing online turmoil. With a smile gracing her face, she offered an apologetic gesture to the camera before retreating back into the villa. The live stream audience was left bewildered. Could it be that her manager hasn't informed her about the situation online? It seems you are unaware. Otherwise, how could you manage to smile? The uproar on Weibo has reached a fever pitch. What on earth is her studio and public relations team doing? Wen Shi studio. It's high time you sprang into action. Has there been no statement issued? Are you planning to feign ignorance entirely? Perhaps the online sentiments are indeed accurate, leaving her with no means to refute or clarify the situation. The guests in the room had just witnessed the anxious demeanor of Lu Ming and Xiaomeng, and as they awaited Wen Shi's return, their gazes were laden with curiosity. Wen Shi, however, offered no explanations, engaging with them in conversation as usual. Observing her apparent composure, the others chose not to dwell on the matter. Only Qiao Ruoling appeared somewhat uneasy. She excused herself to the restroom, clutching her bag. Once inside, She retrieved her phone from a compartment within her bag. Seeing the uproar online left her bewildered, prompting her to hastily dial her manager. In a hushed tone, she exclaimed with indignation, "I merely instructed you to hire a few trolls to malign her in the live stream. How did this spiral into such a catastrophe? They say her backers are formidable. If she harbors a grudge against us, what fortune can we expect?" Her manager, equally agitated, replied, "I am as perplexed as you. It seems she has inadvertently offended someone who is now fanning the flames. We are truly in a precarious situation. When deities clash, even the mortal suffer." Xiao Ruoling's mind raced. With no response from Wen Shi thus far, it was evident that should hostilities erupt, it would certainly escalate. "We must instruct those marketing accounts we hired to delete any previous disparaging remarks and suppress this incident. We cannot allow anyone to trace this back to us. If we paid to suppress her dirt, would we not be pure victims in this scenario? What then shall we do?" Her manager queried. "Very well. Focus on your live stream. I will resolve this situation immediately. Act swiftly." Outside, Jiang Qi seized an opportunity to quietly inquire of Wen Shi, "What is going on?" Wen Shi had no secrets to conceal from him and replied, "Lu Meifei is causing trouble, but I have already conferred with Ming Ge. You need not worry. If all goes well, I shall finally be rid of Lu Meifei, putting an end to this concern." Seeing her composed demeanor and self-assuredness, Jiang Qi felt no urgency to seek clarity from Lu Ming. Instead, he said, "Come assist me with the soup." His words held little significance, for it was likely that only delectable food could truly soothe her. Chapter 50. Why provoke her? Jiang Qi's speculation was not unfounded. After savoring a spoonful of chicken soup, Wen Shi found herself enveloped in bliss. "Wow, this is delicious." For the first time, she openly expressed her sentiments, her gaze towards Jiang Qi sparkling with admiration. "Jiang Dingdi, you are the best." Of course, she would never vocalize this directly to him. The others were equally captivated by the chicken soup, their reactions far more exaggerated than Wen Shi's, rendering her enthusiasm less conspicuous. Unfortunately, Jiang Qi cared only for Wen Shi's response, while others observed the smile on his face. They remained unaware that it was entirely due to Wen Shi's praise. "Why not try the dishes I prepared?" Xiao Ruoling had just changed into a new outfit, finally mustering the courage to confront Wen Shi directly. With a smile, she offered her a pair of chopsticks laden with the dish she had prepared. Having dined with Wen Shi a few times, it became evident, with a modicum of observation, that she was rather finicky with her food. Yet, unlike Xiao Ruoling, who would audaciously toss a remark akin to "Do you dislike my cooking?" at Wen Shi, the others at the table remained silent, each harboring their own trepidation and astonishment. As for Wen Shi, her expression remained unchanged. She merely pushed aside the food Xiao Ruoling had just offered with her chopsticks. Though her actions were decidedly brusque, she spoke with feigned politeness. "How could that be? Your cooking is exquisite. I shall certainly savor it." Xiao Ruoling felt a twitch at the corners of her mouth, perplexed as to how Wen Shi could brazenly tell such blatant falsehoods in front of the numerous cameras. "As long as you like it," she replied, knowing she could neither force the dish into Wen Shi's mouth nor exacerbate the awkwardness of the situation. Thus, she resigned herself to endure. Wen Shi smiled at her, yet inwardly scoffed, pondering if she still sought to morally manipulate her. Cooking was indeed laborious, yet hadn't she expressed her gratitude before? Moreover, it was not as if the dishes were prepared solely for her consumption. Did that mean she must endure discomfort while eating? Just moments ago, she had praised Xiao Ruoling in front of all the cameras. Surely that should suffice? It was such a challenge to enjoy a peaceful meal. Listening to her internal musings, Jiang Qi shook his head discreetly, serving her a spoonful of soup while softly advising, "If you like it, then do indulge."
All right.
Wen Shi lifted her bowl to receive the offering, affirming that enjoyment was paramount. Previously, she had found Jiang Qi unappealing, yet she relished his cooking. Thus, the essence lay not in the individual, but in the dish itself. Jiang Qi, upon hearing this, nearly hurled the spoon back in irritation.
Indeed.
She merely appreciated the food he prepared, not the man himself. Wait a moment. When had he begun to care so much about whether she liked him? Could it be that his mental state was deteriorating again? Wen Shi, still cradling her bowl, noticed his prolonged silence and called out in confusion, "Teacher Jiang?" Only then did Jiang Qi snap back to reality, ladling the soup into her bowl. Under normal circumstances, such a scene would have set the comment section ablaze with excitement. Yet now, it was inundated with vitriol, accusing Wen Shi of enticing others, and the fans who would typically defend Jiang Qi found themselves silenced. intimidated by the flood of disparagement. Goodness, these insults are truly excessive. I find myself feeling some sympathy for her. What to do? This sentiment likely echoed in the minds of many. By the time they finished their meal and tidied the kitchen, it was already 3 in the afternoon. The production team gathered them once more in the living room. We have edited the recording of our last episode, and today we shall conduct a live broadcast. The director announced through a megaphone, adding that this time, they could indeed see the comments streaming in. Wen Shi cast a sidelong glance at the director, stifling a laugh. She had overheard their intentions. Much like her, the production team seemed to believe that being subjected to online criticism could drive viewership. They aimed to ride this wave of controversy to elevate their ratings to unprecedented heights. After the director finished speaking, he instinctively glanced at her, only to meet her enigmatic smile, which rendered the atmosphere somewhat awkward. With a charming smile, Wen Shi made a gesture suggesting an increase in payment. The director's expression darkened as he immediately averted his gaze. Do not presume this will allow you to escape. Wen Shi had already resolved to have Looming negotiate with the production team shortly, if they did not agree to a double salary. She would indeed withdraw from the program. Jiang was filled with sympathy for Qiao Ruoling and the production team. Why provoke her? At that moment, the production crew remained blissfully unaware of the impending financial repercussions, eagerly adjusting the television. Once the screen was ready, everyone settled onto the living room sofa. Except for Wen Shi and Jiang, all were somewhat exhilarated, as this was their first experience with real-time comments since joining the variety show. However, as the program commenced, accompanied by a barrage of comments against Wen Shi, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. Everyone's expressions froze as they turned to glance at her. Unfazed, Wen Shi smiled back, suggesting, "If you find it bothersome, you can simply turn off the comments. You know you're being heavily criticized online. Why don't you respond?" A highlighted comment flashed across the screen. Sensing that this was likely the sentiment of many of her fans, Wen Shi replied, "I believe there is little merit in responding. Rumors are merely that, rumors. My acting skills will ultimately speak for themselves. The harsh words of these individuals cannot harm me, and you need not feel anger on my behalf. Let the bullets fly for a while." Throughout her speech, Wen Shi's tone, usually cool, softened unexpectedly, rendering her remarkably gentle. The fans watching were almost melted by her affectionate demeanor. Amidst the sea of insults, a multitude of red comments expressing their adoration flooded the screen. Hu Xiaoyu, unabashedly clinging to her arm, chimed in during the live broadcast. "Exactly. I refuse to believe those rumors. I have my own eyes to see. In my eyes, you are both charming and kind. Utterly perfect." Wen Shi was taken aback by her open support during the broadcast and gratefully embraced her. Although Jiang remained silent, he patted Wen Shi's shoulder, his supportive stance clear. Others echoed a few words, yet their expressions were restrained and ambiguous, lacking any overt declarations of support. Wen Shi comprehended and accepted their cautious demeanor, maintaining her friendly disposition and expressing her gratitude. Unexpectedly, Gu Jiesin stood up, his expression fierce as he declared, "How can they say such things about you? They have no idea how exceptional you are. You were once the object of admiration for so many." His words stunned the room, laden with significant implications, causing a momentary silence among all present, their expressions momentarily blank. Under the scrutiny of everyone's gaze, Gu Jiesin turned crimson, his bravado waning as he returned to the sofa. Wen Shi was the first to react, hesitantly asking, "Did you know me before?" Gu Jiesin fidgeted, rubbing his knees. I am a junior from the same school as you." Although from different departments, surely no one at the school is unaware of senior Wen Shi's name. As for the junior, Wen Shi pondered, this detail was never mentioned in the narrative. In her recollections, she only knew of her diligent studies, completely oblivious to the fact that she had become a prominent figure within the school. Chapter 51. How infuriating. Once again she was caught off guard. What is going on? I recall Gu Jiaqin graduated from Yale School of Music. So, does that mean Wen Shi graduated from Yale too? Didn't they say she only completed middle school? Even if they attended the same school, aren't they the same age? Why does Gu Jiaqin call her senior? Things are starting to feel surreal. The barrage of questions scrolling across the screen mirrored the curiosity of all the guests in the live stream. Their eyes were fixed on the two parties involved, hoping for clarification. Fortunately, Gu Jiaqin did not disappoint, rubbing his knees as he continued, "Senior, you probably don't recognize me. After all, compared to you, I am merely a small presence. We entered the school together, and while I have yet to graduate, you have already secured a dual Master's degree. Who in the school doesn't know that senior Wen Shi excels academically, exuding an air of elegance and aloofness akin to a swan? A figure we can only look up to? On graduation day, as the student representative, your speech remains etched in my memory. The square was so packed that many couldn't even squeeze in, all just to catch a glimpse of you. I never imagined I would one day be so close to you. Upon hearing this, everyone was even more astonished than before. Jiang, who considered himself the most knowledgeable about Wen Shi among them, was equally taken aback, not to mention the others. Who could have anticipated that the person often derided as a mere pretty face and a lightweight had not only graduated from a world-renowned university, but also achieved a dual master's degree in less than 4 years? This was nothing short of a fantastical tale, a spine-chilling narrative. Not to mention, she was also the goddess of the entire school, even serving as the student representative for the graduation speech. If this were anyone else, it would be as if life had bestowed upon them extraordinary luck. And one would inevitably exclaim, how impressive. Yet for her, the last time she mentioned it, it was merely a light-hearted remark about studying abroad. After all, not all foreign institutions are prestigious. Some are merely third-rate universities. Wouldn't you agree? Now, they could only sincerely exclaim, how infuriating. Once again, she caught them off guard. Gu Jiaqin, regardless of the repercussions, continued to divulge. I always thought that after returning to the country, senior would inherit the family business. I never imagined you would enter the entertainment industry. You must have a profound passion for acting. What? The crowd was taken aback. Not only did she secure the script for top student ventures into the entertainment world, but she also received the script for If Things Don't Work Out, I'll Just Go Home to Inherit the Family Business? How absurd could it be? Gu Jiaqin grew increasingly animated, pointing at the television and exclaiming, how can they say such things about you? With your capabilities, you do not need to rely on anyone. Those investors and producers, they are not worthy even to carry your shoes. Such words rendered Wen Shi somewhat embarrassed. She touched her nose, appreciating his sentiment, but feeling it was an exaggeration. She turned to the screen and solemnly stated, these are his personal opinions and have nothing to do with me. In the future, let us focus on collaboration. After all, we still need to earn money together. Her words indeed snapped everyone back from their shock, seeing her desperately attempting to distance herself from the situation. They couldn't help but laugh. Gu Jiaqin also realized that she had perhaps gone a bit too far, her face flushing crimson as she shyly waved goodbye to the camera. However, some remained utterly unamused, with Qiao Ruoling being the foremost among them. Not only could she not muster a smile, but the foundation on her face seemed on the verge of cracking. Nonetheless, all eyes were on Wen Shi, and no one paid attention to her expression. The barrage of comments was already in full swing. Initially, there was skepticism, but it didn't take long for someone to uncover Wen Shi's student photo from Yale's official website, confirming that she indeed held dual master's degrees in management. Yet, that was not the most explosive revelation. An even more shocking discovery was a video of her delivering a speech at her graduation ceremony. Clad in a black and blue master's gown, her face free of makeup, she still radiated a striking beauty, her demeanor calm and her speech elegant. Much like Gu Jiaqin had described, she resembled a proud swan. The internet was left utterly astounded by this astonishing turnaround. The comments echoed a singular sentiment. I am shocked to my core. Public opinion shifted slightly due to this revelation. Yet the detractors swiftly retaliated. So, what if she is a master from a prestigious school? That doesn't mean she hasn't climbed the social ladder. Her acting skills are still subpar. If she is truly that capable, why not focus on her studies instead of diving into the entertainment industry? Is it not a desire for adoration? With her demeanor, I can only imagine how chaotic her personal life must be. Following these remarks, a prominent Weibo account posted a sensational expose. Let's take a look at how busy our academic overachiever is. Accompanying this were 4 images. The first, a photo of Wen Shi, Wen Jingyun, and Jiang Qi exiting a restaurant. The second, Wen Jingyun getting into a car. The third, Wen Shi entering a vehicle. The fourth, Jiang Qi getting into a car. The post did not mention any names or provide context. Yet those 4 images were sufficient for netizens to concoct a 1,000-word narrative, much of which was unsuitable for broadcast. Upon seeing these photos, instead of rushing to comment, viewers flocked to the live stream, flooding the chat with inquiries about the photos. Noticing the barrage of questions regarding the images, Wen Shi understood that Lu Meifei could no longer contain herself and had released the photos. She first exchanged a knowing glance with Lu Ming, who was off camera on a call, and upon seeing him gesture towards her, she turned her attention back to the comments. reading the myriad questions scrolling by. Wen Shi felt as though she were not filming a variety show, but rather hosting a press conference. Feigning ignorance, she asked, "Photos? What photos? You must let me see them first before I can respond." As she spoke, she glanced at the production team. The crew, indifferent to Wen Shi's predicament, was solely focused on the soaring viewer count in the live stream, thrilled that she was willing to address the audience's inquiries. Regardless of whether she clarified or unleashed some earth-shattering statement, they would emerge as the ultimate victors. Without hesitation, the director handed her the phone. Grabbing it eagerly, Wen Shi naturally caught sight of the photos shared by the marketing account. "Allow me to present to you the complete photograph." She tapped her phone a few times, locating the image previously sent to Lu Ming by the paparazzi, selecting one that showcased a group exiting a restaurant. The composition bore a striking resemblance to the first photo shared by the marketing account, with the only distinction being that Sa Ming followed closely behind Wen Shi. Holding the image up to the camera, she tilted her head, gazing into the lens as she exclaimed, "Do you see? You have been deceived. My mother is here too. As for the gentleman in the frame, his name is Wen Jingyun. You may now search for him." Wen Shi chuckled lightly, her tone tinged with coolness as she directed the audience. Upon completing their search, the viewers returned with a flurry of astonished exclamations. Observing the comments, which included inquiries about whether he was a benefactor, Wen Shi elegantly rolled her eyes, reiterating her previous words to the marketing account. "Do you not find it absurd to juxtapose our names? Look, the marketing account deleted their account and vanished. I believe it is not too much to ask for an apology." Chapter 52. Precision Strike. What does she mean? Is she implying she belongs to the Wen family? Are you suggesting that the Wen family you speak of is the one that ranks among the top 3 in the city? Otherwise, how could it be? Wen Jingyun is the young master of the Wen family. Does that not imply she is also a member of the Wen family? This cannot be true.
How could that be?
If she truly has such a background, is that not the reason for her exceptional resources? It appears someone has stumbled upon the truth. What a twist upon twist. Surely there cannot be more surprises. Investigate further. Report back. The influence of the elite family was overwhelming, rendering even the illustrious Jiang the actor momentarily invisible. Naturally, Wen Shi did not anticipate an apology from the comments, but once Wen Jingyun's name was mentioned, the critics and trolls seemed to be silenced, and the comments became refreshingly sparse. "Now we can enjoy the show in peace," she remarked with a nonchalant smile. The audience could see the discussions regarding her potential affiliation with the Wen family, akin to having detonated a bomb in the live stream. Their curiosity was palpable. How could they possibly focus on the program now? Nevertheless, Wen Shi had resolutely decided not to utter another word regarding the Wen family. To admit it now would merely hand the initiative back to Lu Meifei, who was undoubtedly waiting for her to proclaim herself the young lady of the Wen family to bring this matter to her father's attention. She intended to be deliberately ambiguous, leaving Lu Meifei without any incriminating evidence while instilling a sense of caution in the marketing accounts and trolls, preventing them from maliciously defaming her. It would be intriguing to see if Lu Meifei would act desperately and inadvertently reveal her status as a member of the Wen family. If she did, it would not be Wen Shi who leaked the information, and whether her father would be displeased remained uncertain. However, Lu Meifei would surely face repercussions. What remained was to seize upon Lu Meifei's missteps and watch the ensuing drama unfold. Jiang Qi, listening nearby, found himself at a loss for words. Was it truly appropriate to liken his father to a dog? After empathizing with others, he recalled that in Wen Shi's eyes, he too was merely a dog man. He sighed deeply. This world is truly unworthy. However, the barrage of comments fell silent for merely 10 minutes before erupting once more. The official Weibo account of Apocalypse released a promotional video showcasing the first scene featuring Wen Shi. In the video, she donned a short qipao, gracefully swaying her hips while standing in a display window, her smile ambiguous and her gaze dreamy, bathed in the vibrant light of neon hues. The scene was both fantastical and resplendent, creating a striking visual impact. Given its promotional nature, the production team surely purchased trending topics. When Wen Shi's name ascended the ranks of hot searches alongside Apocalypse, netizens initially speculated about a new scandal. Upon clicking, they were met with a precise hit. The comments beneath the video were frenetic, filled with exclamations of sheer excitement. They were not content with merely expressing their enthusiasm on Weibo. They flocked to the live stream to continue their fervor. "I am utterly insane. The vase is simply the embodiment of love and desire. That vase. Who can resist? I feel like I'm ascending. I'm declaring. Wife, let us marry. Back off, she is my wife." Didn't they say Wen Shi lacked acting skills? But that gaze is simply breathtaking, sending shivers down my spine. Having Wen Shi in Apocalypse is our fortune. I must see this film. Hurry up and shoot it. Wen Shi was amused by the barrage, and before the camera, she unabashedly took out her phone, opened Weibo, and reposted the video, captioning it, claiming, "Apocalypse official." The moment she posted, her fans rushed to the comment section, igniting a new wave of ecstatic reactions. What were they saying in the barrage? Hu Xiaoyu, unable to contain her curiosity, leaned in to glimpse her screen. Wen Shi generously handed her the phone, saying, "Here, take a look." Hu Xiaoyu seized the phone, and everyone gathered around her. "What is this?" "Xiao Shi, you are simply incredible," Hu Xiaoyu shrieked. Bai Li and Xiao Ruoling wore increasingly complex expressions. The men felt an inexplicable flush, the most exaggerated being Gu Jiaqin, whose face turned beet red, daring not to look at Wen Shi again. Jiang Qi appeared the most composed, if one overlooked his crimson ears. The barrage continued to discuss. Some recognized that this was indeed the scene Wen Shi had passed during her first live work. No wonder director Zhou approved it immediately. Who could possibly deny it? Let us see who dares to say the vase's acting is poor from now on. When did the vase become so adept? As public opinion began to sway in favor of Wen Shi, the lurking trolls resurfaced. The tone of the barrage gradually shifted. Isn't Wen Shi just playing herself? Absolutely a performance of her true self. Isn't she just a flirt? Isn't she using this persona to entice? To be fair, she has some skills. I wonder where she learned these talents. Wen Shi chuckled derisively, finding the lack of originality in these slanderous comments tiresome. They were both sordid and repugnant. Rather than becoming agitated herself, Wen Shi preferred to observe others in a frenzy. She smiled at the camera, relishing the notion that she still preferred to be labeled as lacking in talent, as if it were a reasoned critique. The current situation merely serves to flood the screen with nonsensical chatter, appearing both unseemly and futile, failing even to evoke any semblance of anger within me. Perhaps you should confer and devise new rhetoric? The intent of the detractors is either to distort the truth and manipulate public opinion, or to provoke the targeted individual into a state of distress. Their objective is to incite Wen Shi, hoping she might speak carelessly during the live broadcast. Clearly, Wen Shi remains remarkably composed, which has already unsettled the trolls. What further exacerbates their dismay is the barrage of comments catalyzed by her demeanor. "Your words have made my ears calloused. This has dragged on for quite some time. If you have evidence, present it. What do you have? Do you take us for fools?" From academic credentials to acting skills and personal attacks, I must admit, I feel a twinge of sympathy for Wen Shi. With such unprofessionalism, you should perhaps seek employment elsewhere. The harm inflicted is minimal, yet the insults are profoundly offensive. Many viewers in the live stream have long been repulsed by their antics, fostering a sense of rebellion against their slanderous narratives, and they continuously demand tangible evidence from them. What substantial proof can there be for such fabrications? Wen Shi has only been in the industry for a year. Even if one were to vigilantly document her every move, how many substantial photographs could one possibly acquire? Even if certain marketing accounts circulate false information, it is so transparent that even casual observers recognize it as disingenuous, inadvertently exposing the accusers themselves. When their tricks ran dry, the comments resumed their refreshing candor. At that moment, the television program shifted to a scene of the guests sharing grapes. Bai Li inquired of Wen Shi, "Have you spent a long time abroad?" Wen Shi, stuffing a grape into her mouth, mumbled, "About 3 years, then I came back after finishing my studies." The public announcement was loud enough to render the audience collectively awkwardly silent, even leading to a few seconds of blankness in the comment section. Subsequently, the screen was inundated with an avalanche of remarks such as, "Wow, she really played us."
Chapter 53. Jiang qui esse rumor rebatting tactics.
The online vilification of Wen Shi continues to escalate. Yet, in the live chat, where discussions are public, the program team has been actively banning accounts that exhibit excessive hostility, significantly diminishing the trolls' influence. Coupled with the earlier moment of collective silence, the focus of both the guests and the audience was successfully redirected back to the program. Even though many comments continued to berate Wen Shi, the majority of viewers chose to ignore them, concentrating instead on the guests. The subsequent segment featured a three-legged race between the two, which, despite their prior experiences, elicited laughter as they observed their earlier performances from a third-person perspective. Particularly, the moment Jiang Yuanqing stumbled had everyone in stitches. While Jiang Yuanqing laughed uncontrollably, he also seethed with frustration, promptly pinning Su Juanjia's head with his arm. "I almost forgot to take my revenge on you," Brother, Jinge, I was wrong. Su Juanjia cried out. His pleading demeanor provoked even more laughter from the group, lightening the atmosphere considerably. As the audience watched the live stream, they were confined to a single perspective within a particular guest's broadcast room. The edited version presents a comprehensive view, allowing the audience to witness the performances of all the guests, with the most surprising being Jiang Qi. Notably, the scene where Jiang Qi donned roller skates and dashed alongside Bai Li was particularly striking. Although familiar from trending topics, the visual impact was still overwhelming, leaving observers in disbelief as they gazed at Jiang Qi. Jin Yuanqing earnestly inquired, Teacher Jiang has never been in love, has he? Jiang Qi glanced at him, retorting, Is it that obvious? This response elicited laughter from the crowd, though it was not particularly evident. Jin Yuanqing stifled his amusement as he replied. Wen Shi also regarded Jiang Qi, perplexed at what might be amiss. Had he not been described as gentle towards the female lead? Gentle?
Jiang Qi scoffed inwardly.
Feeling he had perhaps been overly kind to Wen Shi, the next time such comments arose, he would have to deliver a playful knock on her head. The television program continued, depicting their arduous journey to the vineyard. After indulging in grapes, the group began to pick them. Gradually, viewers sensed something amiss. Did I see? It seems Jiang Qi has been in the same frame as Wen Shi the entire time. Indeed, when viewed separately, it didn't seem so, but in the broader perspective, they are inseparable. Blind viewers, you've uncovered a gem. Jiang Qi has been staring at the vase. I noticed that too. Could it be real? Boldly, someone posed a question in the live chat. Jiang Qi, do you have feelings for Wen Shi? This sparked a cascade of similar inquiries. Jiang Qi's fans quickly emerged, vehemently denouncing these individuals as delusional. However, their comments were soon overshadowed by an influx of messages, failing to capture the guests' attention. As the show progressed, the frames featuring Wen Shi and Jiang Qi multiplied, intensifying the viewers' suspicions. While fishing by the lake, when Jiang Qi moved closer to Wen Shi's fishing spot, the tension peaked. This clearly indicates something is amiss. If Jiang Qi harbors no secrets, I will eat my hat live. He previously dined with Wen Shi's mother and brother. It's undoubtedly true. Yes, isn't this akin to meeting the parents? My heavens! Oh my, I've truly fallen for this. The comments brimmed with excitement, and Jiang Qi's fans lost control, calling for him directly. Isn't brother E in the live chat? This is false. Clarified on the spot. Yes, brother E. Please explain your relationship with them. The barrage of messages became overwhelming, catching the guests' attention, who cast furtive glances at Wen Shi and Jiang Qi. Bai Li observed the two, utterly flabbergasted. What were they up to? If there were any truth to this, she would appear the fool, merely contemplating her status as a fan. And her prior involvement in trending topics made her so embarrassed that she felt her toes would tear through her shoes. Under the scrutiny of the crowd, Wen Shi wore an expression of bemusement and retorted directly, Your ability to interpret images has evidently grown more adept. What do you mean by being inseparable? Isn't it the paparazzi who shadow me closely? If we follow your logic, does that mean I have registered my marriage with my photographer, Wen Shi? The barrage of comments immediately erupted. Is this a self-exposing denial? Haha, if this gets out, the vase has officially married someone outside the circle. This is too absurd. Amidst the commotion, many viewers, particularly fans of Jiang Qi, were adamant about hearing from him. In stark contrast to Wen Shi's candor, Jiang Qi appeared thoroughly ensnared in a web of embarrassment. He endeavored to maintain his composure and, after Wen Shi finished speaking, finally found his voice. I personally have a slight social anxiety. I am merely more acquainted with teacher when due to our collaboration. What? Wen Shi turned to him, doubting her hearing. When did the esteemed Jiang Qi acquire this trait of social anxiety? She was utterly unaware. Jiang Qi, suppressing the urge to glance at her, thought, Don't mention it. I only just discovered my own social anxiety. Nevertheless, a considerable number of viewers were taken in by his words, as such a self-deprecating denial sounded remarkably credible. Little did they know that Jiang Qi's assertion was not a genuine confession but rather an artful fabrication, a rumor spun from his own narrative. As for the dinner affair, Jiang Qi could not resist casting a glance at Wen Shi, stating, I was invited by a young master when to dine with them. This statement seemed to clarify matters, yet simultaneously left much unsaid, further piquing the curiosity of netizens. So, what is the relationship between Wen Shi and Wen Jingyun?
Indeed.
Why the secrecy?
Just say it outright.
At that moment, a comment suddenly floated by. Quickly check Weibo. Another paparazzo has dropped a bombshell about Wen Shi. As this comment flashed across the screen, a flurry of responses followed. No way. Wen Shi is truly a member of the Wen family. It said she is Wen Jingyun's sister. What an extraordinary life. While others strive to leverage their parents, she has the advantage of her brother. No wonder her resources are so abundant. It's all about money. Isn't it? Strangely enough, she seems to have never played a leading role. This rich second-generation vase is surprisingly unpretentious. Haha, perhaps she possesses a certain self-awareness. Wen Shi opened her phone, and indeed, the revelation of her being a member of the Wen family had soared to the top of trending topics. Upon clicking, the photos revealed were of her family portrait taken during a birthday celebration for the matriarch in recent years. In the image, while others were blurred out, only she and Wen Jingyun stood clearly visible, side by side behind the matriarch, unmistakably portraying a familial bond. Wen Shi instantly deduced that this must have been leaked by Lu Meifei. Such a photograph could only have been captured in her home. And Lu Meifei was the only one with the opportunity. Chapter 54, A Lifetime of Misfortune to Encounter Her. Wen Shi quickly discerned Lu Meifei's ulterior motives. Lu Meifei seeks to convey through the voices of netizens that her affiliation with the Wen family has been conclusively established, rendering any pretense of secrecy obsolete. She ought to admit it promptly, ideally boasting a few words before the camera. As a result, upon hearing the news, her father, who would likely tune into the live stream, might be driven to a fit of rage, sending someone to forcibly remove her from the screen. Her father, cold and unyielding, and her mother, heartbroken, are unlikely to concern themselves with her financial woes or the outstanding debts. Lu Meifei might even approach her mother, feigning tears and lamenting her inability to care for her, declaring that the entertainment industry is unsuitable for her, while secretly continuing to exploit her mother and elder brother for money and resources. Ah, how exquisitely perfect. Wen Shi, reflecting on the situation, found it both infuriating and amusing. It must be said that Lu Meifei truly understands her former self, recognizing her naivety and folly with uncanny precision. Regrettably, had she taken a moment to observe the transformation in Wen Shi, she might have chosen a different course. Listening to these developments, Jiang lowered his gaze, gradually tightening his fingers, exercising restraint to avoid looking at Wen Shi. Indeed, she has become astute, composed, and perceptive, devoid of any remnants of foolishness or innocence. Yet, he comprehends that it is the betrayal and scheming of those she trusted, coupled with her father's harshness, that has shaped her into this version of herself. He even acknowledges his own complicity in this transformation, which gnaws at him like a swarm of ants, causing profound regret. He had yet to meet the foolish and naive Wen Shi again. The program fortuitously aired a scene of him grilling fish, with Wen Shi circling the grill. The barrage of comments from fans and detractors alike made Jiang acutely aware that his association with her provided no advantage. This realization was even more disheartening than being scorned by Wen Shi herself. While some reflected on their actions, others only escalated their behavior. The comments continued to besiege Wen Shi about her ties to the Wen family, compelling her to respond. Is Wen Shi blind? Can she not see everyone asking if she is a member of the Wen family? Could this be a ruse of her own making? Indeed, no one from the Wen family has stepped forward to acknowledge her. It must be false, otherwise, given Wen Shi's penchant for publicity and flaunting luxury, she would surely speak up. Her silence is tacit endorsement, deliberately steering public opinion. If it were true, she would respond. What use is a mouth if not to speak? Wen Shi, of course, was aware of these comments, but chose to ignore them entirely. However, the guests present could not overlook the incessant barrage of remarks, particularly Xiao Ruoling, whose makeup seemed to crack under the pressure, as if she might shatter entirely. Regardless of Wen Shi's true lineage, it was undeniable that she held a connection to Wen Jingyun, a relationship that allowed for private dinners together. The mere thought of this sent Xiao Ruoling's blood pressure soaring. If you have such connections, why not proclaim them? Why maintain such a fade of modesty? There are countless soft targets in the entertainment industry. Which one would you not manipulate? You, a sea urchin pretending to be a soft fruit. It is indeed a stroke of misfortune for her to encounter such a person. Others, unlike her, are not burdened with countless psychological musings. They are merely curious. After all, the lives of the affluent are quite distant from those of ordinary individuals. And to have a close encounter with them naturally piques interest. Not only the spectators, but even the production team is growing anxious. The director even held up a sign that read, "Teacher, when won't you respond?" It was only then that Wen Shi offered a faint smile to the director, thinking that such a response would come at a different price. While her face bore a smile, she mentally noted the production team for their audacity. In the live stream, She remained composed, while chaos reigned off-camera with Lu Meifei, who was in disarray. What on earth is happening? Did you not say she would certainly respond in the live stream regarding her connection to the Wen family? A short, stout man shouted angrily at Lu Meifei. Once the program airs, she will no longer see the comments. I warn you, if my investment goes to waste, I will not let you off the hook. Lu Meifei's forehead was beaded with sweat, and her meticulously applied makeup was deteriorating. She was baffled by Wen Shi's erratic behavior. Previously, any mention of the Wen family would send her into a frenzy of irrationality. According to the plan, with solid evidence already released, even if Wen Shi dared not acknowledge it, she should have vehemently denied it. With her lackluster acting skills, there would surely be glaring flaws. And she could then have her online army spread rumors about her being an illegitimate child, claiming her parents had only Wen Jingyun as their child. This would undoubtedly lead to Wen Shi's public humiliation. Even if they could not definitively prove her connection to the Wen family, it would still expose her to ridicule, driving Wen Qiming into a rage, thereby achieving their objective. Yet, Wen Shi was entirely different from what she had envisioned. Not only did she refrain from responding, but she also uttered not a single word, rendering her plans futile. President Chen, let us wait a bit longer. I will instruct the online army to intensify their efforts. I refuse to believe she can withstand this. Lu Meifei's hand trembled as she dialed the number. She understood that she alone could not confront the Wen family directly, hence she enlisted the support of President Chen from Zihua Entertainment. The Wen family's influence is vast, and with their foray into the entertainment industry, they have encroached upon many people's interests. They had previously investigated and found that Wen Qiming was opposed to the establishment of an entertainment company. If they could leverage Wen Shi to orchestrate a major setback for the Wen family, Wen Qiming would surely become even more resistant. In this manner, they could expel the Wen family from the entertainment industry without direct confrontation. Thus, she hardly exerted much effort to persuade President Chen to assist her, ensuring he would provide her with the best resources from Zihua. However, if today's endeavor were to fail, Lu Meifei's hands trembled even more violently. She could hardly bear to contemplate the consequences. Increase the pressure. She shouted into the phone, I don't care how many accounts you lose. Isn't it just about the money? I will increase the stakes now. But if it proves ineffective, do not blame me for ruining your reputation. The person on the other end of the line uttered something unclear, prompting Lu Meifei to retort, do I need to teach you this? Her mother is in the photos. Using her as leverage. Do not fear. The Song family has long been extinguished. What is there to fear from offending a family with no heirs? While there have been netizens who have delved into Song Ying's background, she has remained low-key, seldom appearing in the media, and they have not even managed to uncover her surname. When marketing accounts released information about Song Ying, netizens undoubtedly found themselves in the midst of a sensational revelation. They quickly unearthed the old news of the matrimonial alliance between the Song and Wen families, further substantiating that Wen Shi indeed belonged to the Wen clan, and was the esteemed daughter born from the union of the Song and Wen families. The Wen family's eldest daughter once again ignited trending discussions. The distinction between the Wen family's eldest daughter and the rest of the clan was palpable, garnering attention even from those indifferent to the entertainment industry. There was no need for any orchestrated efforts. Netizens nearly overwhelmed the live stream, eager not to miss out on the latest juicy gossip. Chapter 55. Heartbroken. It turns out I'm not my father's daughter. Upon witnessing the barrage of comments incessantly mentioning Song Ying, Wen Shi's fists clenched in anger. Lu Meifei had taken to her sensitive territory, and she would not hesitate to dance on Lu Meifei's grave in the future. Outside the frame, Xiaomeng was already in a frenzy, repeatedly attempting to confront netizens, but was restrained by Lu Ming. Not only did he prevent Xiaomeng, but he also signaled to Wen Shi to remain composed. Wen Shi was certainly not the type to lose her composure in anger. She glanced at Lu Ming, offering him a reassuring look. Entrusting him with these matters was indeed a wise choice. He prioritized self-interest and was not swayed by emotions, unlike Xiaomeng, who was overly concerned for her well-being and might act irrationally. A cool smile danced in Wen Shi's eyes, though she couldn't help but wonder if, without sufficient incentive, he would still exert such effort on her behalf. Turning her gaze towards Jiang Qi, she silently wished the esteemed actor continued success. Jiang Qi's eyes twitched involuntarily as he turned to meet her gaze. If he couldn't detect the schadenfreude in her tone, he might have even felt grateful. Nevertheless, he did sense that Mingge had become increasingly impatient lately. Locking eyes with Jiang Qi, Wen Shi remained unflustered. After sharing a brief smile with him, she casually averted her gaze. At that moment, her phone suddenly rang. Glancing down, she saw her mother's name and hesitated briefly before answering in front of the camera. "Listen, dear," her mother said, "don't let this matter anger you. Lu Ming and I have now completely traced Lu Meifei's financial dealings. She has transferred another sum of money to the marketing accounts, intending to use me to provoke you into losing control. The funds she utilized are from your account. I will soon present the evidence to the police. A charge of embezzlement will suffice to bring her to justice. There's no need for us to engage in a momentary clash of wills." Upon hearing this, a genuine smile graced Wen Shi's face for the first time that day as she softly replied, "I'm not angry, and you mustn't be either." While she harbored little emotional attachment towards Lu Meifei and felt detached from the situation, her mother was indeed a good friend of Lu Meifei, and her concern for her mother surpassed her own worries. Song Ying sighed gently. "All right, let us both remain calm." After Wen Shi ended the call, she met the curious gazes of everyone present. With a light laugh, she graciously remarked, "It's my mother. She's just a bit worried about me." Could it be Song Ying? Of course, who else could it be but her mother? "When Mama, do you need a well-behaved and lovable daughter? Look at me, look at me. I shall merely be an ornament for the legs. Could you refrain from going mad? Mother Wen, please look at me." Wen Shi cast a glance at the barrage of comments, huffing softly, "You all should get some rest. In dreams, anything is possible. You are heartless. You are the ones being unreasonable," she retorted. Sensing her mood brighten, Hu Xiuyu leaned closer, wrapping her arms around Wen Shi's, and addressed the camera. "You should not dwell on it. I have received gifts handpicked by Mother Wen herself. I shall be the first to share photos from her with you all." Tears of envy streaming down our faces. The other guests joined in with playful banter, attempting to rekindle the lively atmosphere of the live stream. Just when everyone believed the matter had reached a conclusion and that no further twists awaited, a statement from the Wen Group sent shockwaves throughout the internet. The original post on Weibo read, "The Wen Group has issued a statement regarding the discussions surrounding Chairman Wen's family affairs." The content of the statement was succinct, as follows: "Chairman Wen Qiming has only one son, Wen Jingyun, and no daughters. The rumors circulating about the Wen family have no relation to Mr. Wen Qiming. Our company does not wish to monopolize public resources. We ask everyone to refrain from spreading or believing rumors." The official account's legally stamped statement bore considerable weight and could hardly be dismissed as false. This declaration was akin to a resounding slap across Wen Shi's face. As the situation continued to unfold, netizens were left in a state of disbelief, their astonishment now replaced by indignation at being toyed with. The previously calm barrage of comments erupted once more into vitriol aimed at Wen Shi. "The Wen Group has already declared that the chairman has no daughter. What do you have to say for yourself? To stoop so low for publicity, even dragging your mother into it. How shameless. Now that the facade has been shattered. Is your study abroad story also fabricated? Aside from being shameless, what truth remains? Playing with everyone's emotions, you must be delighted. How can someone like you exist in the entertainment industry? Just vanish. No wonder you've avoided a direct response. It's all about creating misunderstandings, isn't it? You wouldn't dare claim that we are overinterpreting this, would you? You scheming woman, a true green tea bitch." Upon reading these comments, Jiang Qi felt his heart sink. He had never anticipated that Wen Qiming would indeed issue a statement denying Wen Shi as his daughter. Did he not realize that such online discourse could truly devastate a person? Instinctively, Jiang Qi raised his hand to shield Wen Shi's eyes, whispering to her, "Do not look. There is no need to see." Wen Shi lifted her gaze behind his palm, her expression devoid of emotion. If one were to describe her current sentiment, it was rather the relief of a heavy stone finally being set down. From the moment she decided to sever ties with Lu Meifei, she had foreseen this moment. And indeed, neither Lu Meifei nor her father had disappointed her. However, she was determined to ensure they would be the ones left disappointed. Still in a state of shock, Jiang Qi watched as Wen Shi blinked, and tears cascaded down her cheeks, even though she understood that she was unaware of any ill intentions. The moment Jiang Qi witnessed the tears streaming from her eyes, his heart sank with a jolt. Before he could react, Wen Shi yanked his hand away, exposing her tear-streaked visage to the camera. In that instant, the room fell silent. Thus, Wen Shi's voice rang out with poignant clarity, revealing her long-held suspicion. She was not her father's child. Gazing into the lens, tears cascaded down her cheeks, her nose flushed red, embodying a picture of vulnerability and despair. No wonder her father had always held her in disdain. No wonder every action she took seemed to be a mistake in his eyes. She wiped away her tears. Her eyelids reddened from the friction of her hand, recalling how her father had always deemed her inferior to her brother. Even with dual master's degrees, he forbade her entrance into his company, and when she ventured into the entertainment industry, he merely reproached her for bringing him shame. As she spoke of her grandmother, her voice broke, overwhelmed by emotion. Even she despised her, wishing fervently for her to vanish upon each encounter. It dawned on her that all of this was because she was not a daughter of the Wen family. The more she spoke, the more despondent she became, as if engaging in a soliloquy. No wonder they argued incessantly over her. No wonder only her mother loved her. It was clear now that she was not her father's daughter. From the moment she uttered her first sentence, a profound silence enveloped the room. Even the comments section fell into a hushed stillness. Chapter 56. Filial piety breeds strength. Everyone had anticipated that Wen Shi might deny the allegations, perhaps display stubbornness, or even buckle under the pressure of questioning. Yet, none could have foreseen her sudden, heart-wrenching tears. The weight of her revelations nearly overwhelmed their comprehension. Once they regained their senses, a singular question lingered. Was Wen Shi truly the daughter of Wen Qiming? Is she still acting? Seeing her cry so sorrowfully, it seems genuine. It must be true. If she were not Wen Qiming's daughter, how could she dare to provoke the Wen family? Is she not concerned about her career in the entertainment industry? Given her close relationship with Wen's mother, she wouldn't fabricate such a scandal about her own mother. Would she? Then it must be true. The high society is indeed chaotic. My mind is numb. I can no longer discern reality from fiction. I'm exhausted. Let it all end. Let us wait for Chairman Wen's response. Wen Shi, dabbing her tears, also caught sight of this comment. She, too, was curious. How would her father respond? Would he adamantly deny her existence, placing a crown of shame upon himself, and both become the laughingstock of the internet? Or would he acknowledge her for the sake of the company's stock price and bear the ridicule alone? Oh, how she anticipated his reaction. Jiang found himself at a loss, bewildered by the dramatic display of filial devotion he was witnessing for the first time. It was utterly overwhelming. At that moment, Wen Shi's phone rang again. She glanced down at the screen, her eyebrows arched in surprise, and sniffled before answering. Grandmother. The furious voice of old lady Wen erupted through the line. Wen Shi, you have truly gone too far. Are you intent on driving me and your father to the brink of madness? Grandmother, you needn't comfort me. Upon hearing this, Wen Shi was instantly choked with emotion. Raising her voice in a cry before abruptly ending the call, her demeanor reflecting the shock she had just experienced. Yet inwardly, she scoffed. Did they think they could intimidate her into becoming their scapegoat? Not a chance. If they refused to engage in civil discourse, then let them all embrace their villainous roles. No one should cast blame or impose moral constraints on one another. Let the fates unfold and see who ultimately prevails. After all, it was merely a cacophony of rumors, incapable of leading to her demise. If she could endure this, why couldn't they? Inevitably, Wen Shi found herself engulfed in anger. With one hand brushing away her tears, she pressed the power button on her phone, shutting it down. If they could not resolve their issues, they certainly could not resolve her. Today, she was offering them only two choices. Even if they sent someone to forcibly remove her from the live broadcast and whisk her away abroad, they must first acknowledge her as Wen Qiming's daughter, the sole offspring born of him and Song Ying. The remnants of her affection for her father had been thoroughly extinguished.
Now,
the only course of action left was to dedicate her entire acting prowess to ensuring that the pivotal plot twists of her life, as scripted in the novel, would reach a definitive conclusion. She would not allow the so-called narrative or these stumbling blocks to interfere with the bright and resplendent future that awaited her. Wen Shi's thoughts were a tempest of confusion, and Jiang could not fully grasp her sentiments, but he did discern her resolute determination to kick aside these hindrances. He could not help but reflect on himself. Intuition suggested that had he not developed the ability to read minds and adjusted his attitude toward her, he too would have been among those cast aside. In this light, his newfound talent was not a punishment, but rather his redemption, granting him the opportunity to partake in her luminous future. The internet had not yet received a response from Wen Qiming, but they were greeted instead by Wen Jingyun's response. It seemed he had just attended a public event, where an audacious reporter boldly approached him with a question. Young Master Wen, is Wen Shi truly your biological sister? Upon hearing this question, Wen Qiming immediately furrowed his brow, just as everyone assumed he was infuriated and would dismiss the reporter. He glanced at his secretary with a questioning look. The secretary quickly presented a tablet, and Wen Jingyun's fingers swiped across the screen, his expression growing increasingly grim. He addressed the microphone with a cold voice. Of course she is my sister, the unparalleled young lady of the Wen family. After delivering this statement, he shot a frosty glare at the camera. I will gather evidence regarding all rumors and slanders aimed at her. Please await the court summons.
With that,
When Jingyun refrained from answering any further inquiries, swiftly entering his vehicle, his commanding response elicited admiration from netizens, who exclaimed how impressive he was. As discussions ensued regarding the absurdity of the situation, some individuals took it upon themselves to visit the most notorious accounts spreading slander about Wen Shi, inquiring, "Are you afraid of being targeted by young Master Wen?" Afraid? How could they not be terrified? Their only fear was that they had not deleted their defamatory comments quickly enough to escape the wrath of the Wen family's young master. In an instant, the internet saw a widespread eradication of slander against Wen Shi, with numerous accounts vanishing entirely. Their actions have inadvertently confirmed the veracity of the rumors they disseminated, which indeed tarnished the reputation of Wen Shi. Before the netizens could fully comprehend the implications of their actions, the legal department of the One Group posted on Weibo, "When it comes to speed, we are professionals." Accompanying the statement was an image featuring nearly 100 Weibo handles along with screenshots of their remarks, as well as an exceedingly lengthy legal letter. The malicious netizens nearly found themselves in fits of laughter beneath this post, witnessing what it truly means to have the most professional legal team in the industry. Just as the Wen Group's official account issued a statement, the legal department turned against the group. I genuinely find this perplexing. This is not the legal department turning against the group. It is clearly Wen Shi betraying his father. Such filial piety is formidable. I am about to be overwhelmed by the filial piety of the Wen siblings. At that moment, Wen Jingyun received a call from Wen Qiming while in the car. Without waiting for him to speak, Wen Qiming bellowed, "Jingyun, why did you respond to the reporters? Do you realize the predicament you've placed me in? Immediately instruct the legal team to delete that post and halt the litigation." Wen Jingyun, with an impassive expression, calmly inquired, "Father, have you called mother?" "What would I call her for?" Wen Qiming continued to shout, "Did you hear that? I entrusted the legal matters to you, not for you to handle these issues." Wen Jingyun exhaled gently, retorting coldly, "Am I not acting in the best interest of the company? I advise you, father, that it would be wise to acknowledge Xiaoshi as your daughter before this situation escalates further."
what do you mean by that?
Isn't this what you have always taught me? That family and company must come first? Shouldn't you lead by example, father? Otherwise, how do you intend to explain this to the shareholders? After delivering these words, Wen Jingyun unceremoniously hung up the phone, disregarding Wen Qiming's fury on the other end. The secretary, observing his expression as cold as ice, hesitated before cautiously asking, "What about the legal department? Continue to follow up. Spare no one." Wen Jingyun shot him a glance and added, "Cancel the upcoming schedule. Head straight home." Understood. Chapter 57. The Dust Settles. In the live broadcast room, the lengthy yet fleeting edited version of Dear Life came to an end, concluding before Wen Jingyun had the chance to make an appearance. The guests, naturally, had not consumed the complete narrative, leaving them in an awkward predicament with Wen Shi. What was once a lively live variety show had devolved into melodrama more sensational than prime-time soap operas. They found themselves at a loss for words to comfort Wen Shi, feeling that anything they said might be inappropriate. Wen Shi, not wishing to burden them further, rose from the sofa and quietly remarked, "I will step outside for a moment." "Do you want me to accompany you?" Hu Xiuyu quickly inquired. Wen Shi offered her a faint smile. "I wish to be alone for a while."
All right.
"But make sure to return soon." Jiang Qi expressed concern, softly adding, "I still have some rose syrup from last time. I will make some rose cakes for you to enjoy when you return." "Okay." Realizing she had responded a bit too quickly, Wen Shi lowered her head, her voice dropping as she murmured, "Thank you."
Go on.
A smile flickered in Jiang Qi's eyes. It was not easy to deceive her, but she could be easily appeased. What Wen Shi needed to do next was indeed not suitable for anyone to accompany her. Upon exiting the villa, she turned to the cameraman and requested, "Could you please turn off the camera? I wish to have a moment to myself." The cameraman glanced at the director, who, upon observing her despondence, nodded in reluctant agreement. As the camera was switched off, her expression shifted, the weight of disappointment lifting from her shoulders as she straightened up, crossing her arms with a playful smile that held no mirth as she regarded the director. Before the director could fully process her rapid transformation, she coldly proposed, "Perhaps we should summon the producer. It is time for a serious discussion regarding the increase in remuneration."
What?
The director was taken aback, questioning his very existence. With a light scoff, she added, "Surely you did not think I was jesting before?" Riding on my significant wave of popularity comes at a cost. Before the director could respond, the producer, having viewed the video response from Wen Shi, approached them promptly. Hearing Wen's words, he quickly interjected, "This is easily arranged, Miss Wen. Please do not be upset. Let us find a place to discuss this matter at length." Observing his demeanor, Wen had her suspicions, but chose not to elaborate. Instead, following him to the director's lounge. Once seated, she powered on her phone, discovering her brother's response. After reading it, a fit of laughter shook her shoulders. Her brother had shown even less regard for Wen Shi than she had anticipated, and she could vividly imagine his furious reaction. At that moment, the one group's statement trended on social media. The content read, "Due to a lack of understanding regarding Chairman Wen Shi's family members, an erroneous statement was released without verification. The staff member involved has since been suspended, and the company sincerely apologizes for this oversight." Furthermore, it declared, "We hereby issue a formal statement confirming that Miss Wen Shi is indeed the biological daughter of Mr. Wen Shi and Ms. Song. We apologize for any misunderstandings caused and request that no further defamatory remarks about Mr. Wen Shi be made." When disinterested in the subsequent bureaucratic rhetoric aimed at salvaging the company's reputation, felt unbothered by the ridiculousness of Wen Shi's justifications, her objectives had been achieved. A great weight had been lifted from her heart, as she had successfully navigated this perilous situation. Of course, the matter was far from over. But now that Wen Shi had acknowledged her identity, what leverage could he possibly use against her in the future? Previously, he had often proclaimed the importance of the Wen family, insisting she must not tarnish their name, as if she were truly a member of the family. In truth, he had never regarded her as one of their own. Otherwise, why would he continually wield the assertion of her non-affiliation to control her? Now, she had the opportunity to genuinely become a member of the Wen family, and for the sake of their pride, they would dare not mistreat her any longer. Otherwise, she would ensure the Wen family remained perpetually trending in the news. "Miss," the producer's voice brought her back to reality. He had evidently noted the latest statement, and his tone was increasingly cordial as he inquired, "How do you intend to negotiate this increase in payment? What is my appearance fee per episode?" she asked. 200,000, he replied. Wen clicked her tongue, then queried, "Has it been transferred to my studio's account?" The producer expressed his confusion, stating, "Did your assistant not mention that the payment would be directly transferred to your account?" Wen Shi, taken aback by Xiao Meng's cleverness, responded coolly, "Very well. I shall forego any additional payment. How about we consider my entire appearance fee as an investment in this program? What is money for if not to generate more?" The producer appeared somewhat troubled, replying, "But our investment has already been secured." Wen Shi's gaze swept across the venue. "And what of the next season? This filming location must incur significant expenses daily, I presume?" She casually traced the edge of her phone. "If our collaboration this season proves enjoyable, I shall not only invest in the next season, but also provide you with complimentary filming locations. What do you think?" The producer's eyes lit up, and his tone became obsequious. "It is our honor that Miss Wen is willing to collaborate with us. How could we possibly refuse such a splendid opportunity? Then let us have a fruitful partnership," Wen Shi concluded decisively, rising from her seat. "For the specifics of the contract, please consult my agent." She hesitated for a moment before amending, "Rather, discuss it with my assistant, Xiao Meng." "Very well, we shall draft a contract for Mr. Meng's review promptly." Wen Shi nodded and departed the lounge. She speculated that Xiao Meng and Lu Ming were likely preoccupied with coordinating matters with their mother and the legal team of the group, and intended to call him to relay this information. However, her phone rang first. Upon seeing it was Wen Shi calling, she felt a surge of delight and answered immediately. "Big brother." Her voice was vibrant, prompting Wen Shi to exhale softly before responding, "Mother and I are outside your filming location. Are you able to come out?" "What?" Wen Shi was startled, already making her way towards the entrance, as she inquired, "When did you arrive? How did you get here so quickly?" Wen Shi explained, "Mother was quite worried about your well-being, so we took a helicopter." By this time, Wen Shi had reached the door and spotted her brother and mother standing not far away. Upon seeing her, Song swiftly approached and enveloped her in a warm embrace. "It's all my fault, making you suffer again." Initially unfazed, Wen Shi felt her eyes redden upon hearing her mother's choked voice. She quickly blinked, stifling her tears, and smiled while patting her mother's back. "Mom, you're too perceptive. How could you not realize it was all an act? Look at how I managed to fool Dad and Grandma, and now the company has issued a statement. I've avenged us quite well." Song gently released her. finally displaying a smile as she wiped her tears and scolded, "You're full of tricks." After a moment, her expression turned serious as she asked, "Xiao Shi, what do you think about us moving out of the Wen household?" Chapter 58. Perhaps it is best to release each other. Upon hearing Song Ying express her desire to leave the Wen family, Wen Shi's immediate reaction was disbelief. "Mom, what did you just say?" Song Ying grasped her hand and reiterated, "I said, I wish to divorce your father, and we shall leave the Wen household together." This time, Wen Shi understood clearly. Gazing into her mother's gentle eyes, she felt an overwhelming sense of astonishment. She had, of course, contemplated the idea of taking her mother away from the Wen family. Yet her mother had always exhibited a certain weakness regarding familial matters. Apart from the disputes she had with her father, she also appeared to have been quite content in her memories. Thus, she had never uttered the words urging her mother to seek a divorce. Fearing that such a suggestion would only burden her mother further and inflict more pain, instead, she could only take her out to divert her mind, attempting to lift her spirits as best as she could. However, today, her mother surprisingly initiated the conversation about leaving the Wen household. Did father say something? Or perhaps grandmother? Have they made things difficult for you? Wen Shi inquired urgently. Song Ying scoffed softly, "I have done well to avoid troubling them. They have no right to seek trouble with me. Today, I have come to a complete realization. It is nothing short of delusional to expect the Wen family to acknowledge our mother-daughter bond. All these years of my persistence and concession have been nothing but a farce. If that is the case, it is better to free each other." She tenderly caressed Wen Shi's face. "I do not wish for you to endure such grievances any longer." Upon hearing her words, only surprise remained for Wen Shi. "What grievances are there?" "Mother, it is truly wonderful that you have come to this understanding." Yet, she quickly remembered that when Jingyun was still standing nearby and glanced at him. Her elder brother had long been a part of their family and shared a good relationship with their mother. Wouldn't her departure sadden him? Noticing her apprehension, Song Ying soothingly patted her hand. "On our way here, I have already spoken with your brother, and he supports my decision." "Is that true?" Wen Shi looked at Wen Jingyun, her eyes immediately reddening. "Brother." A glimmer of amusement flashed in Wen Jingyun's eyes as he reached out to pat the top of her head, his voice gentle, "I am not a child anymore. I will respect our mother's choice. Besides, even if you both leave the Wen family, we will still be family." With his reassurance, Wen Shi felt utterly relieved. She smiled at him and then turned to wrap an arm around Song Ying and another around Wen Jingyun. "Yes, we will always be a family." After sharing a moment of laughter, Wen Shi inquired of Song Ying, "So, where do you plan to live? Are you going to my apartment?" Song Ying shook her head. "I intend to move to the old Song residence. Will you stay with me?" "Of course." Wen Shi replied immediately. "I didn't move out to avoid you, mother." Song Ying's smile deepened. "Very well. I shall prepare your room upon my return." She then addressed Wen Jingyun, "I will also ready a room for you. Feel free to stay for a few days whenever you wish." "All right." Wen Jingyun nodded. "Will you both be leaving shortly?" Wen Shi pulled at the two of them. "We should celebrate today. It is a pity I still have work to attend to." Song Ying chuckled. "Your brother likely has work as well. I have already arranged for my belongings to be moved. Your father will probably go mad upon returning, and I am disinclined to quarrel with him again. I shall stay at the resort tonight and join you in the city tomorrow. I will postpone my work and stay with you tonight," Wen Jingyun said to Song Ying, truthfully not wanting to face their father. Song Ying's gaze toward him grew increasingly tender. "Very well, there is a hot spring over there. It will be a perfect opportunity for you to relax." "I want to soak in the hot spring too," Wen Shi exclaimed, instantly finding her work less appealing upon hearing of the hot spring. As Song Ying observed her, she let out a light chuckle and playfully tapped her on the nose. "Very well, I shall prepare a room for you. After your work, you can soak for a while and then return to rest." After a moment's thought, she added, "You can even bring your friends along." "All right." She embraced Song Ying's waist and cooed, "You're the best, Mama." The three of them conversed for quite some time, while the director following Wen Shi stood at the door, hesitant to call out to her. Just as he wrestled with his indecision, Jiang Qi emerged from the villa. The director promptly gestured towards the entrance, indicating that Wen Shi was outside, signaling to the cameraman behind him not to follow, and stepped outside himself. Upon his exit, he witnessed the heartwarming scene of the three of them, a mother and her children, enjoying each other's company, prompting him to halt in his tracks, refraining from interrupting their moment. However, it was Wen Jingyun who spotted him first, nodded in acknowledgement, and then gestured to Wen Shi, indicating for her to look in his direction. When Wen Shi glanced over, Jiang Qi spoke up. I merely wish to inform you that the rose cakes are nearly ready. Being mindful of the microphone attached to him, he refrained from calling out to Song Ying and instead bowed slightly in her direction. Song Ying smiled back at him and turned to Wen Shi, saying, All right, you focus on your work. We shall wait for you at the resort. Very well. Wen Shi nodded, then addressed Wen Jingyun. Brother, the scenery here is quite lovely. You should take mother for a stroll. Wen Jingyun acknowledged her with a nod, and then inclined his head towards Jiang Qi before leading Song Ying away. Wen Shi walked alongside Jiang Qi back through the entrance. Once again, Wen Shi found herself back in the frame, albeit now in Jiang Qi's live stream. For a fleeting moment, the chat exploded with fervor. Finally, the vase has made an appearance. She must have seen the new statement from the Wen group. Her mood seems to have improved. This is absurd. For such a large corporation, how could the PR department make such a blunder?
Indeed.
The presence of the vase was almost suffocating. Wen Shi is rather pitiable. She has faced such harsh criticism today. Indeed, I wonder who orchestrated the online attacks. Truly trying to bring her down. Thank goodness for her strong background. It's unimaginable for an ordinary person to endure this. This particular comment resonated with everyone, as they witnessed firsthand the power of rumors and cyberbullying, sparking a wave of introspection among many netizens and propelling discussions about online harassment to trending status. Meanwhile, the director hastily motioned for the cameraman to start filming. Wen Shi's livestream reopened, drawing an influx of fans and netizens who, even knowing she could not see them, flooded the chat with apologies and messages of comfort. The popularity of the livestream soared, ultimately surpassing Jiang Qi's for the first time, claiming the top spot in viewership. Unbeknownst to Wen Shi, who was seated in the living room cradling a glass of milk poured for her by Hu Xiuyu, surrounded by well-wishers, she sighed. I truly am fine. With a hint of exasperation, she recounted the situation regarding the new statement from the Wen group. Upon hearing this, everyone breathed a collective sigh of relief. It was all a misunderstanding. Thank goodness it has been resolved, Jin Yuanqing exclaimed, dramatically patting his chest. You really gave us quite a scare. His demeanor was somewhat comical, provoking laughter from everyone present. Wen Shi chuckled lightly and expressed her gratitude to Jin Ge, then turned to the crowd, thanking them all. What else there to thank for? As long as everything is fine, Hu Xiuyu remarked. Jiang Qi emerged from the kitchen, holding a plate of rose cakes, inviting everyone to indulge in some snacks. In Chapter 59, A Few Old Stories, Gu Jiaqin sat at the outer edge, assisting Jiang Qi by taking the plate from his hands and placing it in front of Wen Shi. She glanced at him, a smile tugging at her lips. Thank you for your diligent efforts in clarifying things today. It's nothing, Gu Jiaqin replied, his face flushing. He cast a quick glance at her, lowering his voice. I was merely speaking the truth. Observing his bashfulness, Wen Shi's thoughts began to wander. Earlier, Jiang Qi had mentioned his social anxiety. This was a true depiction of such a condition. Upon sensing her thoughts, Jiang Qi promptly pressed a piece of rose cake into her hand. Had he not feared being perceived as eccentric, he would have exclaimed, You need to stop overthinking. He had no desire to revisit his own social anxiety. As for Gu Jiaqin, was that truly social anxiety? He only became bashful in her presence. Wen Shi, as he anticipated, quickly set aside her previous thoughts the moment she saw the rose cake, eagerly taking a bite. Delicious, she said, her eyes sparkling as she addressed Jiang Qi. I'll go pick some roses later to make more syrup. Jiang Qi nodded and surveyed the group. Let us all go together. Everyone naturally agreed. Once they finished eating, Wen Shi changed into comfortable attire and was about to head downstairs when she encountered Xiao Ruoling at the staircase. The moment Xiao Ruoling saw her, she instinctively stepped back, her face adorned with a forced smile. You go ahead, she said. Thank you. Wen Shi noted her discomfort, but remained unaware of its cause. Surely, it couldn't be about her earlier hairstyle mirroring Wen Shi's? Not dwelling on it, she stepped down the stairs. However, after a few paces, Xiao Ruoling followed closely, smiling at her. The rose syrup you made when we were young was truly delightful. Could you teach me how to make it later? Wen Shi suspected she was merely fishing for conversation, as she had already demonstrated the process during their last live stream. It was puzzling how she had left an impression of being easy to converse with, especially considering her previous antagonistic behavior. Wen Shi glanced at her. Even if you learn from me, you won't achieve the same result. Her words were laced with double meaning, effectively revealing Xiao Ruoling's facade. The smile on Xiao Ruoling's face nearly faltered. Internally seething with anger, she chose to feign ignorance and forced a smile. I forgot to grab something, you go ahead. As she departed, Wen Shi chuckled softly before continuing her descent. The comments in the live stream chat erupted with laughter. Xiaoruoling's audacity is astonishing. She truly overflows with tea aroma. Ha ha ha, that vase's mouth is absolutely ridiculous. She ought to toss her face on the ground. Such people shouldn't be met with kindness. Her fans cheered in approval, while Xiaoruoling's supporters lamented. The morning's incident was merely a coincidence. Why can't you let it go? Indeed, it is merely Wen Shi's own pettiness. You are all aware that she is the eldest daughter of the Wen family, hence your adoration for her. This Wen Shi is simply leveraging her status to intimidate others. The entertainment industry is perpetually rife with disputes. It is a realm where one conflict is scarcely resolved before another arises. In the live broadcast room, tranquility reigned as they prepared some roses and simmered a fresh batch of syrup, while the night had completely enveloped the sky. With the day having unfolded with numerous events, and with Wen Shi being a newly minted investor, the production team spared them the burden of cooking. Instead, they provided a sumptuous dinner, ordered from the resort. Upon hearing this, when Jingyun sent over 2 bottles of wine, the production team candidly explained to everyone that it was a gesture from young Master Wen, both as an apology and as gratitude for their care towards teacher Wen. Initially, one might have envied those who had a mother like Wen Mama in their childhood, but now the envy extended to those with a brother like Wen Shi. Hu Xiuyu turned to Wen Shi and asked, "Do you mind having one more sister?" "I do mind," came Wen Shi's curt reply, without lifting her gaze while searching for the wine opener. "Just continue to envy. Heartless." Following dinner, after the live stream concluded, Wen Shi suggested they indulge in a hot spring. All of Hu Xiuyu's previous grievances vanished instantly as she clung to her, unwilling to let go. Xiaoruoling, feeling unwell, opted to remain in the villa instead of joining them. Everyone joyfully headed to the hot springs, while Wen Shi sought out Song Ying. Noticing that Song Ying maintained a steady demeanor, she felt a wave of relief wash over her. The mother and daughter shared a few drinks together for the first time. Leaning against the edge of the hot spring, enveloped in the steamy atmosphere, Wen Shi gazed at the distant lake. "Mom, I remember fishing here with Grandpa," she remarked. Song Ying, hearing her words, leaned closer, her eyes drifting to the lake's surface, a smile gracing her lips. "Your grandfather indeed loved coming here. It's rare that you still remember." Setting her glass aside, Wen Shi rested her head on her arm and turned to look at Song Ying.
Mom,
"Was your marriage to Dad arranged by Grandpa and the others?" Song Ying cast her eyes downward, pausing before responding. "Aside from this, I cannot fathom any other reason for Grandma and Dad's disdain towards me." Wen Shi regarded her silently, awaiting her words. Song Ying downed her drink in one gulp, a sardonic smile playing on her lips. "If it were truly an arranged marriage, it would be a different story. You may not believe it, but your father pursued me relentlessly, begging your grandfather to marry me to him." This revelation astonished Wen Shi. "Then didn't he Dad love you very much?" Song Ying settled beside her, offering a nonchalant smile. "Who knows? Perhaps he did back then." "Then what led to the current situation?" Song Ying's eyes darkened as she refilled her glass, taking a sip before continuing. "Not long after we wed, your grandfather's company faced a crisis requiring substantial funds. However, the Wen family was unwilling to assist. In desperation, your grandfather had to conspire with others to swindle a sum from the Wen family, using that money to navigate through the turmoil." She sneered once more, recounting a time when I was with child and found myself in a predicament. I had gone to your grandfather, weeping and pleading that, for the sake of our long-standing relationship and the unborn child, he might lend a hand to your grandfather. What did he say? He stated that kinship is kinship and business is business. Indeed, the Song family has acted unscrupulously, but did he not say so himself? Kinship is kinship and business is business. The very methods employed by the Song family are those of the commercial arena. Yet, following the incident, your grandfather erupted in fury, claiming that the Song family disregarded familial bonds, severing ties with them, and even fell ill. She took a sip of wine, turning to Wen Shi, her tone heavy, ultimately passing away on the eve of your birth. Wen Shi's pupils dilated in surprise, exclaiming, "Why was I never aware of this?" "It was your father and I who chose to keep it from you," Song Ying replied. "This matter left your grandfather filled with remorse, and before his passing, he divided the group, selling all but what I hold to the Wen family at a meager price. Yet your grandmother still harbors a deep-seated hatred for me. And for you as well." She sighed. "Your father likely resents me too, and by extension, harbors animosity towards you." Gazing at the tranquil waters of the lake, Song Ying's eyes reddened. Only recently did I come to understand that your grandfather's arrangements, before his demise, may not have stemmed from guilt. Perhaps he perceived me as a weakling unable to sever ties with the Wen family. He could only soothe them in such a manner, hoping they would treat me, and you kindly. Unfortunately, we were both mistaken. The Wen family is far from the sanctuary I envisioned. She tenderly caressed Wen Shi's hair, lamenting, "It is all my fault for awakening too late, causing you to endure such grievances and hardships for so many years." Witnessing her tears, Wen Shi's eyes glistened as he embraced her, reassuring, "It is not too late. Our awakening is timely." She pulled back, scrutinizing Song-ing earnestly, smiling, "Mother is still young. The future holds untold possibilities." Song-ing chuckled at her jest, playfully poking her forehead, "You little rascal." Chapter 60. The mental state of the film Emperor Jiang. The mother and daughter reclined together, chatting for a while. Noticing that Song-ing had indulged a bit too much in her drink, Wen Shi gently persuaded her to retire for the night. After changing her clothes and exiting the room, Wen Shi spotted Jiang Qi and Wen Jingyun conversing in the smoking area at the end of the corridor. Jiang Qi, still clad in a bathrobe, leaned against the wall, holding a cigarette, his expression a blend of amusement and mischief. The smoke softened the angles of his face, diminishing his otherwise refined demeanor, rendering him somewhat roguish and untamed. This was the first time Wen Shi had seen him so relaxed. It seemed his relationship with her elder brother was better than she had anticipated. "Big brother, teacher Jiang," she greeted them. Jiang Qi turned to her, slightly furrowing his brow, extinguished the cigarette in his hand, and discarded it into the trash. His next move was to tighten the collar of his bathrobe. Wen Shi observed with clarity, rolling her eyes in secret. This insufferable man, who would care to see such a sight? She approached, and Jiang Qi, overhearing her unspoken words of disdain, cast her a sidelong glance, stifling a scoff within. "I won't show you." Wen Jingyun, oblivious to their unspoken rivalry, extinguished his cigarette as well and inquired of Wen Shi, "Are you not asleep yet?" "I plan to return to the villa to rest. This way, I can avoid an early rise." As the topic of sleep arose, Wen Shi instinctively yawned and remarked, "You all continue your conversation. I shall take my leave." "Wait. I will accompany you back," Jiang Qi called out to her, then turned to Wen Jingyun, saying, "I shall see you at the company later." Wen Jingyun nodded in acknowledgement and advised Wen Shi, "Take care on your way home." Outside, the moonlight was brilliantly bright, and as the chilly wind swept over Wen Shi, she couldn't help but shiver. Observing this, Jiang Qi draped his coat over her shoulders. Wen Shi turned to him with a smile. "Thank you, teacher Jiang." Jiang Qi remained silent, summoning a four-wheeled shuttle and assisting Wen Shi into the vehicle. Having consumed a fair amount of alcohol while in the company of Song-ing, Wen Shi had not felt its effects until the cold air struck her, causing a wave of dizziness to wash over her. Resting her head against the vehicle's post, she tightened the coat around her. Jiang Qi lowered his gaze upon her and asked, "Are you still cold?" Leaning forward, he shielded her from the wind as best he could. Wen Shi shook her head and mumbled, sleepy, "We will arrive shortly. Be cautious not to doze off and fall." Jiang Qi gently reminded her. Wen Shi nodded again, extending her hand from beneath his coat to grasp the sleeve of his robe. Turning her head to flash him a smile, "Then I won't fear falling." Jiang Qi looked down at her delicate fingers, amusement dancing in his eyes as he indulgently replied, "Then hold on tightly." "Rest assured," she said confidently. Despite her words, Jiang Qi continued to engage her in conversation throughout the journey, ensuring she did not truly succumb to sleep. Upon reaching the villa, Wen Shi stumbled slightly as she exited the vehicle, prompting Jiang Qi to swiftly catch her. Realizing that something was amiss, detecting the lingering scent of alcohol emanating from her, he inquired with some surprise, "How much have you had to drink?" "Just a little." She leaned against him and gestured with her fingers. The coat on her shoulders nearly slipped off, and Jiang Qi quickly adjusted it, recognizing her silly grin as a sign of intoxication. "I see it is indeed just a little," he remarked with mock resignation. "Indeed. I can drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk." Jiang Qi, uninterested in debating the matter with a tipsy individual, supported her with one hand while securing her coat with the other as he led her into the villa. The others were either resting at the resort or already asleep, leaving the villa in a tranquil silence. Jiang Qi settled Wen Shi onto the sofa in the living room and proceeded to the kitchen to prepare a cup of honey water for her. Upon his return, he found Wen Shi nestled into the sofa, half her face buried in a plush pillow, appearing both petite and vulnerable. Hearing his approach, Wen Shi opened her half-closed eyes, caught sight of him, and instantly furrowed her brow in complaint. Why must you intrude upon my dreams? Jiang Qi, annoyed, seized the opportunity to playfully tap her forehead.
Ah,
She exclaimed, covering her forehead and pouting. You hit me. My sincerest apologies, Jiang Qi said, lacking any true remorse, as he offered her the honey water with a smile. Coaxing her, drink this, and I shall allow you to sleep peacefully. Really? Wen Shi blinked, her eyes glistening with unshed tears as she eyed him warily. Jiang Qi felt a mischievous urge to poke her again but restrained himself, patiently assuring her, indeed. Wen Shi gazed at him with a hint of reluctance, yet ultimately succumbed to the overwhelming embrace of slumber. With his hand guiding her, she managed to drink half of the water from the cup, but resolutely refused to consume any more. She truly could not drink any further. Jiang Qi observed her writhing and protesting, unable to suppress a soft chuckle. He placed the cup on the table, conceding, all right, no more drinking. Shall I take you to bed? Wen Shi, somewhat dazed, nodded in agreement. Very well, she replied, and obediently extended her hand toward him. Jiang Qi found her adorable in that moment, his gaze lingering on her with a depth of affection before he took her hand, gently lifting her from the sofa and guiding her back to her room. The moment when Wen touched the bed, she fell into a deep sleep. Jiang Qi did not linger in her room for long. He tucked her in and then descended the stairs. After discarding the remaining honey water, he began washing the cup, his thoughts drifting back to Wen Shi's earlier antics, a smile gradually spreading across his lips. Leaning against the sink, one hand partially covering his face, he marveled at his own folly. To find such joy in caring for a tipsy girl was one thing, but to be laughing like a fool over washing a cup in the dead of night was absurd. Aware of his own irrationality, Jiang Qi could not restrain himself. And soon the kitchen was filled with the sound of his low, amused laughter. The following morning, Wen Shi's biological clock roused her promptly. She struggled to turn over in bed, staring vacantly at the coat rack for some time until her consciousness began to return. She recalled boarding the ferry with Jiang Qi the previous night, and then her memory faded. Running her fingers through her hair, she realized she could not recall any further details, although she did remember dreaming of Jiang Qi, who seemed to be preventing her from sleeping and pouring water down her throat. Frustrated, she tugged at her hair, thinking how ridiculous it all was. Surely, dreaming of him would bring her misfortune throughout the day. As for the hazy memories of her drunken state, Wen Shi paid them no mind. After all, she was comfortably nestled in bed, whether she had climbed up or rolled there mattered little. It had not been broadcasted live, and in front of Jiang Qi, she had no fear of embarrassment. With great effort, she rose from bed, massaging her throbbing head as she prepared for the day. Upon descending the stairs, she was greeted by an enticing aroma. Instantly invigorated, Wen Shi followed the scent into the kitchen. There, she found Jiang Qi alone, stirring a pot filled with an indeterminate concoction that released a tantalizingly sour and spicy fragrance, making her mouth water involuntarily. What are you cooking? She inquired, leaning closer to the stove. Jiang Qi glanced at her, a smile flickering in his eyes. Sour and spicy soup, meant to help you drunken fools recover.
wow.
You can make sour and spicy soup too. Wen Shi bypassed the term drunken fools and praised him. You're truly impressive. Aware that her flattery was insincere, Jiang Qi's smile deepened as he asked softly, it's almost ready. Would you like to taste it?
Sure.
Jiang Qi scooped a small amount of soup with a spoon, preparing to offer it to her, but he noticed her leaning in closer. Wen Shi, still in the throes of a hangover, was not fully alert and, having tasted many samples for songing, acted on instinct without thinking. Jiang Qi was momentarily taken aback, yet said nothing, simply offering the spoon in his hand to her lips, cautioning her to be careful as it was hot. Wen Shi paused, gently blew on the liquid, and cautiously took a sip, her eyes instantly brightening. Delicious. The balance of acidity and spiciness was just perfect. I'm glad you like it, Jiang Qi remarked with a playful smile. Go fetch a bowl. Unbeknownst to them, as the clock struck 8, the production team activated the live broadcast. The cameras in the villa roared to life, capturing this very moment flawlessly, which was promptly aired. The earliest viewers of the live stream distinctly witnessed this scene unfold. I thought I had entered the wrong live stream. This scene is straight out of a drama. You all play like this when I'm not watching? Another day dominated by a nauseating couple. Consuming this kind of dog food in the morning is sure to cause indigestion. Why are you recording? Stop just staring. Still, I maintain if these two aren't genuine, I'll eat upside down. Enough chatter. Is there a dedicated group for sugar enthusiasts? Please add me. I'm in dire need. As the others rose from their slumber and returned from the resort, upon learning that Jiang had prepared a hangover soup, their gazes towards him were akin to that of devotees admiring a deity. Su Juanja, equally suffering from a hangover, was moved to tears. Cradling the bowl in his hands and gazing at Jiang, "Brother E, I feel compelled to erect a longevity tablet for you at the temple." "There's no need for that." Jiang shot him a sidelong glance. "You should drink more soup to sober up." "Oh." Su Juanja buried his face into the bowl, dramatically portraying a pitiful dog, eliciting hearty laughter from everyone. After breakfast, perhaps due to the efficacy of Jiang's hangover soup, everyone appeared considerably better, lounging on the sofas, engaging in aimless chatter. The audience in the live stream was thoroughly entertained. "I feel like I've stumbled upon a group of lazy fish. Ha ha ha. They're far too relatable. It mirrors my own slumped posture on the sofa perfectly. To be honest, I'm sprawled out too. Ha ha ha, same here." The production team could not allow them to remain in such a state for long. Shortly after, the director entered to issue a task. The group remained still, merely lifting their eyelids to glance at him. Clearing his throat vigorously, the director announced, "Ladies and gentlemen, we are still live." Jiang University raised his hand, casually responding apologies. "Director, I think I might be experiencing a food coma." His words elicited laughter, the slumped figures shaking with mirth. "All right," Bai Li was the first to sit upright, smiling at everyone. "If you don't get up soon, the director will be in tears." "Well then, let us consider it a favor to Bai Li." Hu Xiuyu shifted away from the sofa's back, leaning awkwardly against Bai Li, her posture utterly devoid of grace. Wen Shi, observing her antics, chuckled. "Director, you ought to hurry and announce the task. By the time these folks gather their spirits, it will likely be noon." Upon witnessing this, the comments section erupted with laughter once more. In a state of resignation, the director proceeded to outline the task. "With the arrival of our guests, we have realized that the villa is lacking in some essential supplies, and the refrigerator is running low on ingredients. Therefore, we shall embark on a shopping trip." Upon the conclusion of his recitation, Su Juanja immediately raised his hands with an expression devoid of emotion. The director, both amused and exasperated, bellowed through a megaphone, "If you don't set off soon, there will be no lunch for you. Where's the shopping fund?" Wen Shi inquired, rubbing her fingers together. "You shall divide yourselves into two groups. One will purchase daily necessities, while the other will procure ingredients," the director instructed. "I will provide you with the funds." At the mention of division, Bai Li's nerves instantly tightened as she instinctively glanced at Jiang. Her feelings were a tangle of complexity. She was reluctant to part with the readily available topic of conversation, yet she was genuinely apprehensive of Jiang's disposition. He was utterly unapproachable. "We certainly cannot proceed with the ingredient shopping without our esteemed chef Qi," Su Juanja declared first. Jiang, following his lead, remarked, "Then I shall go buy the ingredients. Do let me know what you all wish to eat." "Absolutely," Bai Li quickly replied, "then I'll accompany teacher Jiang. I have a knack for selecting vegetables."
Indeed.
She could not forsake her original intentions, for she had initially been drawn by the allure of conversation and viewership. "Oh, dear," Wen Shi chuckled to herself, sensing that the romantic tension between the male and female leads was finally poised to unfold. She had no desire to play the third wheel. Raising her hand, she was about to suggest that she would procure daily necessities when Jiang unexpectedly said, "Teacher Wen, you should join us. You seem quite adept at haggling." Wen Shi was taken aback. Before she could process this, Jiang added, "Though teacher Wen may not cook, she certainly appreciates food, providing valuable insight." When Wen Shi met his dark, intense gaze, she felt an unexplainable sense of his irritation. "Is that agreeable, teacher Wen?" Jiang pressed, his gaze unwavering. Regardless of whether Wen Shi wished to be a mere observer or decorative element, this time, she was obligated to accompany him, ensuring she discerned his true feelings for Bai Li, thus alleviating her incessant speculations. Before Wen Shi could voice her objection, Gu Jiaqin interjected, "I'll team up with Senior Shaoshi. Then the rest of us shall procure daily necessities," Jiang University concluded decisively. At this point, Wen Shi found it too late to refuse. She cast a glare at Jiang. Was this man truly intent on making her the sacrificial pawn? Jiang pinched his fingers, regretting not having given her a few more taps on the head the previous night. The audience in the live stream grew excited at the unfolding group dynamics. "I sense a hint of impending chaos. Do we really need to sense it? Just seeing these four together is a spectacle of turmoil. I'm an omnivorous viewer. Honestly, any pairing here would be delightful." Oh, please, eat something decent. Jiang Jinhua is the best pairing. Nonsense. Clearly Jia Shi is the superior match. Goodness, why not just settle this with a duel? What about the fans of Bai Li and Jiang Qi? Where's your professionalism? Chapter 62. The Out-of-Touch Young Lady. Once the groups were formed, the guests changed into new attire and boarded the bus for departure. They had anticipated a visit to a nearby large supermarket or shopping mall, yet upon arrival, they were all taken aback. The production team had brought them to a bustling marketplace. Haha, the director truly understands what we wish to see. In a rather perplexing locale for grocery shopping, one might question whether the vendors can distinguish between scallions and garlic sprouts. The spectacle of their haggling is what I yearn to behold. As for Wen Shi, a lady of notable stature, I doubt she would deign to enter such a place, let alone endure its filth. The guests, initially taken aback, soon fell silent. However, upon receiving their budget from the production team, their composure shattered. Director, we are not merely 6 dining, but 8. Protested Wen Shi, clutching 300 yuan, which translates to roughly 37 yuan per person. Given that a bowl of beef noodles costs 20 yuan, is this not rather miserly? This matter directly affects their midday meal, and the collective dissatisfaction with the meager sum provided by the production team was palpable. Indeed, this is far too little, Su Juanjia objected. I alone require 3 bowls of beef noodles. How could this paltry amount suffice? It's insufficient. You must add more, director. After a tour, we will undoubtedly consume even more. Chimed in Jin Yuanqing. Rather than acquiescing, the director produced a sheet of paper, assuring them, rest assured, we have prepared a list for you. Follow it, and you will surely eat well. As he handed the list to Jiang Qi, everyone crowded to see. The incredulity grew. Director, are you jesting? Allowing us to indulge in hot pot is one matter, but to include both beef and lamb and seafood? Are we to share but a morsel each? Wen Shi exclaimed. If you possess the means, procure all of this with 300 yuan. Jin Yuanqing fumed, reaching for the director once more. At this moment, the camera zoomed in on the list, eliciting laughter from the audience. Haha, I can't believe I see oysters, large shrimp and squid, they exclaimed. Indeed. Given the current seafood prices, how could 8 people possibly afford a substantial quantity on 300 yuan? Exactly, it would only be enough for each to have a taste. Haha. The director, wielding a megaphone, attempted to quell their outcry, proclaiming, this budget is calculated based on the lowest average cost per person. It is now up to you to allocate the funds wisely, source affordable products, and demonstrate your bargaining prowess. Easier said than done. Ignoring their protests, he continued, today's list features items favored by our 2 guest stars. Your task is to satisfy their appetites. Both guest stars were momentarily taken aback, glancing at the list with incredulity. Prior to their arrival, the director had indeed inquired about their culinary preferences, which they had assumed was merely routine questioning, not a directive for this endeavor. Had I known, I would have mentioned fewer items, Qiao Ruoling lamented apologetically to the group. Gu Jiaqin also expressed regret. I apologize. I have a penchant for seafood. Jin Yuanqing promptly interjected, this is not your fault. The production team is at fault for this oversight. His assertion garnered immediate agreement from the others. The director hastily added, if you complete today's task, you will accumulate a budget of 1,000 yuan for next week. Amassed funds can be utilized to unlock numerous recreational activities at the resort, such as hot springs and yacht parties. Who could possibly resist the allure of hot springs and yacht parties? Just moments ago, Su Juanjia, who had been the loudest in his objections, quickly changed his tune, exclaiming, is it merely a matter of going hungry for a meal? For the sake of the yacht, I am willing. I can do it. Hu Xiaoyu raised her hand high in enthusiasm. The sudden shift in their attitudes elicited laughter from everyone present. At that moment, Bai Li spoke softly. It is not to the extent that everyone would go hungry. With proper distribution, we should be fine. Sister Bai Li, do you often buy groceries? That's wonderful. Hu Xiaoyu exclaimed excitedly. Bai Li immediately downplayed her abilities, saying, I wouldn't claim to be particularly skilled at grocery shopping. I probably can't procure items of exceptional quality. We'll have to rely on teacher Zhang's culinary skills. As she spoke, she looked up at Jiang Qi. Jiang Qi glanced at her and replied coolly, hot pot doesn't require much culinary skill. He neither refrained from responding nor displayed any overt emotions, yet his words were enough to provoke irritation. Bai Li found herself utterly exasperated with him. Wen Shi observed the two and sensed something amiss, but she chose not to dwell on it and asked the director, are we ready to set off? Of course. The remaining group responsible for daily necessities had their own lists and tasks, and amidst their disgruntled outcries, Wen Shi and her 3 companions exited the vehicle. The camera captured their entrance into the market, prompting a flurry of discussions among the viewers. Thank goodness for Bai Li. Otherwise, they would surely go hungry. Indeed, our Bai Bao exudes a down-to-earth charm, unlike a certain young lady. Why must you belittle others while speaking? There's truth in that. Wen Shi likely has never visited a market like this. Certainly, she probably has never bargained in her life. However, once they entered the market and began inquiring about prices and purchasing goods, the audience realized just how mistaken they had been. While buying beef, Wen Shi pointed to a piece of beef rib and said, "Boss, you've cleaned this up quite well. Could you spare me a piece to take home for soup?" The vendor hesitated, but seeing there was indeed little meat left, he packed it for her. Beef bone broth. While purchasing vegetables, Wen Shi told the vendor, "It's already this late, and your produce isn't fresh anymore. How can you still sell it at morning prices?" That wasn't all. As she was leaving, she didn't forget to grab a bunch of scallions, exclaiming, "Boss, you're making a fortune." She also managed to acquire a head of garlic from another stall. Scallions and garlic for dipping sauce. When buying oysters, Wen Shi squatted before the stall, pointing at a row of oysters displayed by the vendor. "Could you give me these at half price? I'll take them all." The vendor, knowing that opened oysters are typically sold at a discount, readily agreed. Although they had been opened, they were still fresh from that morning, and to attract customers, the vendor had selected the largest and plumpest specimens for display, ensuring high quality. It was far more economical than purchasing them at full price. After visiting several stalls, they managed to secure over 20 large, succulent oysters at half price.
Bai Li,
initially able to engage in conversation, had become merely a follower, left to handle the payments behind her. Not only was Bai Li taken aback, but even the viewers who had previously doubted her were astonished. "I can't believe I learned how to buy oysters at a low price from Miss Wen." Same here. How effortlessly she navigates the situation, effortlessly showering compliments upon the boss. Was she always such a social butterfly? Oh, how I long to accompany the vase-like beauty to the market, even as I suffer from acute awkwardness when it comes to haggling. Is there perhaps a natural talent required for bargaining at the market? I can hardly believe those who claim Wen Shi lacks relatability. She seems more at home in the market than in her own abode. What am I to do with this growing affection for the vase? Chapter 63. His heart is quite gentle. After purchasing the primary items, Wen Shi fell mostly silent, only occasionally chiming in to support Bai Li. Although Bai Li is not particularly skilled in bargaining, she has her own ideas. She chose frozen baby squid and small shrimp, planning to make shrimp paste at home, which she anticipates will be quite satisfying. Bai Li is no fool. She recognizes that Wen Shi is more than capable of perfectly securing the remaining items. She deliberately seeks to place herself more in the spotlight. Moreover, she had boasted before they arrived that without Wen Shi, she would never have managed to buy so much, and the potential embarrassment was daunting. Feeling a sense of goodwill, her smile towards Wen Shi grew more genuine, and by the end, she even took the initiative to link her arm with Wen Shi's as they bantered with the vendors. Meanwhile, Jiang Qi and Gu Jiaqin became the designated carriers. The viewers in the live stream missed out on Wen Shi's blunders and even the anticipated dramatic moments, leading to some discontent among them. Are you all out of your minds? Do you think girls can only bicker when together? Exactly. We love watching beautiful ladies get cozy. I can't believe it. I actually find 2 beauties quite delightful. You are not alone. Just don't go too far. The scene is undeniably lovely. The humorous yet heartwarming image of the 4 of them shopping for groceries later became an iconic moment in the variety show. After perusing the market, they had nearly completed their shopping. Bai Li checked her list and exclaimed, "We've got everything. But look, we still have 10 yuan left." She smiled at Wen Shi, grateful for her assistance. "You can decide what to do with this 10 yuan. Really?" Wen Shi's eyes lit up, and without hesitation, she took the money and dashed over to a nut stall to buy a packet of sunflower seeds. Upon her return, satisfaction radiated from her as she commented, "I could smell it the moment I walked in. It's almost killing me." She handed Bai Li a handful, then turned to Jiang Qi and Gu Jiaqin, grinning. "I'll save a bit for you too." As she munched on the seeds with abandon, the comments flooded in with laughter. "Tell me, is this silly girl truly the eldest daughter of the Wen family? Do you even remember you're a celebrity who relies on her looks?" My illusions about the eldest daughter of the Wen family have shattered, but I adore the vase even more. She is always so unexpectedly delightful. Seriously, How does everything she eats look so delicious? Now I want sunflower seeds too. I've already placed my order. By the time they returned to the vehicle, another group had also swiftly completed their purchases. Wen Shi observed the flower soil they had purchased, the decorative stones for the flower beds, and an array of assorted tools, nearly bursting into laughter. You call this everyday necessities? Suddenly, a thought struck her as she glanced at the production team. You aren't actually planning to make us plant flowers next episode, are you? Bai Li, witnessing the silence of the directors, couldn't help but chuckle. It seems you guessed right again, Xiao Shi, who Xiu Yu, exhausted and leaning against Wen Shi, gave her a thumbs up, teasing the production team. You're quite the professional. Upon hearing this, Su Juanjia hoisted a bag of flower soil and announced, I'm returning this right now. However, just a few steps into his protest, he was halted by the production staff. The sight of Su Juanjia playfully chasing them, engaged in a tug-of-war, had everyone in stitches. After a bit of commotion, the chase concluded when Su Juanjia's stamina ran out. The group boarded the bus for their return journey. Along the way, the sunflower seeds Wen Shi had bought were shared among everyone, leading to yet another delightful scene of collective snacking on dear life. Amid this lively atmosphere, Jiang Qi's quiet demeanor stood out. He hardly spoke unless prompted. Wen Shi turned to chat with those seated behind her, and upon returning her gaze to the front, she noticed Jiang Qi glancing out the window, a smile gracing his lips despite his silence. Clearly, he was attentively listening to their conversation, even if he chose not to contribute. A sudden realization struck Wen Shi. There was a gentleness within him. Lowering her gaze, she rummaged through her pocket and, through the gap between the seats, waved a small object in front of his face. What is that? Jiang Qi asked, eyeing her hand with curiosity. Instinctively reaching out to take it, Wen Shi promptly placed the item into his palm, grinning. I told you I'd save some for you. Jiang Qi looked down to find a sunflower seed resting in his hand. I don't eat these. Before he could finish his sentence, Wen Shi turned away to rejoin the others in conversation. Jiang Qi, feeling slightly helpless, glanced at the warm seed in his hand, and the smile on his face widened. Was this her way of rewarding his newfound gentleness? The usually disinterested Jiang Doingdi picked up a seed and popped it into his mouth, unable to contain his smile. While internally he teased himself, TSK, it really has the flavor of a child. On the bus, there were no excessive camera crews, just strategically placed cameras capturing the moments. As the audience wondered what Wen Shi had given him, they were surprised to see Jiang Doingdi cracking open sunflower seeds. What a subtly affectionate couple behavior. I'm not munching on seeds. I'm feasting on dog food. Didn't Jiang Qi say he didn't eat these? So is there really such love? My Jiangdi? Join the Jiang Jinyu fan club. Everyone is welcome. Upon returning to the villa, they busied themselves preparing ingredients and enjoyed a lively hot pot meal together. After dining and tidying up the table, the two guest stars prepared to leave, and the group escorted them to the villa door. After Qiao Ruoling had been particularly well-behaved, not only did she refrain from causing any disturbances, but she also never found herself alone in the same space as Wen Shi. It was as if she had established a comprehensive defense mechanism. As she prepared to leave, it was no longer appropriate to evade Wen Shi. She approached her gently for a farewell embrace, saying, Goodbye, Teacher Wen. Wen Shi appreciated her sensibility and did not respond with any sarcasm, nodding in acknowledgement. Safe travels, Teacher Qiao. Gu Jiaqin had embraced others, but hesitated when it came to Wen Shi. Ultimately, it was Wen Shi who stepped forward, giving him a light pat on the back with a smile. Junior Gu. Until we meet again. At that, Gu Jiaqin's face flushed crimson as he nodded vigorously, affirming that they would meet again. With everyone sent off, the live broadcast approached its conclusion. The group gathered in the living room, exchanging farewells with the audience as usual before the director's team ended the stream. After this brief parting, Wen Shi made her way to the resort to find Song Ying. Upon knocking on her door, she was met with an unexpected visitor. Father, what brings you here? In Chapter 64, the misunderstood father-daughter relationship, upon seeing Wen Qiming, Wen Shi instinctively glanced at Song Ying's expression, feeling a slight relief when she noted her calm demeanor. However, Wen Qiming's eyes blazed with fury as he exclaimed, Wen Shi, you have truly become audacious, even daring to scheme against your own family. Wen Shi closed the door, guiding Song Ying to the sofa before addressing him. If it weren't for your relentless pursuit to eradicate me, I wouldn't have disrespected you and Grandma in this manner. Wen Qiming shouted in anger, ready to retort, but was interrupted by Song Ying. That's enough. Her voice, though not loud, silenced Wen Qiming instantly, preventing him from continuing his tirade against Wen Shi. Wen Shi stared in disbelief, taken aback by the unfolding situation. A prolonged silence ensued as she observed her parents sitting across from each other in quietude, feeling an odd discomfort and strangeness. What astonished her even more was the sight of Wen Shi, who, for once, appeared subdued in the presence of his wife. Finally, it was Song Ying who broke the silence. Wen Shi, I insist on a divorce. You should promptly sign the divorce agreement. Wen Shi. Wen Shi's brows furrowed as if he could crush a fly. After all these years of marriage, can't we sit down and discuss this matter amicably? How did we arrive at this point?
Oh, dear.
Wen Shi thought in astonishment. Could her father be following a script reminiscent of a romantic pursuit? However, Song Ying knew him far better than she did. With a scoff, she declared, Wen Shi, inform the old lady that the possessions given by the Song family are not to be reclaimed. She can rest assured that I will not take away your family's wealth. However, let me make myself clear. The items belonging to Xiao Shi must be returned, or I shall not hesitate to reclaim them myself. Song Ying, Wen Shi is also my daughter, and I will certainly provide for her. Wen Shi retorted angrily. Why must you assume that I would treat her harshly? Did you not issue a statement declaring that she is not your daughter? Song Ying's voice rose in intensity. Do not feign sincerity with me. You know well how you have treated Xiao Shi. That was all for the sake of the company. Wen Shi exclaimed, have I not already issued a statement acknowledging her? This debacle has been utterly embarrassing. Do you have any idea how much pressure I faced from the shareholders? You blame me, yet you fail to manage your precious daughter. Over all these years, have I lacked for her sustenance? I sent her abroad for her studies, and I even tacitly allowed her entry into the entertainment industry. I have granted her shares in the company. I have done more than enough for her. Are these not the obligations of a father? Why do you speak as if you are bestowing charity? Song Ying, trembling with anger, glanced at Wen Shi, whose chest rose and fell with equal fervor. She suddenly realized that their current exchange bore no difference from prior arguments. Taking a deep breath, she composed herself and stated, I truly do not wish to argue with you any longer. It serves no purpose. You are utterly oblivious to your own issues. Or perhaps you are aware but unwilling to admit it. You harbor resentment towards me simply because I share the blood of the Song family. This time, Wen Shi offered no rebuttal, merely furrowing his brow as he regarded her. Perhaps he could not discern whether he truly despised his wife, but, regardless of love or hate, he had grown accustomed to her presence. Even if he had once felt hatred, the panic of returning home to find her absence was undeniable. He was acutely aware that he did not wish for a divorce. As for his daughter, his feelings were indeed complex, and he had always been uncertain about how to interact with her, yet he had never genuinely contemplated the idea of her absence. Finding no common ground with his wife, he turned to Wen Shi. Do you wish for me to divorce your mother? To avoid provoking Wen Shi further, Wen Shi swallowed her initial retort of hope and instead replied, I respect my mother's opinion. Even with her attempt at subtlety, Wen Shi was still incensed, declaring, I see you are the one encouraging your mother to seek a divorce.
I have not.
Wen Shi protested, feeling wronged. I have never spoken ill of you in front of her. Song Ying, having completely lost her patience, coldly interjected. Do not continue to be unreasonable. If you are not here to discuss the divorce, you may leave. Song Ying, Wen Shi retorted, observing her indifferent demeanor, then resolutely stated, I will not sign the divorce agreement. With a calm yet resolute gaze, Song Ying replied, do as you wish. However, I have decided to leave the Wen family with Wen Shi. After 2 years of separation, I shall file for divorce. Wen Shi's chest heaved with suppressed fury, yet his wife's composure held him back from lashing out. He tempered his tone, saying, You are not being rational enough right now. Once you have calmed down, we can discuss this properly. Song Ying regarded him silently, her eyes clearly conveying, as long as you are satisfied. Wen Shi clenched his teeth, his inherent pride preventing him from persisting in the argument. He stood up, stating, There are still numerous issues awaiting my attention. You should take some time to clear your mind. We will talk again soon. After casting a glare at Wen Shi, he added, You had better behave yourself lately and visit your grandmother when you can. Are you not leaving yet? Song Ying shot him a look. Wen Shi swallowed his retort as he departed, casting one last glare at Wen Shi before exiting. Wen Shi was rendered speechless, realizing that her father still held feelings for her mother, while she herself seemed to be merely an unfortunate byproduct of their past. Do not take his words to heart. Your father is not in his right mind, Song Ying reassured her. Wen Shi managed a faint smile, feeling somewhat numb. Her father's indifference towards her mirrored her own lack of regard for him, revealing them as a pair of ill-fated father and daughter. Let it be, she thought, weary of dwelling on it. After all, she and her mother had already moved out and were living a carefree life. In the evening, they arrived in the city, the car heading in a direction entirely opposite to the Wen family, finally stopping before a secluded residence. As Wen Shi stepped out, she gazed at the elegantly antiquated entrance, her mind briefly flashing back to the times she had hung lanterns at the door with her grandfather. It's been a long time since I last came here, she murmured. Song Ying approached, taking her hand, her own face filled with nostalgia. Let us go in, she gently encouraged. The residence was a traditional courtyard villa, spacious and inviting. As they traversed the corridor leading to the entrance hall, the expanse opened up before them, revealing a pond garden, stone pathways, and vibrant flora, all teeming with life. At the back stood a two-story Chinese villa, once Song Ying's home, now transformed into their shared dwelling. She introduced Wen Shi to the elderly housekeeper, Grandpa Zhang, who, despite his advanced years, was lively and warmly engaged Wen Shi in conversation. They encountered several maids responsible for maintaining the garden before making their way back to the villa. Sister Zhao had prepared a meal, and the luggage of both mother and daughter had been neatly arranged. After dinner, you should rest early, she advised. Thank you for your hard work. You should also take a break, Wen Shi replied, surveying her surroundings, feeling both alien and familiar as fleeting memories danced in her mind. Observing her, Song Ying smiled. It may feel strange at first, but you will grow accustomed to it. No, I find it quite comforting and at ease, Wen Shi replied. Wrapping her arms around her mother's, I am happy wherever I am with you. Song Ying affectionately patted her head. As long as you are happy. After a long day, they were both exhausted. Go eat something, and then get some rest. Chapter 65. A complete farewell to the narrative. After a restful night, Wen Shi awoke to the bright light of day, rubbing her eyes and taking in the sight of flowers and an arched bridge outside. It dawned on her that she and her mother had moved into Song Ying's residence. Instantly, her spirits lifted. She quickly rose to wash up. Awake at last? She heard Song Ying say as she descended the stairs, watering the plants. Are you hungry? Breakfast is on the table. Go eat. Wen Shi approached and embraced her waist, asking, have you eaten? I have, but I was waiting for my little lazybones. I might starve before you get up, Song Ying teased, pinching her nose. After a moment of playful affection, Wen Shi went to have breakfast. As for the film crew, the script had yet to be finalized, allowing her a couple of days at home before returning. This time was perfect for wrapping up matters with Lu Meifei and getting her studio back on track. While Wen Shi was mulling over these thoughts, Song Ying walked in, talking on the phone, her expression somewhat grim. All right, I understand, she said before hanging up. Sensing her unease, Wen Shi inquired, what is the matter? It is Lu Meifei. She wishes to see you. Song Ying's gaze turned cold. If you do not wish to meet her, then so be it. The evidence is irrefutable, and she cannot deny it. Wen Shi was curious about her intentions and said, I will go meet her. After changing their attire, the two drove to the police station. After Song Ying reported the incident and submitted the evidence, Lu Meifei was swiftly brought in, yet she stubbornly refused to admit her wrongdoing, demanding to see Wen Shi early this morning. When Wen Shi laid eyes upon her, Lu bore the remnants of her makeup, her hair disheveled, a stark contrast to the elegant woman she once knew, who was always impeccably adorned. The moment Lu saw Wen Shi, she eagerly stood up, attempting to grasp Wen Shi's hand, only to be separated by Song Ying. Lu's emotions escalated as she cried out, I am innocent. I have been wronged. I am your beloved little aunt. How could I ever harm you? Wen Shi regarded her calmly, her voice steady as she asked, is this what you wish to convey? Do you not believe me? Lu Meifei's tears flowed freely. I watched you grow. Have you forgotten? When everyone else turned against you, it was I who stood by your side, willing to listen to your innermost thoughts. Did you not once say, I resembled a mother more than your own? These words pierced Song Ying's heart like a dagger, causing her complexion to pale. Lu Meifei observed this, a flicker of satisfaction in her eyes. Though she had grown up alongside Song Ying, her family was less affluent, her marriage less fortunate. Yet, what did it matter? Song Ying's daughter, whom she cherished dearly, was but a fool, easily manipulated by Lu Meifei, who had lured her into the entertainment industry, profiting from her while distancing her from her family. Each visit to the Wen household, witnessing Song Ying's tears, brought Lu immense pleasure. Even if she had been caught this time, Wen Shi could not truly sever ties with her. A few tears from Lu would surely soften Wen Shi's heart. However, events did not unfold as she had anticipated. From the moment Lu Meifei began to weep, Wen Shi discerned her intention. It was merely the same old ploy to evoke sympathy and secure her release, but this time, Lu had miscalculated. Embracing Song Ying's arm, Lu feigned innocence. "Mother, I never uttered such words. She seeks to sow discord between us." Lu Meifei was taken aback. What audacity! Upon hearing Wen Shi's words, Song Ying's expression indeed softened, as she comfortingly patted Lu's hand, her gaze toward Lu Meifei now sharp as a blade. Lu attempted to speak again, but Wen Shi coldly interjected, "Yes, I once held affection and trust for my little aunt, but why did you choose to betray me?" Lu Meifei quickly protested, "I did not betray you. I am truly innocent." As she cried out, she cast furtive glances at Song Ying, her every gesture suggesting that it was Song Ying who had wronged her, attempting to instigate discord between mother and daughter. Wen Shi scoffed, "Do you not find yourself ridiculous? Do you truly think I would doubt my mother in favor of you?" Lu Meifei faltered, quickly replying, "But I have never forged accounts, nor have I ever touched a single penny of yours." "You have forged accounts?" Wen Shi's eyes widened in disbelief. "So, you had already begun to scheme against me and siphon my money, hadn't you?" She abruptly grasped Song Ying's arm, her frustration causing her to stomp her foot. "Mother, I always said I was a prodigy in investments. How could I possibly incur such losses? It turns out you had been the one to devour my funds. You must make her return every penny." The thought of how many of her hard-earned money had been consumed left Wen Shi seething, rendering Lu Meifei speechless, even forgetting to cry. Song Ying gently patted Wen Shi's hand, offering reassurance. "Rest assured, I will certainly reclaim your money." Wen Shi nodded vigorously, her gaze directed at Lu Meifei with a mix of fury and the desire to unleash her wrath upon her, akin to a creature that drops gold coins. She could hardly contain her urge to confront Lu Meifei and demand the return of her stolen funds. "Xiao Shi, what's the matter?" Lu Meifei finally recognized the stark change in Wen Shi's demeanor, a cold sweat breaking out across her brow as her voice trembled. If Wen Shi truly no longer trusted her, it would spell her doom. "How could your auntie deceive you? I am the only one who supports your aspirations in the entertainment industry. I alone understand you. You must believe in me. I would never harm you." Wen Shi, seeing her struggle, let out a derisive laugh. "Indeed, you would not harm me. You simply covet my wealth. Do you take me for a fool? You believe my reputation is tarnished beyond repair, rendering me incapable of generating profit for you. And thus you wish to send me abroad, so you can lay claim to my money entirely. Auntie, you really do care for me, wanting to extract every last ounce of value from me." Upon hearing her words, Lu Meifei could no longer hold the facade of falsehood, shouting, "You speak nonsense. I have done nothing." She pointed at the two, her voice shaking with false bravado. "It is you both who have framed me." Wen Shi and Song Ying remained unfazed, their expressions icy and unyielding, showing no reaction to her frantic accusations. Their calm demeanor drove Lu Meifei to the brink of despair as she shouted, "Isn't it just a little money? To you, it means nothing. Why can't you let me go? Wen Shi, I have been good to you. You are ungrateful." Unbeknownst to her, such a proclamation only served as an admission of guilt. All of this had been duly recorded by the police officer who had been documenting the events. She could not hope to turn the tide now. Wen Shi and Song Ying had no desire to hear any more of her vitriol. The matter would be left to their attorney. Upon exiting the police station, Wen Shi exhaled deeply, feeling a wave of relief wash over her. With Lu Meifei's affair concluded, she could finally bid farewell to that wretched narrative. Chapter 66 marked a turning point. Little did Wen Shi know, her recent words had also unraveled the emotional knot that had burdened Song Ying for so long. Since Wen Shi had left home nearly 6 months ago, Song Ying had relied on Lu Meifei to glean information about her daughter's well-being, acutely aware of how much closer Wen Shi felt to Lu Meifei than to her own mother. This realization had filled her with shame, but today, Wen Shi's unequivocal support had lifted that weight from her heart. Thus, Song Ying, mirroring Wen Shi's newfound lightness of spirit, linked arms with her daughter and inquired, "Shall we go shopping together?" Seeing her enthusiasm, Wen Shi readily agreed. Today, she donned a hooded sweatshirt, and with the hood pulled up and a mask covering her face, it was nearly impossible for anyone to recognize her at a distance. This allowed her to stroll freely with Song Ying throughout the morning. At noon, the two decided to find a restaurant within the mall to enjoy a meal. While they were dining, Wen Shi unexpectedly received a call from Wen Shi. She felt a surge of surprise. After all, Wen Shi rarely initiated contact unless he was in trouble. Wen Shi mused, could she possibly be reprimanded for merely shopping? With that thought in mind, she answered the call. Are you out shopping with your mother? Wen Shi was taken aback by her father's unusually gentle tone, immediately breaking into goosebumps. Have you even put surveillance on my mother? She retorted, rubbing her arms. Wen Shi responded with irritation. What nonsense. You're at your own family, small. Is it so strange that I know? Your father? Song Ying furrowed her brow, her impatience evident.
What does he want now?
Wen Shi found herself momentarily at a loss for whom to respond to. You should spend some quality time with your mother.
At your age, you should at least think about buying her something.
I'll send you some money. See what your mother likes and buy it for her to brighten her day. After enduring a barrage of disdain, Wen Shi was left both amused and exasperated. Just as she was about to retort, a notification chimed, revealing that her father had indeed sent her money. She silently counted the zeros, and her anger dissipated instantly. Don't worry, Dad. I will definitely make Mom happy. Good. Be sensible, Wen Shi concluded before hanging up. Wen Shi looked at her phone and scoffed, thinking that if he wanted to please her mother, he should first learn to please her. What did your father say? Song Ying inquired, scrutinizing her. Wen Shi shook her head, poking at her rice, and replied glumly. Nothing much, just that I should be sensible. Yet, inside, she chuckled mischievously at her naive father. Don't blame me. I didn't lie, nor did I speak ill of you. Today, let me teach you the cost of speaking out of turn. Song Ying, as expected, scoffed. If he can't manage himself, how can he dare manage you? Having received the money, Wen Shi chose not to dwell further on the topic. She served Song Ying a piece of pork rib, saying, let us eat.
No more chat about this.
All right, let us not discuss that. After their meal, Wen Shi took Song Ying to a store and purchased 2 seasonal handbags as gifts for her. Seeing that they were indeed for herself, Song Ying was both delighted and astonished. Oh, you even thought to buy me a bag? Didn't all your money go into the project? There is still money left for Mom's bags. Song Ying beamed even more, unable to take her eyes off the 2 bags. She picked up her phone and snapped several photos to post on her social media, eager for everyone to know her daughter had bought her bags. Seeing her mother so cheerful stirred a pang of bittersweet emotion in Wen Shi. She stepped forward and embraced her. Mom, I will work hard to earn money. And whenever a new item from your favorite brands is released, I'll buy it for you. Song Ying hugged her back, affectionately rubbing her cheek against Wen Shi's. All right, I'll wait for that. Observing the tender interaction between mother and daughter, a young sales assistant couldn't help but comment, Mrs. Wen, you and your daughter share such a beautiful bond. Song Ying turned to her with a smile. From now on, please call me Miss Song. The young saleswoman, perplexed yet obliging, addressed her customer with a smile. Miss Song. Song Ying nodded appreciatively and cheerfully proceeded to capture photographs of the 2 bags. Wen Shi observed the scene with a smile, deliberately refraining from mentioning the funds provided by his father for the purchase. After all, his primary instruction was to ensure his mother's happiness, and he had successfully accomplished that task without bringing up the matter of money. The posts shared by his mother on social media served as testament to his success. In the afternoon, Wen Shi first escorted Song Ying back home before planning to visit the studio to tidy up the mess left by Lu Meifei. On his way to the studio, he called Xiaomeng, requesting him to meet at the studio. The workspace was nestled in an artistic district, housed in a 2-story steel-framed building. Upon arrival, as Wen Shi stepped through the door, he was taken aback to find Jiang present. He paused, blinking rapidly, wondering if he had mistakenly entered the wrong place. Taking a step back, he contemplated checking the sign at the entrance. Jiang, with a low chuckle, called out to him, "You're not in the wrong place." Xiaomeng, standing nearby, was also amused by Wen Shi's reaction and, suppressing his laughter, remarked, "Boss, you've forgotten that I'm now also Brother Yi's assistant." Feeling somewhat awkward, Wen Shi scratched his forehead and admitted, "I truly had forgotten." Forcing a smile, he inquired, "I thought you both had returned to the set already." As he walked further inside, he playfully shielded his face from Xiaomeng and mouthed, "Why did you bring him along?" Believing his actions to be discreet, he was unaware that Jiang had observed every nuance of his expression and promptly stated, "We visited the site for the company today." Xiaomeng swiftly pulled out a chair for Wen Shi and nodded, adding, Yes. I just left our company building with Brother Yi when you called. You wouldn't believe how impressive our building is." This also served to indirectly explain why he had brought Jiang along. When the boss called, they were in the car, with Yi planning to drop him off. Xiao Meng had initially intended for Yi to leave him partway, but was surprised that Yi not only brought him to the location but also accompanied him inside. He vividly recalled Yi saying, "You and your boss lack experience. I can offer some ideas." Such words had deeply touched him, making him feel fortunate to be associated with such kind-hearted individuals. "Have you chosen a suitable location?" Wen Shi inquired as he settled into his seat, gazing across at Jiang Qi. "When will the official announcement be made?" "Renovations are still required, so probably in a few weeks," Jiang Qi replied. Wen Shi nodded thoughtfully, reflecting on the narrative. There had not been any explicit mention of Jiang Qi as stake in the company, yet given his influence and participation in the site selection, it was clear that his role extended beyond that of a mere shareholder. As she pondered, a sudden knock on the door interrupted her thoughts. Jiang Qi, however, furrowed his brow, puzzled by her earlier comments regarding the lack of clarity about his stake in the company and the implications of its "no longer my concern." He felt as though he had missed some significant information. Chapter 67. Managing the Aftermath. The studio may be attributed to Wen Shi, but it is more accurately under the aegis of Lu Meifei, as the artists under her management are essentially registered under the studio's name. Before Wen Shi even rose to fame, she had already utilized her resources to support 4 artists, all of whom possessed greater notoriety than herself. Among them is Zhao Yan, whom Lu Meifei has been accompanying daily. At this moment, she enters, her presence unmistakable. Zhao Yan possesses a countenance that is both pure and sweet, a visage that thrives in the current trend of youthful charm, making her highly sought after in the realm of idol dramas. She is currently filming a high-budget idol series, and once the drama captures the audience's attention, her career is poised to ascend to new heights. Dressed impeccably and exuding star quality, she not only arrives alone but is accompanied by 2 individuals, one of whom is her assistant, a person Wen Shi recognizes, while the other remains a stranger. Upon entering, Zhao Yan's eyes widen in surprise as she spots Jiang Qi. "Teacher Jiang, what brings you here?" Her gaze flits between Jiang Qi and Wen Shi, her mind racing with speculation could they possibly be involved? Yet, her expression remains composed as she greets Wen Shi, inquiring, "Miss Wen, does our studio's future arrangements involve Teacher Jiang?" After a call to Xiao Meng, Wen Shi had reached out to the 4 artists under her management, as the moment Lu Meifei was apprehended, their work came to a standstill. In discussing future plans, aside from 2 who were unable to return from out of town, Zhao Yan and another rising star, Wu Fangchen, had both agreed to meet. There is indeed some connection, Wen Shi nods, acknowledging that her current affairs are indeed overseen by Lu Ming. Zhao Yan's eyes gleam with newfound interest, her demeanor betraying a calculating nature. Wen Shi, familiar with her ambition, recognizes that Zhao Yan, unlike her sweet appearance suggests, harbors a fierce desire for success in the entertainment industry, an ambition that is not uncommon. However, she shares a similar nature with Lu Meifei. Both are not only ambitious but also possess insatiable appetites. Following the acquisition of this role, Zhao Yan has been eager to place herself atop others, constantly coaxing Lu Meifei for financial backing and resources. Observing Zhao Yan's demeanor, Wen Shi surmises her thoughts and states coolly, "The matters we are to discuss today have little to do with Teacher Jiang. I called you here simply to inquire if you wish to terminate your contract with us." As she speaks, Xiao Meng places the prepared contract before Wen Shi. Bestowing him with an appreciative glance, she swiftly scans Zhao Yan's contract. Upon a cursory examination, her expression darkens. The contract is alarmingly vague, with the studio's commission rates unreasonably low and no specific terms regarding termination fees. It hardly resembles a legitimate contract, leading her to suspect it was concocted in collusion with Lu Meifei to deceive her. It is evident that there may be other agreements concealed from her. With Zhao Yan already present, Wen Shi chooses not to dwell on her irritation and coolly asserts, "This contract holds no binding authority over you. If you wish to terminate it, you are free to leave at once." Zhao Yan is well aware that her contract with Wen Shi is merely a fade. She has brought her lawyer today with the intention of dissolving their agreement. Although it is widely acknowledged that Wen Shi is now the eldest daughter of the Wen family, her success in the entertainment industry does not solely rely on her lineage. Many who are fervently promoted may still falter. Lu Meifei has already met her downfall. Remaining in the studio, she faces uncertainty regarding resource allocation and fears that the studio may eventually depend on her for sustenance. In light of this, it would be more prudent for her to either sign with a major company or establish her own studio. However, upon encountering Jiang Qi, Zhao Yan found herself wavering. With some connections, she was aware that Jiang Qi was establishing an entertainment company. Was Wen Shi contemplating signing with his firm? If that were the case, would the studio not be merged as well? It is evident that competing with a newly formed company with only a few artists is far less daunting than contending with a well-established agency brimming with talent. Zhao Yan promptly exclaimed, Miss Wen, you misunderstand. I am not here to terminate our contract.
Oh yeah.
Her assistant, taken aback, called her name in confusion. Zhao Yan shot her a glance, then turned back to ensure, there is no need for you to conceal the truth from me. Is it true that the studio is about to merge with Teacher Zhang's company? You are quite well informed, Wen Shi replied with a slight smile, neither confirming nor denying. Although she had signed with her own company and had no intentions of aligning herself with Jiang, the companies were indeed one and the same. Well, then, I certainly wish to follow you, Miss Wen. Zhao Yan unabashedly revealed her intent. Wen Shi's gaze turned icy. The feeling of being underestimated was utterly displeasing. She tapped her finger on the contract and retorted, there is no need for such grand declarations, Miss Zhao. You are fully aware of the terms of your contract. If you wish to remain in my studio, the contract must be renegotiated according to my standards. However, she continued, her demeanor shifting to one of chill. If you harbor intentions of using me as a means to enter the new company, I must regretfully inform you that such matters are beyond my control. Should you wish to join the company, you must negotiate directly with the agency's representatives. Zhao Yan's smile faltered, Miss Wen. We're somewhat acquainted. The contract matters can surely be discussed. Furthermore, for you, bringing me into the company should be a simple task. Why should I have to negotiate myself? It was absurd. Though she had gained some recognition and secured a high-profile production, the drama had yet to air. At best, she was merely a second-tier artist. And the contracts with agencies were notoriously stringent. After enjoying such favorable terms and resources for an extended period with Wen Shi, she could hardly endure the constraints of an agency contract. Wen Shi's cold laughter echoed. You and Lu Meifei are the true old acquaintances, are you not? When have you ever regarded me with any esteem? I have refrained from taking my frustrations out on you, and am here to discuss matters civilly. I believe that is already a considerable courtesy. Yet you still seek to overreach? Must you speak so harshly? Zhao Yan countered, her expression growing stern. Wen Shi scoffed, her gaze sharpening. Is that truly harsh? What I mean to say is, do not mistake kindness for weakness. Do you genuinely think I wish to retain you in my studio? I have already stated that I am here to discuss the termination of your contract. What relevance does this new company hold for our conversation? How dare you put on airs in front of me, believing you have ascended to this position solely through merit? Life has been too indulgent, perhaps it has dulled your wits. Shall I remind you that it was Lu Meifei who propped you up, and the resources you possess were pilfered from me? You, a cunning fox of 1,000 years, what kind of tales do you wish to spin with me? With your caliber, if I were to pour resources and funds into a venture, I could elevate 10 others by tomorrow, each more promising and celebrated than you. When conversing with the astute, one must employ a certain finesse. However, with fools who treat others as simpletons, one cannot afford to be delicate. Each additional word is an affront to one's own intellect. Chapter 68. Depart at once. Zhao Yan never anticipated that she would suddenly tear off the facade, each word striking her like daggers to the heart, nearly causing her to falter. Pointing at her, she stammered for a moment without uttering a single coherent word. Have you comprehended the situation now? If so, begone at once. Wen Shi seized the contract and flung it at her. Zhao Yan's assistant attempted to interject, but Wen Shi shot a cold glare, stating, if you dare inquire about breach penalties, we shall meet in court. The assistant's words were promptly silenced, leaving her to glance at Zhao Yan, seeking guidance. What counsel could Zhao Yan provide? With the matter laid bare, even if she were to contest Wen Shi in court, this contract would hardly favor her. She could only grab the contract and shoot Wen Shi a furious glare. Still daring to glare back, are you? Wen Shi's temper flared.
Wait.
You think I am unjust? Tomorrow, I shall have my lawyer bring Lu Meifei's accounts to discuss the matter. I will not demand more than what is stipulated in the contract. You must return every cent without exception. Otherwise, we shall see each other in court. Observing Zhao Yan's face turn ashen, Jiang and Xiao Meng exchanged silent, disapproving glances. Why provoke her when you could simply enjoy life? Zhao Yan dared not utter another word, leaving in a huff. Wen Shi made no effort to stop her, turning to Xiao Meng and instructing. Please inform Mingge to remember to consult a lawyer. Zhao Yan likely pocketed a significant sum. How much we can reclaim depends on his competence. Also, make a call to the corporation. No subsidiaries of Wen Shi shall collaborate with Xiao Yan henceforth, and any existing partnerships must be terminated immediately. Send her contract to the legal department. Should she dare to mention breach penalties, let them take her to court. I will give my brother a heads up, so you may confidently liaise with the company's legal team. Wen Shi added, regarding Song's side, I will inform my mother as well. Your assistance will be required then. Xiaoming jotted down notes vigorously, nodding as she finished. Rest assured, boss. Is there anything else you wish to command? Let us leave it at that. Her ongoing projects need not be disturbed, lest she retaliate out of desperation. Terminating the contract and reclaiming our resources is entirely justified, yet it might tarnish her reputation. Xiaoming nodded repeatedly, acknowledging the boss's foresight. Without our support, she will soon reveal her true self. And we need not sully our hands in silencing her. Indeed, progress has been made. Wen Shi nodded in approval. Jiang Qi, amused by their mutual flattery, quietly stood up to prepare a cup of milk tea for Wen Shi, placing it beside her. Her emotions were typically stable, and it was rare to witness her becoming overly serious about any matter. It could be said that evoking such anger from her was quite a skill in itself. Wen Shi glanced up at him, then lifted her mug to take a sip. The sweet flavor immediately eased her mood. She smiled at him and said, "Thank you, Teacher Jiang." "You're welcome," Jiang Qi replied, his demeanor softening, unaware that his emotions were entirely influenced by her. Before long, Wu Fangchen arrived. His contract was similar to Zhao Yan's, but he was considerably more astute. Before Wen Shi could speak, he initiated the conversation regarding the termination of the contract, even proactively offering to compensate the studio for the breach. Seeing his amiable attitude, Wen Shi decided to let Xiaoming handle the discussion while she sat beside them, cradling her mug and gazing dreamily out the window. The negotiations proceeded smoothly, and Wu Fangchen readily agreed to the amount of the penalty. As if fearing that Wen Shi might turn against him, he ingratiatingly offered, "Miss Wen, if you need my assistance regarding Lu Meifei, please do not hesitate to ask. I will do my utmost to help you. Should you require me to testify in court, I assure you I will arrive at a moment's notice." Wen Shi shot him a sidelong glance, marveling at the hidden talents within this modest studio, each individual sharper than the last. Noticing that Wen Shi's attitude towards him was not particularly hostile, Wu Fangchen suggested, "As it is getting late, would Miss Wen and Teacher Jiang do me the honor of joining me for a meal?" Before Wen Shi and Jiang Qi could respond, Xiaoming politely declined on their behalf. "I'm sorry, Brother Chen, but we have other matters to discuss and may not have time to dine with you." Wu Fangchen's expression remained unchanged, his smile unwavering. "What a pity. I shall not intrude on Miss Wen and Teacher Jiang's discussions," he said before taking his leave, quickly departing with his assistant. Once Xiaoming and the others were gone, he shivered slightly, remarking that such a smiling tiger was far more formidable than someone like Zhao Yan. He turned to Wen Shi and asked, "Are you truly letting him go just like that?" "All resources that should be reclaimed must be retrieved," Wen Shi replied, her fingers lightly caressing the rim of her cup, her gaze growing cold. "Have Mingge keep an eye on his movements. If he is indeed clever, he won't obstruct his own path. But if he is plotting in the shadows, I will crush him without hesitation." Jiang Qi's gaze lingered briefly on her delicate fingers before he averted his eyes and said, "He appears quite confident. Perhaps he has already been in contact with other agencies or studios. Once we see which company he signs with next, we will have a clearer understanding of his intentions. Has someone already taken action against you before the company is even officially launched?" Listening closely, Wen Shi quickly grasped the implication of his words. She had always known she was clever, yet she continuously surprised Jiang Qi. After her last meeting with Wen Jingyun, he had already learned that Lu Meifei had the backing of Zihua Film. According to Wen Jingyun, they preferred to handle the matter discreetly without informing Wen Shi. He had not anticipated that his mere mention would alert her so swiftly. With a resigned tone, he admitted, "Indeed, some individuals are quite wary." Wen Shi nodded, saying, "I found it strange that Lu Meifei possessed such influence. It turns out she has support behind her." She raised her hands in a gesture of helplessness, remarking that matters of business were beyond her assistance, urging them to strive on their own. Teacher Wen, with a touch of modesty, was indeed a holder of dual master's degrees in management. Jiang Qi found great pleasure in the fact that he could express only half of his thoughts, yet she would instantly grasp his meaning, as if their souls were intertwined, allowing him to experience the joy of conversation with others for the first time. Wen Shi shot him a knowing glance, aware that he was teasing her, and chose not to respond. Turning to Xiaoming, she instructed, "You shall handle the affairs of the remaining two individuals. Their contracts are fairly standard. If there are no ulterior motives, a new contract can be drafted to retain them. Understood, boss, Xiao Meng replied. I can ask Brother Ming for additional support. Don't tire yourself too much. Xiao Meng, moved to tears, assured her, rest assured, I will take care of myself and also look after the two bosses. Chapter 69, Strangers. Wen Shi held no particular enthusiasm for the prospect of dining with Jiang Qi. After exiting the studio, she had no intention of inviting him to join her for a meal, merely waving him off as she prepared to leave, when her mother's call interrupted. Haven't you finished your business yet? When will you be home? Wen Shi smiled. I was just about to head back. Let Xiao Meng accompany you. Bring him home for dinner, Song Ying suggested. Wen Shi glanced at Jiang Qi and replied, he is no longer just my assistant. He may have matters to attend to with teacher Jiang shortly. She was unaware of Xiao Meng's impending obligations. She simply wished to refrain from inviting Jiang Qi to her home, as they were not well acquainted. Feeling the weight of the label stranger, Jiang Qi pinched his fingers, quietly grinding his back molars. Is teacher Jiang also with you? Then please invite him along. Song Ying exclaimed cheerfully, hand the phone to teacher Jiang. I'll speak with him, quickly. Reluctantly, Wen Shi passed the phone to Jiang Qi, saying, my mom wants to talk to you. Aunt Song. Jiang Qi greeted warmly upon receiving the call. Song Ying, brimming with enthusiasm, suggested, come over for dinner with Xiao Shi. We've just moved in, and the house could use some lively company. Jiang Qi observed Wen Shi, who was eavesdropping with keen interest, and playfully questioned, wouldn't that be too much of an imposition? Not at all, Song Ying reassured him. I will call Jingyun shortly to invite him as well. You need not feel uncomfortable. Her thoughtful consideration made Jiang Qi somewhat bashful about declining, and he finally conceded, then I shall accept your kind invitation. Upon hearing his agreement, Wen Shi subtly pursed her lips, yet since it was her mother's invitation, she felt it inappropriate to protest. Subsequently, the group made their way to the Song residence. Upon entering the vast abode, which seemed immeasurable, Xiao Meng was utterly astounded. He was aware of the alliance between the Wen and Song families and suspected the Song family was affluent, but he had not anticipated such grandeur. As a child of the Wen and Song families, he realized that his boss was remarkably unpretentious, never exhibiting the airs of a privileged daughter. Indeed, his boss was the finest in the world. Jiang Qi, having gleaned insights about the Song family through Jingyun, was not as astonished as Xiao Meng. In contrast to the Wei family, which has only thrived for 3 generations, the Song family is a true centennial aristocracy. Even though they have fallen into decline, their deep-rooted legacy remains intact. Although the Song family's pharmaceutical company may not be widely renowned, it possesses several confidential formulas for highly effective medications, making it one of the pharmaceutical enterprises of significant national importance. The existence of such a company is sufficient to ensure the Song family's enduring prosperity for a century. Here they come, Song Ying exclaimed as she welcomed them from within the house. Aunt Song. Little Meng called out. Aunt Song. Jiang Qi handed her a gift. Pardon the intrusion. Song Ying accepted the gift, warmly patting Little Meng and Jiang Qi on the shoulders. Why such formality? You are all friends of Jingyun and Xiao Shi. To me, you are like family, so there's no need for such courtesy. She beckoned everyone to take a seat and enjoy some tea, assuring them that the dishes would be ready shortly. Mom. Wen Shi approached and wrapped her arms around her waist, resting her head on her shoulder. What delicious food have you prepared? Song Ying gently caressed her face, her smile radiating warmth. I made your favorite scallion oil chicken. Is there anything else you would like? I really crave scallion oil chicken. You truly know me best, Mom. Wen Shi nuzzled her neck. You've worked hard, Mom. The tender interaction between mother and daughter elicited knowing smiles from Jiang Qi and Little Meng. Song Ying laughed heartily as her daughter nuzzled her, playfully pressing her head down. Stop it. You should converse with our guests while I check on the dishes in the kitchen. Only then did Wen Shi release her. Song Ying nodded at Jiang Qi and the others before gracefully making her way to the kitchen. Little Meng, unable to sit still, dashed off to the garden to admire the koi, leaving only Wen Shi and Jiang Qi at the dining table beside the floor-to-ceiling windows. Aunt Song seems to be in much better spirits than before, Jiang Qi remarked. Wen Shi glanced at her mother, who was busily humming in the kitchen, a smile gracing her face. Indeed, she has been fulfilling the role of a dutiful wife and mother, and it's wonderful to see her finally being herself again. This thought lingered in Wen Shi's mind, though she refrained from voicing it. Jiang Qi, perceptive of her emotions, smiled gently and asked in a low voice, And what of your father? At the mention of Wen Qiming, the smile on Wen Shi's face faded slightly. I apologize. I did not mean to pry into your family affairs. If you prefer not to discuss it, that is entirely fine. Jiang Qi had merely intended to gauge her true feelings, to see if she was as content as she appeared, without wishing to upset her. His sensitivities sparked a desire in Wen Shi to confide. You are curious if they will divorce, aren't you? To be honest, I am uncertain. The situation is far more complex than I had anticipated. My father is reluctant to divorce, while my mother is quite resolute about it. I fear it may lead to further turmoil. The entangled grievances of the previous generation weighed heavily on her, and merely contemplating it made her weary for her mother. Yet, regardless of her father's actions, she could choose to disregard them, but her mother might not have that luxury. Wen Shi glanced at her mother and sighed. Regardless of what choices my mother makes, as long as she finds joy and happiness, I will stand by her and support her. Her concern for her mother's well-being outweighed her own feelings. As for Wen Qiming from the very beginning, she had categorized him as a stranger bearing the label of father. Regardless of her mother's choices, she was unlikely to harbor any paternal affection towards him. His thoughts and feelings were of little consequence to her. They maintained their relationship as it was, with Wen Qiming's customary mode of interaction being the transfer of funds, which could be considered one of his few redeeming qualities. Listening to this stream of consciousness, Jiang Qi realized that she indeed did not hold Wen Qiming in her heart. She found herself uncertain whether to feel sorrow for her or to rejoice in her indifference. Nonetheless, her ability to let go could be deemed a positive aspect. She felt inferior to her in this regard. It seemed that he had not reached out to his father in quite some time. What are you thinking about? Wen Shi inquired, noticing Jiang Qi lost in thought. Jiang Qi lifted her gaze, masking her thoughts with a smile. Oh, nothing much. Just remembered I should give my father a call. Upon hearing her mention her father, Wen Shi instinctively began to associate it with the storyline. It appeared that her father held considerable influence abroad, perhaps as a leader of some faction? Her mother. Why did it seem there was no information regarding her? When she spoke of the plot, Jiang Qi assumed she was referring to her own investigation and couldn't help but shake her head slightly. Impressed by her audacity in attempting to uncover details about him despite knowing his father's identity, Wen Shi, without thinking, asked, Why didn't you mention your mother? My mother left a long time ago.
I'm sorry.
Wen Shi quickly apologized. I didn't mean to bring it up. It was something she should have anticipated. The absence of mention clearly indicated her passing. Jiang Qi was somewhat speechless and was about to explain when Song Ying emerged carrying dishes, announcing that dinner was ready. I'll help Mom with the dishes. Watching Wen Shi hurriedly depart, Jiang Qi sighed in resignation, realizing she would have to clarify things another time. Chapter 70. In truth, he did not understand him. Not long after the dishes were served, when Jingyun arrived. After embracing their mother, his gaze swept between Wen Shi and Jiang Qi before finally resting on Jiang Qi, his eyes chilly. Jiang Qi pretended not to notice and casually pulled out a chair for him. This manner of hosting elicited a deeper scrutiny from Wen Jingyun. Jiang Qi felt her hand stiffen, uncertain about what she felt guilty about. Could it be that Wen Jingyun exerted some form of bloodline pressure upon her? The meal proceeded with conviviality. Afterward, the group moved to the courtyard, where the autumn foliage was ablaze with colors, intertwining reds, golds, and greens. Bathed in the warm light that resembled a vibrant oil painting, Wen Shi sat beside Song Ying under the corridor, fixated on the koi beneath the railing, musing. These fish are quite plump. This remark provoked a quiet laugh from Jiang Qi, who couldn't help but glance at her. When Jingyun, following his gaze to Wen Shi, asked Jiang Qi in a somewhat brusque tone, When do you return to the set? Tomorrow morning's flight, Jiang Qi replied, retrieving her gaze to meet Wen Jingyun's. Upon seeing her finally return her attention, Wen Jingyun huffed lightly and retrieved a cigarette from his pack, offering it to her. Jiang Qi accepted it but did not light it. Instead, she merely toyed with it between her fingers. Are you still residing in a hotel? Wen Jingyun inquired, as he lowered his gaze to light the cigarette in his hand. Upon receiving a nod in response, he continued, You'll be spending more time in the city from now on. I have an apartment next to the company where you could stay. Jiang Qi shook his head, explaining that living in a hotel was quite convenient for him, as he had grown accustomed to it. Song Ying was busy serving desserts, while Wen Shi leaned against the railing, overhearing Jiang Qi's words. She couldn't help but recall their previous conversation. Suddenly realizing that her knowledge of Jiang Qi was merely superficial, consisting solely of written records, she truly did not know him at all. Although she was aware that he had no fixed residence, the reasons behind it eluded her. Jiang Qi, upon hearing her words, felt a surge of comfort. If it were not for Wen Jingyun's watchful gaze, he would have liked to witness the expression on Wen Shi's face, curious to see what her realization would look like. As Song Ying called everyone to enjoy the desserts and sat down to chat for a moment, Jiang Qi and Xiao Meng bid their farewells, while Wen Jingyun stayed at Song's residence. Before bed, Wen Shi discussed the situation regarding Zhao Yan and Wu Fangchun with her mother and elder brother, ensuring they prepared the necessary materials to terminate the contracts with them. Both supported her decision wholeheartedly. Wen Jingyun remarked, "Tomorrow, I will have the group's lawyer contact Lu Ming to collaboratively resolve Zhao Yan's matters. You need not worry about the company's affairs." Song Ying disagreed, stating, "I should hire a lawyer for Xiao Shi to prevent your father from reproaching him for being troublesome." "Mom, Xiao Shi is also a shareholder of the group. There would be no criticism for simply employing a lawyer." Wen Jingyun frowned slightly, discontented with the clear division she was making. Yet, Song Ying remained firm, asserting, "Even if your father says nothing, I fear that if it reaches your grandmother's ears, she will surely call to scold Xiao Shi." Wen Jingyun's frown deepened, understanding the plausibility of her words, and found himself at a loss for a rebuttal. Song Ying gently patted his head, saying, "All right, no need to wear such a troubled expression. This matter is settled." She then turned to Wen Shi. "Please give me Mr. Lu's contact information later." Wen Shi nodded and glanced at Wen Jingyun, softly stating, "Elder brother, did you not mention that even if Mom and I leave the Wen family, we will always remain a family? Rest assured, you will forever be a part of our family, and you are always welcome here." Wen Jingyun understood her implication. They would always be family. But the Wen family was no longer their home, and the other members of the Wen family were no longer family to them. He recalled before coming over. His father had asked him to persuade their mother to some extent, though he had not taken it seriously at the time. Now, witnessing their demeanor, he found it even harder to broach the subject. Wen Jingyun could only smile and nod at both of them, refraining from saying more. The following afternoon, Wen Shi received a call from Lu Ming. The situation was handled quite smoothly. Zhao Yan had indeed brought her lawyer, which intimidated her to the point where she barely spoke, allowing her assistant to settle the accounts and reimburse the entire sum. After finishing, he scoffed, noting that even with a reduced commission, there was still a shortfall of over 5 million. She truly was a leech, draining resources without remorse. "You assert your cleverness. Yet how could you be so easily deceived by Lu Meifei and such a fool? In the end, you even took the liberty to mock Wen Shi." With a scoff, Wen Shi replied, "Isn't it a matter of learning to be astute? If it weren't for you, Mingge, I would have easily triumphed in just 3 moves. Enough is enough. I've been running around like a subordinate because of your affairs, and yet I find myself ensnared, and you dare to claim I've taken advantage of you?" Lu Ming ground his teeth in frustration. Wen Shi, unwilling to concede, retorted, "This is merely a testament to your talents, Mingge. But let us be honest. You've been using me like a beast of burden." Upon hearing this, Wen Shi chuckled. "Those words are yours, Mingge." Realizing she was indeed mocking him, Lu Ming nearly choked with indignation, acknowledging his own folly and engaging her in a battle of wits when he knew he was outmatched. In an effort to stave off his frustration, he shifted the conversation to more pressing matters. "Has Director Zhou reached out to you yet?" "He has. But the script is still in disarray. He just wants me to return and assist him." "What's the matter?" When work was mentioned, Wen Shi's demeanor turned serious. Lu Ming continued, "I have business in the city tomorrow. You can't be left unattended. Shall I arrange for a temporary assistant?" "No need." Wen Shi pondered for a moment. "The crew is also in the city. I might as well accompany you. It will save me from being constantly urged by Director Zhou." Lu Ming considered this and nodded in agreement. However, both misjudged Wen Shi's current popularity. Everything seemed normal when they boarded the plane, but upon landing in the city, they were met with an unexpected throng of fans awaiting her arrival at the airport. Given the surge in her popularity following the promotional release of Heaven's Awakening, her original fans had begun to see a revival of hope for her career. Furthermore, after her recent backlash online, they were more determined than ever to demonstrate their support, eager to show that she was not without admirers and that their beloved star was not to be trifled with. Thus, upon receiving news of Wen Shi's flight to the city, fans quickly rallied in their group, spontaneously converging at the airport, creating a welcoming committee that was organized on the spot. Though their numbers were limited to merely a dozen, their enthusiasm was palpable, brandishing various support items and even unfurling banners. Unprepared, both Wen Shi and Lu Ming were momentarily taken aback by the spectacle. Chapter 71. She has fans waiting for her arrival. Before Wen Shi could fully comprehend the situation, the fans excitedly surrounded her. "Don't crowd. Maintain some distance. Be careful not to startle her. Some even took the initiative to establish order, ensuring that they kept an appropriate distance from Wen Shi. Flower vase. We came to welcome you. Aren't you moved? One fan inquired. Initially touched, Wen Shi's emotional gaze quickly hardened upon hearing the remark. She untied the scarf from her head and raised both hands beside her face, frozen in place. The fans erupted in laughter at her antics. Indeed, the flower vase exhibited a touch of silliness. Wen Shi shot a playful glare at the fan who had spoken, surprised that her demeanor had been so easily discerned. Laughter erupted once more. Flower vase, you are far more stunning in person than on screen. You truly do not photograph well. Truly beautiful, with an exquisite figure and flawless skin. Perhaps it is the adoration of her fans that has bestowed such radiance upon her. Just as she uttered a few earnest words, someone interjected with a question. Can I call you my wife, vase? Before she could respond, she was met with a swift retort. Dream on. A male fan exclaimed from the back. She is my wife. Another chimed in. Hurry up and leave. Stop daydreaming. The vase belongs to everyone. Wen Shi's expression darkened as she thought. Do you all pretend I don't exist? Laughter erupted among the crowd. A throng had gathered, drawing the attention of even more onlookers. Lu Ming quickly stepped forward, urging, let us not linger here. Let us talk as we walk. At his call, everyone turned to him, and a voice exclaimed, Goodness, isn't that Jiang Qi's manager? Why is Jiang Qi's manager accompanying the vase? You can't possibly be involved with Jiang Qi, can you? Before the question could spread, someone covered the speaker's mouth, glancing around as if to guard against any indiscretions. Their comical antics elicited further laughter. Don't pursue romance, vase. We must focus on our careers first. A woman must have her own ambitions. Someone advised earnestly. Wen Shi found herself both amused and exasperated by their antics, clarifying, my manager is dealing with some issues. Once the studio resumes operations, an announcement will be made. As for Ming Ge, he is merely here to assist me temporarily. Please refrain from wild speculation. Her candidness did quell some of the fans' concerns, softening their attitudes towards Lu Ming. Please take good care of our vase, Ming Ge. Lu Ming couldn't help but smile. It was the first time he had encountered such polite and civilized fans. All right, let us make our exit quickly. The crowd is growing, and we won't be able to leave if it gets any larger. His words were not unfounded, as the gathering had begun to attract the attention of passers-by, some of whom pointed and others who were capturing the moment on their phones. The fans, realizing the situation, quickly surrounded Wen Shi as they made their way out. Vase, you've gained some fame now. Can you bring a few bodyguards when you go out? A fan complained. Wen Shi retorted, I lack experience. It's not my fault you all rushed over so suddenly. Next time, don't come. And if you do, bring more people to scare them off. Humph. I'll bring 100 bodyguards to frighten you. Miss Wen is quite capable. We cannot afford to provoke her. Amidst their banter, the group swiftly exited the airport terminal. The driver, Xiaomeng, startled by the commotion, rushed ahead to open the car door, ensuring Wen Shi was safely inside. Wow, look at Xiaomeng. The fans encircled him, curiously observing. He looks so young, like a high school student. Quite handsome. Should I add him on WeChat? Wen Shi grew weary of the fans' attention on Xiaomeng and intervened, rescuing the flustered young man. She shot a disapproving glance at the fans. Don't bully him. You lot. You should be aware. If it weren't for your looks, would we even like you? Exactly. You truly don't understand us. Wen Shi smiled through gritted teeth, giving them a thumbs up. Having you all is truly a blessing. The crowd erupted in laughter once more, and Xiaomeng was welcomed into their circle. It is rather amusing to note that Wen Shi's fan group has always operated in a self-managed manner, lacking any formal connection with the studio. If it were otherwise, they would not have arrived at the airport to greet her without prior notice. By bringing Xiaomeng into the group, they have, in a sense, established themselves as a legitimate fan community capable of liaising with the studio and potentially forming a fan support association. After exchanging a few playful jabs, it was only when it was time for her to depart that the fans began to feel a sense of reluctance. You're going back to film The Awakening, right? May we come to visit the set? It depends on the crew's schedule. My role is not particularly significant. Wen Shi replied from her seat in the car, assuring them that there would be future opportunities to meet. After expressing their sentiments, the fans handed her the gifts they had prepared, urging her to take good care while filming and to share more photos to alleviate their longing. They took a group picture, and Wen Shi reminded them to inform Xiaomeng of their safe arrival home before she closed the car door and departed. Wen Shi gazed into the rearview mirror for quite some time, watching until they faded from view before retracting her gaze. In her previous life, before being nominated for Best Supporting Actress, she had merely been an obscure actress with few fans. It was only after her nomination that she gained some recognition, and upon winning, she finally rose to fame. Yet, she had never experienced the luxury of being greeted at the airport by fans before her untimely demise. It truly was a novel experience. As she unwrapped the gifts from her fans, she found scarves, plush toys, and a plethora of silk scarves that they might have chosen due to her penchant for covering her head and face with them when going out. Embracing the gifts, she asked Xiaomeng to take a photo of her, which she then posted on Weibo with the caption, "Love you all." Though the lighting in the photo was dim, it accentuated her fair complexion. The gifts were piled on her chest as she tilted her head slightly. Her eyes crinkled in a smile that appeared softer than the plush toy cradled in her arms. Her nearly dormant Weibo account suddenly garnered attention, with a flurry of fans commenting beneath her post. "Wow, is this a vase? So adorable. The girlfriend fans have turned to mush. Daughter, let mommy hug you. It looks so soft, I want to squeeze it. Whoa, how can a vase be this cute?
Nosebleed.
I think someone visited the set, I saw the photos. I'm so envious. Next time, I want the vase to hold the gift I sent for a photo." Meanwhile, far away on set, Jiang Qi received a message from Xiaomeng, informing him that fans had come to welcome Wen Shi at the airport. He did not inquire further, closing the chat window with Xiaomeng and opening Weibo to look for airport photos, only to quickly come across Wen Shi's post. His gaze softened as he clicked on the photo, his finger gently tapping her face on the screen, and as he beheld her radiant smile, his lips curved upward as well. "Teacher Jiang, it's your turn." A staff member called out to him.
Coming.
Jiang Qi responded, casting one last glance at the photo on his phone before long pressing to save it. Chapter 72. Before the fans could touch her face, the crew had shifted to a new filming location, this time a fully constructed cyber street set. As Wen Shi stepped inside, she was immediately enveloped by a sense of time travel. In a vibrant crowd adorned with peculiar attire, amidst the dazzling glow of neon lights and colossal advertising screens, the scene felt akin to stepping into a video game. Observing these elements, Wen Shi understood precisely where the funds were being allocated. Much of it could have been accomplished through special effects, yet director Zhou was fastidious to the point of insisting that all major shots be captured in real locations. As an actress, Wen Shi held great respect for Zhou's artistic aspirations. However, as an investor, she genuinely believed this approach was excessively extravagant and financially burdensome.
Fortunately,
Zhou had not become so particular as to require real airships or hovering vehicles, or else she would have to seriously reconsider the investment costs. While Wen Shi was surveying her surroundings, director Zhou spotted her first, waving her over from behind a monitor. As she approached, he remarked somewhat brusquely, "So, you finally decided to return?" Upon finishing his statement, his gaze swept over her as if it were a beam of light, and he added, "Have you gained weight?" Wen Shi stiffened. Oh no, the scrutiny had turned to her. She forced a smile and retorted, "Director Zhou, your gaze is not a scale. Can you really tell I've put on weight with just one look?" Zhou saw right through her and grunted, "Regardless of what the scale says, in my eyes, you must lose at least 5 pounds. He gestured to his own cheekbones, insisting they needed to be more pronounced. "I've never encountered a robot with such a fleshy face." Wen Shi covered her face and shot him a playful glare. "No attacking the actress, director." Zhou chuckled lightly. "Don't think I'm joking, I want to provide you with retouched images." "Understood." Wen Shi felt increasingly resentful. At that moment, Su Yining, having coordinated the lighting with the technician, approached to check the lighting effects on the monitor and overheard their exchange. As she passed by Wen Shi, she deliberately tucked her hair behind her ear, accentuating her prominent cheekbones and sharply defined jawline. She raised an eyebrow at Wen Shi and disdainfully snorted. It was as though she were hovering her face mockingly close to Wen Shi's. Fuming, Wen Shi ground her molars in frustration. "To make matters worse, Director Zhou," oblivious to the tension, remarked, "You just need to slim down to Su's level." Su Yining grew even more arrogant, flashing another challenging look at Wen Shi. "Aren't you supposed to be free of water retention? Yet you still can't manage your figure." Wen Shi realized this was a retaliation for their previous barbecue outing. How petty! She let out a small huff. With a fierce glare, Su Yining stepped forward and pinched Wen Shi's cheek, demanding, "What did you say?" Nothing. Wen Shi winced in pain, quickly pleading, "Sister Su, I was wrong. Please spare me." Su Yining huffed lightly, relenting her grip but not removing her hand, instead giving it another pinch. "I must say, Your cheeks are quite soft, the texture is rather pleasant. As she spoke, she reached with her other hand to pinch the other side of Wen Shi's face, as if she had discovered a delightful toy and was unable to resist the urge to squeeze. Wen Shi, who was not accustomed to physical confrontation, found herself no match for the martial artist Su Yining and could not escape her grasp. Sister Su, please let me go. Director, help. As she turned her head, she caught sight of Director Zhou, who was laughing even harder than Su Yining, nearly doubled over in amusement. Just then, a large hand suddenly reached from behind Wen Shi, grasping Su Yining's arm. Stop pinching her, or she won't be able to get on camera. Wen Shi turned her head to see a jawline as sharp as a knife. Her first thought was, why is Jiang Qi showing off his jawline in front of me? Su Yining had already released her hand, and upon hearing her thought, Jiang Qi lowered his gaze and, in a fit of annoyance, pinched her cheek. Wen Shi's eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at Jiang Qi. He cleared his throat and, with a serious demeanor, stated, I just wanted to see if it really feels that good. Laughter erupted among the crowd, with Director Zhou's laughter being the loudest. Wen Shi covered her face, shooting a furious glare at both Su Yining and Jiang Qi, yet she felt both anger and fear, knowing she couldn't confront either of them. Instead, she yelled at Director Zhou, Director, is this polite? Her indignant expression was quite endearing, prompting Su Yining to feel compelled to pinch her again. This time, Wen Shi had learned her lesson and quickly ducked behind Jiang Qi, peering out with only her eyes visible, glaring at Su Yining as though she were a demon. Rubbing her sore cheek, she couldn't hold back and exclaimed, Sister Su, you really should ease up on the iron. Your grip is terrifying. Hearing Su Yining approaching her again, she declared, fine, from now on, I'll only bother you. As she saw Su Yining lunging at her, she shouted, Teacher Jiang, save me. Jiang Qi, tugged by her sleeve as she spun around, felt a mix of amusement and irritation. He swiftly pressed his hand down on her head, ordering, stop spinning. He then turned to Su Yining, saying, you should stop as well. With a hint of regret, Su Yining halted, casting a glance at Jiang Qi and clicking her tongue, her expression almost openly criticizing the disruption. Relieved, Wen Shi patted her chest, vowing to steer clear of Su Yining in the future, as her penchant for bullying was truly unsettling. She whimpered silently, feeling a bit shaken. Jiang Qi, overhearing her internal whimpering, nearly burst into laughter, stifling it with his fist against his lips. Director Zhou, can we commence filming? Amidst the playful chaos, Director Zhou hadn't forgotten to check the lighting on the monitor, nodding in response. Positions, everyone. Let's get started. The actors quickly took their places. Jiang Qi pulled out a cigarette, pausing as he recalled that it was with these very fingers that he had pinched Wen Shi's face. He released the cigarette, rubbing his fingers together. The sensation was indeed pleasant, and if he were to tell his fans that he had first pinched Wen Shi's face, they would undoubtedly be envious. Wait, Su Yining was the first. He glanced at Su Yining, suddenly feeling a twinge of dissatisfaction. Teacher Jiang, the assistant director called out, bringing him back to reality. He collected himself, lit a cigarette, and walked to his designated spot. Today they were shooting a chase scene, which occurred after the male lead had taken the female lead to the rebel base, where she had witnessed firsthand the robot graveyard housing numerous impoverished inhabitants. The robot graveyard, as the name suggests, was a vast pit filled with discarded and damaged robots. Now, there was not just one pit, but towering mountains of refuse. Living at the bottom tier of society here, one can only survive by scavenging for refuse in the graveyard. The fierce competition has birthed numerous gangs, plunging the area into chaos, and it is within this turmoil that the resistance was formed. Meanwhile, the upper class and those in power scheme to produce even more robots, intending to replace an ever greater number of low-skilled workers and amass greater profits. This signifies that an influx of individuals will flock to the graveyard, exacerbating the chaos. Upon witnessing such a scene, the protagonist realizes that the city's prosperity is merely a castle in the air, and the escalating disorder will ultimately erupt into catastrophe. A foundationless castle in the air is destined to collapse and perish. Moreover, they find themselves shrouded in an increasing number of ominous urban legends concerning the awakening of robots. She is compelled to reassess the current government and her own social class, ultimately agreeing to join the resistance. The narrative unfolds as she has arranged to exchange information with the male lead, who is currently being hunted. During their clandestine meeting, he is inadvertently recognized. In the midst of a tense and exhilarating pursuit, the two successfully relay their information, and their feelings for one another rekindle. In Chapter 73, she insists on witnessing the action. As the camera pushes forward, Qi Nian emerges from a shadowy alley, a cigarette dangling from his mouth. Just a few steps in, he is locked onto by the mechanical police pursuing him, their alarms blaring, summoning more officers from all directions to join the chase. Qi Nian strives to evade capture, but an inevitable confrontation ensues, leading to a fierce struggle. Wen Shi observes from behind the monitor, witnessing Jiang Qi perform action scenes live for the first time. For practicality, he has traded his previous flamboyant attire for a simple black shirt that clings to his muscular physique, showcasing the explosive power of each muscle. As his outer jacket is torn away, revealing the tactical harness strapped to his body, Wen Shi gasps in surprise. It is undeniable that Jiang Qi's stoic demeanor is exceptionally suited for such a display of strength. What should be a serious shot is nonetheless imbued with an alluring energy that seems to leap from the screen. Wen Shi instinctively bites her lip, fixating her gaze on the monitor with growing intensity. Jiang Qi is no mere decorative figure. His punches and kicks are executed with remarkable fluidity, each strike resonating with impact and vigor. Wen Shi observes a martial arts instructor being unceremoniously kicked out of the frame, struggling to regain his footing and clutching his chest. A testament to the force behind Jiang Qi's blows. As he spins around and delivers another kick that sends another instructor flying, Wen Shi gasps again. While onlookers might interpret her reaction as admiration for Jiang Qi's elegant movements, she knows she is silently praising. What a remarkable waist. Director Zhou calls out, "Cut. That's a wrap." Jiang Qi helps the fallen instructor to his feet, bows in gratitude, and then approaches the monitor with a bottle of water handed to him by Xiaomeng. He seeks to confirm the quality of the footage, eager to hear Wen Shi's thoughts on his performance. After all, she only offers her compliments during moments like this. Once Director Zhou called out, Wen Shi's gaze shifted from the monitor to the real-life figure of Jiang Qi. As he approached, she did not conceal her scrutiny. Since she had noticed his well-defined waist, she had been discreetly observing, curious to see how many abdominal muscles he possessed. The moment he entered her mental range, Jiang Qi immediately heard her thoughts. The shape appears quite impressive. Shape? What shape? Following her line of sight, Jiang Qi glanced down at his abdomen, and the esteemed actor's ears flushed crimson, the color creeping all the way down to his neck. He clenched the water bottle in his hand, striving to maintain his composure. Meanwhile, Xiaomeng, standing nearby, assumed he was merely feeling hot and quickly handed him a towel. Jiang Qi took it and flung it directly at Wen Shi's face. Still fixated on him. Still staring, are we? No wonder she has a throng of fans. She isn't much different herself. Suddenly, Wen Shi found herself covered by the towel that had descended from above, and she immediately grew irritated, pulling it away from her face to glare at the culprit. What are you doing? Jiang Qi had already reached her side, his large hand pressing down on her head, directing her gaze back to the monitor and away from himself. Don't look at me. Focus on the monitor, he said through gritted teeth. His palm dwarfed Wen Shi's head, making her unable to break free. Frustrated, she grasped his wrist, exclaiming, "Get off me! You're too heavy." Jiang Qi had no intention of releasing her. Amidst the struggle, Wen Shi inadvertently brushed against his abdomen, and her movements halted as she realized how firm it was. At this, Jiang Qi's face darkened entirely. He swiftly yanked the towel, binding her hands together behind her head. Jiang Qi, are you out of your mind? Let me go." Wen Shi struggled in vain, stomping her feet in anger. Director Zhou, who was reviewing the playback with the assistant director, turned to investigate the commotion, only to find a scene that widened his eyes in disbelief. What on earth are you two playing at? Jiang Qi's hand remained on Wen Shi's head, while he had her arms tied with a towel above her head, controlling her completely. With his grip, Wen Shi leaned back, exposing her slender neck, which appeared remarkably delicate. It was no wonder his thoughts wandered. The scene was hardly innocent. Director Zhou began to doubt the propriety of his film set. Fortunately, the presence of the monitor shielded this moment from the eyes of many. Otherwise, he would have been at a loss for an explanation. Finally, amidst the assistant directors and Zhou's bemused expressions, Jiang Qi regained his composure and promptly released Wen Shi. As soon as her freedom was restored, she spun around and kicked his calf with a fierce determination, exclaiming, "Jiang Qi, what on earth is wrong with you?" Her cat-like strength was completely ineffectual against him, and the physical pain was trivial compared to the turmoil within his heart. He could not meet her gaze calmly, instead looking at Zhou and the assistant director, and with a dry throat, he explained, "We were just fooling around." "Oh, is that so?" Zhou Dao's lips twitched slightly, and his voice carried a hint of dryness. In such a public setting, it was best to refrain from such antics. Jiang Qi promptly covered his mouth with his hand, urging Zhou Dao to exercise caution in his words. Zhou Dao, pulling his hand away with a disdainful sound, muttered in acknowledgement, understanding the implication. Under the icy gaze of Jiang Qi, he struggled to swallow his remaining words, conceding, "Fine, I won't say anything more. How about we take a look at the replay?" Only then did Jiang Qi retract his gaze, casting a sidelong glance at the still sulking Wen Shi, who could not help but grind her teeth in irritation. Sooner or later, she would teach her a proper lesson. Wen Shi, caught in Jiang Qi's glare, narrowed her eyes slightly. Somehow, she interpreted his expression as a warning. A warning about what? About her just staring at him? Instantly, she felt defiant. What was the matter? Was he a miser, afraid of her watching him act? If he forbade her, she would insist on watching. Just as Jiang Qi caught a glimpse of her thoughts and had no time to brace himself, Wen Shi abruptly lifted the hem of his shirt. Gazing at the perfectly defined six-pack on his abdomen, she internally screamed with delight. Six-pack abs, truly a flawless sight. In the next moment, she quickly jumped back, running a short distance before turning to make a face at Jiang Qi. He remained momentarily dumbfounded by her audacious teasing.
So,
She was focused on his abs. With a quiet sigh of relief, Jiang Qi was soon engulfed in a mix of embarrassment and anger.
no.
She had just watched a performance, and yet her primary concern was the number of abs he possessed. That infuriating woman. Observing his prolonged silence, Zhou Dao discreetly adjusted his clothing, reflecting on the youthful frivolity of the current generation as he watched Wen Shi scamper away. Chapter 74. The battle damaged Jiang Qi upon returning to her trailer, when Shi finally acknowledged that she had acted impulsively. She would have to encounter Jiang Qi again, which could lead to an awkward situation. Biting her nails in contemplation, she ultimately decided to embrace the discomfort. Awkwardness was nothing new. She had faced it before. The image of Jiang Qi's abs lingered in her mind, invoking a thrill akin to touching a tiger's tail. Especially when she had seen the baffled expression on his face as she ran away, she couldn't suppress her laughter. He always maintained a serious demeanor, rarely displaying such vivid emotions. She suddenly understood the joy that Su Yining found in teasing others. Despite this realization, the thought of facing Jiang Qi again made her feel somewhat timid. Thus, she sent a message to Xiaomeng, expressing her desire to return to the hotel first. Before she could leave, Xiaomeng arrived ahead of her. "Yigo heard you wanted to go back to the hotel. Let me take you," he offered. "He didn't say anything else, right?" Wen Shi asked, feeling a pang of guilt as she touched her nose. Xiaomeng shook his head, seemingly puzzled by her question. "No, he didn't say anything." As relief washed over her. Thankfully, he hadn't been upset, when Shi thought to herself that the esteemed actor indeed had a broad-minded nature. After returning to the hotel, she called her mother and older brother to discuss the contract termination of 2 actors from her studio. Upon learning that all was proceeding smoothly, she indulged in a meal and took some time to rest, enjoying a night filled with pleasant dreams. The following day, when Shi languidly procrastinated, reluctant to venture outside. Yet she could not resist the relentless summons of director Zhou and ultimately made her way to the filming set. The crew was still engaged in shooting the scene from the previous day. But this time they had transitioned to a green screen studio to film a thrilling hovercar chase sequence. To enhance the realism of the special effects, a portion of the street was recreated in reality, and the expansive green screen studio was bustling with activity. The prop team, stunt coordinators, motion capture specialists, and wire rigging experts were all crammed into one area, making the space feel less vast. The presence of so many individuals instilled a sense of security in Wen Shi. She crouched low and swiftly navigated through the crowd, making her way behind the monitors. Observing her emerge from the throng with a crouched demeanor, director Zhou chuckled and inquired, "What mischief have you been up to?" "I haven't done anything," she retorted, though she instinctively adjusted the brim of her fisherman's hat and murmured, "Director, why did you summon me when I have no scenes? Who said I called you over for nothing?" Director Zhou replied, shoving the clapperboard into her hands. "The other crew is also filming, and we are short on clapperboards. Today, it's just the 2 of us. I'll focus on the camera while you handle the clapper." Wen Shi lowered her gaze at the clapperboard, then looked up at Director Zhou with uncertainty. "Isn't this a bit too quick for a job change?"
Well,
"Who asked you to be the investor? Isn't it only right to contribute?" Feeling a bit uneasy, Wen Shi protested, "I don't have to be an investor. Perhaps I should just withdraw." Director Zhou quickly grabbed a piece of biscuit and stuffed it into her mouth, exclaiming, That's not the sentiment I wish to hear. Softening his tone, he continued, it's all for the sake of completing the promotional film to attract investment. The more substantial the investment, the better our production quality.
And the more you'll earn.
This notion resonated with Wen Shi, prompting her to glance over at Jiang Qi, who was diligently rehearsing actions with his stunt coordinator. Seemingly oblivious to her presence. Nodding in agreement, she retorted, once the investment comes through, remember to raise my salary. Of course, as long as the investment is secured, everything is negotiable. With this assurance, Wen Shi took the script and the scene list, confirming the day's shooting schedule. She then proceeded to communicate with various departments, ensuring that props and costumes were adjusted appropriately to prevent any continuity errors or bloopers. Director Zhou, observing her methodical approach to organizing the tasks, discreetly called the producer. Shaoli, there's no need to send anyone over. We've found a clapper, yes, one that does require payment. Every penny saved counts. 7 scenes in one take. With a decisive clap, Wen Shi executed her task and swiftly returned to her position behind the monitors. Director Zhou gave her a thumbs up before donning his headphones and concentrating on the camera. The scene predominantly featured action, with Jiang Qi clad in the same costume from the previous day, albeit stained with blood and adorned with various wounds. Today, Jiang Qi embodied a battle-damaged version of himself. To maintain his muscular definition and the sheen of perspiration, he had engaged in vigorous exercise prior to filming, his sweat-soaked physique illuminated by the lights, exuding a honeyed hue. While he was expected to exude masculinity, his ascetic demeanor imbued his battle-worn appearance with an alluring allure. Wen Shi could not help but click her tongue. This was what one might call the law of extremes, where excessive restraint paradoxically becomes a form of seduction. Who does not adore the elusive flower atop the high peak? Who does not yearn to pluck that flower for personal admiration? It is no wonder that, in the ensuing narrative, so many women flocked to the illustrious Jiang, each one eager to draw nearer to him. Yet he remained untouched, perhaps having transformed into an ethereal being during those times. As she pondered these thoughts, Director Zhou nudged her and called out, Wen Shi. She promptly stood and dashed to the front of the camera to strike a pose. Director Zhou, dissatisfied with the current filming, shouted through his megaphone at the actors. What are you all doing? Have you not eaten? I need you to perform action scenes, not this slow-motion pantomime. He then directed his voice towards Jiang Qi. Xiao Jiang, maintain your composure. Your expression is commendable, but your emotions must follow suit. Recover immediately. We are filming again. The props team swiftly restored the set, and filming resumed, yet Director Zhou remained unsatisfied with the take. As the actors became increasingly anxious, particularly given the physical demands of action scenes, a supporting actor, perhaps too eager, miscalculated his force during a fight with Jiang Qi, sending him flying. Suspended by wires. Jiang could not brace for impact, and the wire technician failed to control his landing angle. When he fell from the air, he did not land on the safety mat but rather struck the ground, colliding painfully with the prop. The sound of the impact resonated throughout the set, startling everyone, including Director Zhou, who tossed aside his headset and rushed over. Wen Shi followed closely behind, her heart racing with trepidation. Those props were made of iron. Falling from such a height could certainly result in injury. It could not be. It must not be. He was the male lead, endowed with the aura of a protagonist. Surely, he would be unscathed. She squeezed into the crowd, and Jiang Qi had already been pulled upright. Though his complexion was somewhat pale, he stood firmly. Wen Shi quickly scanned him from head to toe, but given his bloodied costume and the makeup simulating injuries, she could not ascertain whether he was truly hurt. Jiang Qi glanced at her, brushing aside the hands of the crew that supported him, and quietly assured, I'm fine, you need not worry so much. He cast another look at Wen Shi. Just as she was about to breathe a sigh of relief, the crew's doctor arrived without delay, lifting Jiang Qi's shirt without a second thought. In that most inopportune moment, Wen Shi once again caught sight of Jiang Qi's well-defined abdominal muscles. Jiang Qi paused for a moment, raising a hand to his forehead. Meanwhile, Wen Shi silently covered her eyes. How could she dare to look when he was injured? Jiang Qi chuckled softly. Had it not been for the minuscule gap between her ring and middle fingers, he might have truly believed her concern. Chapter 75. Who is truly indulging? Are you alright? After the chaotic commotion, Jiang Qi was brought to Wen Shi's trailer, the most spacious of the lot, where he reclined on the sofa. Now he truly resembled a battle-scarred warrior. Wen Shi poured a cup of hot water and placed it in front of him. In such moments, it is unwise to feign strength. A visit to the hospital for examination is prudent, What if there are internal injuries? Jiang Qi lifted his cup and, upon hearing her words, met her gaze with a smile. You care about me? Wen Shi was momentarily taken aback, then rolled her eyes dramatically. You're not that impressive. Yet your imagination is quite grand. I merely fear that if something serious were to happen to you, it would delay the filming schedule with a change of lead actors. Rest assured, Jiang Qi sipped his water before continuing, it's just a minor injury. It won't impede the filming process. Wen Shi involuntarily recalled the large bruise on his lower back, seeping blood, nearly encompassing the entirety of his rear. This was a fresh injury come tomorrow. The pain would escalate, and he might struggle to rise from bed. Yet he called it a minor injury. With a gentle smile, Jiang Qi murmured, having been in the industry for years, injuries are commonplace. It's not as severe as you imagine. Wen Shi huffed softly, thinking, the esteemed Jiang is not only hard-bodied but also hard-headed. Upon hearing this, Jiang Qi coughed slightly, glancing at his abdomen, where thick layers of bandages were wrapped, providing him with an oddly comforting sense of security. It made him wonder if his mental state had deteriorated further. At this rate, he would surely be driven mad by this woman. Though Jiang Qi was injured, the footage they had filmed prior was surprisingly excellent, earning Zhou Dao's approval. However, his other scenes were postponed, and after discussion, they decided to prioritize filming the scenes featuring Su Yining. Naturally, Wen Shi returned to the set to continue her duties as a script supervisor. Is Xiao Jiang all right? Zhou Dao inquired quietly, as Wen Shi hastily organized the scene list. She replied, he should be fine, but you should consult the attending physician for specifics. The doctor can only assess his condition. For functional concerns, you might need to ask him. Zhou Dao lowered his voice further. You two were alone earlier, weren't you? Wen Shi looked up, blinking rapidly, somewhat perplexed by his insinuation. Functional concerns? She pondered that he must be referring to Jiang Qi's mobility. He is functioning normally, she replied lightly. Zhou Dao blinked back, suddenly realizing the ambiguity of his words. He desperately wanted to ask, are we speaking of the same function? But looking into Wen Shi's clear eyes, he couldn't bring himself to voice it, ultimately settling for, well, that's good. Wen Shi regarded him quizzically, unable to comprehend his sudden awkwardness. All right, all departments prepare. With the shooting commencing, she pushed her small doubts aside. Due to Jiang Qi's injury in the morning, everyone was particularly focused during the afternoon shoot. Su Yining's performance stood out, and the filming progressed smoothly. During the intermission, Wen Shi, who had been bustling about, nearly collapsed from exhaustion, slumped in her chair. She gasped for breath when Su Yining approached with her own chair. Lacking the energy to evade, Wen Shi raised her arms in a gesture of surrender. Sister Su, please spare me. Look at you, so out of shape. Su Yining scrutinized her with disdain before inquiring, I just came to ask how Jiang Qi is doing. Wen Shi frowned, wondering why everyone kept coming to her with questions. I am not a doctor. After all, her concern was genuine. Wen Shi replied. He said he was fine, judging by his demeanor, he should be all right. Su Yining nodded, a look on her face that seemed to say, you are indeed correct. Wen Shi felt somewhat unnerved under her gaze. Sister Su, if you have something to say, please just say it. Why are you looking at me like that? I merely wanted to inquire if you are filming another variety show the day after tomorrow.
Su Yining cleared her throat softly.
Wen Shi nodded, and suddenly, as if a revelation struck her, she exclaimed in surprise, Sister Su, are you actually watching our variety show? Caught off guard, Su Yining exhibited a hint of embarrassment and retorted, what of it? Who doesn't need a little entertainment while dining? Of course, that's perfectly acceptable. Wen Shi responded with a smug smile. Let me guess, Sister Su, you must be in my live stream, right? This time, Su Yining nodded affirmatively. Yes, among this group, you are the only one I find somewhat agreeable. Wen Shi's eye twitched. As expected from a cunning antagonist, she managed to equally dislike everyone.
Hey.
Upon being called, Wen Shi went slightly, contemplating, so she truly dislikes me as well. Is Jiang Qi's cooking truly that exquisite? Upon hearing such a gossipy topic, Wen Shi began to question whether Su Yining had been possessed. The usually disinterested Su Yining, who detested gossip, was now engaging in it herself? I'm asking you a question. Su Yining impatiently poked her face. Wen Shi, jolted back to reality from the sudden jab, rubbed her cheek and replied, it's delicious. Not to mention, his culinary skills are absolutely top-notch. Su Yining continued her inquiry. So, do you particularly enjoy his dishes? Indeed, Wen Shi nodded, thinking to herself. Just as you equally dislike everyone, I equally love all delicious food. Su Yining nodded in agreement, satisfied with her response. Then do well in the variety show. After saying that, she patted Wen Shi on the head, stood up, and took her chair away, leaving Wen Shi standing there, utterly perplexed. No way. Wen Shi covered her face in horror, thinking, please don't tell me she's developed an interest in Jiang Qi. Please, Sister Su. At that moment, the terrified Wen Shi could never have guessed that once Su Yining returned to her corner, she would pull out her phone and open a chat group titled Be Sure Jiang Ji News Private Group. Her typically icy gaze revealed a rare glimmer of enthusiasm as her fingers swiftly typed in the chat box. According to reliable information from friend, Wen Shi herself admitted that Jiang Qi's cooking is superb and she particularly enjoys it. Is that true or false? This statement ignited a flurry of responses in the group. I knew it. That vase-like expression can't fool anyone. Rounding it up, it means Wen Shi likes Jiang Qi. Aha. Sister, is your source trustworthy? Su Yining quickly replied, of course it's reliable. My friend is an actress from the same drama as Wen Shi, she asked directly, and Wen Shi responded. Ah. I must spread this news far and wide, so that all fellow fans can know. Su Yining's fingers flew across the screen. Yes. Let everyone know that Be Sure Jiang Jinyu is the best ship. Chapter 76. The script is ready. The following day, Wen Shi entered the film set, massaging her sore arms, only to be greeted by delightful news. The script had finally been revised, and her role had been confirmed. As she received the new script from the screenwriter, tears of joy threatened to spill from her eyes. After serving as an assistant director and a script supervisor, she was finally able to return to her primary vocation as an actress. The revised script had omitted the scene where AI Shui was sold again and subsequently wandered the streets. Instead, it introduced her character traversing the city and a graveyard of robots, engaging with humans and witnessing the myriad misfortunes befalling both humans and machines. These were all flashback sequences, meaning that in the final cut, these scenes would be edited together, likely totaling no more than 2 minutes. While her screen time had been significantly reduced, the overall shooting duration had more than doubled. This also implied that she would be shuttling between various studios, making the filming schedule particularly fragmented. Yet, Wen Shi felt elated, especially knowing that in the upcoming scenes, director Zhou would not be accompanying the crew. She playfully stuck her tongue out at him, thinking, let us see how you exploit me now. Zhou chuckled in response and turned to the script supervisor, commanding, consolidate her schedule. No. Wen Shi quickly snatched the schedule from the supervisor's hands and ingratiatingly said to Zhou, I was just joking. If I have time, I'll definitely come back to assist you. After all, I was an assistant director and a script supervisor. As long as you don't forget, Zhou replied, snatching the schedule back and waving it in the air. I have your itinerary right here. If you don't call me when you're free, I'll make you work every day. Unable to bear this indignity, Wen Shi decided to confront him directly. I'm going to report you for coercing actors into labor. Zhou shrugged nonchalantly. Suit yourself. I'm not the investor of this film. You old scoundrel. You're bullying me. Who are you calling that? I'll just add more to your schedule. My mistake, Zhou. Seeing her flustered demeanor, the screenwriter exchanged glances with Xiaomeng. We both know she can't win this battle, so why must this sword be drawn? Ultimately, Wen Shi distanced herself from Zhou and moved on to another set for filming. The first scene was set in the previous chase sequence with Jiang Qi. This time, Wen Shi's costume was considerably more modest, consisting of simple long garments and a cloak with a large hood. However, her makeup remained heavy, as she portrayed a naturally beautiful and flawless robot. The final look, after the makeup was applied, was still captivating. The cloak, combined with the hood, could not conceal her graceful figure. While the hood obscured half her face, it could not hide her exquisite chin and rosy lips. With an air of ethereal detachment, she exuded a captivating presence that was unforgettable, ensuring that anyone in the crowd would notice her at first glance. After the stylist completed her look, they even took a photograph to send to director Zhou. The result was undeniably of such high caliber that Zhou had no criticisms to offer. He discussed with the photographer. Make sure to take a few shots of her later. We can use them for the film's promotion. We must have a shot of her silhouette. The photograph, emphasized by director Zhou for its poignant silhouette, ultimately surpassed the film's main poster, becoming the favorite image of numerous cinemas and critics alike, and earning its place as a classic in cinematic history. Unbeknownst to them, in this moment, they were crafting history. Wen Shi lamented to the photographer about Zhou's excessive demands. The photographer, glancing at the captured images, displayed a hint of astonishment, offering her a few compliments before departing to fulfill his duties. Meanwhile, Wen Shi leaned against a nearby lamppost, lost in contemplation. Previously, AI Shui had escaped from the Count's residence, fully awakened and exhibiting an intellect that soared to extraordinary heights. She had amassed extensive information from the internet, absorbing nearly all human knowledge. Lacking only an indestructible body, she could almost be deemed divine. Yet, she resembled an infant, experiencing the world for the first time. How, one wonders, does AI Shui perceive humanity and this world? Immersed in her thoughts, Wen Shi remained oblivious to the presence of someone standing a short distance behind her. When she finally returned to reality and turned around, she found herself meeting Jiang Qi's gaze. "What brings you here?" Wen Shi instinctively glanced at his waist. "Does your injury not hurt?" Clad in a thick coat, Jiang Qi, this time unbothered by her scrutiny, replied softly, "I heard the script has been revised. I came to retrieve it from the screenwriter." "You could have had Xiaomeng bring it back for you," Wen Shi noted, perplexed. Jiang Qi's expression appeared somewhat awkward, his gaze evasive. "It's just a chance to communicate with the screenwriter. Even if one is passionate about work, one must consider their health," he said, observing the paleness in his complexion. Wen Shi couldn't help but chide him. Jiang Qi appreciated her concern, allowing her words to flow without retort. In Wen Shi's eyes, his indifference was akin to a pig unafraid of boiling water. With a light snort, she decided to say no more. "At this rate, will you still be able to record the variety show tomorrow?" She recalled that last time, Hu Xiaoyu and the others had purchased a considerable amount of soil, presumably for planting flowers. "It's nothing," Jiang Qi replied, casting a glance at her. "Not everyone is meant to plant flowers." Initially bewildered by his implication, Wen Shi suddenly grasped his meaning. "So, you're suggesting that only unfortunate souls like me would resort to planting flowers?" Jiang Qi raised his hand in mock innocence, saying, "Don't blame me. Those were your words." Wen Shi, typically the one feigning innocence to play others, found herself on the receiving end of this role, provoking her to jump in frustration. "Jiang Qi." The smile on Jiang Qi's lips deepened. "Teacher Wen, your anger, may I interpret it as a sign of embarrassment? Do you wish to be hit?" Wen Shi raised her fist in an attempt to instill a sense of intimidation. Yet, in Jiang Qi's eyes, she resembled an irritable kitten extending its paw. Unable to suppress a low chuckle, his eyes brimmed with tenderness. Not far away, Su Yining approached with her manager, pausing as they witnessed the scene. The atmosphere between the two was so engrossed in their own world that it seemed impenetrable to anyone else, perfectly mirroring the chaos of the streets surrounding them. At first glance, they appeared to be a couple playfully frolicking on the street after leaving a restaurant. With his back turned to them, Jiang Qi suddenly turned sideways, and the two women caught a glimpse of the gentle smile gracing his brow. The agent was momentarily stunned, muttering in disbelief. What on earth? What were these two up to? Surely they weren't actually in a romantic liaison. Su Yining shot her a glance, retorting, "You're quite nosy." With that, she swiftly pulled out her phone and began snapping pictures of the couple. "What are you doing? Why are you taking pictures of them?" The agent whispered in alarm. "We signed an agreement with the production team not to release any photos from the set. You can't publish those." Su Yining rolled her eyes at her. "You really lack common sense. Always scheming, yet you should just give it a rest." The agent nearly choked on her own words. Clutching her chest as she asked, "Then why are you taking photos?" "Mind your own business." Su Yining glanced at the photos on her phone. They looked so sweet. Sweet enough to give her a toothache. She truly wished to share them with her friends in the group chat. She shot another cold look at the agent, warning, "Keep your mouth shut. If you dare to breathe a word of this, you'll regret it." The greatest agony for a fan is witnessing their beloved idol feign indifference in public. If these two were to distance themselves due to rumors, she wouldn't be able to witness their interactions on set, and that would truly infuriate her. The agent felt a chill run down her spine under Su Yining's menacing gaze and promptly decided to remain silent. Chapter 77. Her unparalleled expressiveness. The set was soon ready, and Wen Shi's scene commenced filming. The scene was deceptively simple. She merely had to walk across a bustling street. Yet it was not without its complexities, as it required immense emotional control. Within the limited duration of the film, not a single frame could be devoid of significance. Even a transitional shot needed to convey profound emotion. Jiang Qi did not position himself in front of the monitor but instead stood behind the camera, observing Wen Shi through the lens. When he first entered the industry, he was just an obscure figure having done every job on set, even serving as a camera assistant for a time. He had since developed a passion for studying the language of the lens. He preferred to observe actors directly through the camera rather than through the monitor. In the frame, the grimy, Chaotic streets contrasted sharply with the vibrant shop windows lining either side. Especially striking was the vertical street occupying a third of the screen, which appeared desolate despite the constant flow of pedestrians. At that moment, Wen Shi slowly stepped into the scene from off-camera. Dressed in a gray cloak, her delicate silhouette stood in stark contrast to the neon-lit streets, yet seamlessly blended into the dull surroundings. The previously lifeless image seemed to come alive with her entrance, as if everything existed solely for her presence. The camera followed her, her face remaining unseen in the shot, yet her blurred reflection flickered in the shop windows. Her features were exquisite, with striking red lips, yet her expression was devoid of emotion, her eyes cold, accentuating her stillness and solitude against her carefully crafted appearance. She silently observed the eclectic passers-by, those who had undergone varying degrees of mechanical augmentation, as well as the similarly priced figures displayed in the windows. It felt as though everything was connected to her, yet, simultaneously, nothing was. The camera gradually came to a halt, watching her as she slowly melded into the crowd, eventually fading from view. The solitary aura of her retreating figure evoked an overwhelming sense of loneliness in Jiang, the protagonist of this narrative, drawing him into the scene with an instant immersion. He harbored an intense desire to rescue her, fully aware that Ace was steadily treading the path of her destined tragedy, which gnawed at his heart. When Jiang regained his composure and turned his gaze towards Wen Shi, his admiration transcended mere appreciation for her acting prowess. He was astounded by her command over emotion, a delicate balance of inward restraint and outward expression that ensnared the audience in the depths of her emotive performance. She was, without a doubt, a born actress destined for the stage. As he observed Wen Shi leaning against a street lamp, her head slightly bowed. It was evident that she had yet to emerge from the emotional turmoil of the previous scene. Jiang, being an experiential individual himself, understood her plight. He took the thermos from Meng and made his way to the tea station, where he filled it with a bag of milk tea, giving it a gentle shake. Although he could not comprehend the appeal of the powdered concoction, composed of inferior fragrances, he recognized that some individuals, with their elementary tastes, found joy in it. In her quest to manage her emotions, Wen Shi had delved into the depths of her life's most sorrowful moments, ultimately burying all those feelings deep within. Once filming concluded, those emotions surged forth, enveloping her entirely. "Drink some water," she heard a voice say as a cup was extended towards her. Without raising her gaze, she instinctively reached to push the cup away, only to be greeted by the sweet aroma emanating from within. Her hand shifted, grasping the cup instead. She lowered her eyes and took a sip. The sweet fragrance that caressed her palate elicited a soft sigh of relief. Jiang stood before her, sensing an almost palpable shift above her head, as if a rift had opened, allowing sunlight to pierce through and the clouds of despair to dissipate. The transformation in her demeanor was stark, prompting a subtle smile to grace his lips. "Does this happen often?" Jiang leaned casually against a nearby prop cart, speaking to her in a low tone. Wen Shi finally lifted her gaze, her expression a blend of surprise and acknowledgement, yet she hesitated, recognizing him as a senior, and deemed it normal for him to offer a few words of comfort. "What do you mean by senior?" Jiang raised an eyebrow, realizing that she had yet to fully accept his status in her mind. "Not often," she replied, lowering her eyes once more as she took another sip of her milk tea. "Ace is a rather unique character. I fear I may not fully capture her divine essence. So, I resort to the most straightforward method of suppressing all my emotions. You must understand, this method is perilous," Jiang stated solemnly. "Many actors find themselves unable to detach from their roles, ultimately leading to dire consequences." Wen Shi met his gaze, mirroring his tone. "Are you concerned for me?" Jiang paused, momentarily taken aback, before lightly tapping her forehead. "You've come back to your senses, haven to you?" Another hit. Wen Shi covered her forehead, shooting him a glare. "Considering you brought me milk tea, I shall let it slide." Jiang straightened up, a smirk tugging at his lips. And as he passed by her, he added, "You could accept my concern with a bit more grace." "What?" Jiang knew she had heard him, glancing back without repeating himself, and walked away. "Humph." When Shi wrinkled his nose at his retreating figure, scoffing at his pretentiousness. Did he not realize that his concern for her was evident? Why this sudden display of care? Was he, like her, apprehensive that his own troubles might disrupt the filming schedule? Had he also invested in the film? Jiang, who had not strayed far, caught every thought that flitted through her mind and suddenly grasped the true essence of speaking to a wall. The melodramatic plots typical of fantasy dramas could hardly manifest in real life, could they? It seemed that whenever Wen Shi was involved, his worldview was invariably shaken. The following day, with a live variety show on the horizon, Wen Shi wrapped up work early and accompanied Jiang to the airport. With their prior experience, even in Lu Ming's absence, they understood the necessity of entering the airport at staggered times. However, unlike the last occasion, Wen Shi's popularity had surged significantly in just a week. This time, not only was Jiang recognized, but Wen Shi was also spotted, albeit with a few minor hiccups. Fortunately, they were not photographed together. Yet, how could this deter fans adept at unearthing clues from the minutiae? They clearly share the same itinerary and flight, yet they walk separately. Is that not an attempt to avoid suspicion? If there's nothing between them, why the need for such caution?
Oh.
Why do they have to avoid each other? It pains my heart. Will there be no more moments of them together in the future? Don't be absurd. The variety show is starting soon. Rest assured, I refuse to believe Jiang will resist getting close to the vase. The person above is absolutely right. Chapter 78. Truly. It is not surprising at all. On the day of the live variety show, Wen Shi set out directly from the Song residence. Just before her departure, Song Ying handed her a package. I made some beef jerky these past few days. Let them have a taste. Xiao Meng, eager, took it from her with a smile.
Thank you, Auntie.
We are in for a treat this time. Just don't eat it all. Save a pack for me. Wen Shi peeked into the bag. Observing their interaction, Song Ying's smile radiated warmth. Let us go, don't be late. Thus, Xiao Meng escorted Wen Shi to the filming location. Upon entering the villa, Wen Shi was immediately enveloped in a hug from Hu Xiaoyu. Have you missed me? Not at all. Wen Shi stumbled slightly, pushing away the face that pressed against hers with a hint of disdain. Hu Xiaoyu shot her an indignant glare but was reluctant to release her, insisting, all the guests today are mine. You should try to win me over. Yours? Next to her, Su Juanja clarified, the guests today are members of her group. After he spoke, Hu Xiaoyu proudly lifted her chin. Wen Shi suddenly recalled the storyline in the novel regarding this variety show. Marking the moment, she was utterly despised by the entire internet. All 4 remaining members of Hu Xiaoyu's group had arrived, and with the increased numbers, they divided into teams for games. Since both Shi and Bai Li professed to be fans of Jiang, the production team devised a segment to test who knew him better. According to the narrative, she would, of course, lose to the female lead. This led many to question her authenticity as a fan, accusing her of merely riding on Jiang's coattails. However, she remained exceedingly obstinate, subsequently opposing Bai Li at every turn, which inevitably led to a series of embarrassing incidents and ultimately caused her team to lose the game. Her unreasonable antics even provoked a rare display of anger from Jiang. During the final punishment segment, they were condemned to consume bizarre culinary concoctions. The character she portrayed in the novel vehemently rejected the punishment, throwing a tantrum that left the production team in a predicament. This debacle swiftly propelled her into several trending topics, leaving her with no chance of redemption. In the next episode, the production team terminated her contract, and she was soon dispatched abroad by her father. The preceding events were swept away by the butterfly effect of Wen Shi's awakening, altering the content of the second episode due to the early backlash she faced online. She had never disclosed her former admiration for Jiang, and it was inconceivable that the unscrupulous production team would design such a treacherous game. Wen Shi set this matter aside and took out some beef jerky to share with the two, naturally prompting them to fervently profess their admiration for Song Ying on camera. Yet, Wen Shi still underestimated the depths of the production team's malice. Once everyone had assembled and the guests had introduced themselves, the production team announced they would be dividing the groups. This time, the team leaders were designated. Wen Shi was to lead the red team, while Bai Li would head the blue team. Upon hearing this, Wen Shi furrowed her brow slightly, sensing an ominous premonition. All right, now you may freely choose your team leaders. The director continued. Immediately, Hu Xiaoyu, standing beside Wen Shi, clung to her arm, exclaiming, I want to be on the same team as Xiao Shi. Then I'll choose senior sister Bai Li, Su Juanja declared, positioning himself beside Bai Li while attempting to sow discord.
Xiaoyu.
Are you not aware of Xiao Shi's unfortunate constitution? Choosing her as team leader truly requires courage. Oh right, Hu Xiaoyu gasped. Perhaps I should. Wen Shi swiftly grasped the hood of her sweatshirt, threatening, dare to change your mind and see what happens. I wouldn't dare. Hu Xiaoyu retreated timidly, re-embracing her arm. Haraha, Xiaoyu is caught in the clutches of the vase's fate. Don't underestimate her. When the vase wears a serious expression, she does possess quite the commanding presence. Though she appears this way now, she was once an alluring beauty that captured attention.
Ha ha ha.
It's a pity that the alluring beauty has a mouth. The live broadcast continued with the team divisions. Following this, Jiang University stepped forward and approached Wen Shi. My luck isn't great either. Being in a group with Xiao Shi might yield an unexpected advantage. Brother Jiang, you're overthinking it. Su Juanjia shouted at him. Be quiet. Wen Shi retorted. Haven't you heard of the law of conservation of quality? How can one be perpetually unlucky? Today is my turn for fortune. Bai Li chimed in. Indeed, one must hold on to dreams. There is a distinction between dreams and delusions, Su Juanjia added. The group erupted in laughter, and amidst the mirth, Su Juanjia and Bai Li exchanged a triumphant high five, amplifying the laughter around them. Wen Shi could no longer contain her amusement, joining in the laughter while placing her hands on her hips, declaring, You all just wait. Her demeanor lacked any semblance of intimidation, further eliciting roars of laughter from the crowd. Standing at the center, Jiang Qiyu remained silent, simply positioning himself behind Wen Shi, a gesture that spoke volumes. How utterly unsurprising. He adjusted his glasses. The barrage of comments erupted into a frenzy, only to be subdued by a warning from the moderators before gradually returning to normalcy. I am utterly amused. Jiang Qiyu can hardly tolerate it. Jiang the Emperor, is this your love? Jiang Qiyu. I shall prove myself through action. Even within Jiang Qiyu's livestream, fans were in high spirits, yet this time they remained unusually quiet, with only a few scattered remarks criticizing fellow fans. Was it that they did not wish to voice their discontent? Certainly not. Setting aside whether Wen Shi is easy to provoke, it was Jiang Qiyu himself who chose to stand alongside her. What could they possibly say? Would it be appropriate to criticize Wen Shi? They found it unbearable to witness their idol in such a diminished light. At least, a handsome man and a beautiful woman standing together is still a sight to behold. Some individuals had even surrendered to the inevitable, opting to align themselves with the prevailing faction, choosing to join rather than resist. Jiang Qiyu's demeanor sparked laughter among the crowd. After all this time, it would be peculiar if they had not noticed his special consideration for Wen Shi. Their gazes were laced with playful mockery. Of course, even if they could discern it, they would never dare to tease them in front of the camera. It seemed that teacher Jiang, much like myself, did not believe in misfortune. Jiang Yuanqing even assisted in diverting attention. Jiang Qiyu's lips curved into a subtle smile, revealing a hint of amusement. I merely fear that if I join another team, you may suffer a more dire defeat. His words prompted an immediate eruption of laughter.
No need for that.
Only Wen Shi shot him a glare, thinking to herself, with you by my side, my luck could only worsen. Jiang Qiyu glanced at her, his smile deepening. If that were the case, then let her continue to face misfortune. He would wield the halo of the male lead to counteract her bad luck. Chapter 79. Is it real or fake? Subsequently, a member of Hu Xiuyu's group, Tang Xiaoke, joined Wen Shi's team, filling her roster. The remaining 3 members aligned themselves with Bai Li's team. Once the teams were organized, the director, holding a megaphone, announced, Now we shall engage in a few games. Each round will come with a penalty. The first game was titled Is it real or fake? We will present a statement, and you will compete to answer whether it is true or false. A correct answer earns a point, while an incorrect one yields none. The team with the highest score at the end shall emerge victorious. The penalty is... As he spoke, staff members brought forth several plates to the dining table. The director continued, It is a surprising brunch. Wen Shi ground her back teeth. Is it still that dark cuisine? Jiang Qiyu swiftly seized upon the implication of her words. What did she mean by still? They had not been provided with any dark cuisine prior to the show. However, after her quip, Wen Shi offered no further thoughts, and Jiang Qiyu could only suppress his curiosity for the time being. The other guests, even without knowledge of the plot, could certainly surmise that the plates contained nothing appetizing. According to your customary practices, it is absolutely inconceivable that the dish would be palatable. Surely, it cannot be something akin to canned herring. Jiang Yuanqing, seasoned in the realm of variety shows, immediately scrunched his nose, as if he could already perceive that foul odor. Could it be? The crowd lamented towards the production team. The familiar formula remains. The same mischievous production crew, indeed. Ha ha ha, it's undoubtedly my favorite segment. In truth, the vase group has the upper hand. Have you forgotten she is an academic prodigy? Ordinary questions should pose no challenge for her. Indeed, Jiang Qi is also a top graduate, so victory seems assured. With two intellectuals in one team, my heart aches for Bai Li's group for just a moment. But it may not necessarily pertain to academia. What if the content is theatrical in nature? Amidst the heated debates in the bullet comments, the director shouted to regain control, stating that if they win the game, they need not eat. This proclamation instantly ignited the guests' competitive spirit. Our captain possesses dual master's degrees. Just wait for your defeat. Hu Xiaoyu provocatively challenged the blue team. Su Juanjia snorted, remarking, "Do you know what this is called? This is called taking advantage of the situation." His words elicited laughter from both the audience and the bullet comments. Pun penalties. After a bout of laughter, the director continued to assert control, urging everyone to commence answering questions. As he took the question card, he chuckled before even reading it, drawing the guests' curiosity as they inquired about the question. The director, unwilling to reveal the content, merely stated, "It contains several inquiries about the guests. If a question pertains to oneself, the individual may not respond." Both teams prepared for the buzzer. The director announced, "Is it true or false that Hu Xiaoyu was a trainee for 3 years before debuting?" Upon hearing this, several members from her group immediately raised their hands. The blue team was swifter. "You may answer." One of their members immediately replied, "False. Sister Xiaoyu trained for 4 years abroad." Correct answer, 1 point for the blue team. Hu Xiaoyu expressed a look of regret, yet felt gratified that her teammates answered correctly, rushing over to embrace them. Next question. The director read, "Is it true or false that Bai Li debuted at 18? Wen Shi raised her hand immediately, as she was well acquainted with the female lead's history. However, someone was quicker. Su Juanjia raised his hand and, without waiting for the director to call on him, exclaimed, "True." The director chuckled. 2 points for the blue team. He also took a jab at Wen Shi. "Teacher Wen, you raised your hand a bit too slowly." Bai Li cast a glance at Wen Shi, uncertain whether she genuinely knew the answer or simply wished to seize the moment. As the blue team celebrated, Hu Xiaoyu conferred with her companions, "This one to do. We must seize the questions first." Jiang Qi suddenly interjected, "I will snatch the question for you." "Forget it." Wen Shi recalled that he still bore an injury on his lower back. Any movement would surely aggravate it. Jiang Qi noticed her glance at his back and immediately grasped her implication. She even remembered his injury? He had thought she would forget after a night's rest. A warm sensation enveloped Jiang Qi's heart, prompting him to relent, taking a small step back under her gaze to signify his unwavering decision to abstain from participation. Seeing his perceptiveness, Wen Shi contentedly withdrew his gaze. Not only were Hu Xiaoyu and the other team members taken aback, but even the barrage of comments was somewhat peculiar. "Is there anything my membership doesn't know? Jiang Qi actually seems a bit obedient." Self-doubt. Do not doubt, he is indeed very compliant. He resembles a chastised puppy, obediently retreating to the side, wagging its tail in anticipation of praise. Mrs. Bai, please. Urgently. Update quickly. I can't sleep at night." Thus, the title of dog trainer master for Wen Shi began to circulate among the fans. Ultimately, the task of seizing the topic fell to Jiang University. The subsequent questions were relatively standard, and Wen Shi's red team managed to score some points, narrowing the gap with the blue team to just 1 point. The first film of Jiang Qi was titled Trap City, but is it true or false? Jiang University reached out, seizing the opportunity faster than the blue team. Wen Shi knew the answer and was about to respond when Hu Xiaoyu's teammate, Tang Xiaoka, answered first. False. After her answer, she added, "Mr. Zhang's first film was as a supporting character in Spring Night, Rain, which is an art film showcased abroad and is not well known domestically. Many domestic viewers came to know Mr. Jiang through Trap City, leading many to believe that was his first film." Her detailed explanation immediately garnered an "oh" from the audience. Tang Xiaoka blushed slightly and shyly said, I just really like Mr. Jiang's films."
Oh.
Yunyan is indeed a fan of our Mr. Jiang. Bai Li chimed in, also declaring herself a fan of Jiang Qi. The director joined in the playful banter. This program might as well be changed to a celebrity chasing show. I envy those who succeed in chasing stars. When will I get to see the vase? Me too. She has so little exposure. Xiaomeng quickly add more to her schedule. Wen Shi was quite surprised by this development. When did Tang Xiaoka become a fan of Jiang Qi? Had she forgotten? Jiang Qi found this conversation curious and cast a glance her way. Indeed. After discovering that both teams had fans of Jiang Qi, the mischievous director's questions were primarily about him. From Jiang Qi's favorite color to his taste in accessories. This segment morphed into an educational session about Jiang Qi. This is the final question. Jiang Qi likes to eat peanut cheese. True or false? The director posed another question, which Tang Xiaoke managed to answer. True, she asserted confidently. Wen Shi was speechless, thinking, what a fake fan. Jiang Qi had a severe peanut allergy. Would he really indulge in peanut cheese? The director, upon hearing the answer, laughed and said, correct. The red team gained that point, surpassing the blue team and emerging victorious. Hu Xiaoyu excitedly embraced Wen Shi, exclaiming, we won, we won. Yet, Wen Shi was utterly bewildered. Was it her memory that was muddled, or was the program's answer incorrect? Had the fake fan turned out to be herself? She was completely oblivious to Jiang Qi's probing gaze. He indeed had a life-threatening peanut allergy, a fact he had never disclosed due to the numerous enemies his father had. So, how did she come to know? Chapter 80. Round 2. The Duet. For Wen Shi, whether she was a genuine fan or a false one held little significance. After all, she had already unfollowed him. Who cared about authenticity? However, Jiang Qi, standing steadfastly behind her, was deeply concerned. At this moment, he was particularly invested. How much did she adore him back then? She had scrutinized him so meticulously, unearthing all his secrets. Damn it, he felt a twinge of jealousy for the version of himself that she once cherished so dearly. While Jiang Qi grappled with a tumult of emotions, Wen Shi, carefree and unburdened, dashed over to the dining table to observe by Li and the others unboxing their mystery items. The plates indeed contained some rather dubious culinary creations. Although not as sinister as canned herring, they featured fried silkworm larvae, cold-tossed houtuinia, stir-fried cilantro roots with meat, and garlic bitter melon. Is this it? Jiang Yuanqing remarked, popping a piece of houtuinia into his mouth, dismissing it as mere dark cuisine. Su Juanjia immediately wrapped his arms around his neck, exclaiming, Brother Jiang, as our bond is akin to that of half-brothers, please help me out here. If I take a bite of this, I might truly perish. Dream on. Let go of me. Jiang Yuanqing, unable to pry himself free, exhaled directly into Su Juanjia's face.
Ugh.
Su Juanjia clamped his mouth shut, nearly succumbing to the aroma of houtuinia infused in Jiang Yuanqing's breath. Serves you right, you little rascal. Jiang Yuanqing chided, prompting laughter from everyone around. The barrage of comments on screen overflowed with so funny. Ha ha ha. As the most conscientious production team, we do not compel everyone to taste every dish. You merely need to select one to try, the director informed the group. Su Juanjia finally recovered. Addressing the camera, the funniest joke of the century has been born. The production team of Dear Life has a conscience. This elicited another wave of laughter from the crowd. With a barely contained smile, the director called out, Su Juanjia, you must eat 2 dishes. The room echoed with his horrified cries. The other members of the blue team, however, displayed less dramatic reactions, opting for a dish they could tolerate, although their expressions of distress continued to amuse everyone, leaving the audience in fits of laughter. Su Juanjia, the unfortunate soul, successfully trended on social media, further enriching the meme repository of netizens. Once the punishment concluded, the director announced, let us now commence the second round of our game. Today, our flying guests are the members of the Hu Xiaoyu group. Let us warmly welcome them back to our show. Hu Xiaoyu and her fellow members expressed their gratitude to the audience. Fans, utilizing silver text, showered them with support in the comments, nearly engulfing the entire screen, a testament to their immense popularity. Since a girl group had graced the occasion, we could not miss the opportunity to learn a dance from them. We shall perform a duet. And the group that perfectly replicates the dance in the shortest time will emerge victorious. As soon as the director finished speaking, the crowd erupted. Dancing? Are you joking? Do I look like someone who can dance? Jiang Yuanqing shook his slightly protruding belly. Wen Shi pointed out the crux of the matter. Their team had 3 members. The blue team was bound to win. Indeed. Hu Xiaoyu chimed in, echoing the sentiment. Su Juanjia protested, questioning the fairness of the situation, claiming that they had just been bullied. The production team had not posed any meaningful inquiries. No matter, let me finish speaking, the director exclaimed, raising his voice in an effort to maintain fairness. The blue team was to select a member from their group, while the red team would choose a member who could not dance, and I would serve as a judge to determine their performance. Surrounding villages boasted not only grape vineyards, but also renowned vegetable farms. The losing team would have to personally gather ingredients for lunch and dinner from the vegetable farm and take on the responsibility of cooking, while the victorious team would enjoy a day of leisure. Upon hearing this, the guests' competitive spirits were ignited once more. Without the director's prompting, they began exchanging sharp words. Just wait, I won't even wash the vegetables today. Hu Xiaoyu struck first, only to be mercilessly mocked by her teammates. Have you forgotten that you're the slowest at learning choreography? I may be slow, but you're sluggish with your movements. Hu Xiaoyu retorted, exposing her rival's weaknesses. Who is slow? You'll see my prowess soon enough. The young women erupted into playful chaos, laughter echoing as the initial awkwardness dissipated significantly. Let us choose a judge, someone suggested. The blue team swiftly selected Lu Qing, while the red team faced a more challenging decision. Of course it should be me. I truly cannot dance. It would be quicker to kill me than to make me learn. Jiang University raised his hand high, inching closer to the director's team. Wen Shi, mindful of Jiang Qi's injury, hesitated to agree. You should go, Jiang Qi interjected unexpectedly. Wen Shi shot him a disapproving glance, recalling the blood-stained bruise on his waist,
causing her pain just to think about it.
She couldn't fathom why he insisted on being so stubborn. I'm fine, Jiang Qi whispered to her. If you're fine, why tell me? Who cares about you? Wen Shi scoffed, thinking his pain was none of her concern. Meanwhile, Jiang University called out, Thank you, Teacher Jiang, before settling beside the director. With the judges chosen, the production team displayed a brief dance segment on the screen, taken from a recent fan meeting's duet performance. At fan meetings, idols often provide a little something special for their fans, and this duet blended androgyny with allure, featuring hip movements and intimate closeness, creating a thoroughly flirtatious atmosphere. As the clip played, everyone, regardless of gender, struggled to maintain their composure. Hu Xiaoyu, one of the main performers, nearly collapsed upon seeing her own hip movements, covering her face and kneeling before the production team. You might as well kill me. The other main performer, Lu Qing, also suffered a social death, hiding her face and refusing to look up, while the camera zoomed in on her crimson ears. Not just the girls, but all the boys began to question their existence. Even if one side was more androgynous, the steps were undeniably feminine. The comments section erupted. Today us sisters are in for a treat. Wow, it's a benefit dance. Production team, you've outdone yourselves. Please give us more. Laughter erupted as Jiang Qi performed a girl group dance, and I was utterly delighted today. Henceforth, I shall no longer criticize the production team for their lack of integrity. They have indeed shown a profound deficiency in virtue. I am eager to see this unfold. Please ensure that Wen Shi is paired with Jiang Qi.
Oh.
They must be paired together. Chapter 81. Persuasion by Reason. Jiang Qi, the audience, in a state of despair, lamented in unison, providing a rather amusing spectacle for the production team. Well, time is of the essence, and I doubt you wish to go hungry at noon. The movements aren't too challenging. You'll learn them swiftly. The director's voice was laced with laughter. Wen Shi felt an urge to mimic Jiang University's actions and choke him. It was easy for him to stand there and speak freely, but he should take a turn himself. Oh, it's nothing. Xiaoyu is still on our team. You all should put in the effort to learn well. Jiang University, now liberated, not only reveled in their misfortune but also defended the program. Jiang, why are you betraying your teammates? Wen Shi retorted, if we lose, you'll have to do all the work. Jiang University, completely unconcerned, replied with a mischievous grin. If I must, then so be it. After all, I am exempt from dancing now. This provoked Wen Shi to hurl a pillow at him in exasperation. Bai Li, who typically possessed a gentle temperament, also voiced her grievances against the production team, exclaiming, I truly cannot participate. This is far too difficult for me. The cunning production team remained inflexible, persistently urging them to form teams. With no room for negotiation, the guests reluctantly began to discuss their pairings. I would like to be in a group with Teacher Jiang. Tang Xiaoka timidly raised her hand and spoke softly. With her round cat-like eyes, she exuded both innocence and allure, appearing quite adorable with her watery gaze when shy. The courage it took to voice her desire was evident, and her eyes revealed a hint of trepidation as she looked at Jiang Qi. Logically, having declared herself a fan, Tang Xiaoka should not have been rejected by Jiang Qi for the sake of the program's dynamics. Moreover, who could bear to turn down such a charming girl? As Wen Shi pondered this, he heard Jiang Qi calmly respond, I apologize. I tend to experience social anxiety. If I were to partner with you, it would merely waste time. I believe it would be more efficient for me to team up with my more familiar colleague, Teacher Wen. Additionally, you can pair with Xiaoyu and quickly grasp the movements, later guiding me in the same actions as Teacher Wen without needing to learn another's choreography. Wouldn't that save time? Jiang Qi's reasoning was so sound that Tang Xiaoke found herself speechless, and despite his gentle demeanor, she felt a pang of disappointment. Fans watching the live stream naturally expressed their sympathy. Xiaoke has been incredibly brave. Jiang Qi is like this. He was the same with Bai Li, lacking any gentlemanly demeanor. Our Xiaoke won't take it to heart. Is refusing to team up really a lack of gentlemanly conduct? His reasoning was quite clear.
Indeed.
Does Jiang Qi not have the right to refuse? Let us not engage in moral coercion. Exactly. So, what if he wishes to team with Wen Shi?
Indeed.
Jiang Qi only feels at ease around Wen Shi. What can be done? It is true that a puppy can only see its master. This series of affirmations left Tang Xiaoke's fans utterly speechless. Whether seasoned fans or newcomers, they recognized this tactic of tea talk from their childhood. Jiang Qi's words also managed to revive Hu Xiuyu from her social embarrassment, prompting her to retrieve the tablet and assist Tang Xiaoke in analyzing the dance moves. Meanwhile, Wen Shi, clearly aware of her role, accepted her fate and sat beside Hu Xiuyu, silently memorizing the choreography from the video. Their arrangement was soon mirrored by the blue team, as its members collaborated to dissect the moves and then taught Su Juanjia and Bai Li one-on-one. Bai Li cast a sympathetic glance at Tang Xiaoke, although she was unsure if Tang was merely seeking to bask in Jiang Qi's popularity like herself. She felt no surprise at witnessing her rejection. After all, Jiang Qi was a man whose thought process diverged significantly from the norm. Were he to hear her unspoken thoughts, he would undoubtedly retort, "Have you ever encountered a rational person who can read minds?" The video, albeit brief, lasting less than 30 seconds, contained a plethora of dance movements, encapsulating the essence of the entire choreography. Wen Shi possessed a commendable memory. During her previous life as a child actor, she had portrayed various roles. And in preparation for a ballet dancer role, she had even practiced ballet for a time, ensuring her coordination was impeccable. Following her recollections, she executed the dance flawlessly, astonishing Hu Xiaoyu in the process. "Did you learn to dance as a child?" Hu Xiaoyu inquired. Wen Shi pondered, recalling that her mother had indeed sent her for lessons in her early years, but her grandmother dismissed their value, leading her to cease attending. "I suppose so," she replied vaguely. Hu Xiuyu excitedly embraced her arm, exclaiming, "You are simply a natural talent. You should have pursued being an idol instead of an actress." "That's a bit of an exaggeration," Wen Shi retorted. "No, really. Dancing requires a sense of rhythm, coordination, and a stable frame. And you are undoubtedly among the most stable dancers I have encountered." As Hu Xiuyu spoke, she wrapped her arms around Wen Shi's waist, transforming into a playful tease. "So slender," she remarked, even reaching to touch her abdomen. "Your core strength is impressive. I see you're just eager to touch the vase's waist."
Another voice chimed in.
"Let go of her. Allow me. Please describe the sensation in detail." I too believe Wen Shi dances exceptionally well. As the dance enthusiasts engaged in discussions about Wen Shi's talent, the comments in Jiang Qi's live stream exploded with excitement. Is this a rare glimpse of humanity training its limbs? Is Jiang Qi's limb coordination newly installed? Does each limb dancing independently count as a form of talent? Yet the prevailing sentiment was, "Haha, this is killing me. I'm so awkward. I don't know where to look." It is no wonder they laughed. Jiang Qi was undeniably too rigid. He struggled to comprehend the direction in which to turn, his entire being nearly twisted like a pretzel. Not only the onlookers, but even the production crew, who had noticed the scene, were in fits of laughter, prompting members of the blue team to gather around. Su Juanjia's laughter was so boisterous it felt as if it might lift the roof off. Jiang Qi, who had never danced before, was oblivious to his own lack of coordination, and being the center of attention left him feeling somewhat embarrassed. This embarrassment only exacerbated his awkward movements. Even Tang Xiao, who had been attentive to his emotions, could no longer suppress her laughter. Wen Shi found the entire situation absurd. His fighting scenes were fluid, devoid of the clumsiness he exhibited while dancing, which resembled a rusted robot. Watching him endure such ridicule stirred a sense of compassion within her. She approached him, grasped his arm, helped him turn, and adjusted his head, laughing as she said, "After all, it's a duet. It's a bit odd to go with the flow alone. Let me assist you."
"Okay."
Jiang Qi looked at her, his gaze softening unusually. "Oh, dear. What a pitiful big puppy. Wen Shi, my dog can only be bullied by me. No one else is allowed to mistreat him. Please stop talking. If you continue, I might truly faint from sweetness." I always thought Jiang Qi's affections were one-sided. Has the vase finally softened? Who doesn't he love a well-behaved puppy?
Indeed.
I don't care. They truly do. Chapter 82. An Unspoken Understanding. Unexpectedly, under her guidance, Jiang Qi's movements began to flow, yet his rigidity only intensified. He had transitioned from resembling a robot to embodying a zombie with stiff joints. As Wen Shi spun around, she nearly tripped over his leg, exasperatedly slapping his arm. "Can you please relax a little?" Jiang Qi retracted his foot, his voice lacking conviction as he replied, "I can." He truly could not. Glancing at his hand resting on her waist, he felt as though he was losing his sanity. It wasn't that he had never partnered with actresses before, nor had he never held an actress's waist, but none had a waist as slender and supple as hers. Even through the loose fabric of her sweatshirt, he could sense the pliable touch beneath his palm. The curve and contour of her waist perfectly conformed to his hand, as if his hand were molded to her form. This intimacy rendered his mind somewhat muddled. She needed to twist her waist. Jiang Qi feared he might spontaneously combust. His throat bobbed nervously as he pressed his hand against her waist, the delicate sensation immediately causing him to withdraw his strength. Wen Shi turned her head in confusion. Seeing her bright, clear eyes, Jiang Qi felt an urge to tap her forehead. Could it be that she genuinely lacked any sense of romantic attachment? He was still holding her waist. Why did it seem as though he was the only one on the verge of exploding from tension? "Don't move so drastically." Jiang Qi clenched his other hand into a fist. "Especially don't twist your waist so vigorously." Wen Shi cast him a disdainful glance. What bizarre requests are these? Though spoken lightly, Wen Shi's movements during the waist twisting were somewhat restrained. Jiang Qi endeavored to divert his attention, and at last, the two managed to synchronize their actions. As they observed the practice on either side nearing completion, the director seized the loudspeaker and proclaimed, "Once you're ready, let us get started swiftly. We don't want to be hungry, do we?" This remark immediately incited a flurry of playful retorts from the guests. Bai Li, having endured considerable torment, was so incensed by the words that she hurled a cushion toward the director's team. Seeing her in such a state, everyone burst into laughter. Bai Li is renowned for her good temper. For her to lose her composure, the director's team must possess remarkable skill. When it comes to swordplay, I only bow to the director. After the laughter subsided, the competition between the two groups swiftly commenced. The timer began. Starting with the red team, Tang Xiaoke and Hu Xiaoyu effortlessly executed their dance, passing without the need for a second attempt. Next up were Wen Shi and Jiang Qi. Although they completed the dance, they each danced in their own worlds, lacking any semblance of harmony or grace. Merely avoiding the eyesore was a commendable feat not passing. The director bellowed. Lu Qing crossed his arms over his chest, while Jin Yuanqing laughed heartily, clutching his belly. "It's not that I don't want to pass you. It's simply that your performance is too amusing." His words mirrored the sentiments of the audience. How can a vase become so peculiar? Perhaps the affliction of uncoordinated limbs is contagious. "Haha, you've drained all the fun out of it. Quick, jump again," Hu Xiaoyu urged, clapping for the two. While the director continued to time them, they danced once more, yet the outcome remained dismal. Jiang Qi, too rigid, could not keep pace, disrupting Wen Shi's rhythm. As they reached the end, both could no longer contain their laughter at one another. The onlookers were equally amused, with Jin Yuanqing seated across from them, laughing so hard he was pounding the ground. "I'm about to die from laughter. This was supposed to be a lifestyle variety show, but it's truly a comedy show. It's so hilarious that henceforth, seeing the words Jiang Qi dancing will have me in stitches. I laughed so hard I pounded my bed. My mother will think I've gone mad." After so many attempts, Wen Shi recognized Jiang Qi's issue. He had memorized all the moves, but his stiffness hindered him from keeping to the beat. Pulling him aside, Wen Shi covered her microphone and quietly asked Jiang Qi if he could waltz. He hesitated but nodded, perplexed by her sudden inquiry. "Then let us practice a bit. Find your rhythm," Wen Shi suggested, placing one hand on his shoulder while grasping his hand with the other, assuming the waltz position. Jiang Qi paused for 2 seconds before, under her gaze, encircling her waist and stepping into the waltz. Perhaps due to the elegance and formality of the waltz, Jiang Qi's once fractured spirit seemed to realign. Despite their close proximity, his body gradually relaxed. Wen Shi glanced at Jiang Qi, a glint of teasing in her eyes. Indeed, she guessed correctly, the illustrious film emperor. Jiang Qi was genuinely bashful. Upon hearing her thoughts, a fresh blush crept back to his ears, and his gaze began to wander. Unable to meet Wen Shi's eyes any longer, suddenly, the two commenced a waltz, leaving the onlookers momentarily astonished. This astonishment soon transformed into admiration. Though clad in casual attire, both dancers exhibited an upright posture and an extraordinary grace, their movements radiating an elegance and nobility that mere clothing could not conceal. They appeared not beside an open kitchen, but rather as if they were dancing near a plaza fountain or at a leisurely soiree, effortlessly captivating the audience. The atmosphere grew quiet as they twirled, while viewers at home erupted with excitement. What remarkable fortune is mine to witness not only a girl group dance, but also a waltz in the same program. These two are simply perfect for each other. I was indifferent before, but now I'm completely invested. My cultural sophistication is insufficient to articulate my feelings. All I can muster is a simple exclamation. I'm rushing to the Civil Affairs Bureau to bring the two of you there. Please, remain here. Let us get you married on the spot. I've even thought of names for your future children. Jiang Qi's meticulous demeanor indeed suited the meticulous steps of the dance. He quickly relaxed, and the lines of his face softened. Noticing this, Wen Shi prepared to withdraw her hand from his shoulder, but Jiang Qi suddenly grasped her waist, lifting her feet off the ground and spinning her around, eliciting gasps from the crowd. Wen Shi exclaimed in surprise, then couldn't he help but laugh at Jiang Qi. Once they landed, she gracefully executed a perfect turn, pretending to adjust her skirt, and bowed to the audience. Jiang Qi, holding her hand, placed his other hand on his chest and slightly bowed, joining her in the gesture of gratitude. Their seamless cooperation ignited applause and cheers from everyone present. Su Juanzhe whistled enthusiastically while shouting. Meanwhile, viewers in the live stream frantically captured screenshots, the barrage of comments on screen dwindling significantly. Chapter 83. The Day of the Great Performance. Having just experienced the waltz, Jiang Qi finally appeared less rigid. Following Wen Shi's movements, he struggled to keep pace. Your movements are inadequate. The director, reveling in the spectacle, noted. Look at the original. Your bodies need to be closer, feel the rhythm, and let your waists and hips sway. Wen Shi, seizing a cushion, contemplated shoving it into his mouth. The program strictly prohibits violence against the director. Sensing her fierce demeanor, the director swiftly shielded himself with a whiteboard, shouting, "Time waits for no one. You two should hasten to perform again." Reluctantly, Wen Shi took Jiang Qi's hand, and they began once more. This time, Jiang Qi loosened up further, and as he immersed himself in the dance, Wen Shi's performance blossomed into effortless elegance. She clasped her hands with Jiang Qi, intertwining them at her waist, as if enveloped in his embrace. As they swayed, their arms lifted, causing the fabric of Wen Shi's attire to rise and reveal a slender, fair waist.
Oh!
The scene erupted with excitement. The barrage of comments exploded anew. I captured it. What an exquisite waist. Jiang Qi, how fortunate you are. Everyone back off. She is my wife. The dance continued in the live stream, with the two turning to face each other. Wen Shi wrapped one arm around Jiang Qi's neck, performing a graceful move. Jiang Qi instinctively held his breath, his gaze fixated on her, tracing from her slightly flushed eyes to her rosy lips, feeling her breath caress his neck, sending shivers down his spine. His heart raced uncontrollably, utterly captivated by her presence. Fortunately, they soon parted, sparing Jiang Qi from a heart-stopping moment. Following this, their movements became more independent, yet Jiang Qi's hand remained almost perpetually on her waist, regardless of whether she bent or spun. Listening to the lyrics that spoke of protecting her waist, Jiang Qi found himself questioning life. Is this protection? Why are people so cunning these days? Thankfully, the dance lasted only 30 seconds, culminating in another graceful turn. The venue erupted once more in a chorus of screams, while the comments flooded with various exclamations. Today, I'll profit from picking up scraps. For the sake of the planet, please everyone, pick up the scraps. The dance was vigorous. After so many repetitions, Wen Shi felt her energy waning, inadvertently leaning against Jiang Qi, gasping for breath. Jiang Qi, however, appeared unfazed, his rational mind reminding him that the dance was over and his hand should part from her waist. Yet his hand seemed to have a will of its own, refusing to comply with his thoughts. Reluctantly, he allowed his hand to remain, half embracing Wen Shi, providing her with a moment of respite. This hidden sentiment made his heart race even faster than during the dance, while his other hand clenched tightly in his pocket. Jiang Qi, what are you doing? Isn't that delicate waist delightful to hold, unwilling to let go? I don't even know whom to envy. Never mind, I'm utterly smitten. If anything happens, I'll burn paper money. Don't let Jiang University steal the spotlight today. From the audience's ecstatic shouts, it was evident that their performance had been nothing short of extraordinary. Lu Qing, watching the duo dance from directly across, felt her face flush, silently screaming with excitement, her body trembling in exhilaration. Jiang Yuanqing beheld them, his eyes sparkling, exclaiming, "Perfect. I can only give you perfection." The director, muffling his laughter with a fist against his mouth, struggled to find fault, ultimately nodding in approval. "You've passed."
All right.
Our red team took a total of 9 minutes and 16 seconds. Now let the blue team begin. The first two members of the red team, who had just performed, also dazzled with their splendid execution. The audience before the screen has completely lost interest in the live broadcast. The recent recordings of Wen Shi and Jiang Qi's two dance performances have surged to the top of trending topics. Anyone who has witnessed them cannot help but scream in excitement. One comment aptly stated, upon opening the comments, "I felt as though I had entered a chicken coop." Another quipped, "Is this truly something I can watch?" Covering my eyes. These two are simply extraordinary. With the main act coming up, I find myself utterly captivated. I implore you, the two of you must collaborate on a stage performance. I crave the full version. To think the complete version even includes floor moves. Why didn't the director allow them to perform? Alongside Hu Xiaoyu and Lu Qing's original version, they have also climbed to the pinnacle of trending topics, with the comments filled with screams and pleas for Wen Shi and Jiang Qi to perform the full version. The discussions outside the live broadcast are escalating, and their dance video has even transcended its original context. However, within the broadcast, their red team lags behind the blue team by 10 seconds and ultimately faces defeat. Thus, our ingredients and 2 meals for today must be entrusted to our red team. The director's voice dripped with schadenfreude.
Ah.
The blue team, already aware of the outcome, cheers and claps, while the red team appears somewhat dejected. Jiang Qi looks at everyone and apologizes. "I'm sorry for holding everyone back."
Oh.
"You shouldn't say that. Go, you've already done your utmost," Hu Xiaoyu quickly reassures him. Tang Xiaoke follows suit, saying, "Indeed, Teacher Jiang, you performed admirably." Jiang Yuanqing adds, "If I had stayed, we might still be competing." Wen Shi, in a calm tone, suggests, "Rather than dwell on this, why not think about what we'll have for lunch today?" She turns to Jiang Qi, adding, "If it's you cooking, losing doesn't seem so bad." After glancing at a few of them, Jiang Qi's eyes glimmer with a hint of amusement. "So, what do you want for lunch?" His gaze ultimately rests on Wen Shi. Let us visit the vegetable base. Fresh vegetables can be delicious no matter how they are prepared. Upon the mention of food, Wen Shi's anticipation for the vegetable base quickly ignites. Realizing her foodie instincts are kicking in, Jiang Qi's lips curl into a slight smile as he softly replies, "Let us see later." While the others remain oblivious, Tang Xiaoke casts a quick glance between the two before lowering her gaze, lost in thought. After their recent physical activity, they freshen up and change clothes, and the red team prepares to set off for the vegetable base. "Be careful and don't overexert yourselves." Su Junja lounges on the sofa, playfully waving at them. Jiang Yuanqing raises a fist in response. "You cheeky rascal, watch out. I'll come back and treat you to a punch." Su Junja boldly sticks out his tongue in defiance. Amid laughter and banter, they make their way out.
Fortunately,
the production team has not been overly harsh this time, providing them with a vehicle to the vegetable base, a van that fits all 5 of them perfectly. Jiang Qi and Jiang Yuanqing occupy the front seats, while the 3 girls settle in the back row. Hu Xiaoyu affectionately clings to Wen Shi's arm, sniffing her like a puppy. "You smell wonderful. What perfume did you use as a child?" "None," Wen Shi replies, taking a whiff of herself. "It must be the scent of my body wash." "What brand?" "Please tell me. I want to use the same one as when I was young." Seated in the front row, Jiang Qi discreetly perked up his ears. He had caught a whiff of her delightful fragrance while they were dancing earlier. He merely found it pleasant. With no ulterior motives, he reassured himself internally. Chapter 84. Free promotion should not be wasted. In the confined space of the car, the scent became more pronounced. Wen Shi lowered her head to inhale the aroma emanating from her, a fragrance that Hu Xiaoyu had mentioned without her even realizing it. This body wash certainly possessed a unique allure. "My mother prepared all of this for me," she remarked to Hu Xiaoyu with a smile. "I'll ask her about it when I return. My mother only chooses the finest products." Upon mentioning Song Ying, Hu Xiaoyu immediately formed a heart shape with her hands towards the camera. On the opposite side, Tang Xiaoke leaned in to gaze at Wen Shi, chuckling, "Teacher Wen, your mother is the founder of the Muxia brand. It must be one of their products, right?" Wen Shi was momentarily taken aback by her inquiry, unsure of the answer. It should be, she replied with a smile. Since her identity as the eldest daughter of the Wen family was revealed during the last live stream, although everyone was aware, it had not been a topic of frequent discussion. Their affection for Wen Shi stemmed purely from her charming personality and her ability to connect with everyone. They enjoyed interacting with Wen Mama through the screen, having previously received thoughtful gifts from her, and had even indulged in hot springs thanks to her generosity, merely to earn some goodwill. When Tang Xiaoke brought up Wen Shi's family background, it created a moment of awkwardness, as though their fondness for her was merely a means to curry favor with her mother. Hu Xiuyu shot a glance at Tang Xiaoke. Her expression remained unchanged, yet her eyes conveyed a hint of warning. Tang Xiaoke, seemingly oblivious to her gaze, continued, however, I have always adored the Muxia series of personal care products. I've never encountered this particular scent before. Is it an unreleased new product?
Wen Shi was even less informed about that.
She answered honestly. I've always used whatever my mother gives me. How lucky you are, Tang Xiaoke exclaimed enviously, adding, Teacher Wen certainly doesn't need to fret over such trivial matters. What is she doing? Does this superficial vase not understand the struggles of the world? Fans, please don't be overly sensitive. Is this not a fact? Indeed. With a young lady like Wen Shi, everything is handed to her on a silver platter, with everything prepared by others. So, that trip to the market was merely scripted by the production team? I really don't understand why such a privileged young lady would want to establish a down-to-earth persona. Is she trying to win over the public? You all are overanalyzing this. Moreover, the body wash was prepared by Wen Mama. How did you arrive at the conclusion that she is a pampered vase? Undoubtedly, Tang Xiaoke was a master at stirring the pot, as just a few words ignited a flurry of comments. Wen Shi could easily discern the implications in her words. Casting a glance at her, she smiled and said, Yes. My mother loves me dearly. From toiletries to clothing, even my jewelry, she takes care of everything, never allowing me to worry. Upon concluding her statement, she wore an expression of bewilderment and inquired, Aren't you all like this? Hu Xiuyu, unreservedly, rolled her eyes and retorted, All right. We all know you have a wonderful mother. There's no need for flaunting. This insufferable mama's girl. We are not the same. Damn it. She has managed to outshine me again. While rich second-generation individuals often boast of their wealth, this is the first time I've encountered someone who boasts about their mother. Jealousy renders one hideous. Wen Mama, do you truly not have enough daughters? The barrage of comments swiftly shifted focus, with everyone condemning her ostentatious display of maternal pride, even giving rise to a new term, Wen Shi Mama-esque girl, which incited a wave of online denunciation. The official account of Muxia, undeterred by the escalating situation, posted, Miss Wen's shower gel is a uniquely crafted fragrance, specially customized for her by the brand's founder, Miss Ong. It is a one-of-a-kind, non-saleable item imbued with maternal love. Upon reading this tweet, netizens went into a frenzy, playfully rolling about in the comments section and calling out to Song Ying as mom. The sight brought great amusement to Song Ying, who immediately responded by hosting a giveaway of 3,000 cash prizes and brand gift packages through the official account, effectively amplifying the brand's popularity. Many netizens, initially drawn in by the allure of the giveaway, began to remember the Muxia brand. Tang Xiaoke later realized that she had inadvertently provided free publicity for Muxia, nearly choking with indignation. However, as she sat in the car, her expression was far from pleasant. She had never anticipated that Wen Shi would so readily acknowledge the situation, leaving her feeling quite humiliated. A quick glance from Wen Shi dismissed Tang Xiaoke's petty thoughts as she continued her conversation with Hu Xiaoyu and Jin Yuanqing. Witnessing Wen Shi bask in the limelight only fueled Tang Xiaoke's resentment. It seemed that her popularity was solely predicated on her privileged background. If she were merely a commoner like Tang Xiaoke, would so many people flock to her, seeking to please her? Dancing was Tang Xiaoke's forte, an opportunity for her to shine, yet Wen Shi had usurped the chance to teach Jiang Qi. Not only was her own screen time diminished, but Jiang Qi also failed to remember her. Tang Xiaoke cast another glance between Wen Shi and Jiang Qi. If she craved the spotlight so desperately, then today would be her day to bask in it. Before long, they arrived at the vegetable base, which featured a picking garden designed for city visitors to experience the joy of personally harvesting vegetables. The production team had already made arrangements, and upon their arrival, several farmers welcomed them at the entrance, explaining the scale of the vegetable base and the various types of crops cultivated while guiding them to the picking area. This is our picking zone. The greenhouse contains numerous varieties of vegetables that you may pick at your leisure. The greenhouse was quite expansive, and upon entering, one was immediately met with a wave of warmth. To facilitate the visitor's picking experience, a variety of vegetables had been intermingled, though the selection was not exhaustive. They might need to visit another greenhouse shortly. Despite its considerable size, the space was filled with crops, leaving only narrow paths for walking, which meant that only 2 cameramen from the filming crew were permitted entry to capture public shots from different angles. The guests held the cameras in their hands, capturing their own live stream, yet they seemed entirely oblivious to the discomfort of others. The shaky footage left many feeling dizzy, prompting them to seek refuge in the public live streaming room. After walking just a few steps, the heat became unbearable and they removed their jackets. Upon arrival, Jiang had already prepared a list of vegetables needed and assigned tasks, allowing everyone to venture out to harvest. When Shirluo lagged behind, standing next to Jiang, covering her microphone as she quietly inquired, bending down to pick vegetables might be challenging for you with your injury. Is it all right? It's truly not that serious. Jiang replied softly, also shielding his microphone. He wasn't trying to be brave, it was merely some bruises, and such minor injuries were inconsequential to him. In fact, even when he was covered in injuries, he had previously worked as a mover without hesitation. When Shirluo furrowed her brow, about to speak when Tang Xiaoke called out to them, Teacher Wen and Teacher Jiang, why are you two over there whispering? As they conversed, they had moved their cameras aside, and the cameraman had not focused on them, but her sudden shout redirected the lens towards them. Because they had been speaking in hushed tones, they had unconsciously leaned in closer, and the shooting angle made it appear as though they were nestled together. Chapter 85. Such delightful surprises? Last time in the kitchen, they looked so intimate off-camera. So, they've been pretending not to know each other. Acting distant on camera but cozy behind the scenes. Oh my, this is too delightful. So, are we merely a part of your narrative? Nosebleed. Are they already in a relationship? Surely, they must be dating. They can't help but lean in together in such a short time. Oh my heavens! Am I really shipping them? Caught on camera, are they about to go public soon? As the footage depicted the two leaning towards each other, the comments section erupted with speculation about their relationship. Surprisingly, the two caught in the act remained remarkably composed. When Shirluo glanced at the camera and then at Tang Xiaoke, puzzled by her intentions, Jiang also looked at Tang Xiaoke before turning to Wen Shirluo, saying, "Let us go. We should start harvesting." Noting his insistence, Wen Shirluo refrained from further persuasion and pointed to the cucumbers on the trellis, suggesting, "You should pick the cucumbers." Jiang's lips curled into a slight smile as he nodded, "All right." Once he was settled with his task, Wen Shirluo moved aside to pull up spinach, mindful that the earthy vegetables wouldn't fit in the cucumber basket. Just as she was about to find a new basket, she heard Tang Xiaoke call out again, "Teacher Jiang, lend a hand and pass a basket to Teacher Wen." Standing not far from them, she retrieved a basket from the trellis and handed it to Jiang for him to pass on to Wen Shirluo. Seeing that Wen Shirluo genuinely needed it, Jiang nodded slightly at her and turned to hand the basket to Wen Shirluo. With the basket now in her hands, Wen Shirluo found herself even more bewildered by Tang Xiaoke's motives. The inexplicable disdain for a person, the subtle barbs and slander directed at them, is a phenomenon frequently observed. One might ponder if they have inadvertently offended or provoked this individual. However, such thoughts are mere self-reflection, while the other party remains indifferent. Yet, she could comprehend Tang Xiaoke's behavior in the car, though she remained perplexed about her current intentions. Was this a failed attempt at sarcasm, leading to a lapse in sanity? Jiang, catching the whispers of her thoughts, couldn't help but chuckle softly. While he was uncertain of Tang Xiaoke's motives, he had gleaned a hint of her intentions. Nevertheless, it appeared that her schemes were destined to falter, and he had no qualms about being associated with Wen Shi. Indeed, in the following instances, whenever Tang Xiaoke was with him and Wen Shi, particularly when Wen Shi took the initiative to draw closer and engage in interaction, the cameras inevitably gravitated towards them. The fans in the live stream were, of course, ecstatic, and speculation about a romantic relationship blossomed fervently. The terms Wen Shi and Jiang in a relationship even trended on social media, with discussions remaining vibrant. This situation left the fans of both parties somewhat disgruntled. After all, the perspective within individual live streams was limited. They could argue that the interpretations were merely fan fantasies. Yet, under the public lens, the intimacy displayed by the two was undeniable, making it difficult to dismiss the fans' interpretations as mere imagination. Particularly some overly zealous fans of Jiang, who predominantly witnessed Wen Shi conversing with him, could not resist making snide remarks, suggesting she was merely acting and putting on a facade, eager to ride on Jiang Qi's coattails. As the live stream approached its conclusion, after weighing their harvest, everyone began to exit with their bags in hand. Jiang Qi walked alongside Wen Shi, effortlessly taking the bag from her grasp. Was teacher Jiang concerned about tiring teacher Wen? Tang Xiaoke, observing them like a hawk through a microscope, was quick to comment on any movement. Wen Shi furrowed her brow, about to speak, when Jiang Qi preemptively interjected, "Indeed. I am worried about tiring her out." Having said that, he took the other bag from her hand, casually casting a glance at Tang Xiaoke. If he were to articulate his concern for Wen Shi's fatigue, he might find it difficult to voice, but with someone else stepping in to speak for him, it was rather convenient. Perhaps he truly was the protagonist, as novels often feature supporting characters eager to assist the lead. Jiang Qi's words left both Tang Xiaoke and Wen Shi bewildered, further perplexing the fans who were fervently defending him against various detractors. Only the fans reveled in the moment. Is he admitting it? Sister, you heard correctly. Yes, he admitted it. Wow. Jiang Qi, I respect you for being a man. I absolutely adore this self-revelation. Jiang Qi, if you have something to say, don't hold back, I can take it. Brave dog. Boldly confess. Meanwhile, the overly enthusiastic fans collectively lost their composure. What status do you hold to associate with a mere vase who has just entered the scene with a tarnished reputation? What benefit does that bring you? I never expected this. With so many people you dislike, you choose to dote on such a character. These remarks caused bystanders to shake their heads in disbelief. The uproar surrounding Wen Shi has become quite unbearable, with harsh criticisms directed at her. One cannot help but wonder how Jiang Qi's character could possibly be admirable with fans like these. It is as if they have suffered a grave injustice. What exactly is wrong with Wen Shi? The notion that a single fan can counter 10 detractors is not merely an expression. In light of this commotion, the more rational fans could no longer remain silent. They swiftly emerged to clarify that such remarks only represented a minority and in no way reflected the sentiments of the broader fanbase or Jiang Qi himself. To reshape public perception, they began to extol Wen Shi's virtues, praising her prestigious lineage and high educational background, lauding her acting prowess and striking beauty, showering her with compliments as if they were free. Those unaware might easily mistake them for ardent supporters of Wen Shi, much to the amusement of onlookers. Indeed, it seems the fans have taken a page from their idol's book, with Jiang Qi's affection for Wen Shi prompting his fans to sing her praises in kind. This display of enthusiasm left Jiang Qi's own fans feeling rather disheartened, as they could only vent their frustrations in private fan groups. Alright, enough already. Ego is human too. He will inevitably fall in love and marry. Some, unable to contain their anger, expressed their indignation directly. This sentiment resonated with many. Exactly. Ego is an actor, not an idol. Please refrain from treating him as such. Their frustrations had long been brewing, despite vocally supporting his every decision. These very individuals were often the first to oppose him. Today, their actions nearly jeopardized Jiang Qi's reputation, yet they continued unabated. The fan club's management convened and, in response, reached out to Lu Ming to implement significant reforms within the fan organization. Chapter 86. Do you still have concerns? While the online turmoil raged on, the situation in the variety show was scarcely better. Jiang Qi's earlier comments had not gone unnoticed by Wen Shi and Tang Xiaoke, as well as by Jin Yuanqing and Hu Xiaoyu, who were not far away. Jin Yuanqing appeared somewhat puzzled, while Hu Xiaoyu's expression darkened. She was aware of Tang Xiaoke's cunning nature. Her antics were usually harmless, but to flaunt them live was audacious. Targeting both Wen Shi and Jiang Qi, who were known for their gentle demeanor, appeared reckless. Their calmness belied a deeper strength, one unwilling to stoop to the level of mere mortals. With such esteemed backgrounds, neither was easily provoked. It was truly a sign of folly to challenge them. Without hesitation, Hu Xiaoyu stepped forward and took hold of Tang Xiaoke, saying, "Allow me to assist you." As she spoke, she retrieved a bag from Tang Xiaoke's grasp, urging her to move along. This left Wen Shi and Jiang Qi trailing behind. Wen Shi was perplexed by Jiang Qi's earlier remarks, but found it inappropriate to inquire in front of the cameras, so she quietly followed him. Unbeknownst to Jiang Qi, his fan group was in turmoil. He glanced sideways at Wen Shi and asked, "What would you like to eat later?" Not particularly craving anything. Wen Shi admitted to feeling somewhat fatigued and lacking an appetite. Observing her wan expression, Jiang Qi softly suggested, "I just picked a lot of cherry tomatoes. How about I make some candied cherry tomatoes?" Candied cherry tomatoes? Wen Shi's eyes lit up. Should we add some preserved plum?
Certainly.
Jiang Qi let out a soft chuckle, remarking on the delightful taste. Wen Shi nodded, her thoughts drifting to the sweet and sour flavor of candied cherry tomatoes, causing her mouth to involuntarily salivate. And her fatigue seemed to dissipate. She unconsciously stepped closer, walking alongside Jiang Qi, saying, I'm feeling a bit hungry now. The cucumbers are quite fresh, and we could make a cucumber dish. Jiang Qi turned to look at her, a deeper smile gracing his lips. Sounds great. Oh, and we mustn't forget the radishes. They're especially delicious this season and would make a wonderful pork rib soup to replenish everyone's energy. That sounds good too. I no longer need to eat lunch. I've had my fill of dog food. This sentiment echoed the thoughts of many viewers in the live stream, who were at a loss for words beyond sweet and full. Moreover, one could sense they were on the verge of urging for a new development. On their way back, with Hu Xiaoyu watching, Tang Xiaoke found it difficult to stir up trouble, and they returned to the villa in a peaceful manner. Upon their return, those who remained at the villa teased them lightly and assisted in unloading their belongings from the car before all squeezed into the kitchen to help prepare the meal. After the meal was prepared, Wen Shi was so exhausted that her eyes felt heavy. A glance at Hu Xiaoyu, who was still playfully bantering with others, made her question her own life choices. How could someone possess such stamina? She felt as if her body remained there while her spirit had already departed. Just then, Jiang Qi walked by with a dish, overhearing her thoughts and unable to suppress a laugh, placing the cherry tomatoes before her. Eat something and then go rest. Wen Shi nodded in a daze. Once everyone settled down, she picked up a cherry tomato and brought it to her mouth, but her fatigue was overwhelming. Even the delicious cherry tomato could not revive her. Just as she intended to take a couple of bites and then rest, she noticed Tang Xiaoke approaching with several bowls, cheerfully announcing, I made some peanut cheese for dessert after the meal. Hearing the words peanut cheese instantly revived Wen Shi to half alertness as she glanced at Jiang Qi, pondering whether he had any allergies to peanuts. Surely, he couldn't still be unaware of his allergy at this point. While she was still contemplating, Tang Xiaoke placed the peanut cheese right in front of Jiang Qi. Professor Jiang, would you mind trying my creation? Wen Shi watched as Jiang Qi reached for it, incredulous that he might actually eat it. Her reflexes outpaced her thoughts, and she swiftly lifted the bowl before he could. Her sudden action left everyone momentarily stunned. A sheepish smile crept onto Wen Shi's face as she addressed the group. I just really want to try it. Professor Jiang, wouldn't you mind letting me have this?
Would you?
Jiang Qi regarded her with gentle eyes, replying, Of course, if you wish to eat, then eat. Wasn't he foolish enough to eat something he was allergic to? He had merely intended to push the bowl aside to decline Tang Xiaoke's offer, not expecting her to react so anxiously. Yet, he found her concern quite endearing, feeling she had finally shown some awareness. However, the next moment, he caught her inner thoughts. Oh, dear, that scared me. I've invested in this program. She mused that if something were to go awry, her loss would be minimal. Upon hearing this, the smile that had just graced Jiang Qi's lips vanished instantly. It seemed his expectations of her conscience were perhaps too high. Tang Xiaoke's visage was even more unappealing than his. She forced a smile and presented a bowl before Jiang Qi, saying, Here, Teacher Jiang, you may have this bowl. Wen Shi hesitated for a moment, under the scrutiny of the crowd, and managed to utter, Could this bowl be given to me instead? Upon speaking, she could not restrain herself from casting a furtive glare at Jiang Qi, blaming him for her embarrassment. The barrage of comments was rife with confusion. Aren't there plenty left? Why must she insist on having Jiang Qi's? I can't shake the feeling that she is targeting Tang Xiaoke. Even jealousy shouldn't manifest in such a manner.
I, too,
find it perplexing. She is merely bullying Xiaoke, isn't she? Tang Xiaoke's fans had yet to rally when they were swiftly met with a slap of reality. In the live stream, Jiang Qi chuckled as he moved the peanut cheese to the side and addressed the crowd. In truth, I am not fond of peanut cheese, as I am allergic to peanuts. The audience expressed their astonishment. Why didn't you mention this during the questioning segment? Jiang Qi replied with a smile. I had to support the red team, of course. The realization struck the crowd, especially those who had sampled the dubious delicacies, leaving them in disbelief. I never imagined you were such a person, brother, Su Juanjia exclaimed. Bai Li, however, seized upon the crux of the matter, gazing at Wen Shi. Did you know Teacher Jiang was allergic to peanuts as a child? Wen Shi stiffened momentarily. Well, sort of. She shot another glare at Jiang Qi. If you knew, you should have mentioned it.
You caused me to misunderstand.
Bai Li teased. Last time, Only you knew that teacher Jiang only relished fresh durians. This time, you alone know of his peanut allergy, yet you shield him so well. You seem to truly understand teacher Jiang. Her words echoed the sentiments of the audience, who were fervently typing similar inquiries in the comments. Under the collective gaze, Wen Shi felt increasingly rigid. Her mind, already clouded, struggled to conjure an excuse. I informed her. Jiang Qi nonchalantly redirected attention to himself. During our previous meal, I mentioned it to the waiter, and coincidentally, teacher Wen overheard. I also asked her not to disclose this to anyone. After saying this, he turned to Wen Shi and inquired, "Isn't that correct, teacher Wen?" Yes. Wen Shi nodded along with his words. Jiang Qi then shifted his gaze to the crowd, his demeanor growing somewhat frigid. "Do you have any further questions?" Despite his outwardly composed expression, the atmosphere around him seemed to chill several degrees. The audience quickly shook their heads. "No, none." "Then, teacher Wen, you should rest." Jiang Qi smiled at Wen Shi once more. Chapter 87. The Snail Girl, Jiang Qi. How did I only just discover Jiang Qi has two faces? Jiang Qi, haven't I made my double standards evident enough? Compared to Wen Shi, we all seem to be mere pretenders. Did anyone else notice how anxious the vase was about ego? Finally, someone caught on. She was so eager for the second bowl that her face turned crimson. Ha ha ha. The aloof face is online begging for food. I find the vase to be rather gentle. In the midst of the barrage of comments, everyone had finished their lunch, tidied up the table, and retreated to their respective quarters for a moment of respite. The villa had settled into a temporary tranquility. However, not everyone could find solace in slumber. The most restless of them all was Tang Xiaoke. With a concealed phone in hand, she slipped into the bathroom and, upon glancing at the trending topics of the day, felt an overwhelming surge of indignation. She could hardly fathom how she had unwittingly steered the conversation towards Wen Shi and Jiang Qi, yet it seemed to have stirred no significant uproar online. Hadn't Jiang Qi's fans always been at odds with Wen Shi's? Why then, was there no confrontation this time? As she scanned the screen filled with comments proclaiming their sweetness and compatibility, she began to question her own existence. It appeared she had inadvertently generated a wave of intrigue for the two of them. She even came across a netizen's remark. Tang Xiaoke isn't just Jiang Jinue's fan. She's truly going above and beyond to spread joy for her sisters. What the hell? Tang Xiaoke nearly dropped her phone in disbelief. After a long moment, she composed herself and stepped outside, only to stumble upon Jiang Qi. "Mr. Jiang," she called out, her peripheral vision catching sight of the camera. Since everyone was on break, the microphones were off, yet the cameras remained rolling. Rarely did she have the opportunity to be alone with Jiang Qi, should she attempt to conjure some conversation. "Thank you for today," she ventured. To her surprise, Jiang Qi reciprocated with gratitude. Tang Xiaoke was momentarily taken aback. Then, feigning shyness, she tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. Was he referring to the peanut butter and cheese from lunch? "No need to thank me. I should be the one apologizing to you." "Not at all." Jiang Qi, uninterested in her affected demeanor, interrupted her with a calm demeanor. "I wish to thank you for your support. Today, I expressed many sentiments I had previously kept to myself, and it seems Wen Shi has developed a rather favorable impression of me." What? Tang Xiaoke was incredulous, her eyes widening in shock. Had he just confessed his feelings in her presence? Did he truly harbor affection for Wen Shi? Jiang Qi, feeling inexplicably exhilarated, had been restless in bed and planned to take a stroll when he unexpectedly encountered her. As one of the parties involved, he felt an urge to share his current elation with her. Moreover, his gaze turned steely. "Put aside your little schemes. She may not hold it against you, but I cannot bear to see her targeted. Manipulating public opinion is not solely your domain." With that, Jiang Qi turned and walked away without casting her another glance. As she watched him depart, a chill crept up Tang Xiaoke's spine. Whether it was from his words or the metaphorical blow of his revelation, she could not tell. After 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the guests began to awaken one by one. Wen Shi, having indulged in a brief nap, finally regained some energy. In a cheerful mood, she greeted everyone before heading to the kitchen to pour herself some water. Awake? Jiang Qi happened to be in the kitchen and smiled upon seeing her. Wen Shi nodded, her thoughts drifting back to how he had come to her aid earlier. While it was easy to deceive others as one of the main parties involved, Jiang Qi must surely be curious about why she understood him so well. As she finally grasped the situation, it dawned on her that he might not want anyone to know about his peanut allergy. Was it possible that she had committed some folly today? Jiang Qi handed her a cup, murmuring, "Are you still pondering over lunch? How did you know?" Wen Shi inquired, astonished. Jiang Qi gestured towards his face, indicating that everything was written upon it. Wen Shi instinctively covered her face. Nonsense. I am the master of concealing my emotions. Jiang Qi nearly laughed, clearing his throat before saying, such a weakness, if one does not wish to harm you, is inconsequential, even if they are aware. If someone truly intends to harm you, they would discover it regardless, or find other means to do so. Moreover, I have already admitted it myself. What does it have to do with you? Wen Shi furrowed her brow. Surely, no one truly wishes to harm you, right? What are you thinking? Jiang Qi chuckled softly. Don't overthink it. Even if that were the case, so what? After all these years, I am not one to fall prey easily. He handed her the prepared water. Observing his nonchalant demeanor, Wen Shi did not dwell on it too much and accepted the water from his hands. Knowing the guests needed a break, there were few people left in the live broadcast room. Seeing the two conversing by the sink, the audience grew anxious, urging the director to provide them with microphones. What are you doing? Wen Shi finally noticed that he was cutting cherry tomatoes. Jiang Qi lowered his gaze, continuing to slice. I see you enjoy them. So, I'm preparing a little extra for the fridge. They taste even better tonight. As Wen Shi watched him, she realized he was not the aloof, stoic movie star she had imagined, but rather a diligent and industrious figure. While others rested, he was busy making candied cherry tomatoes. Wasn't he that a touch too endearing? I just have a bit of trouble sleeping, he said softly, a hint of crimson blooming on his ears. Wen Shi, who typically paid little heed to words but observed actions, would not disregard his intentions due to his light-hearted remarks. With a smile, she rolled up her sleeves. Let me help you. The cherry tomatoes they prepared together were met with resounding praise. In the afternoon, the production team refrained from further exertions, allowing them to enjoy a leisurely day. As evening fell, everyone enthusiastically collaborated on dinner, gathering to watch an episode together. As an investor in the program, Wen Shi was no longer seen as merely a subject of consumption. The edited footage omitted her emotional confession about not being her father's daughter, instead featuring only the humorous moments. Thus, most of the content consisted of their escapades at the market. While Wen Shi contributed her comedic flair, Hu Xiaoyu was equally competitive, and the group scoured numerous shops for the odd items on their list. Misunderstandings due to the vendors' accents led to a plethora of amusing blunders. Seated together, they sipped hot tea and snacked, the air filled with laughter, creating a relaxed and carefree atmosphere that delighted the live audience. Chapter 88. Matters Unknown to Her. After the broadcast concluded, everyone retired to rest. Having taken a brief nap at noon, Wen Shi found herself unable to sleep again. So she decided to take a stroll in the garden. After taking a stroll in the back garden and preparing to return to her room, she noticed Hu Xiaoyu and Tang Xiaoke emerging from the villa, engaged in a heated argument. Tang Xiaoke, must you be so willful? What am I to tell them if you leave? You may explain it however you wish. Tang Xiaoke retorted, forcefully shaking off her hand. It's merely a 2-year temporary group. It will disband in less than a month. Spare me your airs of leadership. What is wrong with not wanting to share a room with you? Didn't you stay out overnight last time? Why is it acceptable for you, but not for me? This is a collective activity, and the production team is aware of it. If you leave without permission and something goes awry, how will I explain it to them? Hu Xiaoyu said, exasperated. If you truly intend to leave, at least allow me to contact the production team first. Tang Xiaoke snapped back. What for? Do you want everyone to know I spent the night away? I am merely concerned for your safety. I need no one to look after me, especially not you. Just mind your own business. With that, she grabbed her suitcase and strode away. Hu Xiaoyu took a deep breath, shook her head, and returned to the villa. Once the two had departed, Wen Shi emerged from behind a wintergreen tree, casting a disgruntled glance at the entrance. Such a fiery temper for one so young, she muttered. When Lao Shi came a sudden voice from behind, startling Wen Shi nearly out of her skin. She whirled around to find Jiang Qi standing there. Didn't I tell you not to speak suddenly from behind? You'll truly frighten someone to death, she exclaimed, clutching her chest, her fists clenched in frustration. Jiang Qi, clad in a simple sports sweatshirt with a towel draped around his neck, appeared to have just finished exercising, radiating warmth. He hadn't expected to startle her and offered an apologetic smile. I'm sorry, I simply called out to you when I saw you standing here. Wen Shi huffed dismissively, choosing not to engage further. Did someone just leave? Jiang Qi inquired, moving closer to her and gazing towards the entrance. Yes, Wen Shi confirmed. That Tang Xiaoke has quite the temper. She even scolded Xiaoyu. When Laosher, Jiang Qi said, lowering his gaze towards her with a hint of exasperation. Sometimes one must not be overly kind. Otherwise, people may perceive you as easy to bully. As he spoke, he retrieved a mobile phone from his pocket and dialed a number. Wait, how do you have a phone? Wen Shi asked, astonished. Jiang Qi gestured for silence. And once the call connected, he spoke in a calm tone. Tang Xiaoka has left. Yes, terminate her contract immediately for tomorrow's live stream.
No worries.
The penalty fee will be covered from the company's account. Wen Shi's eyes widened in shock as she pieced together the implications. You invested in this program too? Jiang Qi ended the call and looked at her, grinning. Is there anything else you didn't know? I knew about the midday incident, Wen Shi stammered, at a loss for words as she attempted to feign ignorance. What do you mean? Jiang Qi, sensing her embarrassment and wanting to avoid further teasing, clarified. I own an investment company in the film industry. Otherwise, how could your brother have approached me for collaboration? She had initially thought him an open book, only to discover he harbored so many secrets. Wen Shi curled her lips, remarking on his impressive abilities. No wonder the production team refrained from allowing him his phone. I merely took advantage of the evening to attend to some accumulated work, Jiang Qi replied with a hint of resignation. During the day, like you all, I am unable to access my phone. Wen Shi had spoken idly, not genuinely concerned about his phone predicament. Hearing his words, she casually inquired, Is that true? If not, why not leave it with me for safekeeping? Jiang Qi handed her his phone, and Wen Shi wrinkled her nose. Who would want to safeguard yours? After speaking, she rubbed her arms. It's so cold. Let us hurry inside. Jiang Qi reclaimed his phone, feeling a twinge of disappointment. To truly understand a person, one cannot merely skim their profile or preferences. Genuine understanding requires interaction and, most importantly, sincere effort. Previously, she might have relied on available information due to a lack of direct contact, but now, standing right before him, she realized she was still merely relying on assumptions formed from her mental notes. She perceived him as transparent, yet some of his undisclosed secrets lingered because she had no desire to fathom his true essence. Suddenly, Jiang Qi recognized that to her, he might merely be a stranger. Much like Tang Xiaoka, whose transgressions she dismissed without a second thought, failing to evoke any emotion within her. Damn it. Mind reading should be bestowed upon a woman devoid of a heart. Come on, I see you've broken a sweat. Aren't you cold? Seeing he hadn't, he caught up. Wen Shi turned to him. You're still injured, aren't you? Why do you enjoy exercising at night so much? Because I've been working all day. Jiang Qi blurted out, immediately regretting the tone that resembled that of a disgruntled partner. Wen Shi paused, then laughed. All right, I won't tease you about this anymore. Why are you getting so worked up? Jiang Qi clenched his jaw, deciding not to engage further, lest he truly drive himself mad with her antics. Let us go inside.
Okay.
As Jiang Qi passed by her, Wen Shi caught a whiff of blood and glanced at his lower back. Has your wound reopened?
Hey.
Can you not neglect your health? Her tone was sharper than intended, and Jiang Qi, turning back, matched her intensity. Rest assured, I won't delay the show's live broadcast or the film shoot, so don't say things that make me think you care about me. Wen Shi was taken aback, confused by his sudden anger. I know you were just asking out of courtesy. Jiang Qi sighed, pinching the bridge of his nose. His voice low. I might have overreacted. I apologize, I'm just a bit tired. I'll go rest now. As he ascended the stairs, Wen Shi suddenly realized his posture seemed slightly hunched, and she exclaimed, What? Is it a crime to show concern for you? Jiang Qi paused mid-step, turning back in surprise. What are you staring at? Wen Shi shot him an uncomfortable glare, her tone softening. Your wound is reopened, and you're not aware? Jiang Qi found himself at a loss for words, unable to articulate the tumultuous emotions that surged within him. He had never experienced such a thrill even while engaging in extreme sports. He felt on the verge of losing his sanity. He took a deep breath, steadying his voice. So, Chapter 89, The Wound. Jiang Qi stood on the staircase, observing every subtle expression of Wen Shi. Her gaze flickered, her expression hesitant. After biting her lip, she finally asked, Do you need me to help you with the ointment?
All right.
He controlled his tone, striving to avoid sounding overly eager. Yet his footsteps faltered. For the first time, he was reluctant to hear her innermost thoughts. Even if it were merely an illusion, he accepted it. Wen Shi recalled how he had tirelessly assisted the red team today, gathering vegetables and cooking, even preparing candied tomatoes during the afternoon break. It was truly pitiful that no one cared for the hardworking girl. Since she was already aware of his injury, how could she turn a blind eye? Come here. Why are you still standing there? Wen Shi went to the living room to find the medicine box, turning to see him still at the foot of the stairs. Looking puzzled. Only then did Jiang Qi slowly approach and take a seat on the sofa beside her. Her heart was quietly tumultuous. Was she genuinely worried about him? Wen Shi located the ointment and handed it to him. Is this all right? Or, do you have your own medicine? This will suffice. Jiang Qi looked at her, unable to refrain from reassuring her. It's really not that serious. You needn't worry too much. Be quiet. Wen Shi shot him a glare, her tone sharp. Do you want to play the superhero? I can already smell the blood, and you're saying it's not serious. As she retrieved cotton swabs and gauze, she continued to murmur. I was just too inclined to believe you, thinking your injury was nothing. And you still want to exercise. Aren't you being a bit too disciplined? Moreover, Jiang the great actor, do you love work this much? Working so hard even while injured. Would anyone really blame you? Jiang Qi gazed at her delicately beautiful profile, his expression gradually softening as he murmured, I'm sorry, I'm just accustomed to it. Wen Shi chuckled softly. Accustomed to what? To being injured? Or to saying nothing at all? Nothing in particular. Jiang Qi lightly shook his head with a smile. Wen Shi turned her head just in time to catch a fleeting moment of warmth in his downcast eyes, her movements pausing as she suddenly realized that her earlier words had struck a chord. Thoughts of his father abroad, his deceased mother, and the brief mentions of his lonely childhood in books flitted through her mind, leaving her somewhat unsettled. Her thoughts became tangled, and Jiang Qi, unable to comprehend her specific feelings, could only look at her in confusion. Wen Shi quickly regained her composure, arranging the items neatly before raising her gaze to him. Teacher Jiang, do you truly not mind if I assist you with the ointment? She inquired, glancing pointedly at his waist and abdomen. Indeed. It couldn't be serious for more than 3 minutes. Jiang Qi slightly rubbed his forehead. Just apply the ointment. I can handle the bandaging myself. Wen Shi pouted. But you must first expose the wound. Jiang Qi then removed his outer coat and lifted the hem of his shirt. The bandage around his waist was soaked through with blood. She took a pair of scissors and carefully began to snip the bandage away. A profound silence enveloped them. Even his innermost thoughts were inaudible to Jiang Qi, who couldn't help but speak first. I'm really fine. Wen Shi remained silent until she caught sight of the bloodied wound, at which point she couldn't help but exclaim softly. This isn't merely pretending to be a superhero. This is the superhero himself. She thought to herself, casting a glance upward, and let out a quiet click of her tongue, noting that his physique was rather comparable. Jiang Qi took a deep breath, addressing her as Teacher Wen. His feeble tone led Wen Shi to misinterpret his sentiment, prompting her to retort, Don't be so tense. I'll be gentle and won't hurt you. Internally, she scoffed, now realizing he feared pain, the timid Jiang. Upon hearing this, Jiang Qi couldn't suppress a cough. Wen Shi glanced at him, noticing his lack of further reaction, and lowered her head to wipe away the bloodstains with gauze. Most of the injuries were abrasions, with only 3 deeper cuts. After confirming there was no inflammation, she proceeded to disinfect and apply medication. As Jiang Qi felt her gentle touch, his body stiffened increasingly, afraid she might sense his anxiety. He resorted to making conversation. That Tang Xiaoke is clearly targeting you. Don't you care? Care? Wen Shi continued her task without pausing. Did I not retort at the time? Why should I still be concerned? She merely seeks to provoke me, to see me falter. I won't grant her that satisfaction. After all, didn't Teacher Jiang just reprimand her? She would likely forget her name in an instant. Why don't you discipline her yourself? Wen Shi huffed heavily. You frighten me so much that all my thoughts fled. Compared to her, I would rather discipline you. Jiang Qi chuckled softly. I thought Teacher Wen was not angry? Do you take me for a bodhisattva? Wen Shi replied with a smirk. Did you not see how she treated Xiaoyu? She truly believes no one can handle her. So it was because of who Xiaoyu. Jiang Qi yearned to ask if she cared about him, but found it too sentimental. After all, she was currently tending to his wounds. He reassured himself that he must be of greater concern to her than Tang Xiaoke, if not to everyone else in this place. Having cast aside his earlier disappointment, he tentatively inquired, Hu Xiuyu seems to have arrived at our filming location. Shall we dine together? She appears quite busy, but if there's time, we can eat together. Shall I make the arrangements? That would be fine. A smile crept upon Jiang Qi's lips. She didn't seem overly concerned about Hu Xiuyu. And by allowing him to make the arrangements, it was evident she cared more about him. Silently, he marked Hu Xiaoyu down a notch, elevating his own importance. As they spoke, Wen Shi had already finished applying the medication. Due to the extensive nature of the injuries, she could not apply adhesive bandages. Instead, she covered them with gauze and wrapped them securely with a bandage. Remembering Jiang Qi's earlier words, she handed him the bandage. "You can wrap it yourself. I'll hold the gauze in place." Jiang Qi accepted the bandage, lowering his gaze as he began to wrap it around himself. Wen Shi adjusted the fabric of his shirt, lifting it slightly, revealing a long, deep gash extending from beneath his scapula down to an unseen area beneath his shirt. Her pupils widened in shock. How could such a lengthy and profound wound exist? Had he suffered a serious injury? Sensing her thoughts, Jiang Qi quickly pulled his shirt down and turned to her, saying, "That's enough. I'll take a rest now." "Oh, all right," Wen Shi instinctively replied, "just don't get it wet." "Understood." As Wen Shi watched him depart, she assumed he genuinely wanted to rest and harbored no suspicions. However, once he turned away, Jiang Qi's expression hardened, his grip on his jacket tightening discreetly. As Wen Shi gathered his belongings, he mentally traversed the entirety of the narrative yet could not recall any mention of his injuries. During the time spent unraveling the affairs between the Song and Wen families, she had sensed an increasing incredibility within the novel. Many characters were far less rigid than anticipated. This was particularly true of Jiang Qi, whose demeanor starkly contrasted with that of the cold-hearted protagonist depicted in the book. Moreover, there were numerous secrets unaddressed in the text, such as his mother, the investment firm, and the wounds that adorned him. Wen Shi raised his gaze towards the staircase, pondering, could there be other injuries concealed beneath the surface?